to a corner three and hits it with 8.2 to go. I've never seen that before. And
I've never seen that before either.
Denver will dribble it out, and the final score, 114-105.
Gotta laugh at the pain, unfortunately. Tom Tolbert, Tim Roy on the call last night at 95.7 The Game as your Golden State Warriors fall to the Denver Nuggets, who did not have their two best players. No Nikola Jokic, no Jamal Murray. No problem. 114-105. Major opportunity squandered by the Golden State Warriors as Stephen Curry did not have his best performance, 6 of 21 from him overall, just 20 points for Steph. He looked exhausted. Steve Kerr echoed those same sentiments. We're going to hear from them. Jimmy Butler actually had a good shooting performance, and he squandered that. Oh, and by the way, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the team that's chasing you, they had lost, and you knew that during the game. So Timberwolves lose. Create some separation maybe, get a little bit of breathing room in the Western Conference standings. Weren't able to do that, so they remain at the 6th seed, 29-29, half game up on the Minnesota Timberwolves, who again lost yesterday as well, 40-30. But Joe Shasky, I say to you this morning, and good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. Just disappointing. You know, as a parent, you're a parent now, you're going to be saying that a lot to LJ. You're not mad, you're just disappointed. And that's how I felt yesterday watching that game. Just disappointed. And we got to take a step back here because I know the initial reaction from a lot of people, and I want to hear from the people today. You can call or text the same number, 888-957-9570. And shout out to all of you who are watching us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance for the dealer. You can be mad, you can be angry, you can be all of those things today. You absolutely can. Fact of the matter is they are 14-2 now in the Jimmy Butler era when Jimmy Butler plays as a Golden State Warrior. So I don't want to get too off the wagon here. But that being said, given the circumstances, given where this team is at and where they want to be, might have been the most disappointing loss of the year so far.
Yeah, and I'm looking squarely in the eyes of Steph Curry and the rest of the squad. Joe, they completely squandered a great opportunity to actually gain some ground here. We yesterday talked about fate and, luck and all that crud. When the door opens for opportunity, you better run through it. And they had an opportunity after the T-Wolves lose to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Now, look, the sky's not falling. It's not the end of the season. 12 missed free throws and out-rebounded 50-38.
Can't do that.
To me, that was the game. Just watch the game. And now in back-to-back games, Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, and now in this last game, whoever that dude was with the mustache and the goatee, and Aaron Gordon dominated them in the paint.
Hunter Tyson, you had Vlatko Čančar getting some boards there late.
Dominated them in the paint. Yeah. There was a sequence where Curry had either a 3-on-2 or a 3-on-1. I have to go back and watch. And he just threw it out of bounds to Jonathan Kuminga. He had Kuminga running on the left-hand side. He just threw it right out of bounds. Draymond, horrible turnover. Now, Dre had moments in this game. Horrible turnover late. Horrible shot selection from this team late. Hated that Moses Moody didn't get checked back into this game earlier. I thought Moses Moody was playing inspired basketball. Kuminga, not great in the first half, was really good in the second half. Went to Kevon Looney. Kevon can't guard Aaron Gordon. He just can't. I love Kevon Looney.
I don't know if anyone on the Warriors can,
Again, another big, just absolutely, and he's not even that big. Aaron Gordon's just rugged. Throw Quentin Post. I know he got torched early in the game. Go back to Quentin Post. Like, you needed to stretch the floor offensively and get a legitimate 7-footer out there. Bigs are their kryptonite. That's why you don't want to see that team. And I know Jokic wasn't there, so they're going to play different. I understand all that. But when Russell Westbrook is hitting threes late in the game, your head's ready to explode. And I just thought that even though GP2 hit a couple of corner threes in this game and had his moments, I wanted to see Moody out there. And I thought that they waited way too long to put Moody back in the game. It's not the end of the world. I'm not ready to crush Steve Kerr, but there were subtle adjustments, tactician-wise, that I thought they dropped the ball on this one. And anytime they tried to make a run, credit the Nuggets. They hit huge shots in their face.
That's the kind of loss that gives you pause about this team potentially going on a deep run. Not saying they can't, but that's the kind of performance that you put on display yesterday against the Denver Nuggets team, by the way, that lost to the Washington Wizards over the weekend. One of the worst teams in the NBA. Coming to Golden State now on this road trip for them, didn't have their two best players. And what did they do? They got up early and they never looked back.
I know.
And that's the mark of a championship team for me. I know we were making fun of Michael Malone. That was a hell of a performance from the coaching staff and from all the role players on that team yesterday.
All those guys hit shots.
All of them made plays. I know you were mentioning Russell Westbrook. The shot really wasn't there until it needed to be late. Hell, even the air ball he had late, Aaron Gordon catches it, gets a layup, and that basically put the game on ice.
And he had, I think, a season high in assists.
16 assists.
Well,
16. And Russ has been doing that his whole career. So, he is a Hall of Famer. He's a top 75 player. He's an MVP. He's incredible. But the fact that he couldn't hit anything and he's hitting those shots late, it hurts even more. And when your guy, Stephen Curry, is, I think Guru, he texted me yesterday, he's looking like a Harlem Globetrotter out there with some of the moves he's trying to do. It's kind of what he looked like.
Well, they were hunting him.
It was not his greatest performance.
No,
it just
they were
wasn't.
Hunting him like crazy. There were some horrible turnovers. To me, not all turnovers are created equal. There are some turnovers.
Situationals, yes.
They're just awful. They
Seven
get a
for
stop.
Steph, by the way. 7 turnovers for Steph.
They get a stop. And Draymond, I don't even know what he's doing. He's trying to do a full court pass. Dude, this is a 7-point game. There's a sequence where Steph Curry does an underhand wannabe Pistol Pete, full outlet that gets completely picked off. And I'm like, guys, this is not the time for the Harlem Globetrotter crap. And then simultaneously, Jonathan Kuminga gets one of the worst whistles in the planet. Jonathan Kuminga got fouled on so many different drive attempts to the lane and can't get a call. Honestly, it drives me crazy. And I know that people are going to lose their minds the first half. It wasn't good for the entire team. It wasn't just Jonathan Kuminga. But I thought he played inspired basketball in the second half. And he had some unbelievable help defensive situations. Swatting balls, double teaming, got a huge strip late in this game. And they had opportunities to climb back into this game. And to me, their half-court execution was atrocious.
Most frustrating aspect of last night is what? 888-957-957. You could pick a lot.
There was a sequence in the second quarter. Looney missed free throws. Butler missed free throws. Kuminga missed free throws. Everyone, it was a masterclass in free throw missing.
We call that a disaster class these days. That's what it is. It's a disaster class of losing on how not to win. And you got to wonder, Joe Shasky, and again, I don't want to say this like it's actuality, but we're human. You get the notification, you're up. This is a big game. This is one of the best teams in the West, the Denver Nuggets. You look at the Western Conference right now, they're the 3 seed. They're really good. They got Nikola Jokic, multi-time MVP. Michael Malone, they've won a title. Jamal Murray. You get the notification. If you're a fan, if you're a Golden State Warriors player, no Jokic, no Murray.
Yeah, they took their foot off the pedal.
That is what I'm getting at. Do you think they saw that and thought that, wow, well, this game just lost some juice, so I don't know if I'm going to be as up for it as I normally would have. That can't be an excuse.
No, it can't. But I thought credit Denver early in the game. They went right at Quentin Post. They went right at Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And they basically, put the fear of God into Steve Kerr.
And that's Michael Malone putting his fingerprint on the game early. And said, go at these guys.
But they didn't go back to him. And I think that they needed to go back to Quentin Post for 2 reasons. Number one, you got to get this guy baptized and ready to go for the playoffs. That's number one. Because you can't become a guy who's not useful. You got to go back to the Rook and give him a chance. He didn't go back to him. I get why. He's got Kevon Looney in his back pocket. I understand his point of view. I would have went back to him because the spacing on offense was congested. When you play Draymond, Looney, and GP2 out there simultaneously, even if GP2 is hitting a couple shots, you saw how many times did GP2 get the ball in the corner, dribble, look down, look around. No one's closing out on him. Now, he hit a couple of threes, and I'm glad that he did.
8 of 10 overall. GP2 did his part.
No, he looked good. But I'm saying late in that game,
he was hesitant.
He passed up a couple.
He did.
And I thought that Moses Moody is the guy that you need to play in that particular situation because I thought Moses Moody was also giving me the hustle effort. There was a play, Jimmy Butler dove on the ground and was wrestling for the ball. Then here comes Moody. He dives on the ground. Moody wants it. And I get frustrated because I feel at times he gets overlooked. And I thought that yesterday was a game I wanted to see him get back into it a little early.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Shout out to them. I'm sure they were crushing it in Sunnyvale and San Francisco yesterday. St. Patty's Day. Hope you all had a lovely and safe St. Patrick's Day. It would have been a lot more fun had the Golden State Warriors done their part, but they didn't. 114-105 loss to the Denver Nuggets. And it feels psychological at this point. 9 straight.
Yes.
9 straight losses to this team. 6 consecutive games you've lost to Denver at home now. And now you're 0-2 in the season series. The third and final one's coming up on April 4th. Shout out my brother Rob. That's his birthday. At Chase Center. And that marks the 4th consecutive season the Warriors have lost the season series with the Denver Nuggets. 4 consecutive seasons. You just can't get over the hump against this team.
It feels like every time yesterday, whether it was the first half, but specifically the fourth quarter, the Warriors would go on a run and an immediate 3-ball answer from the Nuggets. They did a great job answering and kind of basically calming the waters. And look, the sky's not falling. They're still in a good spot. It's just a squandered opportunity that kind of was driving me crazy. And I go to my top dog in Steph Curry, and I'm like, that was a game, Steph, where I needed you to defer a little to Jimmy. I wanted to see you defer and just play within the fabric of the game. Look, he's an all-time great. You know, me even trying to critique his game sounds foolish. I'm not saying he's not the best. All those things are true. Yesterday, he didn't have it. And I thought yesterday, I'm looking at him, and I thought he really let this team down.
I mean, let's just call it what it is.
It's one game.
Let's call it what it is. He looked old yesterday. That happens. He's 37 years old.
He made bad decisions.
He did. It just wasn't well, again, that goes to fatigue. When you start getting fatigued, again, you're a coach, you start making lazy passes, lazy decisions. And that's what it looked like yesterday.
I watched him I think he had a blue sweatsuit on the bench yesterday. I thought they missed Pajemski. They missed Pajemski's hustle and energy because that was a team that was out hustling you and just way more rugged in the paint than you yesterday. And I thought they missed his calming presence as a secondary playmaker or primary playmaker in the half court.
So they're saying that he's going to probably make his return tonight, and they need him against the Milwaukee Bucks.
They desperately need
Obviously,
him.
the team he grew up in the state of Wisconsin, of course, Brandon Pajemski. So they desperately need him back. His energy, his hustle effort, absolutely his rebounding effort. As yesterday, you saw the total rebounds and just the offensive glass in general just dominated.
There were
by the Denver Nuggets.
Guys hanging off.
19 offensive rebounds.
There were 4 or 5 guys hanging off Aaron Gordon, and he still gets reverse layups, going up with other hands.
There was a sequence there. There was a sequence there late in the fourth quarter where he literally got an offensive board, and it was like a triangle around him of Gary Payton, I think it was Moses Moody, and Kevon Looney. No one could do anything. No. He just jumped over all of them.
And his ability to guard 3, 4, and 5 makes him a very unique player.
Very unique. 38 points. God.
Similar to OG Anunoby, like he's a bigger body. He's gonna try to bang. He's a really good. He's the type of player that destroys them. He's not this guy, but go back in time. Tristan Thompson. And if I say that name, you're like, you start to, all Warrior fans do the same and they cringe. Those guys, those glass eaters, they're not that great against other teams, but for whatever reason against us, they destroy us. Aaron Gordon dominated us yesterday, and they didn't have an answer. They had Guy Santos on them, and after 1 or 2 possessions in the fourth quarter, I was like, all right, I like Guy as a 9th man. Check him out. Just try Quentin Post on him. I need a legit 7-footer to alter shots.
Absolutely. By the way, I love these because we get these little notes. Sam prints them out for us.
Give them to
me. Golden State fell to 0-5 on the season when committing 20-plus turnovers. Well, yeah, you're probably not going to win. You're not going to win many games when you turn the ball over 20-plus times. Oh, by the way, the team you're going up against also had 20 turnovers in the Denver Nuggets. But you know what? I'll say this for Denver. The hustle opportunities that I just saw, the second chance opportunities, yeah, they have size with Aaron Gordon, but it was their activity and the energy level that I felt from them from start to finish that I didn't see from Golden State, a team that, maybe I will say this, that felt like they were resting on their laurels a little bit yesterday. Hey, we're 14-1, or we're 13-1 heading into this game, 14-1, I guess. 14-1 heading into this game when Jimmy Butler plays. We know who we are. Yeah, we haven't played the greatest teams, but you know what? We're flexing on teams. We're stunting on them. We got Draymond doing the night-night. We're feeling good about ourselves. The Nuggets haven't looked good. They barely beat the Lakers C squad. They lost to the Washington Wizards. We should handle this team at home, right? No Jokic, no Murray. And they looked like they went into that game thinking that they were going to get the win, and you can't do that in the NBA.
Well, I think
you can't do that.
They also thought they would be able to string together, X amount of stops and go on a little run late, and they just kept getting in their own way. There was I think it was Kevon Looney with an offensive foul on an illegal screen, and Curry hits a circus shot. That was like the only shot, really, that you felt like he was going to hit in that fourth quarter late. 15
minutes, I should say, from Kevon off the bench. He did hit a couple shots, 6 points, 7 boards for 4 offensive rebounds. But again, the size, it was on full display yesterday.
It's not even his fault. I hope I want to make this clear. I'm not crushing Kevon. That is the kind of player they really struggle against.
Well, that's, again, like we were talking about when it was the Anthony Davises of the world now, but you're going to be seeing the size of the West Like, that is going to be a team you're going to be playing potentially in the first round. And if I watched that game yesterday, I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, I have a little slight pause today waking up when I'm like, man, we were feeling so good yesterday. We were gassing up this entire team. They've only had one loss when Jimmy Butler plays as Warrior. Like, the sky's the limit. And then I felt like yesterday might have been a slight reality check. Man, maybe that's too strong. And if you disagree, 888-957-9570. But you had everything working in your favor yesterday, and for you to lay an egg like that, it's borderline unacceptable.
So for me, look, I get where you're coming. It's a crummy missed
Vlatko
opportunity.
Chanchar can't be a better player than all my bench.
No
who?
doubt. But to me, this was one of those games I needed Jimmy to maybe become the focal point down the stretch and not Steph. And I actually think at the end of the day, and maybe I'm getting too deep into this, it might not be the worst loss if it forces, hey, Steph don't got it tonight. Let's run things through Jimmy late in the game, because I thought that's what they needed to do. I'm being real. Steph was driving me crazy. It's okay. He's an all-time legend. We love him. But not every night is your night.
No, it's a good point. I didn't mean to cut you off there because you're right. I wonder if Jimmy's the one that's being more hesitant on that. I mean, this is his new, he's new to all this. He doesn't want to he doesn't want to overstep. He doesn't want to he knows it's Steph's team. He said that when he came here. He's like, pass the ball to Steph, get out of the way. But Jimmy, I'm actually going to need Steph to pass you the ball and maybe everyone else get out of the way.
100%.
Like, there needs to be some give and take there, especially because not that was a playoff type of game, but that is kind of the game you're going to see. Like, when it comes to the points and late in the game, like when we just need a bucket and we need to slow things down, like I need the ball in Jimmy's hands.
I just thought the guys
Steph didn't have it.
I thought the guys played better without Steph on the floor. And that doesn't happen often.
Well, no,
okay, this is a very unique thing.
We've said that a couple times in the last couple weeks.
I just thought that the rest of the team was playing better without him on the floor. That doesn't mean that I don't want him on the floor. He checks back in. But I need him to also understand, like, it doesn't have to be the Steph show when we're chasing down 7. Make the right high IQ basketball plays and let the game come to you. And I thought yesterday he just forced it a little.
888-957-9570 up against it. We're going to take a quick break.
We love him. I know it sounds sacrilege to even critique Steph Curry, but he had a bad game.
It's okay.
Down the stretch, I thought he didn't bring it.
It's okay. The greats have bad games. You can call it. We're not crushing Steph. We're not saying, oh, this guy's not a Hall of Famer anymore. This guy stinks. No, he had a bad game. It's okay. 6 of 21 overall for Steph Curry is not good. 4 of 14 from beyond the arc is definitely not good for Stephen Curry. 20 points overall for him, but 7 turnovers is the number I'm looking at in that box score. 23 for Jimmy Butler, who led all scorers for Golden State. 888-957-9570. The Denver Nuggets win 114-105. The short-handed Denver Nuggets. What's the most frustrating aspect of last night's game for you? And is it time to have a conversation when it comes to Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry and who should be having the ball late in some of these late game situations when Steph clearly didn't have it? We'll discuss that on the other side. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
Tyson for 3, and it's no good. And the Warriors are flat-footed again. Porter Jr. with the rebound. Blocked inside by Moody. Gets Curry, throws it away. Threw it right to Tyson. Another turnover for Curry. He's got 3 in this quarter.
9 times.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Great song. Tim Roy on the call. Brandon Pajemski hopefully back tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. He was questionable yesterday, obviously dealing with the back problem the last week or so. So hopefully we get pods tonight. Will we get Stephen Curry tonight? I don't know. Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday that he saw an exhausted Stephen Curry. Steph, push back slightly. We'll hear from some of that sound here as we get Steve Kerr, Draymond, Steph, Jimmy Butler. We'll get all their thoughts here. I want to get the people's thoughts, though, today, Joe Shasky.
I do want to hear from them.
888-957-9570. Same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Like, what's pissing you off? What's bugging you most about yesterday's? And we have a game that lost.
Squandered the opportunity.
Like there's a lot. We have a YouTube poll up. Is this a YouTube poll question? Thumbs up. That's in my box. Matt Nahigian. Yes. Is the YouTube poll that's in my chat right now? Yes. Thumbs up. No, it's not. Okay, they're just questions. What's the thing that's bugging you the most? Is it the lack of energy in the first quarter? Lack of, just thought you can waltz in there and beat the short-handed one? Is it the lack of defense on Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr.? The turnovers, Steph, Draymond, 20 turnovers. There's so many things you can pick and choose.
The pace for me. The pace. Draymond and Steph were playing at a rapid pace unnecessarily. And I thought when you're chasing, you're down 7, you're down 9, you're down 5, you're down 7, you're down 9, you're down 5. Be methodical. Yeah. You get a stop against a team that you struggled to get stops against. That's not the time to throttle down. No. You're not the 2019 Warriors. Like, to me, that was the time to, all right, slow it down, put the ball into the hands of Jimmy, and let's get a good half-court set going here. And I thought yesterday that Steph and Dre, though Dre had moments, don't get me wrong, just some bad, awful, quick rush, bombs away threes and passes, and it just unnecessarily reckless is the way I would describe their offensive sets down the stretch.
Why it's really frustrating, too, is if you just look at the schedule coming up, like you got the notification, man, no Jokic, no Murray. It's like, all right, well, this game lost some of the juice. Like, that sucks. But what you texted in the thread I thought was interesting. You're like, no, you need to blow this team out tonight.
Yes.
Like, this is, like, if you don't blow this team out, like, we didn't even mention lose the game because, God forbid, you lose a game like that, but you need to blow this team out. The way you've been playing, the way the Nuggets have been playing heading into this game, and now they don't have the 3-time league MVP. Mm-hmm. They don't have Jamal Murray, one of the best sharpshooters in the game when he's on. They don't have those two players, and you have Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, and all your guys outside of Brandon Pajemski are healthy. You have Jonathan Kuminga back, and you lose? Like, yeah, now the pressure's on tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. When this was going to be the gimme one, maybe if you got greedy here late. Because you got the Raptors finishing up this homestand. You got the Hawks, the Heat, the Pelicans. You play a bunch of bad teams after that. That's why this little stretch talking about the Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks, we were talking about it. Joe Shasky said, we're going to find out something about this team. Now, doesn't mean that this team still can't go on a deep run. I'm not saying that. But the first time they actually felt like adversity against a legit playoff team without their two best players, they couldn't punch back. They got punched in the face early yesterday and couldn't quite punch back or get off the mat. And that is what's disappointing me today.
To me, it's the same script that's been beating them for a decade. Big, physical, rugged, underneath the hoop basket getters that are 4s or 5s, whether it's Anthony Davis, OG Anunoby, and Cat the other night, or last night, Aaron Gordon, and whoever the heck that other guy was. They destroyed them around the rim with 4 Warriors hanging off their shoulders. And they don't have an answer for it. I don't think they have a player on their roster. Maybe this is kind of why I wanted to see Quinton Post. Like, maybe just being a 7-footer and being physical and being in the muck, maybe that helps him out. Dre cannot do it alone. And I think that the evidence is pretty extensive. Big, athletic, rugged bigs give them crazy trouble.
Yeah.
And that team yesterday, Denver, they shot the lights out.
They did.
And so you couldn't really go zone and double that guy underneath because they were kicking it out and hitting timely threes. Michael Porter Jr., who's an absolute cone on defense, hit a couple of big shots. And this random guy, what's the guy's name? Watson.
Peyton
he hit
Watson.
A big shot late.
Yeah.
Tyson hit shots early and late.
Jonchar had some big
Russ
offensive
was
boards.
outstanding. I thought his energy was outstanding, and I hate losing to him.
I know that. Talk about one of the guys that just he can't shoot. He couldn't shoot for a lick yesterday until he did, and then they were just backbreakers. And then he has 16 assists, 12 boards, and you're going to get that. And that is something I will give credit to Russell Westbrook in an era where teams and players just let their foot off the gas at times. And again, I think we saw that from the Warriors in that first half, where it felt like that was just a letdown of a game. I know what I'm going to be getting with a guy like Russell Westbrook every single game, and I would never question the effort of a player like that.
There were moments in this game late.
He was a leader yesterday for that team.
Yeah, there he was. There were moments in this game late in the third quarter where they were kind of searching, and Buddy Hield had multiple opportunities to knock down a three, and he couldn't hit the right side of a barn.
No.
And I hate to say this, but like in these tight games, if Buddy ain't hitting, we're in trouble.
It's, again, and that you're missing, again, another guy, another depth piece, and a Brandon Pajemski yesterday, absolutely, who could have helped in a game like that. James is in Ohio. He wants to talk about what's bugging him the most. And what's bugging you? James, good morning to you, sir.
Hey, morning, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, so for me, it's easy. You guys touched on it right at the beginning of today's show. The decision-making was just so bad. Every time we went to go on a run, we closed it to 7. Full court pass, that's what we need to do right now. Then you had Steph's underhand pass, which is full court, and it's like we're trying to cheat our way back into the game rather than just sitting down, getting a stop, and then, again, hitting the open shots. Buddy wide open there in the second half. Steph had a wide open 3 in the second half. It's like, if you're not going to capitalize on the moments that you give it, what's it even matter?
It's a good point. That's James in Ohio.
They were
Appreciate
getting
it, James.
leak outs. They got leak outs at points in the game.
They've been doing that a lot, the cherry picking, especially since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. You see it every single game.
But the Nuggets got back in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
And Draymond and Steph both had big, like I would call just reckless, throw-it-ahead turnovers that were unnecessary given that point in the game and how important that possession
Jimmy
was.
Garoppolo type of interception.
It really was.
Yeah. No, that's, and again, talking about what's bugging you today at 888-957-9570. Shout out Atco Pest Control, by the way. What's bugging you? You can do the route on the table. That's fine. There's a lot. There's a handful of things. What's bugging me today is...
It sounded like a raccoon, not even a rat.
Well, those bug me too, the raccoons. We don't get into that. The trash
heavy rat.
Yeah, right. Trash pandas. But what's bugging me today is that we squandered that game, and we might not have Steph Curry today, Joe Shasky, and which is now feeling like a lot bigger game. Like this was going to be the game, it would be gravy at this point because you take care of the Knicks, then you beat the Nuggets. Like, okay, maybe you rest some guys, maybe you don't beat the Bucks, and that would stink. But you know what's the Bucks? They have Giannis, they have Dame. Like, okay, but now you might not have Steph, and you got your head coach saying Steph looks exhausted.
I'm so upset.
Yeah, that's not good. And I'm going to play what Steve Kerr had to say yesterday after the game in regards to Steph maybe resting tonight's game against the Milwaukee Bucks, which you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game.
If the Clippers win and you lose, all of a sudden you're in the 8th seed. Mm-hmm. That's how that like the margin of error is so much thinner than we want to give it credit.
And that's why it's frustrating. I'll play the sound in a second, but you lose, and you saw the Minnesota Timberwolves lose.
Know.
You could have created some separation. Oh, it's so frustrating, man. Steve Kerr, is Steph going to play? Oh, can you turn on my thing, Sam? I'll restart it. Don't worry. It's all right. I'll restart it. We'll do it again. We good? All right. Let's
potentially. I don't know what. I got to talk to Rick, but he's exhausted right now. So we've got to absolutely consider giving him a night, getting him rejuvenated for the sake of him and our the remainder of our games. But we'll see. But I think he's been tired the last few games, and so we've got to find a way to get him his juice back. He's tired. Been carrying us for a month. He's been amazing. He's tired, so we got to get him some rest. I just you can see it. He doesn't have his energy right now.
Well, that's interesting because Stephen Curry responded to what Steve Kerr had to say in regards to him saying Steph looks tired the last month. Well, Steph says he feels fine.
I feel fine. Obviously, I didn't play great at all, so everybody's going to, including coach, is going to try to figure out why. And mostly the turnovers, dumb plays all night, but had a really good run. You expect to have a level of consistency and whatnot, so when it doesn't happen, it becomes a question. I feel like more so my back that I was dealing with the last couple of days, see how that responds tomorrow. Otherwise, feel pretty solid.
Well, wait, real quick. Well, he says he feels fine, but then at the very end, he's like, yeah, my back. I was like, well, so you're not fine, then, Steph. And I get it. He doesn't want to make excuses. He's one of the best players in the NBA. Like, those guys don't like the LeBrons of the world, the guys that are older. They're not trying to use excuses. They're not trying to hear that because everyone's tired at this point in the season. But it is incumbent on Steve Kerr to protect his star player from himself at this point. I would rest him tonight. I would.
His giant Achilles heel is not defense. It's not. I'm telling you, it's so obvious. It's ball security.
Yeah. He's always had that hole in his game.
He's got like a Brett Favre quality.
Yeah.
You know, Brett had the most touchdowns at one time and the most interceptions in the league. Like, his turnover, he had one at the top of the key on just a simple, he just predictably threw it to him. And this is where I push back on people. The greatest point guard of all time. Look, he's a great player. All-time great. I don't know if he's 5, top 10. I don't know.
He's top 10.
But to say point guard, no great point guard. Okay, pure point guard, because I don't think he's a pure point guard. I think he's kind of a combo. He can be a point. He can be an off-ball guard. He's all over the place. He's his own category. But to be a pure point guard, you can't be that reckless with the ball. You just can't.
It's interesting comparing the two, again, point guards yesterday.
Am I tripping?
No, you're not, because Russell Westbrook also had 7 turnovers, and he had some boneheaded plays, but the 16 assists speak for themselves. He was constantly looking
and
at
hustling.
Diving
on the floor.
12 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds for Russell Westbrook yesterday. The only other person on the Warriors that had 4 or was close to that was Kevon Looney with 4. And then you had Jimmy Buckets with 3 offensive rebounds. And again, Guy Santos with 1, but Guy Santos wasn't really doing much yesterday. 0 points for him. 14 minutes, probably a little bit too much Guy Santos, not enough Moses Moody for my liking.
Joey, the number one need for this team next year, they need another shooter somewhere, and they need a pogo stick big desperately.
888-957-9570. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Should Stephen Curry play today, or should Steve Kerr protect him from himself? Steph says he feels fine. Is he fine? Yesterday was not a great shooting performance from him. Not a great performance overall as the Warriors fall 114-105 to the Denver Nuggets. We'll pick up that conversation. Plus, Jimmy Buckets. Does he need to be a little more selfish late in these games? I'm not mad at that. Let's talk about it. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. That's what's coming up next. Brought to you by Live Source Water Systems.
Gordon dribbles left. Wade steps in, feeds Westbrook. He'll just fire it up at the rim and it went in.
Okay.
There's your game right there.
There's your sign.
Yep.
There's your sign.
Well, a golden opportunity went by the boards tonight for Golden State. They're down 112-102.
The Morning Roast. This is the Morning Roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
I love that we play that when we come back from the break as we're broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is Spadoni and Shasky the Morning Roast. Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call right here at 95.7 The Game. Warriors fall 114-105.
It's an appropriate song.
Why?
Yeah. That's how I was feeling when I was watching this.
That was
because I was watching Denver take our money.
That was the worst impression of this song I've ever heard.
My wife loves this song.
Paper Planes by MIA. Yeah, it's a good one. But you didn't know who Michael Bublé was.
I had no idea.
Did you learn?
So then I asked Michelle who Michael Bublé was.
She knew, right?
She knew exactly who he was and said that her family member, Melanie, absolutely loves Michael Bublé. Then I saw this NHL video somehow. It came onto my Instagram feed.
He's Canadian, so he's scrolling. He's big into hockey.
And he was on mushrooms at the NHL All-Star game.
There you go. Hey, microdosing. There you go. That's you know what? He goes by Mike with me because we're tight. We met at Disneyland, so we're pretty cool. For those of you who
Mike Bolton?
Yeah, exactly. For those of you who don't know why we're talking about this, because I did a name drop yesterday of Michael Bublé meeting him, and no one on the show knew who he was, and I felt attacked, and I didn't like that. So thank you, Michelle, for having my back. He is famous. All right. Speaking of famous, Stephen Curry might be one of the most famous individuals in sports right now, and he had a bad game yesterday. 20 points for Steph, and a shorthanded Nuggets team coming off the loss that they were coming off and winning the game like that really puts pressure on tonight's game. Milwaukee Bucks, again, Warriors Live, 6 o'clock with that 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll have all of that coverage. Giannis in town, Dame and co. Like they're a team you still got to worry about. Like I know the Bucks have been disappointing and they've been up and down all season. They're the 4th seed in the Eastern Conference right now. They're around the same record as you. They're 38-29. Like you cannot let your foot off the gas. You're clinging to the 6th spot in the West right now. You're a loss away from falling out all the way to the 8th seed. Like the vibes are great. You're 14-2 when Jimmy Butler plays, but you had such a hole that you dug yourself prior to Jimmy being here that you can't afford to slack off, especially yesterday. So them slacking off the way that they did put so much pressure on tonight. And we got the head coach saying maybe he's going to rest Stephen Curry. Like, I don't know if you can afford to do that. 888-957-9570, call or text. Do you rest Stephen Curry tonight, or do you push through tonight and maybe rest him on Thursday instead?
I don't even know if you can rest him at all. They're in just such a tough spot here. And that loss is just so frustrating.
On a multitude of levels.
Look, Thursday, they play the Raptors, right?
Yeah.
And on paper, you're like, oh, it's the Raptors. They lost to the Raptors.
You can't sleep on anyone.
In one of the worst losses of the season.
They just lost to a Nuggets team that we've been crushing for the last week because they have no depth. And then they lost their 2 best players. And then that crappy depth that everyone was talking about just flexed on you.
Aaron Gordon had one of the best games of his career.
He was 3 points shy, I think, of a career high in scoring. Like 38 points, 14 of 23. He took over that game. He did have 7 turnovers, but when he had the ball in the hands is that much. Like that was a game where Denver flexed on everyone and said, yeah, we're still a team to mess with. And maybe you should talk about us, like the team that everyone should be fearing in the West. And you know what? Maybe I was drinking the Kool-Aid of seeing how good this team was the last few weeks, Joe Shasky, and seeing how poor Denver played. And maybe I just slept on the fact that the Denver just has ownage on the Golden State Warriors. I thought this was a different team. I thought this Jimmy Butler Warriors team was different. And I wasn't going to use that same lens I've been using this Warriors team the last, couple weeks. 9 times. 9.
Let me.
That's ownage. That's a psychological thing that I hope when they play them again, which is another month on April 4th, they need to beat that team. Like they need that psychological hurdle to jump over. Kind of like, not like for like the same, but almost like the Chiefs with the Niners. Like I just need to see them beat them one time. Can they do that? Because if they can't do that in the regular season, what makes you think they're going to do it in the playoffs? Right?
It's a fair point. Unlike the Chiefs Niners, like you do have Steph and you do have Jimmy, right? So it's different. You've got
Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, but quarterbacks. I mean, we know.
Brock Purdy.
Let me play devil's advocate here. Last night was bad, and trust me, there are some things that are Achilles heels for this team: turnovers and stopping rugged big men. Like those things are going to continue being problems. It feels like. But the 3-point ball, when you get no threes from Buddy, none from Quinton Post, none from Draymond, obviously a poor Steph performance shooting the threes, none from Gee, none from Jonathan Kuminga. Like, some of those guys are going to hit a couple threes. So the law of averages tells you you're going to shoot a little better.
JK, by the way, the only one in the plus figures, the plus minus, which is not the end all be all, but
I thought he played unbelievable help defense in the second half.
I did too.
Moody too.
First half was not his greatest.
No,
but again,
nobody played good in the first half.
This is his third game back. Like, let's take a deep breath here with Jonathan Kuminga. But no one, to your point, 13 points for him off the bench, 4 assists.
How about the left-handed layup that he finger rolled and got fouled?
I was exactly going to the paint. Like, he got 8 free throw attempts. Now he needs to make more of them, 5 of 8, but you expect that kind of from Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, but he does have to shoot better.
He does have to, but so does Jimmy Butler. 4 misses for Jimmy? You can't have that.
No doubt. And Kevon Looney too.
And Draymond Green. No doubt. Gary Payton, no one else can make a free throw for and ones. He
misses that and one late. He gets the layup, Draymond, and he misses the free throw.
Right.
It's a big play.
It is.
And then on the inbound play, Draymond getting called for an offensive foul. Yeah. It just can't happen. It just can't happen.
Draymond Green, the aforementioned, talking about after the game, a mental letdown, he's calling it, by the team.
Definitely, but, they still have an MVP, still have high caliber players. We just got to be better in that situation. I think they did a lot of things to screw us up, and then once the team get in the rhythm there, got some really good NBA players over there. So once the team get in the rhythm, it's hard to break it. And they got into a rhythm fast.
It threw me off there for a second. I was like, wait, Jokic didn't play. Oh, yeah, Russell Westbrook has an MVP. That's right. That's who he's alluding to. I was like, let's relax here. I don't think it's a Russell Westbrook MVP type of season for him. But to his credit, that was a vintage Russell Westbrook game where I know, and he's 36 years old, by the way. He's going to be 37 this year, same age as Steph. But the energy level for Russ, I will never question. And that is something, and today, again, I mentioned earlier, when I saw a lackadaisical effort early on for the Warriors where their energy level at home on a Monday was low, I didn't see that from Russell Westbrook early on. And I think that fed to the rest of the roster. And I just didn't see that conversely with Golden State, Joe Shasky. It's disappointing at home.
I can't stand Russ, but I also acknowledge I've been to 3 games, home games for the Warriors against Russ over the years. He is one of the great WWE-like characters. No, I mean this in a good way. In a league where I have no idea who's playing on a given night, I know if he's suiting up, he is going to be giving me all of the antics to the crowd. He'll hit a shot and he'll shh the crowd. He hit a 3 late and was doing the 3 thing. He understands how to play the villain role to perfection. And in a league where I question the effort of a lot of players, I don't ever question his effort.
No.
I question shot selection,
decision making,
and his hubris, and things like that.
As a teammate, low-key too sometimes.
But you know what? I do respect the hell out of him, and I'm with you on that. And I think as his career has gone on, and I've got a chance to watch him for almost 2 decades now, there is something to be said. Russ is an all-time competitor.
Yes.
We can argue about all the flaws in his game and where he stacks up amongst his own contemporaries as one of the great players. And the MVP award, looking back on it, we can retcon and say it was fake. Look, he earned it. I'm going to give him credit.
He averaged a triple-double for his season.
He earned it. But the guy plays hard as hell, and I do respect him.
And again,
I do.
That's why it was so frustrating watching that effort on the other side because, quite frankly, Denver, they could have rolled over in that game. They didn't have their 2 best players. They're on the road against the hottest team in the NBA. Now that the Cavs lost, the Warriors are the hottest team in the NBA. And they had all the reasons to, coming off a disappointing loss in Washington, against Washington, I should say, when Jordan Poole had an amazing shot. They had all the reason to lay down yesterday, and they didn't. And the Golden State Warriors played like a team resting on their laurels and was buying into the hype yesterday. And you can't do that right now. You can't buy into your own hype when you're still clinging to a 6 seed in the West when the Minnesota Timberwolves, who lost yesterday, are a half game back. The Los Angeles Clippers have won 3 in a row. The Clippers have won 3 in a row, and all of a sudden they're just a game back from you. And do the Clippers have the season series over them? Am I tripping, or do the Warriors have it? Can we get on the crack staff at the back? Please get that to me if you can. But no, that, again,
said please at least.
Please, I'm sorry. You're right. I need to be more
you
polite.
Said please. You said
okay,
please.
Oh, I did. Okay, thank you. But that's, again, another layer to this is you're not out of the woods. Just because you've been this damn good, and I think a lot of Warriors fans are looking, it's wow, we've won so much, but we haven't gained this much ground because the West is so deep. Yeah, if this was the East, you'd be chilling, but you're not in the East. This is the West, and for the entirety of Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson when he was here, Draymond, like all the West is a dogfight, and now more than ever, when you look at these teams, the Nuggets, the Lakers won again yesterday. They're looking like with Luka back, Luka's finally finding his footing there. Him and Reeves, they're doing something, right? The Grizzlies, and then the Rockets, they've won 7 in a row. They're the hottest team in the West now. Like, just very frustrating yesterday. I'm frustrated just talking about it as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Joe Shasky.
So it's 94-85, and he subs Curry in for GP2 and Buddy Hield in for Moody. Okay, and Buddy just didn't have it going. And I didn't love that. All right,
it's the Buddy Hield experience, unfortunately, and that's just what we've come to. It is what it is at this point.
I know you're searching for him to hit a bucket or two. Like, believe me, I understand that. And then he subs out Jimmy Butler and subs out Draymond Green in the consecutive minutes after that. And I didn't like their combinations with 8 minutes to go till the end of the game. I understand that you went with Quentin Post early and he got cooked, and he did. He got attacked. He got blitzed really hard. You need to go back to the young man. For the spacing on offense to free things up, if you looked at their half-court offense, it was so congested. And I just didn't love the combinations. I thought they waited too long to sub Moody back in. I thought that I understand why you try to give Jimmy a blow, but Jimmy needed to go back into that game. And I thought they went with Looney a little too long as well. And look, it's easy to play, Monday morning quarterback the day after. I'm talking about in real time. You saw, I was texting the group thread. I'm like, get Jimmy right back into this game. Yeah. This is a must win. I'll worry about tomorrow and my combinations and my lineups tomorrow. And I thought that it was twofold. Number one, you didn't have a big. Number two, you didn't have the comprehensive spacing offensively, and it was super stagnant. And if Buddy's not going to hit any shots, no one's going to guard him. If GP2 is going to be passing up that corner three, which he was taking earlier in the game, no one's going to guard him. And so I think you're making things more difficult on a night where Curry clearly doesn't have it. I needed Jimmy to be the focal point of the half-court offense, and I kind of needed Steph to defer to him a little.
888-957-9570. Stephen Curry potentially not playing today. We'll see if Steve Kerr's going to hold him out. Is that the right move? You saw him struggle yesterday. He's been dealing with the back. Like, is it time to protect Steph from himself when it comes to these games? Or are you saying, hey, no. Like, we need Steph. Like, this Bucks game tonight has almost turned into a gotta have it. I'm not going to say a must win, but it's a gotta have it. Yesterday turned from a gotta have it to a must win when I saw that Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray were not playing in that game. Like, that's when I was like, okay. And I was fully on board with what you said in the text thread, where it's like, you better blow this team out. Flex your muscles on them. Again, it goes back to the mentality of this team, right? 9 straight losses to one opponent. I don't care who it is. It does something to you. There was an element of this. 9 times. Shout out Ferris Bueller, right? Like, the Spurs for the longest time. How many was it in a row against the Warriors in San Antonio? It was something ridiculous.
It was like 25.
It was ridiculous.
It wasn't games. It was years.
It was. It was literally like 25 games in a row or something.
It was insane. Yeah. Like, they couldn't beat them there. And there was that mental hurdle that they had to get over to beat that team. And eventually, they beat them in the playoffs. And, Kawhi Leonard, he gets hurt. The rest is history. But there is a mental aspect to that I do believe they need to clear because let's be honest, like, the season ended today. Look at the Western Conference standings. You're playing them in the first round. Do you like your chances?
No.
Do you like your chances?
That's
yesterday?
The one team, even more so than OKC, because of the rugged big. Now, I know Hartenstein is going to be a rugged big in his own right. Yeah. But, like, Aaron Gordon has destroyed the Warriors. Destroyed them. And we know what Jokic can do. The guy's averaging 30, 12, and 10 or whatever the hell it is. 2 big
bodies right there.
And with their spacing, with the shooting, if guys are hitting shots, that is a deadly team. And again, I'm looking at the Warriors, and I think that their defensive strategy, I'm talking about Denver's, they were like, Buddy Hield will let him shoot all day. We're never going to guard Kevon Looney. We're not going to guard Guy Santos. We're not going to guard GP2. So the lineups that you have offensively, there's some give and take here. If you're not going to get stops on defense, you got to give your best offensive lineup out there. And again, I keep going back to these subs. 4-minute mark. You bring back, because Draymond had foul trouble, you bring back Draymond Green for Looney, Kuminga for Buddy Hield, but you go to GP2 for Santos. I wanted Moody at that point. I needed Moody right there.
And a day where and I think rightfully so, we gassed up Steve Kerr yesterday. We did, rightfully so, talking about him as one of, if not the best Bay Area coach in sports history.
I'm nitpicking. I admit it.
No. He didn't have his best game, I thought, when it came to subs. I thought he panicked. Going away from Quentin Post, only 8 minutes for him. Like, you're going to need Quentin Post if you have a playoff series against that team. And for his confidence, too, like, I would have liked to see you go back to him, too, just to see, just a couple minutes, like, just to see if things could go well with Quentin, because the worst thing you could do is pull him out and then just not give him any more touches after the game.
Think about what he did with Pods the last 2 years. Anytime Pods struggled early in a game, he went back to the well with Pods and gave him opportunities to redeem himself.
What does that signal to you if you're a player? The coach has belief in you.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that Steve Kerr doesn't have belief in Post, because he's played him a bunch the last couple months. But in a game like that where it had like a playoff feel to it, the way that Steve was doing these lineups, and quite frankly, he got a little tight, it felt like at times. And going away, because he's going to his trusted veteran, Kevon Looney.
Trusted guys.
Like the guys he trusts. So that tells me he doesn't have that trust quite yet in the Quentin Posts of the world, right? He went to Guy Santos, Gary Payton. He trusts Gary, and maybe he should have trusted Moses Moody a little bit more at times. Like,
look, maybe I'm just caught in a moment on Moody.
No.
But Moody was diving on the floor. There was a possession where Jimmy Butler dove on the floor.
I think it's fair.
And then Moody's diving on the floor, and I'm like, dude, this guy wants it, dude. And I just think that he doesn't get some of the same leeway as some of the other players. And look, GP2 hit a couple big threes. But like, those are the kind of games where, like, when GP2's hitting, just take it. That doesn't mean you got to roll with it the rest of the game. We know it's going to be streaky at best.
Steve Kerr yesterday on the natural letdown of yesterday's loss.
Just overall execution. Body language was bad. These are always tough nights. Like I said, you go into a game and the other team's best players are out, and it's like there's like this natural letdown. Even though you raise it, you bring it up, you talk about it. We got what we deserved for sure.
Get what you deserve.
Wow.
Like, that's, again, going back to the parenting style. You got what you deserve. And that's a great way of putting it. And I like that, because it's a no-nonsense, no-excuse business right now with the Warriors. And you can't afford to have slip-ups like you did yesterday, because you're going to be going on a road trip. And I get it. You're probably looking ahead. It's like, man, if we handle our business tonight, wow, no Jokic, no Murray. Wow, if we win this game, okay, we might be feeling good. Maybe we have a blowout. Maybe we can rest some guys. Oh, okay, we got the Bucks tomorrow. Giannis and Kyle, we'll see. We kind of handled them in Milwaukee, right? We look ahead to the schedule, and it's, oh, wow, you go on the road, and the Raptors finish up this homestand. The Hawks, they're not very good. Oh, the Miami Heat, they've been struggling. The Pelicans, the Spurs. Wow, we can really get fat and happy, and maybe we can get into the 5th or 4th seed. Like, I think that crept in their minds a little bit yesterday, Joe Shasky. And it showed in the first quarter and in the first half. And then they were just trying to claw, and they just couldn't. And that was a veteran performance in a well-coached game from Michael Malone. And conversely, it was the opposite for the Golden State Warriors. And I think it's as simple as that. And now all eyes, again, on Stephen Curry, whether he plays tonight. Should he play tonight? Should he not? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr seems to think Steph is tired. Steph says he feels fine, but the back, like, I'm officially concerned about the back now. I'm officially concerned about it.
I might be the only one who feels this way, and that's fine. I'll be out on it, but they're not better without Steph Curry. I'll preface that. I still think they can win this game without Steph, because I think we're underrating the contributions of the others, and I'm not ready. We just saw Denver rest 2 of their best players, and everyone else rose to the occasion. I need the rest of this roster to rise to the occasion on one night and give, if that's what it takes. And we think that it's best for him to take a step, down so that he can take a couple steps forward, come back Thursday, and he's rocking and rolling.
Well, this is the reason you acquired Jimmy Butler, is it not?
Yes,
and so you can stagger games like this.
Now.
You have Kuminga now, so you have
and hopefully Pods comes back.
Exactly. Well, that's what the expectation. Hopefully, is that Brandon Podziemski does make his return. Obviously, dealing with some back pains the last couple of games. So
and
hopefully
I think it'd be galvanizing for Jimmy Butler, because to me, I'm watching that game and I'm texting the thread, almost pulling my hair out. I go, guys, this is the Jimmy Butler. This is why you got him. Is on a night where Steph's kind of not got it going. Steph, you play decoy to Jimmy and let Jimmy cook. I wanted Jimmy to kind of go alpha mode, and he did a little, but not enough for my liking. I think tonight's the night where it's like, sit Steph, Jimmy and the boys, step up. Moody step up, Pod step up. I want to see Kuminga step up. I want to see Draymond step up. And I'm not saying he needs to carry the load as a forefront scorer. I'm saying carry the load as a forefront playmaker. That's what I want.
I have seen Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy. I'm not asking for playoff Jimmy per se.
Yeah, I don't need 60 from Jimmy.
No, but I need that mindset.
Floor general.
I need that mindset that he brings into playoffs in a game like tonight. And against a team, hey, quite frankly, you've owned, Jimmy, the Milwaukee Bucks.
It's a great call.
You've owned them. Giannis.
Great call.
You got headspace in that organization, James Butler III. So I want to see that tonight. By the way, speaking of Jimmy Butler, he also echoed the same sentiments of a natural letdown last night in a loss.
Yeah, but that's no excuse. I think that's when you get guys that play incredibly hard to prove that they belong in this league. Good for them. We just didn't bring it tonight from jump, no matter who was on the floor. I'm not going to say that we overlooked anybody. We weren't the most physical team. We didn't execute. We didn't get back. We didn't do anything that got us these wins as of late.
What I so appreciate that. Like
the leader right there.
We didn't overlook it. We didn't play well. We played soft. And he basically called them out in terms of toughness. And quite frankly, in back-to-back games, you kind of can. And I know that Draymond got the last laugh against Cat, and it was funny. Cat did dominate them.
He did.
And OG Anunoby did dominate them. Yeah. And then in back-to-back games, now you have Aaron Gordon dominating them. Well, guess who's on deck tonight?
It's the Greek Freak. One of the best big man, if not the best, in the game. We're going to talk about that on the other side. Plus more of your calls, more of your texts. Plus, it's the day after a Warriors game, folks. It's time to play the game. We haven't done this with a lot of losses. I think it's our first time we've done it during a loss. Do you believe this team can win it all? We're going to play that game. We're going to start lining them up. 888-957-9570. That was a tough loss yesterday. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Safeway. We're broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, baby. Shout out Laughing Monk. I'm sure they were crushing it yesterday. I'm sure we like to see a Golden State Warriors win at Laughing Monk, but it is what it is. They'll try to do it today as Warriors Live comes to you at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off at 7. That's all coming up next. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast.
We got what we deserved.
Gordon. Pressured far sideline by Curry. Picks up his dribble. Pass stolen by Draymond. Back to Curry. Curry dribbles down the lane. Lob. Kuminga. And it goes out of bounds. Goodness. A silly play.
Oh, no.
Curry could have pulled up for a three there.
Way too casual.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's just nice to see JK on the floor again. Thank you, Jonathan Kuminga. The way he says Spadoni, it makes me feel very good. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. It's Joe Spadoni. It's Joe Shasky. And we're reacting to a disappointing loss, to say the least. 114-105 the final as the Denver Nuggets get the dub for the 9th
We got what we
straight
deserve.
time. No, they did. You get what you deserve. All right? What is it? You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. Was that the Rolling Stones? Yeah, get what you deserve.
The thing I always tell
Nine times.
9.
I always tell all of the kids, whatever sport, whatever you're into, if you're into the debates, if you're into history, whatever you want to get into.
White Lotus.
You get what you put in.
Yeah.
Right? Like the output that you'll receive is based on the input you put. And and so yesterday I thought they came out lackluster. I thought that they were very indecisive in the half court, reckless. They weren't boxing out. They were doubling late and they were hanging off of guys. And there's already a physical mismatch. And then they didn't hit any shots. And then when they had opportunities, they missed many, many, many free throws. They were throwing the ball away. They were taking bad shots. It was a masterclass in what would be their Achilles heel if they're going to lose the series.
Exactly.
These things will all rear their ugly head.
And no guests today. The people are the guests, Joe Shasky, and I want to hear from them at 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text. So again, you can text. If you don't want to call, that's okay. I'm a millennial. I get it. I send text messages. I don't need the voice memos. I don't need the FaceTime. Just send me a text. All right? 888-957-9570. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. We got the Do You Believe segment coming up in about 10 minutes. It's a new one. So if you're just joining us for the first time, you're listening, it's like, what is it? Do you believe? After every single Warriors game, Joe Shasky and I, we play the game. We ask the people. You come, it's rapid fire. Do you believe this team could win a title? It's the oldest question in sports history, sports talk history. Do you think this team can win a title? We ask it after every single Warriors game. And this is the first time we're doing it after a loss. So I am curious to hear from the fans. And maybe they think this is just a one-off, Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570. Is this just a one-off loss? Or is this a sign of things to come potentially? This is the first team they played where we were looking at it like there's like expectations. Okay, it's cute. You beat the Knicks, solid team, good team. They're in the East, though. This is a team you might actually be playing in the playoffs. It's one thing.
Back to the morning roast.
There you go. Now back to the morning roast. We are back. But this is one of the teams that you're actually going to be playing. And then you look at, the Kings, all right, the Mavericks, the Suns, the Blazers, you can handle those teams. But like this was the one we all circled for weeks. We were circling this weeks. And then you have Joker and Murray and you lost it. So yeah, I'm a little perplexed, I guess, this morning with the mentality of this team, with the veteran-laden players that they have, with the coaching that they have. And I saw it yesterday. Whoever posted on our social, shout out to them. I think it might have been Whitley. Shout out Whitley, the great Whitley Sandretto. Just zooming in, did you see Steve Kerr going at his assistant coaches yesterday? He was going at them, yelling, whether it was Stackhouse, whether it was Stotts. He was going, I thought a clipboard was going to be broken. He was pissed early in that game.
Well, I mean, I love that you go at your coaches, but the reality is like, look, the franchise's greatest player, there are times and a place to go at him. I thought he was terrible yesterday. By his standards. We're going terrible by his standards. Come on, Steph Curry. And it's okay. Like, I've seen Belichick yell at Brady. Yeah. That doesn't mean that he doesn't.
Famously, the OCs, whether it's McDaniels, Bill O'Brien, they go at him.
They all go at each other, which I'm a believer in creative tension. It's sports. It's billion-dollar business, and guys are going to go at it, and they're going to be heated. That doesn't mean you can't kiss and make up, right? But I just, like, is it on Jerry Stackhouse that Draymond Green and Steph Curry were firing full court passes after getting big stops? Was it on Jerry Stackhouse that Kevon Looney just physically can't stay, box out Aaron Gordon? No. Is it on Jerry Stackhouse? I'm just using him as an example. On Terry Stotts that Buddy Hield can't hit water if he fell out of a boat in the middle of the ocean? Is it on Terry Stotts that they missed some calls on Kuminga driving to the lane? And everyone on the court stopped playing offense and defense and just started complaining? Is it on the coach that Draymond Green got caught for an offensive foul on an inbound play?
It's not on the coach, but I'll say this. It starts with him when it becomes like, again, we call our coach, okay, Matt Nahigian. What does he always talk about? Urgency. And we laugh at him. We make fun of it. There was no urgency last night. And I felt early in that game, that's why we're talking about Steve Kerr going out as assistant coaches, and we have the full video on our Twitter page and our Instagram page at 957 The Game. That was him calling out, obviously, the coaches, but that was more so the team. He wanted the team to see him going at his coaches saying, no, from top to bottom, the energy level is not acceptable right now. And he talked about it yesterday after the game, Joe Shasky.
No sense of urgency. There was no good energy, no good body language. Feeling sorry for ourselves early. It was a tough night.
Feeling sorry for ourselves early.
Early, I agree with. I actually thought Moody and Kuminga brought an intensity in that third quarter on like a lot of off-ball helping and whatnot. Like I saw Butler diving on the floor. I saw Moody diving on the floor. I saw Kuminga with a hell of a strip late in that game, especially. There were moments. I would agree early in the game, though. They didn't have it.
No, they did not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Caller text. We got Do You Believe segment coming up in about 6 minutes. Again, start lining them up. 888-957-9570. The fastest growing game show in Sports Talk Radio history. Do you believe that the Warriors will win a title? Shamar is in Sausalito. He wants to join in the conversation, though. What's up, Shamar? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, fellas, how's it going? Hey, I'm just wondering, is it anything that TJD did that put him in the doghouse? I think last night would have been a good example, to bring him out there. Athletically, we get mismatched almost every night, and it's just apparent to me, when I see him in the game, he's not a perfect guy. I think he's not, mean enough for Steve Kerr's liking, but athletically, just his presence and his size would have been good last night, just to warm him up for tonight. When I think against Giannis, he's had some great moments, but Kerr has to figure out a way to empower the big guys and take advantage of their gifts. And I think TJD would be someone that can make a difference when Looney can't. Looney at times, he has to pump fake. He does as much as he can with what he has mentally. He's there, right? But TJD, I think it would be good to see him playing with Jimmy Butler.
When you agree, like
call Shamar.
Looney for me is one of those guys, like against the grounded players, he does really well. Like Domantas Sabonis is a great example.
Not really athletic, but they're big, but like not super athletic.
No, and he's a load, but not to the degree. Like Aaron Gordon is not only much stronger than Sabonis, way quicker, and that second jumping ability, that leaping ability, it's got more handle than him. I think he's got a variety of moves to get to the hoop and get into his spots. I actually think his post game is underrated.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he crushed them. And I think that there is a point to be made on TJD getting an opportunity. Kerr just loves Looney, and I get it. But there are certain nights where I can almost tell right away Looney doesn't fit. Like I almost knew right away when he checked back in the fourth quarter. I'm like, what are you doing?
Like I get it with Trace Jackson Davis when they have the Joker out there. I get it. Like I don't want him playing against that guy.
Again, a more grounded player.
Correct. To your point, I've seen Trace Jackson Davis stuff and Anthony Davis. I've seen him stuff Giannis when Giannis is trying to yam on him. Like those athletic guys, to your point, there is something to be said about that. It felt like heading into the game, they were all preparing for Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and then they got the memo about an hour early, like, oh, these guys aren't playing. Okay, well, we'll still throw out Looney, we'll still throw out Post. They just didn't go to Trace Jackson Davis for whatever reason. And again, if you're not playing Quentin Post, why not throw out TJD for a couple minutes? Just for a look.
When you're getting dominated underneath and look, the numbers are going to say, oh, they got out-rebounded by 12. If you told me they got out-rebounded by 32, I would have believed you.
Yeah. No, that's what it felt like. Right?
Yes.
It felt like they were dominating the boards, whether it was a Russell Westbrook, whether it was an Aaron Gordon, whether it was some of these guys, the Chonchars of the world. So yeah, that was frustrating. But I also understand.
Say his name again.
Hold on. It's
Vlatko?
No, it's Vlatko Chonchar. There you go. Vlatko. Yes. It's a great name. You could,
And then GP2 at 26 minutes last night. I thought he was really good in
he was great. He was 8 of 10.
He was really
He could
good
not
in
have asked
spurts.
for a better for a game like offensively from Gary Payton II. And he's active hands
But
too.
with 5-6 minutes to go, he passed up a couple of corner threes and then passed back into a double teamed other player. Like, if you're going to be out there, you got to rip that corner three shot because you're going to be left open all the time.
That's a good point.
He did finish around the rim really nice. I would have went to Moody because I think it spaces the floor a little better for Steph in the final like closing minutes of a fourth quarter.
All right, couple minutes here. We're going to play Do You Believe? Start lining them up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text 888-957-9570. Thank you, Bonte. Joel is in Petaluma, though. He was at the game and wants to talk about it. Joe Shasky. What's up, Joel?
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Good. It's going good.
So yeah, I was at the game last night. I got there early on. I actually watched Steph Curry shoot around. That guy is unbelievable. Does a lot of stuff. You could tell he was a little tired, beat up. He was taking little breaks in between. Kind of seemed, like he was stretching his back. So he was obviously hurting. So days prior, Jimmy Butler was saying, he was comfortable. He was fine because they were winning. But he said when it was his time to shine, that it will be known. And I think last night would have been the night for him to really kind of take over, put that load on his back a little bit.
It's a good point, Joel. That's why you got Jimmy Butler. You got Jimmy Butler so you could, take some of this load off of Stephen Curry physically and emotionally, honestly. Like, everything's involved. Like, and Steve Kerr spoke to that, just where Steph has been at with this team. And he's been playing well, to his credit. Steph's been playing, like, the rejuvenation factor is real. What Jimmy Butler has provided Stephen Curry and this organization, that is for real. Now it's time to, practice what you preach a little bit. We brought Jimmy in here to help Steph out for sure. Like, okay, then protect Steph from himself tonight. The problem is, tricked off yesterday. So you put yourself in a very tough situation where, you're playing a Milwaukee Bucks team that's also playing for something. They're not, they're no slouches either. You got one of the best players in the game. And if Damian Lillard's going, then yeah. And I expect Damian Lillard to have a good game if he does play tonight because he's back home, like in the Bay Area. Like, he loves playing here. So all of a sudden this game went from gravy to, no, we need this badly.
Very few times am I watching the Warriors in the last 15 years where I'm like, tonight he just doesn't have it. And the team is actually playing a little better, cohesive offense and defense with him off the floor. And that was Steph Curry. And he checked back in, and I didn't back in. I'm like, dude, I just hope he acquiesces, doesn't try to go nuclear. He just hasn't got it tonight. Now, there's been many nights where I've thought that, and then in the final 7 minutes, he goes nuclear and does some wild stuff that blows our mind. Right. But last night wasn't that night. And to the caller's point about Jimmy Butler, I was begging for them to be a little more methodical after getting a stop when they've been chasing all night, and Denver has been answering big shot with another big shot and kind of turning the faucet off. It's a game of momentum, and they would get it to 5, and then a reckless turnover. They would get it to 5, and then Kuminga in the lane gets fouled, no call. They go the other way, big 3. Now we're back up to an 8-point lead, right? And it's like, and then Steph, I got to shoot a 3. I got to shoot a 3. I got to shoot a 3. It's like, no, let's just get into the lane. And I really wanted to see Jimmy put his imprint on last night's game in particular, because it felt like it was up in the balance, and they had moments to maybe cut it to 3, cut it to a 1-score game, and they just couldn't do it.
888-957-9570. Start lining them up. It is time to play America's fastest growing game show. Do you believe? Hit it. Oh, I love the music. I got my microphone right here, boys and girls. Do you believe? It's America's fastest growing game show. Joe Shasky, I'm going to go to you first as we go to the calls here in a second. Coach Hall in San Diego, Mark in Berkeley. You're on deck, 888-957-9570. Warriors, tough loss last night, but you know what? They're at the 6th spot in the West, currently still, clinging to a half-game lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Joe Shasky, do you still believe this team could win a title?
They can win a title. But
oh no,
if they play certain teams, certain matchups, and they get Aaron Gordon, again, he's going to dominate them again. He might not score 38, but I don't know if they've got an answer for those guys. We've now seen it against the Knicks twice, and we've seen it against Denver multiple times over the last however many years. Aaron Gordon is a load that they don't have an answer for. And those type of players, those rugged 6'8 to 6'10, 6'11 bigs who just want to eat glass on the offensive side and do the putback stuff, they don't have an answer for that. That's going back to the Tristan Thompson days. So if they face certain matchups like that, I'm very worried that could be their ouster. And you combine that with poor three-point shooting, missed free throws, and crazy turnovers, yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I still think they can win it. I'm not going to back off that right now. But if they face a team like that, they better be on their A game.
888-957-9570. That's the number. Start lining them up. Do you believe that this team, this Golden State Warriors squad, can win it all after a loss last night? Coach Hall is in San Diego. Come on down, Coach Hall. Do you still believe in this team?
What's up, fellas? I do not believe we're going to win the title this year because the ball it tends to stick, and Kerr is not going to go to the rotations that we need. I think he kind of gets stuck in the mud, and I just think we have a lack of shooting. So I'm going to go on the air of caution and say no.
That's Coach Hall in San Diego. We appreciate you, Coach Hall. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that this team can win a title? I'm going to go to the board op, to the technical producer, one Sam Lubman, whose belief is so strong in this Golden State Warriors squad that I got to ask you, Sam Lubman, do you still believe?
Yeah, I still believe a little bit.
That was not convincing at all.
I see four teams.
I like Brock Purdy.
We're not hard on Brock. I believe in the Warriors. I see four teams, gentlemen, that I think have a legitimate claim to win the championship this year. The Boston Celtics, that's one. Want to hit the number one?
That's you're good. Keep
Number
going.
one.
Number two.
Number two.
The Oklahoma City Thunder.
Number three.
The Denver Nuggets. And
number four.
I'll put the Warriors in that club, and that's where it ends. Those four teams. Those are the only four teams I say right now have a legitimate claim to win the title this year.
I think last night was a great example of what you're going to see a lot of, which is they're going to try to hunt Steph Curry over and over and over again in these pick and rolls. And that's nothing new. That's not anything new. But the combinations that you have out there defensively, simultaneously, the combinations that you have out there offensively are vitally important. And they've got to figure out these rotations right now with Kuminga back and Podziemski getting added to the mix. So we're in a wait-and-see pattern here.
Yeah, I guess I will add one addendum to that unwavering belief, and that is if the Warriors do run into the Nuggets in the playoffs, yeah, all bets are off. Just wrap it up right there. It's not
well, then you don't believe. All right, you're a non-believer.
I believe on certain conditions.
That's not what belief is. You believe or you don't in the Golden State Warriors, folks.
Well, the Nuggets get eliminated before they face the Warriors. It changes the whole thing. So,
okay, all right. Well,
there's more than one way to skin a cat.
All right, well, that's two. I don't think we can say that anymore, by the way. Skinning a cat, who does that even, can we say that? Is that PETA's going to get on us right now. Not only do we have the rats on the tables, now we're skinning cats. That's a no-go. PETA's not going to like that. And if you're wondering what PETA is, PETA, it's an acronym for something about animals. Anyways, do I believe? I know you're going to ask Joe Shasky. Do I believe the Warriors can still win a title?
Joe Spadoni, do you believe that the Warriors
You got to do your game show voice.
Hi, Joe Spadoni. Come on down. This is
do you believe
one of the greatest game shows that's ever been played. Let me ask you, do you believe that the Warriors can still win a title?
I absolutely believe this team can still win a title. I think this was a one-off. I think this was a case of letting your guard down. And I think this is going to be a good thing for the Warriors going forward, Joe Shasky. You know why? Because it reinforced urgency within this team. You can't sleep on anyone in the NBA, even if they didn't have the three-time league MVP, even if they didn't have their second-best player and an NBA champion in Jamal Murray, even if you were playing out against a Russell Westbrook-led team who had 7 turnovers for himself. Even if Aaron Gordon had 7 turnovers, you can't sleep on those players, even if you have Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. You can't do it, Joe Shasky. But you know what? When push came to shove, greatness rose within Aaron Gordon and Russell Westbrook, And I got to feel some type of way if I'm Stephen Curry this morning, if I'm Draymond Green this morning, if I'm Jimmy Butler heading into this game tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks, Milwaukee, of course, Algonquin for the good land, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Damian Lillard. They want to avenge a loss they had to you guys back in Milwaukee. Was that a month ago, a few weeks ago, whatever that was. So yeah, you better come out guns a-blazing tonight, because if you come out with lackadaisical effort like you did last night, it's going to be 2 losses in a row. And then all of a sudden, you lose to these 2 teams, that belief level is going to drop exponentially. So yes, I still believe now, but you got to take that effort and urgency up a notch tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. And that was, do you believe? So I think we still got belief. I'm calling it a one-off. Are you calling it a one-off, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. It was a very bad loss.
It's a bad loss.
It was. And you know what? It's okay to acknowledge that, because they've had so many good losses and they've won in a variety of ways. Listen, they're 14-2 when Jimmy Butler plays in a Golden State Warriors. They're like, let's not act like this is, the sky is falling here, but you got humbled a little bit last night. That was a little piece of reality yesterday. And reality is often sobering, and I'm not going to go disappointing. Shout out Thanos. But it was sobering yesterday. But I still think the cream of this team will rise to the top, and it does generally come playoff time. This was like if they were missing, Jokic and Murray for a whole series, like, yeah, the Warriors are winning the series. Like, I'm not worried about that if this is a given series. But a one-game situation, that could happen. The Wizards beat a fully strength Nuggets team a couple days ago, and the Wizards stink, and then we know what the Nuggets are. The Nuggets are a good team. So I do think this is a one-off, but a one-off that maybe needed to happen to this team to just kind of reinforce, that you can't sleep on anyone going forward.
The part that's hard to come to grips with for me is that I feel like this thing's coming down to, like, is Buddy going to hit a bucket or 2? Like, literally.
We know what he is, though. We've talked about it.
No, but there were moments late in the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, where they had chances to cut that game down to 5, 6, 4 points. And Buddy whiffed on some shots. And if he's not hitting threes and he's going to play 20 to 25 minutes a night, because he's going to, like, that's what Kerr's going to do. It literally comes down to, is he going to score 5 points?
3 of his last 5 games. Here's some of the numbers.
Give it to me.
2 points, 3 points, 8 points. And those are 2 of those against wins, obviously, because all they've done is win. But that was against the Pistons. That was against the Knicks. And then obviously the loss last night against Denver. Now baked into that, 2 of those 5 as well, 16 points and 20 points in wins against Portland and the scrappy Portland Trailblazers, and another blowout win against the Sacramento Kings. So it's a mixed bag. That's just kind of what you're getting with Buddy at this case. But I get it.
When he hits, I get the momentum goes off the charts, and then the team rallies, and like everything makes sense. When he's not hitting anything, he's literally useless.
It's frustrating to watch when you see guys like Peyton Watson and Hunter Tyson and the Chonchars, the Najis, like everyone else is hitting threes, but Buddy, you can't hit one. Like that, I do get that. That's why it's frustrating watching a game like that.
But you couple that with Guy not hitting, with Draymond not hitting a 3 last night. Like, it wasn't just Buddy, but I do feel like Buddy's like the litmus test. Like, Buddy hits a couple, and it just changes the floor. When Buddy doesn't hit anything, he's such a net negative. And he was contesting shots yesterday. I want to give him credit. Like, I thought he was playing hard, tough defense. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. hit one. He was all over him. I couldn't believe the shot he hit. Michael Porter Jr., he's a turnstile.
Yeah, no, well, he's had like 5 back surgeries, something ridiculous. His lateral quick. He's a big body. What is he, 6'10"? He's huge, but he just doesn't have that lateral quickness anymore with all those back surgeries that he's had. 888-957-9570.
How terrifying is that, though? Like, the season comes down to a couple Buddy healed threes. Like, that's what it feels like at times.
That's the difference between
terrifying.
But that's the difference between winning championships or not, is when the other guys step up. Like,
I know,
Jimmy Butler went to 2 NBA finals with the Max Struses and Gabe Vincents of the world. Now, those guys actually they're good. I don't want to sleep on them because they actually are good players. Gabe Vincent's been playing very well with Los Angeles, and Max Strus has been playing very well with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Like, those are good players, but you didn't know who they were prior to that. Like, no one knew who Duncan Robinson was or Tyler Hero. Like, they were a first-round pick, Tyler Hero, obviously, but no one really knew what you were getting there. And those are the differences. The Peyton Pritchards of the world, right? Last year, the Sam Hausers of the world with Boston, right? Like, those guys need to step up. We saw it with Gary Payton in that run, right? We've seen it with the Golden State Warriors. Hell, Nemanja Bjelica had a moment with the Warriors in that championship run, right?
But Jordan Poole to me is like that type of playmaker. And this is an interesting comment, and I want your opinion on this.
Jonathan Kuminga be that.
Well, I'm going to give you the other guy that I think not could give you the JP aspect, but the ball handling. JoJo, explain to me how they haven't beaten Denver in the regular season since Jordan Poole. Yet
9 times.
9 times.
Yet he has beaten them twice this season.
Well, there's a lot baked into that, right? Like, is that way too simple?
It is, but I would say they desperately miss the energy offensively and that playmaking ability and the stretch shooting of someone other than Steph Curry against Denver.
No Jordan Poole.
They're big and long, right? That team, they're very big and long. And I thought that last night their defensive strategy was excellent. They were basically like, hey, look, we know Steph wants to bomb away from three, and we're going to basically sag off of certain guys. And if they don't hit, great. We're daring Steph to beat us, by himself. And if these other guys score, fine, so be it. We can live with that. And when Quentin Post isn't hitting threes and gets yanked and doesn't come back into the game, when Buddy doesn't hit any threes, when Moody's not hitting any threes, when Draymond's not hitting any threes, and you got a couple from GP2, but it's not enough firepower to beat them. So I ask, Podziemski, now that he's shooting better, Podziemski is a playmaker. Could he be I'm not saying the difference maker, but could he be that missing element that they truly do miss that connects a lot of these lineups?
Well, Joe Chasky, we were talking about just last week. You thought this was the deepest bench in the league, potentially. Are we still feeling that way after that loss yesterday?
Well, without Pods, it's tough to tell.
I
got to see what they look like when they get.
It's going to come down to the
we
second
haven't seen them fully assembled.
I guess it comes down to second year Brandon Podziemski. This is where I start to get concerned with a loss like yesterday. It starts to get heightened against a team like Denver, right? We're relying on Quentin Post, right? And he played 8 minutes, and he got pulled very quickly yesterday.
He was getting blitzed early. I wanted to see him go back to him and give him a chance to redeem himself.
Just yesterday, heading into the game, you were feeling great about Quentin Post and Guy Santos. What are you feeling about coming out of that game last night?
Nothing. But they went back to Guy. They went back to Guy, and Guy was getting bodied. And it was not a good matchup for him. And he had a bad turnover as well, right? I didn't think that matchup was a good one for him against Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's bigger and stronger and faster than him.
I guess my question is, are you questioning the depth of this team after yesterday's loss?
No, I'm questioning their leader playing a bad game.
That's it? Is it as simple as that?
And I also think the dynamic in games where he doesn't have it rolling, I think he needs to be more open. We know he can go on a 4-minute run that's just spectacular. But this is why you got Jimmy Butler was in a game last night where you're really struggling offensively to methodically get good looks in the half court. That's what Jimmy brings to the table, to get to the free throw line, to fight back into a game like that. And I thought that Steph and Dre were kind of careless with the ball, and I wanted to see Jimmy take more of a forefront opportunity.
And again, if you're just joining us, Steve Kerr, after the game, this was him speaking about Stephen Curry's performance, and quite simply, he's just saying it. Steph looks tired.
He's tired. Been carrying us for a month. He's been amazing. He's tired, so we got to get him. We got to get him some rest. I just you can see it. He doesn't have his energy right now.
And Steve, is there a chance he rests him tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks? Which all of a sudden this feels like I got to have a game. Is he going to rest Steph?
No sense of urgency. Potentially. I don't know what, I got to talk to Rick, but he's exhausted right now. So we've got to absolutely consider giving him a night, getting him rejuvenated for the sake of him and our, the remainder of our games. But we'll see. But I think he's been tired the last few games, and so we've got to find a way to get him his juice back.
I'll own that. That was my turnover on downs right there when I came to both hotkeys. But he said potentially they're resting him tonight. And can you afford to rest Stephen Curry tonight? I would ask at 888-957-9570. Do you sit him or do you start him? It's as simple as that. 888-957-9570.
I can go both ways. I want to see this team actually play a full game without Steph, because I think that Kuminga needs it. I think Butler needs it. I think Draymond needs it. Pod's coming back. It's not the worst thing in the world. I really don't. And I know that sounds crazy, but you see what a win without your top dogs can do for a team. Does Denver feel more galvanized this morning?
Are you kidding me? If I'm a Denver Nuggets fan,
I'm flying high.
I'm feeling like, you know what? We didn't even have Joker yesterday. We didn't have Jamal Murray. I love our chances in the West against one of the hottest teams in basketball.
Exactly.
Jimmy Butler played, Hall of Famer. Stephen Curry played yesterday, Hall of Famer. Draymond Green, Hall of Famer. Oh, yeah, my guy Hunter Tyson and Peyton Watson were going up against those guys combined for 22. Yeah, I love our chances.
Yeah.
So, yes.
And the other thing with like these combinations and, the way that they're playing stuff right now, like when you take Quentin Post off the floor because he doesn't play well in the first quarter, I get it. Like defensively, he's a liability. But what he brings to the table is he can hit 2 or 3 threes that are huge momentum plays that open the floor up for others.
And you can get a shot over anyone.
That's kind of my point. And the one thing that I've noticed is like when he hits in that third quarter, it's like all of a sudden the floodgates open up and everyone else starts like being the benefactor of his spacing. And so I understand why you wanted to go away from him. But I think you owe it to yourself offensively when you're stagnant to go back to him because he can get that barrage going and open the floor up for others.
And you spoke to this about Gary Payton where there was the hesitancy there about taking those threes. Conversely, I don't feel that way at all about Quentin Post. I know he plays with the swagger and confidence that you need late in those kind of games, and I would have liked to see him in some of those situations. I get it. Steve Kerr is like, this is kind of a tight game. We really need this one. It was a tight game late. Maybe he didn't trust. Well, clearly he didn't. Quentin Post yesterday, you're going to need that trust factor again come playoff time or, again, after last night, dare I say play-in time, because that is what you're fighting for right now, staying out of the play-in box. You're only a half game up on Minnesota, who lost yesterday, which is why we're extra frustrated because you could have created some separation there.
And the thing is, like right now, I get where he's coming from, Steve Kerr, on the Quentin Posting. He's a rookie. You want to play it so, but you did this yo-yoing with Kuminga and Moody for 2-3 years. Have you learned anything from it? What you did with Pods was you empowered him. You went back to him. You gave him opportunities to grow from his mistakes within the same game. And I would like to see a similar tactic, especially on a night where it feels like none of the bigs are having success. It's not like Looney was having tremendous success against the bigs. It wasn't like Gee was having tremendous success. But what he can bring offensively overrides some of his deficiencies defensively. And maybe, just maybe, he learns from some of his mistakes and he becomes more tenacious. I don't know. I wanted to see Post get another opportunity, and I just felt like they didn't go down that way, and I thought it was a mistake.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a poll question out right now on YouTube, Sam Lum. I'm going to go to you for this. What's the question? What are the percentages? You're going to be my Steve Kornacki here. What are we at?
All right, so let's break down this board here. We got 254 votes in on this YouTube poll, all right? The question is simple. Do the Warriors need to rest Steph tonight versus the Bucks, right? 254 votes are in. 60%, that's 6% of the 254 votes are saying yes, he needs to rest tonight. 40% of these 254 votes are saying no, the Warriors cannot afford to rest Steph Curry. That is your YouTube poll question right now.
That was a great update for Sam Lum. That was a great. No, that's Steve Kornacki. It's not quite broadcast.
On the next update, I'll do it in broadcast.
There you go. Thank you.
So, like, whenever there are certain people in the industry, I'll just leave it as that. They change the inflection of their voice so that you know what they're saying is self-righteous and important.
Well, you're saying it's Jeremy Schaap, ESPN.
It's just like, can you talk normal?
That is normal for them. No, but that's the thing. That's the broadcaster voices. You got to do it.
And I'm Charlie Walter. Charlie, I love
that's
you.
Chuck Walter,
but
a
he
former
talked
teammate
like
here.
this.
I love Chuck.
It was almost as if he had to tell you that I'm on TV.
What if he
I love him, though. That's how he talked.
What if he hit puberty and that's what he sounded like? He's 12 or 13.
No one talks like that.
Hey, you never know.
Sir, what do you want from the deli? What I'd really like is a turkey sandwich with Swiss, a little bit of mayonnaise, little lettuce, little tomato, little onion. Thank you. That's absurd if you talk like that.
Go sleep on the pepperoncinis, too. I want some of those on there. A little spice, Joe Shasky. By the way, so 60% say rest him tonight. That's a little interesting.
61% now.
61%. It's growing. 61%.
It's a grower, not a shower.
Relax over there. All right. Sometimes it's cold out.
-3.
What do you do with Steph tonight, folks? You saw how he looked last night. Do you sit him? Do you risk it? What are we doing? 888-957-9570.
You had an opportunity to just gain a little bit of ground and give yourself some breathing room.
They squandered it.
You found out in like the second quarter, it's like, oh my God, they lost in overtime. The Timberwolves, that is. This is their chance. Let's do it. And it's just, gosh, it was so frustrating.
It's just Mark in Berkeley wants to join the conversation. What's up, Marky Mark? What you got?
I say rest them. And the thing you guys aren't realizing, the Warriors bring out the best in a lot of teams.
Yeah.
not just because they want to beat us, just their energy level out there will make teams play like they've never played before. And also, that game is just one game. Okay, we can afford to lose that game because we've been winning. And they get in the playoffs, and they're going to win. They're going to go to the championship.
Oh,
if they do what they were doing with a 13-man rotation, everybody has to contribute. And I know we're going to win. I know what's going on with this team.
Dude, you're locked in. Hey, Mark,
things out.
Mark, you're locked in. You're locked in with this team right now. You're the biggest Warriors fan ever, aren't you?
The way they played earlier, and I know they can do it again.
He knows.
Look, it's just
Mark knows.
Everything is so precarious.
Well, real quick, he said they could afford to lose that game. No, they can't. Like, that's the whole point of this.
If they lose
they
tonight,
can't afford to lose these games.
They're 0-3 against the Clippers. If they lose tonight and the Clippers win, they're all of a sudden, boom, 8 seed.
Yeah, like, that's the reality here of everything. And I get it. Like, you're looking ahead at the schedule and you've been playing a lot of crap teams. That's what I'm calling them there. They're bad. So you got the Raptors coming up. You got the Hawks. You got the Heat. You got the Pelicans and the Spurs. They're all cooked. Those are all bottom feeders trying to poop for Cooper Flagg, who we're going to be seeing hopefully play for Duke here in the tournament coming up. By the way, I have the Duke Blue Devils winning it all. So if you have Duke as well, you're probably cooked.
Now I can sleep tonight.
There you go.
Joe's got the Duke Blue Devils.
I mean, that's just what we're doing here. We're doing the bracket challenge at KPIX. I mean, it's going to be Duke and St. John's. What can I tell you?
I'm taking North Carolina just to piss everyone off.
I actually took them to win like 2 rounds just because I know that's what's going to happen because I've seen it all the time. Everyone's pissed that they're in and they're going to win. But the Golden State Warriors, like, and I hear what Mark's saying because there is part of me that does feel like this is a one-off and that they can get back and win tonight and everything feels better. But you're still going to look back at this game if they do make the play-in tournament at the 7th or 8th seed. Like, wow, we really squandered opportunity there. Like, we should have won that game.
Yeah.
And we didn't.
And that's why I'm so frustrated. Look, as great as Steph's been, as great as he is, he's an all-time legend. He had a bad game. I mean, that was equivalent to him throwing multiple picks in the fourth quarter of a football game, right?
The only question is whether or not he's going to show up on the injury report.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It's actually not Stephen Curry today on the injury report. It's Jung-Hoo Lee. Oh, I love that song, by the way. He's getting an MRI on his back after missing the last few spring training games. Lee's status for opening day will be determined by the results of the MRI. Manager Bob Melvin said the injury was not baseball related. Check this out. It was a product of Lee sleeping on his back wrong. How old is this guy? Like, I'm 30 and that could happen. He's in his early 20s.
Got Andrew Bogut.
Oh my God. It's just the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Joe Shasky. Be sure to tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity Stream Sports. From the best seat in the house with Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. What do you got real quick?
This has a potential to be close to the equivalent of a Javon Hargrave signing. That's how bad this deal is with Jung-Hoo Lee if he's really hurt. Well, this is not good.
If it's just sleeping wrong, hopefully it's not. It's nothing to be concerned about.
You missed the whole season last year for crashing into a wall.
Well, let's hope the Warriors aren't crashing into a wall after that last
4 more
loss
years.
last night. Yeah, well, let's calm down. All right, Giants season not even started yet. By the way, officially, Major League Baseball season did start today. Dodgers won it. I mean, they're just Shohei Ohtani doing what he does. Sam Lubbins, he's very excited.
I hate them.
He's very excited about what the Dodgers are going to do this year. He's the biggest Dodgers fan at this station. That's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Do you start Stephen Curry tonight or do you sit him on 95.7 The Game? beautiful Tuesday in the Bay. It was ugly yesterday. There was like spot showers in the East Bay and San Francisco. The roadways are slick, but the sun is shining on the Golden State. But Warriors, disappointing loss. 114-105 to the shorthanded Denver Nuggets. No Jokic, no Jamal Murray, no problem. You got your head coach, Steve Kerr, saying that your star player, Stephen Curry, who was 6 of 21 yesterday, just 20 points and 7 turnovers, he's saying he looks exhausted, he looks tired, and there's a possibility he doesn't play tonight on the back end of a back-to-back against the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, it's a huge decision. Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you, Sam Lubman, Matt Nahigian, all of you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. We are live from the Laughing Monk Studios, baby. Brewed righteously here in San Francisco. Shout out Laughing Monk. We love you. And we love the YouTube chat because it is also sponsored by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And also, be sure to download the free Odyssey app and take us wherever you need to go. Joe Shasky, disappointment all around in a major decision tonight from Rick Celebrini, from Steve Kerr, the coaching staff, all baked into it, and Stephen Curry himself as he is dealing with the back injury that I'm concerned about. And there's parts of me where I understand why you need to play him tonight because of the disappointment of yesterday and where you're just clinging to a half-game lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves. You need to start creating some separation there, and you're not doing it. But you need to protect players from themselves, and this is why I brought in Jimmy Butler, because the load on Stephen Curry was too much. So, yeah, I'm saying you sit him tonight. What are you saying?
I think you got to sit him, but I also understand that you might not have a choice. But here's the thing, though. Like, Steph's also got to acknowledge, like, late in last night's game, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. It's okay. You're an all-time legend. One of the greatest players any of us has ever seen. We got Jimmy to help you. Yeah. Not so you could go more YOLO mode. Like, we love when you do the crazy, miraculous, I'm on fire, let's do this kind of stuff. But they got Jimmy to give you a lifeline and to be the 1B to your 1A. And on nights where you clearly look a little tired, you clearly don't have it, you're clearly getting guarded by bigger, more physical players, it's okay to not take a starring role and be the co-star. And I just thought last night was a great example of him doing too much.
Got to be the best supporting actor, right? Like Sam Rockwell in that last episode of White Lotus. Steve Kerr, yesterday after the loss on Stephen Curry.
He's tired. Been carrying us for a month. He's been amazing. He's tired, so we got to get him. We got to get him some rest. I just you can see it. He doesn't have his energy right now.
Real quick, I'm just laughing because that's how I feel sometimes starting the show. I want to play that. Can we keep that soundbite on the board forever? Sam Lubman, Joe Shasker, he's tired. He had a long. It was a long night. That's how we feel. But like he hasn't been playing tired though the last month. Like that's part of it. Like we've been talking about him like in the bilateral knee tendonitis we were talking about. We haven't brought that up since the Jimmy Butler acquisition.
Because they've been winning.
Well, and he's looked refreshed.
He's had a couple of clunkers.
Sure.
I would say in the last 6 or 7 games, he had a couple of clunkers. But I think what that is, and the more and more I hear it this morning, and maybe I'm after hearing it 10 times or whatever, it hits you different. Is that him sending a message to Steph like, dog, pass the rock a little?
Well,
is that maybe the way that he's trying to communicate to Steph? It's not necessarily hey, maybe he needs to sit tonight. It's more like maybe you need to allow other people to, be the primary playmaker late in games.
Well, we were talking about head coaches and what they do well, and we had Jim Barnett, the great Jim Barnett, Warriors icon, courtesy of the River Islands guest line on yesterday with us. And if you've missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube, find the free Odyssey app. JB was great. And he was talking about the psychologist, Steve Curry. He said he's a psychologist and how he's able to relate to players and talk to them. But something that Steve probably learned from his former head coach, Phil Jackson, was speaking through the media, right? Phil was really good at speaking through the media, getting certain messages, to whether it's the league or whether it's to his own players. And maybe, like you're alluding to, maybe he was talking directly to Steph right there through the media saying, hey, he just looks tired. Well, Stephen Curry heard it or was told about it And he responded yesterday after the game saying this.
I feel fine. Obviously, I didn't play great at all, so everybody's going to, including coach, is going to try to figure out why. And mostly the turnovers, dumb plays all night, but had a really good run. You expect to have a level of consistency and whatnot, so when it doesn't happen, it becomes a question. I feel like more so my back that I was dealing with the last couple of days, see how that responds tomorrow. Otherwise, feel pretty solid.
Well, that's where I'm at with this. Are you fine or are you not fine? Like, because clearly your back's not fine because he said he's having to deal with it. Like, that's concerning to me. Now, is this just something that's flaring up because he's old age? Is this a lingering issue? Like, we're already dealing with Brandon Pajemski dealing with back spasms. Like, and he's been missing the last 4 or 5 games, however long it is. And hopefully he's back tonight. He was questionable yesterday. Hopefully we see some Brandon Pajemski tonight because, boy, do they need some more depth there and some energy, some guy that can attack the glass and get some of those boards. But Stephen Curry, deal with the back injury. And again, we're asking the question because it's a big decision tonight. After the loss yesterday in the back end of the back-to-back against the Milwaukee Bucks, do you play him tonight? More from Steph. Real quick, sure.
Let me jump in here. Do you know who the all-time leader is for the Warriors in assists?
Steph Curry?
Yep.
I thought this is a trick question.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. 6,400. Okay. Yeah. You know who's the all-time leader in turnovers?
Stephen Curry.
Yeah. By over 1,000.
Yeah.
All right. And he's basically at a 2-to-1 ratio. The biggest Achilles heel of his entire game is not defense, though defense was a weakness of his. It's the crazy, unnecessary, reckless turnover. It drives me insane. The ability for this guy to be able to do whatever he wants at times with the ball, but also simultaneously be so careless. And it's like there are points in games, especially the tight games, where it's like he's trying to put on the highlight package. The Harlem Globetrotter play. And you're like, you just don't need to do that. He threw one yesterday, the Pistol Pete pass, where it was like a bowling throw where he tried to throw it up and over. What are you doing? We got to stop.
Do not loft the balls. There's a sign at the bowling alley, folks. You can't loft those balls.
What are you doing? Now, look, when you hold the ball as much as he does, when you handle the ball as much as he does, and you score as much as he does, you play as long as he has, you're going to be the leader in a lot of categories. He's probably going to have the most misses ever.
All these Tom Brady stats.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
he has everything.
The point that I'm getting at is 2-to-1. That's kind of his ratio of assist to turnover. It has been a problem for him. Simultaneously, Draymond Green, same thing. Draymond's a little better. He's about 2.5-to-1 in terms of career turnovers and assist to turnover ratio.
4 turnovers yesterday for Draymond Green, though. 5 assists. So, again, it was not pretty from him. Was not pretty. Jimmy Butler had a couple of bad turnovers. Again, Steph with 7. Jonathan Kuminga had some bad turnovers.
That's been the biggest bugaboo of this team. And they used to be able to get away with it. They did, Joe. They used to be able to get. You can't get away with it anymore.
Well, it's easy to get away with it when you have Kevin Durant.
The margin of error is just too thin.
When you have Andre Iguodala, when you have Hall of Famers left and right on your team, and then you have the Sean Livingstons of the world, yeah, you can get away with having that many turnovers. You can't do that. And you do it against a team that was without their 2 best players. And they also had 20 turnovers too. So
and they're playing methodical.
Yes.
And they're playing, so you need to match their methodical play. You don't need to go up tempo. In that game, you weren't getting a lot of stops. So when you get a stop, you need to take care of the ball. And I thought 4 or 5 different times, like great example was the transition play. It's a 3-on-2, basically 3-on-1. And he's got Kuminga on the left side. And I don't know what he was doing. He didn't come to a jump stop. He's moving. He throws the ball right into the first row. That's got to be a layup. It's got to be a layup. I'm sorry, man. You've got the numbers. You've got the transition. You're one of the greatest players ever. He had a poor final 6-7 minutes.
And you alluded to Jimmy Butler. I thought that was one of his better shooting nights, 8 of 16 overall. It didn't, for the free throw line, that's where it hurt. 4 misses there. You had 3 misses at the line from Jonathan Kuminga. I like that their aggressive mindset. They were getting there. And that's something that we've just come to expect every single game, which I'm not going to sleep on the fact, is Jimmy Butler getting to the line, which is a huge part of this. And Steph got to the line a couple times. He was 4 for 4. But no one else outside of those 3 players were really doing that. And when they did get to the line, the Kevon Looney's of the world, the GP2, the Draymond Green for and 1 opportunities, they missed. And those things, they keep stacking up. And then all of a sudden you look at the box score, 15 of 27. That's 12 points right there. You win the game. Like, I know it sounds simple, but taking care of dominating the controllables is something that Robert Saleh used to say.
Always.
Free throws are controllable. You can do that. And I get it sometimes physically, like with the big boys, like the Kevon Looney's of the world, like kind of like Shaq, the guys with the really big, it's tough for them. But I know Gary Payton, you can control making a free throw. I know Draymond Green, you can control that. Jonathan Kuminga, you guys can work on that stuff. You got to be hitting those things, especially come playoff time, because that is going to be the difference between winning a series and losing it. That's going to be huge.
If Jonathan Kuminga wants to, and I love Jonathan Kuminga, but if he wants to take the next leap, going from where he's at as a free throw shooter now to the 80s is the difference in 5 or 6 points a game for him, because A, he'll be more confident in driving to the lane. He's going to get more calls, which right now he gets a very poor whistle. Like I'll die on that hill. I think he gets a very poor whistle, but I do think at times he becomes reluctant to drive because he doesn't trust the free throws.
Yeah. And you can't live like that.
No,
that's
Andrew Wiggins lived in that zone for about 2 years.
I'm not calling him this player, but that's the Ben Simmons category you do not want to go to.
The guy we saw on the big screen the other night, Andres Biedrins.
There you go.
When he would go to the free throw line, we would all cringe.
He got the yips, basically.
We literally, as a crowd, would like try to will him to hitting free throws.
Exactly.
Kuminga's not near there, but you get where I'm going. Like, you've got to be able to be proficient at the easy stuff if you want to be a $30 million player.
Well, we're watching a guy tonight where it takes his sweet time and it's turned into a joke almost. Giannis Antetokounmpo. The free throw line has become a thing, right? But takes forever.
But to Kuminga's credit, late in the game, he did hit the 2 big free throws on the one call that he did get. And so, crunch time free throws are important. It was the second quarter for me. Butler misses some, Looney, Kuminga. And then the big sequence for me was the non-foul call on Kuminga driving to the lane, and then an automatic 3 on the other end. That was a huge sequence.
There was so many of those yesterday. I think we played it where there was a Russell Westbrook air ball there with a couple minutes left, and it goes right to Gordon. He's just right there, gets a easy reverse layup.
And Booker Barnett, offensive rebounds that are air balls usually rebounds that are air balls usually go right to the offense.
Almost always.
Because you're expecting a ricochet.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. What did we do with Stephen Curry tonight, folks? A poor performance yesterday for him. He's clearly tired. 20 points, 7 turnovers. I chalk a lot of those turnovers. And when you see a lot of lazy turnovers, that, to me, that is a direct result of just being tired and being you're mentally and physically exhausted. And you do lazy things like that in life, really, too. And you saw how he looked last night. Do you sit him tonight, which is now a massive game against the Milwaukee Bucks? Or do you say, you know what, we'll bite the bullet, we'll take this. If he needs to get a couple days rest, we do it with the Toronto Raptors game. 888-957-9570. Do you sit him or do you start him? Let's go to JJ in Martinez. Gonna start us here, JJ. What you got, man, on Stephen Curry? Do you sit him?
Yeah, sit him. I hate to say it, but we should have sat him last night. But after last night, you got to let him rest. Got to let the big dog chill. All right, thank you.
Dang, in and out. JJ Martinez saying sit him, Joe Shasky. Stephen Curry, he alluded to the back, and he expanded on that yesterday after the game and the injury.
No, if I'm out there playing, it's because I feel good enough to play, feel good enough to be myself. So I don't ever kind of marinate on an injury or something that you're feeling. Because if I'm out there, I'm supposed to play. I'm supposed to play better than I did tonight.
Well, I understand that. I don't, but that's kind of a cop-out. He's like, oh, I'm not going to use it as an excuse. If I'm out there, I can play through. I was like, yeah, that doesn't make me feel good if I hear that, though. Like, maybe that's up to the Rick Celebrinis and the Steve Kerr, and that's why we heard from Steve Kerr yesterday saying, yeah, maybe we need to let him rest tonight and get a couple days off before playing the Toronto Raptors and ending this homestand with an absolute win, because you cannot lose to the Toronto Raptors after losing to that Denver Nuggets team yesterday. And here's a back and forth he had with our guy Anthony Slater, who will join us tomorrow, 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, and covers the team for Athletic, on the back and when it started.
What happened with your back?
It just started hurting.
A couple games ago, right?
Before what game was it? Yeah, last Thursday.
Middle of the game, just started bothering you?
It was actually pregame, but it's something I've dealt with a couple years ago, but it was just a weird thing that popped up, and it's more just managing it.
That does not sound good.
I do not like that at all.
When you say basketball player and back, who's the first name you think of?
Boy, actually, sneakily, the guy that we've been talking about, I think of Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, we'll see. I was going to go Larry Bird.
There's a lot. No, Larry Bird, like Larry shooters, Bird. Though. Like you think of the shooters, like, and the guy that because Michael Porter, like that's a player I looked at, like 6'10", just massive. And if you saw him at Missouri, just the size with the speed and the lateral quickness he had is outrageous. Where it's like, wow, this guy can do I understood why people thought like he could be number 1 overall pick potential because of everything, but like kind of a Giannis, right? But he was more built in his body early on. But he had like 3 or 4 back surgeries and just he's a stiff out there now.
You don't even need the back surgeries. Like when I think of a guy whose career was robbed of the back injury, Bill Walton. Well, obviously he had the knee and stuff, but it's Larry Bird laying on the ground on a towel, in the early 90s.
I also think of Steve Nash.
Steve Nash is another good one.
Steve Nash's back just flared up a lot.
And similar to Curry, God, how many miles did that guy put on his legs?
Yep. That's probably the comp, right?
Yeah, Nash is a great one.
Yeah, and he played until his like early 40s, right? You think of the old Laker like
constant movement.
Constant, and he's just getting stretched out on the floor, right?
Yeah, that's a really good call, actually. Steve Nash is a good one.
Right. Again, try not to overreact to the game yesterday, but it's hard not to, given all the circumstances that went into it. And I don't think we're overreacting. That was a bad loss.
It was a horrible loss. But it's not like it's not life or death, but the ramifications of losing that game have consequences.
888-957-9570. Let's go to the guy. It's Brian. He's in Palo Alto.
It's one of the worst losses of the year. It's not even close. Give it to me, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not overreacting. I mean, they did go 13-1 or whatever in their prior 14 or whatever it was, but and a lot of the other teams in the playoff race, like Minnesota, lost last night. I mean, you're going to have some bad losses. I mean, they were terrible. I mean, the turnovers were inexplicable, and they're not a team that can win anymore when they're going to turn it over 22, 23 times. It didn't seem like the Nuggets turned it over much, so. Yeah, sit him tonight. I think Pods is back. I think Pods being out for as long as he has, it's actually been a while, puts Steph on the ball more than he wants to, a lot more than he wants to. And they don't really have a backup point guard. And so, I think having Pods around will help. I still think they're a player away. So I'm really monitoring Kuminga to see if he's a $35 million player here down the stretch. Wasn't last night, wasn't the night before. I was at that Knicks game.
OG Anunoby and Cat destroyed them. Aaron Gordon, same thing. Those bigger, thicker, rugged guys kill them in the paint.
Yeah, OG's a big dude. Like that was being at that game. Like he's big, he's fucking thick.
Yeah,
and you don't really pick it up on TV. But hey, we're 39-29. I still think we have a pretty good chance to get the 6th seed. Man, it'd be nice if some of those teams started losing.
Jesus. They just can't. Everyone's winning in the West, Brian.
Last comment, man, did the Niners become a bad organization fast?
Hey, BPA, you open the door. Stay on the line. You open the door.
Oh, gosh.
I'm watching the Niners and their indecision. You look like the Raiders.
You look like the Raiders.
You look like the Raiders.
Brian, he literally said that during the break.
We don't want you. We want to trade you. We want to sign you. We don't want to sign you. Oh, my God, we just signed you to a big deal. Now we immediately want to get rid of you. We don't want to pay you, but we do want to pay you. You're signing somewhere else? Make a decision. This is what bad organizations do.
Here's a pretty good bellwether for how bad is this. Is Tim Kawakami is absolutely tearing them a new hole, right? And Tim doesn't do that a lot these days. Certainly not with the Niners. And, when you find yourself nodding on Grant Cohn's observations, right? And being like, I align more with Grant's worldview at this point than David Lombardi. Yeah, it's they're not a good organization. I'm not even asking the question. They're just, I don't know what the hell's going on. I can't believe that Kyle Shanahan is signing off on the stuff that's going on there. And it makes me think that he's not long for the 49ers after this year.
It sure feels that way.
It's good.
I know we cut him off there because we have to go to break eventually here. I'm kind of with him. All of this stuff that's going on with the Niners, and I don't really want to dive too deep in it right now.
Sure, you can,
But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't feel good about where this organization is going to be 1 year from now. I think they're setting this whole thing up to explode like dynamite.
Well, we had Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, and he likened it, and he's doubled down on it. He's like, it has an Andy Reid in Philadelphia feel to it, and you don't want that. Now,
I said what I said.
Real quick,
but here's the other part. If that's the case, why would I want to ink up the quarterback for multiple years that this guy that kind of only works with this guy? They're in a really... Dude, this whole thing is just, it's a house of cards.
It's a house of cards. I was going to say shout out Kevin Spacey, but no, we're not shouting out Kevin Spacey. Adam Schefter was talking about it yesterday, and I think this is what he's referring to. It's the Dre Greenlaw report where it was like, yeah, the Niners, they're trying to get Dre Greenlaw back, even though he agreed to terms with the Denver Broncos. Like, that just sounds like an organization that just doesn't know what they want.
Joe, they gave a tight end none of us has ever heard of.
That's your boy Luke Farrell.
Who's never caught anything of significance, twice as much guaranteed than Dre Greenlaw. Look, even if you would have paid Dre Greenlaw, right, and you'd have brought him back and he would have never played another down for you, you know what you would have said? You know what? It is Dre Greenlaw. We do love him. $12 million guaranteed would have got the deal done.
You know what? We have the sound. This is Adam Schefter on, I think it was with Altitude Sports yesterday. Shefty, ESPN, talking about the Niners trying to get Dre Greenlaw back.
The Niners were trying to get back Dre Greenlaw, even after Denver had an agreement done with him. They were pushing to get that done. And they were trying to flip his decision in this world that we live in where, people commit and there are agreements. And the Niners tried to flip Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco. And I think they were pretty persuasive, but not persuasive enough. And I think Dre Greenlaw stood his ground and kind of stayed with Denver.
What are you doing in San Francisco? I literally am asking the question, what is the blueprint for the 49ers this offseason? Because at first I thought it was trimming the fat. Then he brought back Kyle Juszczyk for some reason because we all said our goodbyes, but it's like, actually, no, Kyle, we want you back. And then you're having buyer's remorse again, or not buyer's remorse, or seller's remorse. I don't know what it is. So Juszczyk he brought back. You try to get Dre Greenlaw back. Like, the indecision is what is baffling for me for a franchise that has been so good at recognizing talent they wanted to keep. The last couple of off seasons, they've just been throwing bleep at the wall, hoping it sticks. And it's been biting them in the ass.
There are many dominoes that led to us, but the big domino that it feels like the changing point of the dynamic of the front office was the whole Brandon Ayuk thing. And I'm not blaming Brandon Ayuk. I'm blaming the team. Their indecision on that has carried over into everything that they've done. I don't feel good about it at all. And if you're telling me that Parag's going to have more power and Jed's going to have more influence and they're going to spend less money, well, I'm out on that. And I don't care about your soccer teams, and I don't care about these other squads you're running. I care about the Niners, the team that I've invested my heart, money, and soul into as a season ticket holder, loving this team my entire life. What are we doing?
The only soccer team I care about, Oakland Roots, home opener this Saturday, Coliseum. I'll be there against San Antonio FC, 7 o'clock, baby. Can't wait for that. We're going to be breaking that down. The Niners vibes are so bad. I'm not letting them leak into the Warriors. They had a bad loss. But you know what? Things are still good overall in Golden State. We're going to discuss that on the other side. It's Bedoni. It's Shasky, 888-957-9570. Join the conversation. Do you start Steph or do you sit him tonight? Major decision. Milwaukee Bucks in town. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is he still on the Warriors' radar come the offseason? We can get into that coming up. Brought to you by Frontier Ford.
Warriors have not had a run in a long time. Bad pass by Curry, his 6th turnover. A pass looped ahead by Porter Jr. to Gordon. He'll take it to the right corner and hit another 3.
Are you kidding me?
He's 4 of 5 from 3. He has 32 points.
Biggest bugaboo of this team.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love me some Big Pun. Aaron Gordon finishing with 38 points is Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. They'll be back in action again tonight. Warriors Live starting at 6, and the tip-off at 7 as your Golden State Warriors take on the Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah, Giannis is coming back into town. Do we start having those conversations again? Whenever Giannis comes, Giannis, the Warriors, is that chatter ever going to get? Like, certain players and conversations will never die. You seem to think it's Kevin Durant coming back here. I feel like the Warriors... The Giannis to the Warriors
There is a part
chatter.
of me that will never die.
Thank you, Steiny. There's part of me, the Giannis thing will never die, I don't think. But this is a huge game now. It's a huge game. And I want to say this and talk about this right now. 888-957-9570. Coming off that loss yesterday, was it a bigger loss because of the team you were playing against? Now 9 straight losses to the Denver Nuggets. Was it a bigger loss because of the team or because of where you were at in the standings? Like which one hurt more to you? Because the standings are the standings, and I get it. You're clinging to that spot. And I do think they're going to be a playoff team. I really do believe that. Now, I can't say that like with 100% certainty, but I'm 90% sure they're going to be a playoff team. But if the season ended today, you're going up against this Nuggets team, and I need to see them beat them like once in the regular season for me to have any shot of them playing in the like.
Yeah, but even if they would have won that game, or just on your playoff stuff, like even if they win that game, most people are like, yeah, no Jokic, no Murray.
I don't care. I just need to see them. Warriors beat the Nuggets. I could just
okay.
Like even last year when the Warriors beat the Lakers a couple times. Oh, but no Anthony Davis. Yeah, but you kept losing to that team in the regular season.
True.
There were some aspects to that where it's like, okay, yeah, and maybe LeBron was hurt for a game or Anthony Davis, but you beat him. I just need that mentally as a fan. And they couldn't even give me that yesterday. It almost feels worse because of the Nuggets that you lost 9 straight. And because Aaron Gordon, it wasn't Jokic, it wasn't Murray, it was Aaron Gordon, the local guy from San Jose. He dominated 38 points. It's like,
No, to me, it's the standings. Yes, definitely. I'm pissed because of who you played against, but it's the standings because you have no margin of error. And they sleptwalked through this game. It felt like at the beginning of the game, specifically the first quarter and a half, and it felt like they were like, oh, we're good. We're a 65-win team. This game doesn't mean anything. It's like, no. Dude, 1 win, you're up in that like 3, 4, 5 range. Like, essentially, you can start targeting that. 1 loss, especially when you found out midway through the second quarter that the Timberwolves lost, and you lose that game, and you're back down. You could be in the play-in. On the road. On the road in the play-in. That you go from literally, we could be a team hosting a series and we're guaranteeing a series to you're on the road in a playoff game.
Listen,
in a play-in game.
I don't want to say this because I said it yesterday and you guys were all scoffing at me. Again, they've never won a play-in game. They're 0-3 all time in play-in game
I want to
scenarios.
avoid the play-in.
Like that, again, there is something to be said about that.
And this team, given their age, given where Steph Curry's back is, and given where Jimmy Butler's back is, could use a week off.
And what did we talk about yesterday when we talked about the head coaches that Steve Kerr has a leg up against in the Western Conference? We basically said everyone except maybe Ty Lue, who had his number in a finals round once. Again, we trust him in a 1-game scenario potentially. Do you want to go down to Los Angeles in the Intuit Dome? Again, I don't care about the Clippers. There'll be probably more Golden State Warriors fans there. I would rather stay away from a 1-game scenario against Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
And the refs.
Not with the Clippers. Stop.
It's Harden. Harden gets all the calls.
Please. Not 50-year-old James Harden. Stop. They adjudicated all those stuff.
I'm just saying, you know how he is.
Relax.
In those 1-game scenarios, though,
but no, Kawhi's
2 or
the
3
guy.
Fouls early, it does change the game.
Kawhi's a guy that in a 1-game scenario could take over. And he could beat you.
Sure.
Like that's the stuff that does worry me. Now, having said that,
and they've lost all 3 games to them when I think even before Kawhi even got here.
There you go. So they have the tiebreaker. So that is baked into all of this. And the Clippers, by the way, we're mentioning them because they have won 3 straight. They are the 8th seed, and they are just a game back of the Golden State Warriors for that 6th spot. Warriors have a half-game lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves God, the West is awesome this year.
The Clippers are like equivalent to the Arizona Cardinals for the Niners. They're just always like they don't fear. No one else fears them, but for whatever reason, they got your number.
They do. You got the Kyler Murray game, right? Where he's just a runaway from going for a 60-yard touchdown, throwing up the deuces like he did on that first drive last year against the Niners. 888-957-9570. Was last night's loss more concerning because of the opponent you played or because of the standings for you? 888-957-9570. We've been talking about Stephen Curry and whether to start him or sit him tonight. And Steve Kerr, the head coach, saying he looks tired. Well, Jimmy Butler was asked about that yesterday, and here's what he had to say about Curry being tired.
I'm not going to say it was run down, but it's okay to be tired. And that's on myself, and that's on us as a unit to pick up the slack for him. He's, as everybody wants to think that he is superhuman, he is not. He is our leader, and we must protect him at all times. I will tell you that. So that's on myself for sure, but everybody else to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing and give my man a break.
How can you do that?
Make sure that we don't turn the ball over, one. Make sure we get a shot on goal. Make sure we get a good shot on goal at that. And execute. I think whenever you execute and get the ball where it needs to go, that's my job more than anybody's. And maybe Dre's. His job's a lot easier.
Jimmy Butler yesterday, when asked about Stephen Curry being tired, and he's like, yeah, and we need to take some off his plate. And I think that was Jimmy's way of saying, like, yeah, let me be the guy to take it off his plate. Let me get the ball in my hands. You know what, Steph? Give me the ball. I'll give you a rest here. But he's also kind of talking to Steph there a little bit too, and he says, yeah, we can't turn the ball over like that. Like, you're gonna tire yourself out even more when you're that lazy offensively and just throwing the ball away. 7 turnovers again for Stephen Curry. Just not good enough yesterday. And a guy that's been dealing with a lot this entire season, that was a bad performance yesterday from Steph Curry. It's okay to say that.
After every game that I play, coach, whatever, I do this whole reflecting in the car, especially after losses. Way more so after losses than wins. But you do this I got to do this better. I got to do that better. I got to do this. And I guarantee you.
It's your own press conference a little bit.
With
kind of here in the car with yourself.
It used to be with my dad. My dad would call me or we'd be in the car with my dad. Sure. And he'd break down all the things I did good, bad, and primarily all the things I did bad. And he would also tell me in real time while the game was going on all the things I did bad. That's why I love him. But I guarantee you, Jimmy Butler was driving home last night from the arena saying, dude, I got to take over that game. I got to put more of my imprint on that game in the final 5 minutes.
I mean, that's why...
I guarantee he feels that way.
That's why you brought him in, not only for the regular season, but come playoff time, we know teams are going to try to take Steph out first.
And did you hear what he said?
What did he say?
You take out Steph. He said, a shot. Oh, I mean, a good shot. Yes. He clarified. And I think he looks at some of the shots these Warriors put up at times, and I don't know if that necessarily jives with what Jimmy describes as a good shot.
Well, come playoff time, I know what's a good, and he knows what is a good shot and what is not a good shot. And what's unique about Jimmy with regards to this team is he's the second best player on the team, and he's not a three-point shooter. Like, for the longest time, it was Clay was the second best player, or it was Kevin Durant was the second best player. Those guys are three-point shooters. Hell, Andrew Wiggins has a good three-point shot. He turned into a good three-point shooter. That's not Jimmy Butler's game.
No.
So he has a much different perspective when it comes to what is a good shot when it comes to this team. He's like, no, guys, I know you're a three-point shooting team, but I'm going to promise you, come playoff time, these forced three-point shots are not the good shot. I can get a better mid-range shot, and it's a higher percentage shot for me. Give me the ball, and we could do that going forward.
There was a couple of possessions where he went... Like, he saw Steph was going to shoot the three, and he went right into the paint to box out and put back a putback dunk and then had another rebound. And big one. You could tell he was like, yeah, I don't love that. And I'm not saying that like he doesn't love an in-rhythm, wide-open three. He doesn't like the forced one when we just got to stop, and we've been struggling to get stops, and you're chucking up a 40-footer in traffic. Some of these shots Steph's gotten away with, right, over the years because he's Steph. But you're not Steph at 37 years old. And you're not Steph when you're not playing well in that game and you're tired and your back's hurt and you're old. Like, it's okay. Like, he's still an all-time legend. But there are certain games like, that's not a good shot anymore. I'm sorry. You have to recalibrate. It's like the guy swinging for the fences when he's in a huge slump. How about we get a single? Can we get a single? We don't need a grand slam here when you cross half court. And it's okay to be fair to Steph Curry. We praise him for 15 straight years. He was terrible last night at the end of that game.
Dave, San Francisco, 888-957-9570. Dave, you resting Stephen Curry tonight?
Good morning, fellas. Yes, I'm resting Steph. I mean, you could tell he was laboring last night, and I think it's time you give Jonathan Kuminga a start. I think you gotta get him back in rhythm. So give him his full 32 minutes tonight, and allow him to kind of get his footing underneath him as well, and trot him out there and play a lot of time with Jimmy, and give Steph a rest, and then hopefully we could end this road trip against Toronto with Steph back and end it on a good note before heading out to the road. And then my second point is, the reason why we lost last night, right, fellas?
Why?
That boy Jed York was in the building, so he was bringing loser vibes.
I thought it was going to be Matt Nahigian.
Loser, bro.
Matt Nahigian was also in the building. Were you sitting next to Jed, Matt? Thumbs up or thumbs down? No, he doesn't want to. Oh, he doesn't like that. He's getting a little nervous. It's okay.
Who's got better hair, Matt or Jed?
It's not even close.
Matt has hair, so.
Wow.
So unfair.
Wow.
I was propping our boss up.
It's great. No, his hair hasn't moved an inch in his entire. If you had that same hair, he's touching it right now. It's perfectly coiffed. The product in there.
I gotta
whatever
say,
he's doing.
Jed the poor guy does not read the room. No one wants to see you tweet a photo of your kids. If you just look at the comments underneath them, it's like he can't.
Never look at the comments.
He could turn those off. Like that's what I would do if I'm one of those folks. I just would turn the comments off.
No, but this is the problem. He lives in a bubble with a bunch of yes men around him. It's like he needs somebody to be a consigliere to be like, hey, Jed, I know you want to tweet that photo out with you and your kids, and I get it. Believe me, it's his kid with his friends, and I understand it's like fun and all. Think about the timing of everything that's been released regarding the 49ers right now. You're going to get cooked in the comments.
Well, you know what? How about people just be normal and separate sports from just real life?
But when you
the guy can have a family. Like,
no. When you don't, when
you're not allowed to post pictures of your kids, just whatever you want.
But this goes back to if you're going to talk tough the week of the Super Bowl, and then we don't see. No. When was the last time we heard from Jed York?
It's not his fault that the team didn't know the rules for overtime.
He was celebrating the week of the Super Bowl, and I said to everyone, I would have waited a week later.
It's a week of celebration. It's a week of celebration. He's celebrating his team because they were in a good position.
Yeah, we'll just disagree.
That's fine.
If you're going to be out there forefront and center, you better be out there forefront and center 24/7, 365. Otherwise, it looks like fake hustle.
You know what, Joe? We might have some horrible takes on here and we get crushed on social media, but damn right I'm going to post pictures of me with Benny and Nora. You know what? That's tough if you don't like it. Sorry. Like, that's just life. That's just life.
Well, you also don't own a sports team or are a billionaire.
That's being accused of being a penny pincher, an indecisive penny pincher.
So let me go at his kids. That'll make me feel better.
I'm not saying go at his. No. The family's off limits. The family's off limits. I'm just saying the guy just never can read the room. He just can't.
Leroy in Oakland. This is someone that can read the room all the time. Hey, Leroy, we starting Steph or we sitting him tonight?
We are definitely sitting him tonight. Last night, I think it was just, I think we were tired. I think all of the excitement with Jimmy Butler, I think the road trip, I think as a team, we were tired. And I think all that stuff is starting to wear off. We're settling in. I say we because I'm a big Warriors fan. And I just think that, it was just a little bump in the road. I'm not too worried about it. I had texted you guys like on March 4th somewhere when we had beat Charlotte. And I was like, yeah, man, I feel an 8-9 game win streak coming on. And dog it, we almost got there. so I'm happy. I think it was a little bump in the road. I just think we're tired. Definitely sit Steph. I mean, we got 5 games coming up after this Milwaukee game. That we should get, the Raptors, the Hawks, the Spurs. So, yeah, definitely rest them.
Leroy.
This light schedule coming up. Go ahead.
Leroy, you and I see a lot of things the same way. I was getting frustrated last. It's been one of his, Achilles heels, if you will. It's not just the defense. To me, the turnovers, the careless turnovers, and I know that's baked into how he plays. It's a style of play. But last night, they get a couple stops, and then an immediate turnover. They needed to be a little more methodical, and that's where I wanted Jimmy to just kind of take over a little. I'm not saying Steph take a back seat. just play within the fabric of the offense and work the ball a little. You know, there's a point in a game where there's momentum shifting. You get a big stop when you can't get stops, and if you turn it back over, it's like multiple turnovers, and it's just I thought their situational half-court play last night was just driving me nuts with 6-7 minutes to go.
I totally agree with you. And I look at the Warriors when the guards are not rebounding, because here it is again. It comes back to, man, we need that one more big man that can get out there and that can rebound and that can set screens and that can hustle. And I think the guards make up for a lot of that rebound. And when the guards are rebounding, we are tough. But you look at last night, I mean, even Quentin Post, I mean, you have one rebound.
Yep.
You know, Buddy Hield didn't have any rebounds. So,
Good
again,
point.
I'm coming back to, fatigue.
Yeah.
You know, we were tired. So let's rest up and get ready to go. But no big deal last night. We're ready.
Okay.
Love it.
Leroy in Oakland, he's still confident in this team. Are you as confident as Leroy? Was this just a one-off?
Leroy loved the Jimmy Butler acquisition day one, by the way. Loved it.
He was with us, man.
I know.
I was all in on Jimmy Buckets prior to them even talking to him when we were talking about Kevin Durant. So I was like, take a flyer on Jimmy Butler. I'm going to keep tooting my own horn there, Joe Shasky, because I thought he brought the mindset to this team, a more physical nature. And again,
I'm going to be humble in this one.
No, it will be. Actually, I won't be. You know what? Yeah, actually, I won't be. I won't be humble in this one. I'm not.
Joe.
Hey, Jed, make a decision.
888-957-9570. Real quick. The physicality of the Golden State Warriors has been on display the last few weeks. And again, we've been talking about the teams they've been playing. Haven't been really impressed. You played a physical team yesterday without their two best players in the Denver Nuggets that you might be seeing in the playoffs. And you're going to be playing a more physical brand of basketball with any series, because that's just what series turn into.
Yeah.
It's more physical. You're going to get hacked more. They're not going to call as many fouls. And Stephen Curry spoke to that yesterday, Joe Shasky, about teams just playing them, and him in particular, more physical.
New York game was like that. Tonight was not that physical per se, but they put out athletic lineups. They were trying to switch everything and keep the ball in front, not let us get our usual kind of shot creation going. And that was from the jump. They got off to an 8-point lead in that first quarter. We fought back. I think we were up 2 at one point, and then just every time we needed to get a stop or have a stretch of good offensive possessions, we just couldn't do it. So, like I said, you have to credit them. They played great, but a lot of it was a lack of execution on our side.
Well, lack of execution, I'm not going to say lazy because that's a strong word, but it was just the focus and urgency. We keep coming back to that word, urgency. I didn't feel it from a team that you need to keep winning. Like, you're not in a place where you can just take a night off.
Couldn't you tell early in the game?
Yes,
they were going at the rim. It's like, all right, timeout, Steve Kerr.
Yes.
I actually thought Steve Kerr was late on the timeout in the beginning of the game.
Well, again, I referenced this earlier, but we posted a graphic, whether it was Whitley or whoever was at the game. It could have been Mark Randy, I'm not sure. But we posted a video of Steve Kerr just yelling and ripping into his assistant coaches as they were all huddled up during a timeout or a break in the action. And I was like, yeah, you needed that urgency early on from the players. And I just didn't feel that. So he was getting mad at his coaching staff. Maybe he was ripping into the players at some point too. I saw JK and Buddy Hield. They were having some conversations. Like, I don't know why it was so difficult for them heading into this game, knowing it should have been a big game all along. Like, was it the fact that it wasn't Jokic and Murray? That's the only thing I could think of, where it's just like, did the big boys, did the top dogs lose some urgency in this game, knowing they weren't going up against the best in the West? Because that absolutely could be a thing, right?
I mean,
like we all said it in the chat, Joe Shasky, like, wow, these guys aren't playing. Well, that kind of stinks. Like, that lost its luster a little bit, right? But you can't let that seep into your starting lineup.
No.
You can't let that seep, because that's a trickle-down effect. From the star players, then the Kumingas of the world are going to feel that. The Moses Moody's the Quentin Posts are going to feel like, oh, well, if these guys aren't taking it that seriously, maybe I just felt the energy just was off early on in the game. It was just off.
It was, and like they had trouble securing the ball on second chance opportunities. I thought they closed out okay. Denver hit a lot of tough shots. I know that's not the greatest breakdown the day after a game when you lose to a bunch of people you never heard of.
Right.
But they did. They hit a lot of big shots. I mean, when Russ hit that dagger at the end, I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's just their night.
You could have hit anything. All night. Russell Westbrook yesterday was 5 of 18, 2 of 9 from the 3-point line. 12 points, 16 assists, 12 boards. Because he'll let you know it. That's why he'll lose today. He'll be doing all that talk. He'll be talking smack the entire game. He'll be going at fans the entire game. Speaking of fans, there were some people that were at the game yesterday. Let's go to Junior in Pacifica.
Hey, Junior.
Who was at the game yesterday, talking about the energy we were just referencing. What's up, Junior? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Yes, exactly. No, good stuff you guys are sharing. And I actually want to make a very strange point after a disappointing loss like this one, which I was at the game last night, and this actually showed me the value of making sure to go to some games, even with the high ticket prices and so on, because I could feel the disorder on the Warriors side in a way that I couldn't have through the TV or the radio.
How so?
Or reading about it the next day. It's hard to describe in words. It was like in my body, watching it in person caused me a physical reaction of like, what the heck? What is going on? What are my Warriors doing on that hardwood? You know, like you wanted to go down and it helps them, you know, see if they needed some medicine or something or a drink just to make them feel better, not to win the game or lose it. And that feeling of despair when the other team's shots are all going in, which we cause in other people all the time when we're on. That's like Steph Curry's, you know, calling card. Well, we had that done to us. Like you said, everything of theirs seemed to be going in. It was ridiculous. And again, you feel that in person and with the crowd there with you. It's like having an extra sense. So I might have thought I would be disappointed to go to an occasional game and have it be such a disaster. But it's actually, I'm really glad because I get so much pleasure out of the Warriors, talking to you guys. Grandy was really on one last night in a good way.
Wait, you were listening to the Grandy Man?
The Grandy Man's fired up, man. That was a bad loss yesterday. He was pissed, wasn't he, Junior?
What are they doing?
That's disrespectful. He doesn't sound like
I know, but he has his tone is different than. I'm trying to nail his tone. I got to get an impression for him.
Yeah,
a limited fake.
Frank Caliendo. We'll get him in studio.
Matt, you were at the game last night. Matt had great seats last night.
He doesn't have his headphones on. He's not talking on the air. Thank you, Junior in Pacifica.
Why not?
Because he doesn't want to. He doesn't. He's giving me a face.
He's hard at work doing boss stuff right now.
He's literally like just gave me a look, just like don't go to me.
Well, I want to know, did he have that same palpable feeling that the caller had in pregame that something was different?
I don't know about pregame, but the entire game did feel off.
It did.
There's just no energy from the team, no energy from the crowd.
You were sitting courtside.
Yeah, he was.
Damn right I was.
Oh, that's the courtside Matt right there. That was the flex moment of the show. It's the throwback.
Did you FaceTime your boys when you were sitting FaceTime?
No, I was sitting
courtside?
directly behind Jokic the entire game.
Oh, so he's blocking you.
Yes.
Was it were his brothers sitting next to you? That's the real question.
That would be a no.
Oh, that would have been the most frightening experience of my life. I don't know whether to be frightened or safe if one of the Jokic brothers is sitting next to me. Well, I don't know. It depends.
My favorite is the Jokic brothers Twitter account. It's like, we are looking for Markieff Morris.
I'm just glad that Matt Nahigan did not have a Tracy Morgan courtside moment yesterday.
Okay, we haven't even discussed that. Did you see what happened there, everybody? Have you been paying attention? All of a sudden they go, the game's being paused. A fan has thrown up courtside. And then come to find out it's Tracy Morgan who threw up all over the floor. And then by the end of the Warrior game, somebody had put a Photoshop of Warrior like headgear and a jersey on Tracy Morgan, and the photo, someone snapped the most perfect photo of him barfing, and there's barf coming out of his mouth onto the floor. It's one of the greatest shots of all time.
Don't worry, everyone. People were concerned because he had to leave in a wheelchair. He posts on Instagram real quick. Yeah. Thank you all for your concern. This is Tracy Morgan.
It was the most disgusting photo I've ever
seen. He's doing okay. It was food poisoning, according to the doctors.
BS.
That's what he said. He had food poisoning.
See his jacket? It's like black with all those sparkles on it.
It's called bedazzled.
While he's getting wheeled out. That just completed the whole thing.
It was the memes. The memes were all time. It was just
so good.
The Knicks are making everybody sick. just watching them.
But the fact is the Knicks too just adds
and the
extra
Miami
layer
Heat.
to it.
Andrew Wiggins was there too.
I was preparing dinner for the little guy, waiting for the Warrior game, and we were doing tacos, right? And I'm like, why is this Knicks game taking forever? What is going on here? And like the officials went over there, and then I checked the internet like 15, 20 minutes later. I'm like, it was Tracy Morgan.
It was so bad. The people sitting next to him too, like the women that were just sitting like
incredible,
trying to like scoot away. And you know who was sitting next to him? I don't know the actor. I think it's Steve Sharipa.
I don't know who that is.
Bobby Bacala.
From The Sopranos.
He was sitting next to Tracy courtside. Bobby Baccialieri. Oh my goodness! Let's get him on. Can we reach out to him? I want to hear from
seriously.
him.
Matt's like,
SNL sketch for this weekend.
I have a number for his high school teacher back in '82.
I have the picture right here. Tracy Morgan giving the thumbs up. I'm glad
I
he's
actually
doing
do
okay.
have Bobby Bacala's number.
Do you
No
really?
way.
Oh my god! Hey, he had a story. He had a story about Reggie Jackson one time. I think he was on Conan talking about it. One of the all-time Reggie Jackson, Bobby Baccialieri moments. Let's get to some other callers because that was everything withstanding. The Tracy Morgan stuff was the low light of the evening in sports.
If
Just
that happens to you at the game, like you almost can't come back out for a long time after that.
Well, he got wheelchaired out. People were like concerned.
No, if I'm Tracy Morgan, I'm showing up courtside to the next Knicks game. No,
is he getting a standing
down, but I'm not out. I'm returning.
Is he
Get
getting a
knocked down,
standing
I'm right back
ovation?
up again.
Is he getting a standing ovation,
I don't know
Sam, if he
about
does that?
but
Is that like? I mean, outside of like cheating on your significant other, which you see at like soccer games where like the guy's like got his arm around someone who's clearly not his girlfriend or his wife, and then all of a sudden like the camera pans on them and they're like, "Whoa!" Like outside of that, that's probably the worst thing that you can have happen.
Most embarrassing thing you can do at a sporting event. It's that or proposing and getting rejected.
Yeah,
that's a tough scene. That's happened before. Or throwing up all over. What is the most embarrassing thing that could happen to you at a sporting event? 888-957-9570.
Dude, my guy was 100% off that Henny last night.
Picking your nose?
Was brown.
Oh, that's a good one, Matt. You're picking your nose. Jim, as we're talking about March Madness, Jim Boeheim on line one, picking your nose constantly courtside. It's a no-go. You can't be doing that.
No.
I mean, I got a honker, Joe Shasky. I can't be getting caught in 4K with the finger up the schnoz.
I mean, we had a photo of Matt in Steph Curry, and all of a sudden, like Carter sends it to the group thread. It's Steph Curry, and then in the background, you just see Matt Nahigan with the glasses, our fearless boss. And I literally did the caption. I texted it right to him. Look. And it's him looking at Steph Curry.
There you go. That's a good one.
I needed him to have one finger up the nose, though, to really complete the photo.
Let's go to the calls here. John is in Fairfield. He's been hanging on. What's up, John?
What's up, John?
Yo, Shasky, Spadoni. What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Doing great. Doing better than Tracy Morgan.
Long-time listener.
Thanks, man.
Tracy Morgan, man, I missed it. I didn't see what happened, but yeah, you can't be doing that, man.
It's a party foul.
But yeah, my take was, man, oftentimes your greatest strength is your greatest weakness, right? And we all love Draymond's passion, but oftentimes it boils over and can cost us games. Hey, you can cost us a championship, some may say. Then with Steph, his freedom of play, his audacity, that's what makes him special. You get the great plays, but also you get these dumb turnovers where he tries to hit the home run play. So that was just my take. You got to take the good with the bad, I guess. But in order for us to, win the championship, those bads, we got to have a lot less bad. More the good. So.
You referenced Draymond Green's intensity. There was a moment
John. Good call.
Where they had Aaron Gordon trapped on the sideline near the bench, and it was him and Kuminga, I believe. I thought they fouled him.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. That's what I thought, again, on television. And I was like, Dre's getting kicked out of this game. We have an opportunity to probably lose this game.
Fired up
And to his credit, he reined himself in. And I think one thing that I've noticed about him over the last month and a half is there are seminal moments in games where you feel like, he's going to go over the edge, and he's kind of like peeled it back a little. I also credit the referees for not, baiting it into
Wow,
it.
you're crediting the referees.
I will give the referees credit.
Wow.
Like Dre was not happy with the officiating. The one that got me was the Kuminga where he's going to the lane, gets stripped, but he got hacked on the arm, and he goes up for the dunk. Another one when he was going to dunk at the rim, but the sequence where he was going to the lane as a driver, as a penetrator, not just an alley-oop, he got stripped, and I thought it was a foul. The whole team stopped. And you got to play through the whistle. And they went down the other way, and they hit a big three. That was a big momentum play.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I love that word, righteously. I just think of like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, like righteous, bro. Totally triumphant, right? No, Bill and Ted's, is that a good reference?
It's an all-time movie.
Thank you. All right. I was making sure we have all seen that, right? I made the Tom Green reference.
Keanu Reeves is like at his all-time like peak.
All time. By the way, you mentioned Draymond Green.
It's bodacious, bro.
Totally. They were. I think that maybe that was after Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but I do think it was absolutely.
No, yeah, because Fast Times at Ridgemont High is like early 80s.
Right, and then like early 90s was Bill and Ted. So yeah.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Sure.
89.
89.
There you go. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, 83, 84?
I think so.
Maybe 82?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
But say Spicoli.
Spicoli.
They're all
when
the
he
same
orders
guy.
the pizza, it's all
right?
time.
No shirt, no shoes, no dice, right? Draymond Green, sixth player in franchise history to record 6,000 career rebounds, joining Nate Thurman, Wilt Chamberlain, Larry Smith, Clyde Lee, and Paul Arizin.
Absolutely incredible.
He tallied a season high, tying 5 blocks as well. He last did that on October 30th versus the Pelicans.
It's always fun
The
game.
Pelicans in a minute. What have they been up to? I think you're
Not helping the Warriors out in the
I think you're going to
standings.
see them on this road trip. You are on Friday, March 28th.
That'll be a game they show up for.
Well, Zion's been playing sneakily well. I'm just saying that. Like everyone's saying, and I heard Leroy and Oakland saying they're going to get on this. They're going to get fat and happy on this road trip. Well, you better take care of business tonight, because then all the pressure starts coming against these teams that you should beat, quote unquote. Well, the Nuggets should have beaten the Wizards over the weekend. What happened? They didn't. Like, so that could happen against you. You don't think the Miami Heat are going to be fired up on Tuesday to play you in Miami? And we know the Miami flu is real, Joe Shasky. We talk about that all the time. No, you and Bonte, the Miami flu.
Are the Heat suffering from said flu?
Well, whatever I had with Tracy Morgan, maybe they ate the same food that Tracy did.
They've lost 8 in a row.
JC,
Andrew Wiggins trade. I mean, as frustrated as Warrior fans are this morning, the Miami Heat have lost 8 in a row. They're 1-9 in their last. They're basically 4-15 over the last 19.
We knew they were cooked, though. They weren't doing anything after that trade, but I hear you.
They've lost 8 in a row.
It's fine.
The Warriors are surging.
We knew it.
I'm just saying.
We knew what they were doing.
I've got an eye on them.
Sure.
You don't watch League Pass. I watch League Pass. Me and Meb the boss.
The hell with hope.
JC, San Jose.
Jesus Christ.
888-957-9570. You watch your mouth. It's Lent, all right? Don't use the Lord's name in vain, all right?
It's from the Meet the Parents.
I know. Are you resting Stephen Curry tonight on the back end of a back-to-back? JC, are you resting
What's up, JC?
Hey guys, yeah, this is KC in San Jose.
KC. That's why. Okay. There you go.
So, Joe, I got a point for you, so give me 30 seconds. But to answer your question, yeah, you got to rest him. I think the birthday party on Friday, a little 2-day hangover is happening. His back's a little tweaked. And if Podziemski's coming back, because the turnovers that happened yesterday, look, A, he's always been like that. And B, when you're tired, you take the quick way out, especially when you're 37. And quick way out for him is to fire up the crowd and take those shots. So when they go in, we're all happy. When they don't, we have 2 hours of radio show, right? But that being said, Italian Joe, you better watch out for Shasky over there. I can just see him kind of like Two-Face. I know he's talking about the Warriors, but the right side of his brain and just face is about to go off on the Niners.
Yeah.
And if in the next half an hour news comes out that Jung-Ho Lee is going to miss like 6 months or something with back surgery, you better control him, man.
Thank you,
I'm not going to lie to you.
Thank you, Casey.
The Niners better be happy.
Harvey Dent right there. Joe Dent. There you go.
The Niners better be very happy that the Warriors are the headline story, because
you'd be ripping them.
It's just dumb football.
I would be ripping him. We're all ready to storm the gates. What are we talking about?
Let's relax here. We're not storming the Black Gates. This isn't Return of the King. All right. We're not emptying more doors.
What are we doing? We're operating, you know what we're operating like the Clippers of the 90s, like the Warriors of the 90s, like the Raiders of the last 25 years. That's what they're operating like. And to me, it's the indecisiveness. It's not about each individual transaction. It's the body of work over 2 years. So yeah, the Niners should be very happy, because I'd be crushing them right now.
Sign Brock Purdy, get a good deal, nail the draft. Everything will be okay.
Still the betting favorites in the NFC West.
Thank you. Vegas knows.
I think the nation is slow to come around on
Bet
this.
against them. You won't. Bet against them. Put your money where your mouth is.
They finished the season 6-11. They got a lot of work to do. That we can acknowledge both being true.
Sure.
And I love Shanahan.
Last play schedule.
Guys.
Saying.
Let's, can we just, because look, if you guys want to bring this up, Do you feel really good about everything that's transpired the last 15 months with the Niners?
Do I feel great about it or good about it? No, but I don't feel horrible about it. Somewhere in between.
I think a lot of Niner fans are like, most Niner fans like, what are we doing?
Well, most fans, again, like you just mentioned, they're going at Jed York for posting pictures of his family. So they come on.
Yeah, because they're asking, what are we doing? Like, do you want juice? Do you not want juice? Do you want Greenlaw? Do you not want Greenlaw? Did you want Brandon Ayuk or do you not want Brandon Ayuk? Do you want Brock Purdy or do you not want Brock Purdy? That's what most fans are saying.
Patience is a virtue, Joe Shasky. That's all I'm going to say. I'm
but everyone's
patience.
making moves.
It's okay. You got time. Now, I'll say this. If it lingers, if it goes through the draft, we got problems. Get it done sooner rather than later. I'll say that. Brett, San Francisco. Okay. Brett in San Francisco. Are we starting Stephen Curry or are we resting him tonight? He's dealing with some back issues. Are we protecting him from himself or not? Brett, what say you?
Morning, boys. No, ¿Cómo estás?
Love that.
I'm telling you right now, we're resting him 100%. I think everybody needs to just take a little sip off the Kool-Aid, put it back on the shelf, and relax. We went 15-2.
It's true.
In the last 17 games. We have, I understand the difference between wins and losses between the 2 seed all the way to the 7 seed are within 4 or 5 games. I get it. But health is number one. And if you don't have your health coming into the playoffs, I don't care if you're the 2 seed or a playing game. Like, they need to rest him 100%. I don't even put a stress on today's game, to be honest with you. Even if we lose today's game.
But can you also acknowledge, one sec. Can you also acknowledge if you do lose today and the Clippers win, dropping to the 8th seed, that is a gut punch.
It is a gut punch. But, I mean, also, it's a fluctuation of how deep the West is.
It's true.
And anybody can lose 2-3 games in a row in a Texas second. And I don't doubt that it will happen. I mean, like the caller called a few ago, there's a nice little look to the schedule coming up here on the road. There's going to be a nice 5-6 game window where they can put together a 4 or 5 games together. All I'm saying is just relax, pump the brakes. There's nothing to look at here. But thanks for taking the call, guys.
Good call.
Thanks, Brett.
I think that's a reasonable point of view.
Sure, but you also just lost to a Nuggets team that had been struggling and they didn't have their 2 best players. So like apples and oranges here when we're coming to the Denver Nuggets of the world and then the Milwaukee Bucks and then the Raptors, again, who you lost to earlier. We got Samiti and Los Gatos. We got Randolph and Atlanta. We'll get to them on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm looking at the schedule, though. As the Clippers, Joe Shasky, are right on your heels. They're a game back.
I can't believe it.
You know what the last game of the season is at Chase Center?
Warriors-Clippers.
At 12:30, April 13th. Could it come down to being a play-in or a playoff team there?
Oh, my God.
That'd be crazy, right?
Oh, my God.
Right? I mean, that's a strong possibility, and that is what I do not want.
Masters Sunday?
Oh, hold on.
Look at your face.
Hold on. I got it. Where's it at?
By the way, did you see it? Some commercial came out over the weekend.
I'll stop the F. I'm freaking excited about the Masters. All right, March Madness, like this does something to me too. Don't get it twisted. Like I get excited about that. It's great. The Masters.
Send it in, Jerome.
Like I started we watched the playoff yesterday. The 3-hole playoff between JJ Spawn and Rory McIlroy. Rory wins his second Players
Fest.
It was bad. But I was watching that. I was like, can Rory finally get that green jacket? That's the only thing that he's missing.
Yeah,
is that green jacket? Can he do it?
That and being a commoner again. Guy's been so rich for so long, he forgot who he was.
Well, I mean, these are professional athletes on line one. I'm sorry, that's just what happens.
I wouldn't mind being that rich.
Well, I don't think anyone would. Quite frankly. And by the way, we got a lot to get into. We got one more segment to go. We'll put a bow on this conversation. Most embarrassing thing you could do at a sporting event, 888-957-9570, as Tracy Morgan threw up all over himself. He's okay. He had food poisoning, and that happens. By the way, Carter, our own Carter, said he had food poisoning. Hopefully, I think he's got the Cabo flu, the Cabo food poisoning. Hopefully, he didn't have a tainted burrito down there at Tacos.
There's a bachelor party joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, we're going to be careful there. We don't want to get in trouble. Samita and Randolph will get to you. Do you start Steph or do you play him tonight? Bucks, Warriors, and I want to have a Giannis Antetokounmpo conversation on the other side as well because it always is lingering. If Giannis flames out if the Warriors get one and done in a series, do you revisit those conversations? That's what's coming up next. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Spadoni's miserable.
You're 15. Okay.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Right there. There you go. They love him. They love me. You love the Warriors right now? That's the question. It's a bad loss. We've been talking about it all show. Like, you can't sugarcoat something like that. We're not Joe Lacob here, and I got it. Don't worry. We're not going to do any sugarcoating when it comes to the Golden State Warriors in games like this. You lost to a Nuggets team that you needed to beat, and they didn't have their two best players. It's as simple as that. Now, was this a one-off? Is this something that concerns you going forward? Stephen Curry did not play well. He mentioned some fatigue, mainly from his back. Steve Kerr mentioned that Steph looked tired. Like, do you rest him tonight? 888-957-9570, or do you need to start him? And this is turning into a gotta have it kind of a game against Milwaukee's Bucks team that is also playing for playoff positioning. You know, you look at the Eastern Conference right now, the Bucks, they're sitting at the 4 seed, they're 38-29. They're only clinging to a playoff. So they're only what? 2 up on the Detroit Pistons. And yeah, that's the difference between home court and non-home court. So you got the Pistons right behind them, you got the Pacers right behind them. Like, they need to keep winning too. So, and they're coming off a bad loss. You know who they just lost to the Pacers, right? When Tyrese Halliburton had that 4-point play for the win. That was insane. That was crazy. I don't know if that was their last loss, but that was one of their losses. So, yeah, Bucks are going to come in hungry as well. And we know Dame time. I think I got a message here. It's like, Spadoni, where is it? I'm pulling a Steiny here. 650 Memo Spadoni. They spelled Spadoni with a Y, by the way. If I do love the different spellings of my last name. There's some ways I didn't even know you could spell Spadoni, but they're finding new ways to do it every time. If you do the Dame time celebrating like you're repping Oakland, we will endlessly cook your ass. Do I do that? I don't do Dame time. I don't know what even that means.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm going to see. I hope I don't see Dame time because that means the Warriors lost. But I have respect for Dame Lillard. He's Oakland's own, and I don't root against him. But you know, if you're a Warriors fan, yeah, you don't want to be seeing Dame time. That means things went wrong tonight in Golden State. Hi.
I don't know if you know this. Dame's from Oakland.
Yes, that's good.
No, I know, but that's going to be...
That's why he wears the 0 on his jersey, the O for Oakland. Did you know
really?
That? It's a very fun fact about Damian
actually
Lillard.
did not know that.
Every time...
I didn't know. Seriously,
every time he plays in these games, that's what everyone does. Like, I don't know if you know this.
I thought it was for the 0 championships that he has. Oh, does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I just had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
Tonight is a Quentin Post game. If they're going to play Brooke Lopez, you play Quentin Post.
Pre and post game?
Real quick.
What?
Coming off the loss you had last night. Tonight's a Quentin Post game?
Yeah, it is.
No, it needs to be a Stephen Curry, a Jimmy Butler game.
No,
it does not
Steph needs to sit.
Resting, so.
Oh, God.
This is a Jimmy game, and I need Kuminga,
Quentin
and I need
Post
Pods.
game.
No, I need the others to step up. Yesterday, what happened for the Denver Nuggets? The others, they're like all these random guys. I've never even heard of Peyton Watson, of Hunter Tyson, and those guys all contributed.
Those sounded like create players from 2K.
Okay, Zeke Naji.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's his name.
Dude, you know Chanchar. Come on, dude. Vlatko?
Unbelievable facial hair.
He's great. It's all time.
He looked like someone out of a movie. All right, but like Aaron Gordon is not a superstar. Like he's their third or fourth best player on a given night.
But he's a good player.
But last night he played like a superstar.
He did.
He had 38. I mean, if you told me he went for 50 and 25, I would have believed you.
Yeah.
Actually, I think his rebounding numbers look low compared to what I thought he had. Russell Westbrook played out of his mind.
And you're going to be playing up against another athletic big guy who's much better than Aaron Gordon, who has won a league MVP, who has won a finals MVP, and one of the best players still in the game today, Giannis Antetokounmpo. That guy is a load. And I'm looking at Draymond with the coverage there. I'm looking at Quentin Post. Again, like, is Kevon Looney? Dude, I think you might have to play Trace Jackson Davis, who's had some success against Giannis in the past.
Yeah.
Maybe you do play TJD tonight.
Looney's, look... Looney, he's going to always go back to Looney, and I get why, because he's a trusted player for him. But there's been some really rough matchups for Looney. As much as I love him, like the number one need for the Warriors in the offseason, you can say, Joe, they need more shooting. Every team needs more shooting. They need a bouncy big. a bouncy big. If that guy from the Hornets is available in the offseason, you go get him.
I don't want to touch that.
If Lively or Gafford is available and they're going to sell, you go get one of those guys. Any bouncy big who can be a rim runner has to be priority number 1, 2, and 3 for this team in the offseason. They cannot go into another year with a guy under 7 feet who can't jump.
Well, I was thinking about the team that's right on your heels still, not the Minnesota Timberwolves, but the team that's one game back behind you that you finished the season with on April 13th. Los Angeles Clippers, and I was sleeping on this fact too because you're flirting with a play-in conversation potentially against that team. Zubac kills them. Like, that's another one. I'm just going through all the Western Conference right now of the teams that size that give them. Zubac kills you.
These are non-frontline players because you're going to say Jokic. No, Aaron Gordon,
right?
OG Anunoby in the East obviously did to you.
Right.
Don't sleep on Scotty Barnes and them boys. I mean, Boucher, who's not that big, was hitting threes and going to the lane.
You're going to see him on Thursday.
Exactly.
That same Raptors team, right? So Jaren Jackson
Miles
Jr.,
Turner killed them earlier this year.
Right? And we know what the big boy, like the LeBrons of the world, but Luka's a big body.
Yes.
Like, some of these guys that can get in the paint and be crafty.
Rui's giving them fits at times.
Hachimura, Jackson Hayes.
Vanderbilt, Jackson Hayes.
Yeah.
You know, like
athletic big players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why you got Jimmy Butler in all of this. Again, we're bringing it back here. Why? Because we're talking about Stephen Curry, and physical teams give him fits, and he looked like a player that was tired, and it looked like a player that was a little compromised yesterday. Steve Kerr, again, asked yesterday if he's going to rest Stephen Curry potentially tonight. Stephen Curry responded to that. Draymond Green also asked about Stephen Curry being tired.
And you kind of hit those dog days again, and that's where everybody is right now in the NBA. Unfortunately, we got a lot to play for in these games, so you don't get the luxury of tricking off games or a bunch of rest. We need to win games. So
you need to win games, and again, Draymond Green talking about it there. Jimmy Butler talked about it. Like, we don't want to hear the excuses. It's kind of like, and again, we do radio. It's not the same like for like, but. Shasky, we both get here and wake up around 3:30 or 4 in the morning. We don't want to hear that anyone else is tired. We're tired. We know.
Joe, after I saw 50 different articles about how they hung out in New York after hours all together.
And they almost tricked off that game in Brooklyn against the Nets.
I mean,
probably should have lost, quite frankly.
I don't want to hear about tired. I just don't. Yeah. I mean, you know who's tired? All of us.
Yeah.
All of us who are working, all odd end hours for minimal pay with families up our whats because we're trying to balance all the drama. I don't want to. Most normal people don't want to hear from athletes making, even if they are physically depreciated. Like we don't want to hear it.
And again, we're not crushing Draymond Green there. He's just speaking like reality. He's like, yeah, we're all tired. Like they're not using that excuse.
I agree with him.
Exactly. We're agreeing with Draymond and Steph where it's like, yeah, sure. Like we're not in the excuse business. Like championship players do not make those excuses. They just don't.
100%.
They just don't. And I appreciate that from the players. But I also understand Steve Kerr wanting to say, through the media, speaking, hey, Steph, we're probably not going to play tomorrow. Like that's kind of what I got from that. Now, is Steph going to knock down the door and say, no, I'm playing tonight. Like my back is fine. This is where you need to protect the player from himself, though, and say, you know what, Steph? Like LeBron, like these players, like no, you're good. Like you're not playing tonight. We have Jimmy Butler, we have Draymond. Let's get a big win here without you. Kind of like the Nuggets did yesterday to us without their two best players.
But like Jimmy shouldn't be tired. He sat out for 2 months.
Well, he's not. I don't think Jimmy. Like,
no, I know. Yeah. I'm just saying. Like Draymond and Steph. Okay, they're older, way older. They got a lot of mileage. Buddy Hield, he shouldn't have any excuses. GP2,
no.
Quentin, Moses, JK, who's been out for months now. If the ankle's hurting him, that's a different story. I get the two top dogs saying they're tired. I don't really want to hear it from anybody else.
Samita. We love Samita in Los Gatos. She's calling the show, 888-957-9570. Are we starting or sitting Stephen Curry tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks? What's up, Samita?
Hey, Joe and Joe. Listen, last night's game was a debacle. And it was sloppy. There was no energy. I mean, really, we lost to a team led by, Aaron Gordon, like no Jokic, no Murray. It was bad, but here's my issue is, okay, Steph is tired or he's tweaked his back or he's 37. Whatever the reason is, that's why we got Jimmy Butler. And
exactly.
Butler said in a press conference a few days ago, like when asked about him scoring points, he was like, when it's my time, you'll know it's my time. I'm like, hey, guess what, Jimmy? It's your time. It's your time now because we are not in the regular season as far as the Warriors are concerned. We are in a playoff run. If we want to do anything in the postseason, we have to lock down right now. And the fact that we've done so well so far, we've beat teams that, quite frankly, I'm not that impressed with. Like, the teams weren't that great. So coming down this home stretch and whatever's left of this season, we got to treat it like it's a playoff run if we want to not slip down because, as you guys mentioned before, the West is really deep. So, the Lakers are on a streak. Like, OKC is on a streak. Like, come on, we got to treat the rest of the season. Every game is serious. Having said that, they do have to rest Steph because we can't have him running on E when we get into the postseason, but Jimmy's got to step up and everybody else has got to play way with much more intensity.
Completely agree.
Great call.
What a great call from Samita.
I'm looking at this stretch. The next big stretch for him, not for him, but for this team, Tuesday, April 1st, so April Fool's Day, it starts. It's Warriors, Grizzlies. Then April 3rd, Warriors, Lakers. Then the back end of a back-to-back, you're playing the Nuggets for the last time. And then you got the Rockets April 6th. So that 4-game stretch, Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. That's the top. That's all 4 teams that are above you in the standings. Like, that is going to tell a lot about this team. Oh, and by the way, you got the Clippers a couple games after that in the last game of the season. So, like, this.
How many games left?
14.
Oh, my God.
14. The home stretch is coming here, Joe Shasky.
Oh, my God.
This is, that's why last night's loss. Ugh. It was a bad loss.
Because if you won last night,
it's a bad loss.
You could
no Christian Brown, by the way, either. Like that baked into all that. So
who's your 6th man?
Exactly. So 3 of their best players were out. Not just the 2. We even mentioned him. The aforementioned because he's dealing with a foot injury. I didn't even mention him because he didn't play. But like there were three of their best players out. 3 of them, and you lose that game. You had Jimmy, you had Steph, you have Draymond. You feel like you had a chance to win every single game.
They need to run more Jimmy sets. I'm telling you. They need to use him in the block more down the stretch of games.
Maybe this is a blessing that they're going to force to do that going forward.
When you
now.
Lose, it makes you really reconsider everything. So maybe.
I want to hear from Jimmy Butler after the game. He talked about this being Kerr said it was a natural letdown. Like, natural? Like, no. Like, I don't like hearing that because it feels like an excuse when you say a natural letdown. I don't like that. Jimmy was asked about that.
Yeah, but that's no excuse. I think that's when you get guys that play incredibly hard to prove that they belong in this league. Good for them. We just didn't bring it tonight from jump, no matter who was on the floor. I'm not going to say that we overlooked anybody. We weren't the most physical team. We didn't execute. We didn't get back. We didn't do anything that got us these wins as of late.
One thing that nobody's going to bring up this morning is that when you don't have Jokic on the floor, they actually don't have a lot of guys that you would isolate in a pick and roll. And so, like, what a big problem is for them on both ends of the floor They're so Jokic reliant on offense, because he's amazing, right? On defense, he's the guy everyone is pick and rolling and trying to hunt. And so that perpetually puts their defensive sets in rotations.
Yeah.
And they're in scramble mode. When you don't have him on the floor, and if you look at the combinations they were playing yesterday, there aren't a lot of really porous defenders. Even Russ is a guy yes, he's not the greatest defender.
Energy, though. Yeah.
He's going to try really hard, and he makes up for it with hustle and maybe some of the loose ball stuff and things like that. And so there really wasn't a particular person you could hunt yesterday in the half court. And that's something that's going to get lost in today's frustration or whatever. Yes, no Jokic, you got to win that game. The offset is they actually had a better defensive personnel out there to combat what you do really, really well. I know that sounds crazy.
No, it's not, and that's why.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I would have liked to see Quentin Post more because I think he would have been a mismatch on the floor there.
Exactly.
Because of his size and his shooting ability.
And you just take the positive. If he rips off 3 threes in a row, you'll take that if he's given up a couple of dunks at the lane.
Absolutely. Bobby's in Los Altos, wants to join in the conversation. He's very frustrated with his loss yesterday. How you doing, Bobby?
Hey, thank you for taking the call. Listen, look, this isn't college, so there's no such thing as a quality win and a bad loss. A win is a win as it relates to playoff seeding. But my God, first of all, the saddest I've ever heard Tim Roy in my life was the end of that Utah game where we lost that game. And then let's think about these losses. So the fans are outside protesting the Luka trade, and we can't beat Dallas. Then we lose to the Tankadelphia 76ers. And then last night, when I heard that alert on Willard and Dibbs that those two weren't playing, if I was a betting man, I don't know if I would have taken Denver, but I definitely would have taken the 8 points. And just the thing that was so frustrating about it to me is that, if Denver's going to be hot and it's their night and they're going to win, that's great. The thing is, you just felt like the Warriors at the end were going to pull it out at the very end. They were going to be done playing with their food somewhere around the middle of the fourth quarter, and we would just put them out of their misery. And it just never happened, and they kept holding us on and on. And I don't think there was a lack of effort. They tried really hard. There was a lot of energy spent, but the turnovers were it was just atrocious. And I'm going to say this as respectfully as possible, and I may get banned from the station, but when Steph threw that, I don't even know what it was. It's not an alley-oop. I don't even know what that thing was.
It was a pass to the first row. It was an automatic dunk 99.9% of the times. You're talking about the Kuminga play, the 3-on-2.
Yeah, yes. You know what that was to me? That was and I apologize, everybody. Please don't ban me. That was a reverse night-night. That was the play where I said, oh, the game is over. And that was the saddest part to me.
How about the one where he did the Pistol Pete, I call it bowling.
It was a night terror was what it was. That was just worse than nightmares, a night terror.
Sleepwalking?
It's you just don't it's just traumatic. That was a night terror for fans.
So my dog's getting really, 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 really old, right? And it's kind of sad. Poor Leo, he's the best, right? He really is. He's the best. I'm sad. Yeah. And every night now I'll wake up and he's whimpering about going to the bathroom. And he's just peeing all over the house. Yeah. And that's what it was last night with the Warriors. They were just peeing all over the house. And I stepped right into it.
Jeez. What a visual there. Those were the wet spots.
You have socks on too?
Yeah. Oh, that's the worst.
I don't wear socks to bed.
Okay. Well, no, you know what? Well, that's the worst when you're just taking off your shoes and then you step in something. It's why is this wet? I don't know what it is.
It drives me bananas. Poor guy. I love him.
So do the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. The number. Should we start or sit Stephen Curry tonight dealing with a back problem? Well, Steph says he's playing through it right now because he feels good.
No, if I'm out there playing, it's because I feel good enough to play, feel good enough to be myself. So I don't ever kind of marinate on an injury or something that you're feeling. Because if I'm out there, I'm supposed to play. I'm supposed to play better than I did tonight.
Well, yeah, but also I don't like when you have to say if I'm out there, I feel good enough to play. Okay, I get it. There's part of me where it's in the postseason, that's the thing. If you're good enough to, yes, it's the regular season now, man. You could take some games off here. That's why we got Jimmy Butler. But again, you lose yesterday. It heightens today's game and matchup even more, and I don't feel good about it if they don't have Stephen Curry.
So the reverse nightmare people are saying from the 408 is the insomnia.
Oh,
can't sleep or sleep at all after that performance.
That's a good one. Remember the show? It was Insomniac with David Tell.
David Tell. He was
Great
really good.
show.
The movie Insomnia was a great movie as well.
Yeah, Al
Very
Pacino and
underrated,
Robin
yes.
Williams. Very good.
Very underrated.
Randolph is in the ATL, baby. Hot Atlanta. What's up, Randy? What you got?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Chilling, dude. How's the ATL doing?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, man, I'm good, man. I really just gotta. The Steph kind of lost us that game yesterday, and I think it's because he's tired, and he has the right to be. Man, he's been doing this for a long time. He's 37, man, so he gets a little pass more so than the rest of the team. I know Draymond said we're all tired, but yeah, Steph's a little bit older than you, and he carries the team more than you do. So I feel like that. And he just seemed like not himself the last couple of games. So I felt like since Nikola Jokic was out and Murray was out, y'all should have let Steph get a rest and put the onus on the rest of the team to kind of build the confidence in them to feel like, all right, we can play without Steph. We don't need him to be Superman every night, and Steph needs to learn how to not be Superman every night because Jimmy Butler should have took over the rest of that game.
I completely agree.
Thanks, Randolph.
I completely agree.
It's a good call. 888-957-9570.
Kind of what I've been saying since 6 o'clock this morning. That had a Jimmy written all over it in the final 5 minutes, and I think Steph got a little out of whack. He's an all-time legend. He's a great player. Played terrible down the stretch.
I mean, let's call it what it is. Like, this has been kind of like the first real, like, legit opponent, albeit without their two best players, but like playoff opponent in a playoff type of a atmosphere, but a matchup.
You don't think either Nick matchup was that?
The Knicks, I don't think the Warriors. Good record. No, they do. I just don't think the Warriors viewed that Knicks team like they viewed this Nuggets team.
Okay. But also, like, I do think that the commonality between the two,
and the Nuggets,
the big physical bigs.
The Nuggets have beaten you 8 straight times.
Well, there's something
like that. There is something to be said about that, and playing tight. And I feel like Steve Kerr knew that heading into it, and he coached a little tight. And Stephen Curry, call it what it is, tight back. I don't know, but he played tight late, and he just unsure. Just the lackadaisical like nature of it all. Just a poor performance overall. Can you sweep that one under the rug, get a bounce back win tonight, and finish the homestand at 6-1? That'd be nice. And it's funny, Bobby broke it all down, right? You know, some of the losses that you've had in the Jimmy Butler era now. You look back, and you just traded for Jimmy, so I'm not really going to count the Lakers one because that was the first game out of there. But you can if you want. The Lakers lost, and then you had the Mavericks lost. So after, again, as you mentioned, the fans protesting. Then you had the Quentin Grimes game with Philadelphia, and no Jimmy Butler because he had back spasms.
Called it Tankadelphia.
Yeah, he did. By the way, you see Quentin Grimes' last 10 games? Going back to that March 1st game against the Warriors, 44 points, 30 points, 25, 35, 29, 28, 46 yesterday.
He's becoming TJ Warren in the bubble.
He's unbelievable. He's only 24, too. Quentin Grimes. Hey, shout out to him. Who was the boy that they had earlier? The guy, like, who was it? God, I can't think of his name. Early on in the season, he got hurt, and he was awesome for the Sixers. I can't think of his name right now. He was like one of the rookies of the year. They were Tyrese Maxey?
No, Maxey's been around.
He's been around. No, not Maxey. God, I can't think of it.
It's the guy with the
Sixers
big butt from France
rookie.
that everyone talks about.
Jared McCain.
Oh,
there we go. No. He was sick, dude. He was awesome. So we got him and Grimes going next year? Dude, can't wait for that. Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
Jared
10
McCain.
seed, here we come.
Hey, Philadelphia. Again, they stink. By the way, Paul George, talk about
Podcast B.
Real quick on that. Paul George, the injections, he has to be missed the rest of the season?
Yeah, they dodged a bullet.
Warriors absolutely dodged a bullet. Are you kidding me?
Definitely on his way out the door.
Yeah,
so is Podcast P.
Is he going back to Pandemic P?
I mean, they're done. Couldn't have happened to a better freaking team.
Coach Duran, Union City, real quick. We'll get to you, Coach Duran. Stephen Curry on the Nuggets playing without Jokic and Murray and still getting the dub.
We didn't find out till probably whatever it was, an hour, 40 minutes, whatever it was before the game. Yeah, it's just a totally different team, and it's guys that have the ball in their hands a lot more than they usually do, and they're playing free, and they know they have a free shot at us. And you know, Aaron Gordon played unbelievable. Russ controlled the game the whole time. Porter Jr. got him off to a good start that kind of settled him in. So They just had guys that played a lot harder than we did tonight. And as much as we tried to come back, every time we made a run, it was like, oh, you're down 8, you're down 10, you're down 12, as opposed to really, threatening them with a real comeback. So you got to credit them. They played great, but also whenever we have the amount of turnovers you did, and not even the amount, the type, that can't happen. And obviously that starts with me.
Yeah, I'd like him to say, like, I was a big part of that. They also had 2 offensive fouls, one where Steph did hit a circus 3 and another one on an inbound play in the final 5 minutes.
It's just, you just say, hey, I wasn't good enough today. I was a big part of the reason why we lost.
It's okay.
It's okay to say that. Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to go to Coach Duran here.
Kuminga had this strip on the sideline, and I was believing that they were going to come back and win that game.
Yeah, it was again
sitting on a platter and
they wanted to lose that game.
But I give Denver a lot of credit. They answered every big shot that the Warriors came through with. They either had an interception, they created a turnover, and then they came down and then they hit a big shot.
And they got some luck involved. But again, luck only happens to the team that's been playing. If you're busting your butt, like that happens to the players. Like we see it in football all the time. They get the lucky fumble or lucky bounce goes this way. Like, but it's baked into you being so good. That stuff like that happens. When you're bad, it's the opposite.
You never heard there's 2 different ways of saying this, but the more I practice, the luckier I get. The harder I play, the luckier I get.
I love that.
I've heard them both.
That's a great phrase right there.
Primarily in baseball and in golf.
Absolutely.
I've heard those
I love the one in baseball. The ball will always find you when you get out there.
It's true. It's like
true.
a magnet.
Absolutely. Coach Duran in Union City.
Hey, Coach.
He wants to talk about Stephen Curry.
What do you coach? Hoops?
Coach!
Hey, Joe and Joe.
Yo.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Oh, man, that Warrior game, dude, that was a struggle yesterday. We got Stone Cold Stunner, rock bottom by the Nuggets. They came, they held their own, and Warriors thought it was going to be easy cakewalk. But, yeah, for tonight, I'll rest Steph, let him kick back, get a couple of hot water bottles, and the Shaquille O'Neal icy hot. Chill with a nice piece of cheese pizza. Yeah, just kick back, and then hopefully he'll get better the next couple of days. But, Dub Nation, hey, we're not out. We're still coming.
There you go. Hey, we got a Stone Cold Stunner and a Rock Bottom reference. My day's already made right there.
And a Shaq Icy Hot.
I love that. The Stone Cold Stunner, I still think is the best finisher of all. It's so disrespectful.
It's my favorite.
And it tells me a lot about the wrestler that's taking it if they could do the sell job. Scott Hall, rest in peace.
Shane McMahon took the greatest stunner of all time.
No. Scott Hall.
I know Scott Hall. I love Scott Hall.
Scott Hall.
Best chest hair in wrestling history.
The Rock, also a great one. And Triple H could also take a hell of a Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah, but I like the way Shane Mack bounced off
always.
It was just incredible.
You gotta do the sell.
Also, I'd say Vince McMahon underratedly took a great Stone Cold
Yeah, but
Stunner.
it looked so awful when he did that. It was great. Talk about awful human beings.
Hey, Vince is turning into, if you see his hair, he looks like Paulie Walnuts right now.
Or the mustache.
The whole thing.
It's not good. Hockey? Hockey? Or hacky? Who is this?
Hockey.
Hockey in Baltimore.
I thought you wanted to just go to Sharks Talk there for a second.
No. Did they do anything yesterday?
Sam got so excited like he got subbed into the game.
Shoehorn that one in.
Change. Here I come. He went flying over the boards.
Hockey is in Baltimore. Wants to join the conversation. By the way, who was it? DeAndre Hopkins now a Baltimore Raven. Did you know that, Joe Shasky?
Where wide receivers' careers go to end.
What's up, Hockey? What you got, man?
Just so we can clarify, I'm not a Ravens fan. I'm a Redskins fan. So
okay, that's all right.
But starting off watching that game yesterday, I knew early on we weren't going to win. When you've been a fan for this team as long as we have, you can just feel when we come out flat like that. We're hard to we beat ourselves. And 20 turnovers, I can't remember the last time we've had 20 turnovers, but it was disgusting. And one thing I can say that I took away from the game, well, actually 2 things. Poe should play more, and Moody is losing his minutes, and that's hurtful to see already. So I don't know what to expect tonight. Obviously I believe that they're going to win. I just don't, like I said, I don't want Steph to play. But I don't want Moody's minutes to go away either. So
would you agree there's a balancing act? There's a balancing act. Like it's GP2, Moody, Buddy Hield. I guess Pod's a little in there. Like in terms of kind of that extra guard, maybe that third guard, depending on their lineups. And GP2 had a great game a couple games ago, but like this one, I thought that you got some threes early. I thought they went with the wrong guy in the final 6 minutes. I would have went with Moody before GP2.
I don't think Buddy should be playing at all.
Well, trust me. You and I kind of agree.
it's killing us. And like I said, he has to understand it. And right now we are the 6th seed. I don't really know who we're going to end up playing. I don't know how this is going to play out. But when it comes to a 7-game series, when you look at Vegas, based off yesterday to the day, they still got us as the sixth best odds. And I'll take that from 2 weeks ago. We were 14, 15,
yes,
16.
I agree.
So like I said, listen, ugly losses are ugly losses. And when we lose, everyone wants to talk about us. But I mean, this is a good reset, regroup. Whatever happens comes out today, and then we just got to prepare for these next 2 weeks as a roller coaster, because that's what it's going to be. That's just bottom line.
Well, speaking of roller coasters, the Buddy Hield experience is the Mad Mouse, like we talked about a couple weeks ago.
I mean, it is what it is at this point, Buddy Hield. But when you get a good Buddy Hield performance, you're probably going to win the game. If you don't, well, you've been winning without him having a lot of good games, though. Either
25 plus minutes and you don't score a bucket, it's tough.
I know. I unfortunately, I have no rebuttal, or I can't tell you anything to make you feel better about that, Joe Chesky.
It's just tough.
But he's going to keep playing, and he's going to keep getting those minutes. It is what it is at this point. Again, Brandon Pajemski, his stroke was getting a little bit better when he was playing. He was out the last few games with back injury, so hopefully you get him back tonight, and maybe that's some more minutes that he can be allocated to a guy like that who can knock down a 3-ball.
You know who Buddy Hield reminds me of? I'm going to go cross-sport analogy here. He's got a lot of Brandon Belt in him. And the reason why I say that is, there would go weeks where Belt would do nothing of significance. And then he'd have like a 2-week stretch where he was just on fire. And then you look up at his averages. His averages were always around 250, 260. And he hit about 20 home runs and, 70. And I look at Buddy Hield's shooting percentages and I'm like, he is the most erratic 39% three-point shooter I've ever seen in my life.
I was not.
Am I wrong?
Imagine the Buddy Wars if he had a pair of rings.
I was not expecting a Buddy Hield Brandon Belt comp today, but you know what? I'm not mad at it.
But do you get where I'm saying? Like, you look at his numbers. Wrong. People will be like, because for example, right now I'm looking at Clay's numbers and I'm looking at Buddy Hield's and Clay with the Mavericks. Sure. And, Clay's averaging 14. He's shooting 39%. And Buddy's 11.5, shooting 39%. And it's like, wow, if you told me Buddy was shooting 22% from 3-point line, I would believe you.
Well, it was funny. BPA called in earlier. He said he was watching the game. He's like, yeah, the Warriors had 20-plus turnovers. I don't know how much the Nuggets had, but it felt like they didn't have as many. I was like, well, you look at the game.
They're identical.
I read a lot.
20 turnovers apiece. But if you watch the game, to his point, if you watched it, the turnovers that the Nuggets had, they weren't as costly.
No, they weren't the live ball turnovers that the Warriors have. And here's the hard part with Buddy. Buddy's actually playing really good defense. He's contesting shots. I know that sounds insane.
No, he has been.
He was contesting shots. Michael Porter Jr. hit one in his face. He played great defense.
He did, and Michael Porter Jr. did not shoot the ball well yesterday at all. 3 of 10 from beyond the arc, 7 of 18 overall, but he did have 21 points. He did get double figures in the boards, though. He was attacking the class, 10 boards for him.
I feel like Buddy's game opens up when he hits a left-handed layup, when he hits a little runner or whatever, and then all of a sudden his shots start falling. It's just, he's so erratic. He is. He's so erratic.
Just like Fast Five.
Hi, how are you?
Biggest bugaboo of this team.
Trades are hard.
Oh, it's time for Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts of the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Over the weekend, this is my final thought. Over the weekend, me and the little guy actually watched college baseball over college basketball.
Why?
Because it would happen to be on all these different channels. And I wanted to look at Mississippi State Stadium. And I wanted to look at North Carolina Stadium. Yeah, I know. See? I don't know why. We were hung up on college baseball.
What are the stadiums like?
They're really cool. Did you know Mississippi State won the college baseball championship in 2021?
No.
Did you know that the SEC has won it basically 3 years in a row?
I know LSU's been around. Yeah, they've won.
SEC good at sports in college? That's so unlike them.
Well,
but I started thinking about my nephew.
Dominating basketball, too. They had 13 selections or something.
That's true. Yeah. He's going to Arkansas, another top 5 program in baseball.
Razorbacks.
I got to go to some college baseball stadiums. Okay. So that's my final thought.
That's your final thought.
It's on my bucket list. It's on my to-do.
Maybe start here in the Bay Area where we do have some good baseball teams.
No, SEC.
Okay, but we're
going to SEC. I've been to Sunken
SEC is
Diamond.
probably a little bit different than college.
Well,
I've been to Sunken Diamond.
No, it is.
Which is a cool stadium in Stanford.
No, I was going to say, but we have like I'm not sleeping on like our baseball teams are actually legit here. I know our basketball teams, but real quick on our basketball teams.
Santa Clara's decent too, yeah.
Shout out Cal women's basketball.
Yeah.
They're in the tourney, baby.
The only one.
That's right, the Bears.
Let's go.
Woo! Let's go.
USF in the NIT for men.
I actually think they're taking on the aforementioned Mississippi State. Let me get that. Let me confirm real quick as Sam Lubman gives his final thoughts.
If I say Mississippi State baseball, what do you think?
Well, isn't Will Bednar from Mississippi State?
And? Will Clark.
Will Clark.
Mississippi.
Oh, I feel ashamed.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing. Sam, what's your final thought?
Well, if we're talking NCAA tournament here, we always love to complain about teams that get snubbed. But on today's episode of Let's Waste Taxpayer Dollars, West Virginia is taking it a little too far. Did you guys see their governor, Patrick
absurd.
Morsi, is asking his attorney general to investigate West Virginia getting left out of the tournament, despite the fact they had 6 quad 1 wins, but UNC still got in. Like, I get it. You're upset that your team didn't get in, but like, that is absolutely ridiculous. You don't need to have government officials getting involved with this. You missed the tournament because you weren't good enough. You lost to Colorado in the first round of the Big 12 tournament. Like, no one is clamoring to see West Virginia right now. Like, get over yourself.
Real quick, remember that happened when the Saints got hosed against the Rams in the NFC Championship game? And they were like, the PI, we're going to investigate this. We're going to send it to the courts.
The last thing I want to hear is from politicians.
Yeah, like what's going to get accomplished? Nothing. They're not going to change
they're
going to
waste more of our money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's very stupid.
By the way, the aforementioned matchup, it is against Mississippi State. Number 8, Cal women's going up against the Mississippi State Bulldogs. That's going to be That's going to be the 8-9 matchup Saturday, March 22nd. This Saturday. It's going to be on ESPN2. That's a prime time. It's a 5:30, Joe Shasky, prime time.
Winner gets USC.
Fight on.
Well, 5:30.
Juju Watkins.
I'm hoping to be at Oracle for the Bruce Mahoney baseball game. That'll be really cool. Reardon plays midday, I believe, against Marin Catholic, and then SISH at 5:30.
Okay, I'm not mad.
I'm hoping to be out there for the Oracle game. Yeah, it should be fun.
Not mad at that at all, Joe Shasky. My final thought is today, don't lose tonight. Don't lose tonight because tomorrow, Pets' heads probably will be falling off. There's going to be a lot of Lloyd Christmases calling in, freaking out. Do not lose tonight. Is Steph going to go? If he's not going to go, I want a big Jimmy Butler game. He had a good shooting performance yesterday. I want more Jimmy tonight. That's my final thought. Brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
They want more.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
They have nobody.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? That's for you, Goo. What's going on, buddy?
I'm trying to bounce back like the Warriors yesterday. I feel like Tracy Morgan, Steiny.
Okay, so
I don't look like him. I feel like him. He was earling at the game.
So that's the new look these days, huh?
The new look.
So you got that new look on today, huh?
That was embarrassing.
Where you wear a beautifully creased, wonderful black jacket looking sublime.
On this, man.
And then a T-shirt. A T-shirt.
Valkyries. Valkyries, Sonny. I'm headed to the game tonight. I'm going to fall in check out the Warriors against the Bucks. Redemption City.
All right.
Good morning, man.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I'm stunned.
Let me...
okay, yeah, you do it.
I got to set it up.
Yeah, take care of it.
I didn't even talk to Goo about...
I might disappoint you. I think you think I'm going to go off.
No, I don't know what you're going to do, and never do I know what you're going to do. Any specific moment, but
cool.
we haven't really talked about the game, so I don't know where Goo's going to be coming from. I mean, they're kind of in a shambles, huh?
No, not at all. Not in the shambles. But damn it, I'm just mad at myself, Steiny. That report came out, the injury report that Christian Brown and Murray and Jokic were not playing. I just counted that, and I was mad at the league because this was a national televised game, and I felt like the Nuggets were fiddling around. But to watch the others beat the Warriors is, Steiny, I'm disappointed. I'll just say that. Come on now, the Warriors are building something. I still stand 10 toes down on that. But I will say before I throw it to you, OG Anunoby, Cat, and now my man from San Jose, Aaron Gordon, who looked like Thor last night, Steiny. I feel like moving forward, the death of the Warriors or their kryptonite is going to be stopping somebody down low that has bricks in their pocket. That's a concern for me.
Yeah.
But how did they lose the game?
They didn't really lose it last night. They got beat. They got beat.
Damn.
And I sent this text to Evan last night.
Not me, huh?
No, because I was saving it. But there is something about when you find out the stars on the other team aren't playing. There just is. And, I'm thinking of Steph Curry last night. They're going into that game, and then there's no Jokic, and there's no Jamal Murray and no Brown. And the next thing you know, I think you go to the arena or you come out and you're like, all right, we got to punch the clock tonight. We got to, we got to put in a good effort, and we're going to win this game. And then, the next thing you know, you struggle a little, and then the other team's got their young nitwits playing hard, and then you can't get going, and all of a sudden you start turning it over. You can't make a three, and you're up against it, and it's midway through the third, and you can't get any traction, and then you realize that every NBA team's got pro players on it.
Wow.
And the Nuggets made the big plays. They really did. It's a game where also it was 97-94. That's the closest they got. The Warriors never had a possession where they could have tied the game. So I look at that game as one that Denver just was in control of from start to finish. Warriors made a little run midway through the fourth, but they just could never really get over the hump. And, I mean, Aaron Gordon, good Lord.
Hunter Tyson.
Wow. I thought,
Peyton Watson.
Aaron Gordon was terrific last night. Holy Toledo.
Yeah, so do you got a problem with me just foreshadowing here, again, on the cusp of what OG Anunoby did? And I know he didn't have the point total that Aaron Gordon did, but Steiny, when you watch the game, sometimes it's bigger than just the score. I mean, down low, when you got active bigs or guys that can, fill it up, that are strong, I'm starting to wonder where we're going and how we're going to combat that. And the Warriors had 20 turnovers. So did Denver. but Denver capitalized on those turnovers. And Stoney, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not saying you're wrong about your assessment on the letdown, but with the ownage that Denver had and basically continued it, I thought the Warriors could not, sleepwalk to a win. But Steph Curry down 6, you're on a break, and to watch him go for the, what did I call it yesterday, the Globetrotter play, the alley-oop, I feel like the Warriors were trying to get a 10-point lead erased in one play.
Yeah. I mean, they turned it over way too much. They didn't play particularly smart basketball. Curry didn't play great at all last night.
Kerr said he's tired.
Yeah,
we'll see. Curry said that, though.
We'll see if he plays tonight against the Bucks. But Kuminga was so. Draymond was, I thought,
some terrible passes from Dre. Peyton Manning,
It's really weird. I can live with Steph's turnovers because he does so much offensively, but sometimes Draymond just is careless with the ball, and it feels like at times he's not doing enough to be that careless with the ball. Last night, a really bad pass where he tried to
a couple
throw deep to Butler, and it was just easily intercepted, and they got beat last night.
Yeah,
plain and simple.
They did, and I mean, damn, and the team that you're trying to hold off, Minnesota lost at home to Indiana and their JV squad. But Stotty, tell me this: do you think this is the wrong assessment? I saw the Warriors watching individuals trying to let them bring them home rather than the ball popping. The ball was not moving. I felt like we were watching Kuminga. We were watching Butler. I mean, not a bad thing, but it wasn't Warrior-like basketball. The ball wasn't popping. It was like, you know what, Stoney, it's your turn. Let's watch you try to cook.
Yeah, they just didn't. They didn't play great last night. All their supposed weaknesses that we were glossing over while they were winning.
Great word.
They haunted them last night. They couldn't make threes. They were careless with the ball, and they
got hammered on the offensive glass. They got hammered on the glass.
Yeah, they did. And they couldn't make big shots when they needed to make big shots. So, and look, this is the first, I was going to say it's the first really good team they played, but then again, they were playing the Nuggets without Jokic, Murray, and Brown. But you throw Jokic on there, and then you start really worrying about the opposition's size. That to me, Draymond looked a little overmatched with Aaron Gordon. And then you start thinking, well, they didn't even have Jokic. And
good Lord.
I think we can all now agree that the Nuggets are not the team that the Golden State Warriors want to face in the postseason.
Yeah.
A lot of talk out there, a lot of guys.
Yeah.
A lot of talk out there about how nobody wants to face the Warriors. Well, take the Nuggets off that list.
They'll be back April 4th, though, Stoney, and hopefully everybody's at full strength. One takeaway I did have, I know we gave Steve Kerr his flowers, and deservingly so, but Stoney, Quentin Post, I know, wasn't great for him early defensively, but that was the type of game to me to where I wanted him to, even if it was bad, get more than 8 minutes so you can take more away.
Can't play against that team. He can't play against that team.
Well, then that's
They're too athletic. Well, that's matchups are matchups, and matchups are matchups.
But are you there yet to where he can? That's why I wanted to see more minutes.
Who can he guard? Who can Quentin Post guard if Jokic is not playing? He can't guard Aaron Gordon. He can't guard Michael Porter Jr.
Well, it didn't seem like anybody could guard Gordon yesterday.
Exactly.
Draymond included.
Exactly. So the Warriors are at full strength last night, and they get absolutely pounded on the glass, and Aaron Gordon just dominates on the interior.
And I felt like Saturday night the Knicks did that to a degree, but yeah, they didn't get the win, but now it's a concern for me moving forward. And as much as I love Draymond, Stoney, 5 or 6 from the field, I was just driving in thinking, you told the world that this team's going to win a championship. And I told you I like how he had been playing, but you just can't make those turnovers. The Peyton Manning or Vinny Testaverde, CYO, I'm going to try to get it all in one, the whole length of the floor. Like, that happened a couple times.
Yeah.
Like, Dre, you can't do that. And Steph had 7, but the alley-oop one, Stoney, I'm still scratching my head. They were down 6 on a break, and He threw it to wow.
Yeah, they didn't have any eye contact on that one. It didn't look like Kuminga he wasn't ready to jump for the alley-oop. And it's that old adage.
Give it to me.
Stop at the foul line.
Wow.
You got to stop at the foul line on that fast break.
Sports, man. That was the game. How do you lose that game? No Murray, no Brown, no Jokic, and we're rolling.
Yeah, 14-2 with Butler. What are they now with Butler? 14-3?
Man.
With him in, they're 14-2.
Okay.
Yeah.
14-2 with Jimmy
I ain't
Butler.
overreacting.
You kind of are.
That's just
Timberwolves lost the same way. Timberwolves lost the exact same game. Well, what?
Indiana's a little better.
Indiana didn't have Halliburton. Indiana didn't have Turner. Indiana didn't have Siakam. And
Obi Toppin was popping.
No, but that was their Milwaukee game.
That was their Milwaukee game.
Tail end of a back-to-back. Fourth game in 6 nights.
Exactly.
That's what the Warriors are playing tonight.
Right.
Not what they played last night.
Yeah, I just meant the stars on the other team are out. And there's a little bit of a letdown. Curry was 6 for 21 last night. You know who else couldn't make a basket? Anthony Edwards. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you make of last night? Wake up call for your boys, Warrior fans, or hey, they were due to lose a game, no biggie. They did lose some ground on some teams ahead of them, but we'll talk a lot about it on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles welcome.
Have you been asking yourself, what's the secret to getting my excess weight off fast and easy like a
to Chef and Dre.
Jimmy Buckets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're back.
Yeah.
Warriors get beat by the Denver Nuggets last night. Undermanned Denver Nuggets. 114-105. I'm seeing some texts to say, you know what? That's your all fault. You talked yourself into this being a team that could win it all, and
well, nobody's going the other way on that.
I'm looking at the text.
We're all different, not me.
Where is the guy? Where is the guys?
I mean, when you miss 12 free throws, Donnie, you ain't going to beat James Logan High School. It's like, come on, man. Everything just hey, you know what? I'm not a psychologist, Donnie. I tried to study it in college at Chabot, but I'll tell you this. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're on to something. But if you're a pro, it shouldn't be who's not in the lineup. The Warriors had everything that they wanted. Minnesota lost. You're trying to stay hot. And you can't, you want to break the spell against Denver. So now how's Denver feeling when they come in here on April 4th, feeling like we beat you with the JV squad? It may mean nothing, but to battle back from 15 down, to get it to 6 with 2 minutes left, Curry on the break, I just pull up and take that, Chef. Yeah. That was, oh, boy. Maybe it's not our night.
I mean, I look at last night's game, and the best player on the floor by far was playing for the Nuggets.
Damn.
And then I go to the second part. Who was playing the hardest last night?
The Nuggets.
Russell Westbrook.
Oh, come on now. You're right.
I mean, Russell Westbrook had one of those games where he didn't do everything right, but boy, he was just playing as hard as he always does. And last night, it really stood out. The other thing is,
passing.
If the Warriors were tired last night, they got to play again tonight. It'll be their third game in 4 days against the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll find out about Steph Curry, whether he plays or not. But the other thing, the loss, sure, Minnesota lost, so you don't fall out of sixth. But now moving up in the standings looks more precarious.
But and it sounds like you don't, Stoney. We all can see it. But can you understand if some of Dub Nation, if not all, I'm worried about the power forward center position when you get into the playoffs, because I'm assuming we get there, Stoney, and you get a 7-game series against guys that are active, that are good, that can score and have girth. If you got me scratching my head now about Quentin Post, like I wanted to see more of 8 minutes and more of an opportunity, and maybe we see it tonight. But again, there's nothing. You got Giannis.
Well, he can play tonight against Brook Lopez.
Yeah, and I guess I don't. Up until last night, I wasn't feeling he can play and he can't play. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering how much of Steve Kerr's and the coaching staff's thought process is like yours would Post just after that.
Well, that's the way Steve Kerr coaches. I mean, it's how
nobody could guard him. He was giving everybody the business.
Exactly. But the problem with Post is not just that he can't, that he struggles against the athletic guy like Aaron Gordon. The other problem is, they're going to put him in pick and rolls left and right. And he's a young player. He's not the quickest player. So there's absolutely going to be games where Post either doesn't play or can't play, at least according to Steve Kerr. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you guys look at last night's game? To me, I look at it, I was listening to ESPN, and they are just absolutely killing the Warriors.
Yeah,
what a horrible loss. You can't do this. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it's like
I heard it all after the game.
They're 14-2 with Butler.
Yeah.
They weren't going to finish the season on a 21-game winning streak.
But Steiny, your thing that you share with Evan and the listeners and myself, you're worried about their three-point shooting, and I know, the last few games, a couple games, they were over 50%, but 8 of 33, that'll get you beat too. I mean, They couldn't hit the side of a barn.
I mean, I think it's obvious that the Warriors' weaknesses are their three-point shooting, especially if Steph's not on fire. And last night, the size was glaring.
No doubt, man.
The size was just glaring.
With no Jokic.
Exactly. And I saw some real vulnerability last night.
What a word,
with Draymond Green and some of his limitations against a guy like Aaron Gordon. And even, you know who else
he was
even?
frustrated.
Shanshar.
Man,
Shanshar.
I tried to text the VAR and I couldn't get the name right. I said, I'll just wait.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Get us started here, Tom. How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
Hey. Doing well.
That game sucked. So, hey, Guru, I'm gonna explain what happened last night, man, so you understand. When I called, you said, "Oh, we're gonna play the Denver, and we're gonna play the B team." Okay, let me tell you, that carried over to the Warriors too, because they didn't take this game seriously, man. They thought they were just gonna show up and participate and win a trophy, and they thought this game was easily won. Denver was running us off the three-point line with our shooters. They let Draymond and GP2 and Yield shoot all day because they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And I really believe Kerr is hurt, man. I think that back problem, he did not look himself. He looked, I mean, the worst I've seen him all year, man. I'm a little concerned about that. But these guys didn't take this team seriously. They have beat us 9 times in a row.
So you shouldn't.
We have not won since. We haven't won since 22, man. Think about that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. This was the most disappointing loss of the year for me.
I'm with him.
Be real.
Appreciate it, Tom. Well, yeah.
What do you mean? So I understand. I understand, Tom. What do you take from that?
What's that?
He said, so you'll understand it, Goo.
Well, he's helping you understand why they lost.
But I got you. I'm listening and I'm understanding. I saw it.
Yeah, he can.
And it's. I'll just real quick.
He wanted to add something.
He made a point about they didn't take it serious. No, look at the ledger. Aaron Gordon's been a matchup problem for us. So this is nothing new. Denver, he did it again, and that's why I'm a tad bit concerned about the low post and the lack of size, Donnie.
When did Aaron Gordon become 7 feet tall and 275 pounds?
Man, he's went to the
line. He looked so much bigger.
He went through 3 downs. You remember the one where it almost went out of bounds and just took it in and did the reverse layup? I'm from San Jose.
He's shooting 45% from three.
And he hit a couple of them, Stoney. My goodness, man.
He was tremendous.
But I'll say this, Stoney, he turned the ball over a few times too. But like you said, plus minus, man.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you view this? Is this just a one-off, or is this something that needs to be looked at a little more? They're still a very good team with Jimmy Butler, but they're still a very small team with Jimmy Butler.
And they're a new team too, Stoney. I know you're going to be like, Goudet didn't almost play 20, but they're working it. They're working on it. But
when you start thinking about a 7-game series against big athletic teams, especially teams that maybe have a guard or some guards that can just pressure Steph 94 feet, then you start realizing it is going to be a daunting task when they're just not they just don't have a big bouncy guy in there.
I'm with you.
And I thought it hurt him a little bit last night.
Kuminga's the closest, Donnie.
Exactly.
Jonathan Kuminga's the closest. And they were letting him kind of work it out, and I wasn't mad because, I'm a big Kuminga fan, Stoney, but, credit Denver and who they had on the court, Stoney. I just felt like the Warriors were playing iso ball a bit more than usual, and maybe Denver had something to do with that.
Yeah. The other thing I always kind of like to do when I look at, the other teams, when we talk about the Warrior young players and their upside, I mean, you also have to, I always like to look at the other team, and they're sitting with Peyton Watson. He's a very young player. Spencer Jones is a young player. So, everybody's got young players who are pretty good. And that's a big win for Denver because a lot of their second-team guys were the ones who made it happen. And, they cooled off maybe the hottest team in the league, the Warriors.
Now, I'm being real, Stoney. I'm headed to the game tonight with Evan. Another major story is there are reports. I read Slater's piece about Curry might have tweaked his back against Sacramento or before the Sacramento King game. And forget what Curry said, because we know he's always going to be, I'm okay. But if there was energy behind, sentiment on what he was saying in regard to Curry and where he's at, and he's tired. Like, Stoney, I'm just telling you, I think I would like to see no Chef tonight because I think they could be able to handle Milwaukee. I'm not into that, but I'm like, if that's what's, you know what I mean? Like, man.
I mean, they decide that. Right. I don't, if Kerr doesn't think he's, up to it, then he'll probably sit. The one thing I remember saying yesterday is, they do have 15 or 16 games left. How many are the big three? Now putting Butler in there. How many are they going to play? It looks like Curry may not play tonight, but we'll see. And tonight's a kind of game where if you get beat tonight, then you got to start thinking about just holding on to the 6th spot,
right,
as opposed to climbing the standings. Because, you lost a game last night to Denver, you lost a game to the Lakers, and you also lost another game to the Rockets. So those teams,
Philly just, oh my gosh,
those teams are getting out of touch, quite frankly.
So do you have a problem with me? I said this to you yesterday, and I'm standing on business, Donnie. But now I've identified, react to new information. I don't want Denver the first round.
Whoa. I thought we weren't afraid of anybody.
Well,
I thought everybody's afraid of the Warriors, and we don't care who we play.
Yeah.
If you don't want to play Denver, you probably don't want to play Oklahoma City either.
That's a little different.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hartenstein?
Right, the brother.
Denver's got the most beef in the West.
Dude, man, that's a great call. Yeah. Man, Steiny. Steiny, he went to a laboratory, added girth, and now he's shooting a 3. And Draymond was looking at him inbounding the ball sometimes after he scored, Steiny. Like, I know he was saying, because I have, damn, that's a big SOB.
Dominant last night. He was absolutely dominant last night. Lorenzo in Virginia. What's going on, Lorenzo? How you doing, man?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I just find out, isn't it kind of ironic how Denver, they lost their last game and they lost it to the guy that we haven't beat Denver in about 9 tries.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's ironic that the guy that beats them with all Denver and everybody playing was Jordan Poole, and that was the last time we beat him, and that was in the playoffs. I just kind of find that ironic.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Last night it was more about the turnovers. I felt like we kind of shot ourselves in the foot with all the turnovers we had. I felt like Denver, they had a bunch of turnovers. They were trying to give us the game.
Yes.
And I just felt like, last night would have been the game to sit Curry, because we got the back-to-back tonight. Last night with Jokic and Murray and Braun out, you should have set Curry knowing that he wasn't, he was dealing with something, and then just, played him tonight. And I just feel another thing. I just feel like Buddy Hield, man. He
can't make a shot,
unplayable, man.
Yeah,
he can't make a shot. He's just unplayable, man. It's like we giving you he's got the wide open shots, and he's just unplayable. I think in the offseason, man, that the Warriors really need to get another veteran shooter, a reliable shooter, and a veteran big. If they do those two things, man, they're going to be in a great position. Yeah, that's all I got, guys.
Appreciate it, man.
But sorry, can I
the
jump
young
in
big better be the big better be athletic,
no doubt.
The big can't be Quentin Post, Looney, or even Trace Jackson Davis.
I got you. I'm with you, but Steiny, let's be honest, man. And we talk about the roller coaster that is Buddy Hield, but last night he was only 0 for 3. I'm grading on a curve, but to come down his road like he was 1 of 10, I don't think that's fair or cool. And I didn't watch that game last night and think he was just a one-man gang in regard to not being able to hit a shot from deep. The Chef, we know he's spectacular more often than Buddy Hield, but 4 of 14's not going to cut it, but Buddy Hield was not by himself. 8 of 33 was the story.
Yeah, and look.
And you said naturally it's just a natural concern, the three-point shot.
Yeah, I mean, if Buddy Hield isn't making threes, who do they have that consistently can make threes other than Steph?
I want to say Moody.
Post, but you couldn't play him.
Well, that's a good point. Post is probably their third. I think Post is a better three-point shooter than Moody.
But then you can't play him against Denver.
No.
Like, and in a series, that also hurts because you can't put shooting on the floor because he's just going to get eaten.
Now, Evan, hearing you say that, and
this really bothers you.
No, Evan, I'm like.
Did you watch the first 6 minutes of the game?
I totally did, but I'm just telling you guys, are you ready to say, let's just fast forward, we got Denver, that Post can't play, like, can there be something devised to where he's not putting that, and I know you're looking at me with your nice glasses, but I'm not ready to say he can't play against Denver. After 6 bad minutes. That's what I'm asking you, Evan. Like, something's got to be done. He needs help, obviously. But come on, we can't let Denver one game, and you guys could end up being right, say he can't play if we end up hooking up.
Well, they don't even have Jokic.
Sorry.
Man.
I mean, I actually think he might be able to play more against Jokic because at least he's got some size. But I mean, he struggles with guys coming downhill on the pick and roll, and you know he's also a rookie. He's got a lot to learn. And
I'd like to say, and you guys are gonna laugh, Evan. I hear you. I just thought I wanted, like, man, I know it's bad, but it's bad for damn near everybody trying to check him. Let's give him a little more, and it might be bad, but a little more than 8
We're trying to win a title here.
Yeah.
We can't be playing rookies. We can't be playing 55th picks in the draft and hope they can shut down Aaron Gordon.
Gordon
and
gave
Jokic.
him a facial early. I was like, oh.
Let's go to Nick. Nick's in San Francisco. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not quite as panicked about the Dubs losing this one, really.
Fair enough.
I think it's just 1-L.
Go ahead. What do you say? Just one off?
Just one L.
It's just 1L.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
that is all it is.
Well, if you guys are telling me that, you know, I know it's just a youngster, I'm fixated on Post, that he can't play against Denver, then it was more than that.
I mean, I would anticipate Post can play tonight.
But the Jokic part is interesting.
Against Brook Lopez. I would think Post.
But we hadn't said that against anybody, you know?
Well, not everybody's Denver. Hey,
no doubt about it.
Hey, where's everybody? Oh, Denver. I'm not afraid of Denver.
I got my hand
Denver.
up.
Who's Denver?
I got my hand up.
I mean, they're big. They're big and they're athletic.
Man.
And
Russell Westbrook went Stockton on us.
No.
He was, what you mean?
He had 7 turnovers. Stockton never had 7 turnovers.
He had assists, though.
I've never seen a player airball as many shots as he has and still have the confidence to take and make.
He made the one over GP and look at his finger. I'm like, come on, Steiny.
I mean,
he made some big buckets.
He did. Yeah. He did. Uh-oh. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene, how you doing, man?
Gene.
Hey, guys. Yeah, indeed. So listen, what you just said about how much we can expect from the big three the rest of the season kind of segues into what I want to say. But if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I have an interesting story that'll lead into it.
All right.
So something like 18 to 20 years ago, I had the privilege and the pleasure of seeing Dave Brubeck in one of his last concerts in Berkeley. And he was already in his early to mid-80s. But when he was up there playing with this young quartet, man, he was banging on those ivories like he had, back in the 60s and 70s.
Sure.
And then I got a chance to meet him and backstage afterwards because a friend of mine was the head of the Brubeck Foundation at the time. So I went backstage, and this same guy that was 10 minutes earlier banging like crazy on those ivories could barely stand up, and his hand was shaking as I shook his hand. So, and that threw me, and I since found out this whole business of muscle memory. So that brings me to Stephen Curry and what we've seen from him pre-Butler and all the way up through last night. Last night, he looked about as old as I've seen him. he was terrible. He hurt the team. Frankly, I wish he had sat himself down. I wish Kerr had sat him down. You know, before Butler, he had about 10 games where he was not the old Curry. He was really substandard.
Right.
Then Butler came along, and it felt like muscle memory and excitement cranked in, and suddenly he looked almost like the MVP level that we'd seen years ago. But then the last 2 games, he's kind of reverted to, unfortunately, the older version. And while I still expect to see more Curry flurries in the future, I think they got to be really careful, and it's going to be on Steve Kerr to manage his time. And he's going to have to look and see, is this guy ready to play tonight, or is he not? Because he can't be out there hurting us the way he did last night. As you say, we're trying to chase a championship, and if Curry's not going to set himself down, then Kerr is going to have to. So make sure this guy's ready to play and able to play and to contribute. Otherwise, we could have more of what happened last night.
Yeah, appreciate it, Gene.
Wow, and that's our guy. But Steiny, the chef had been on a bender. He's averaged 30 since, we all have bad nights.
Yeah. I
get Gene. Gene is going deep. Like, he seen something a minute ago, but not me. I was like, that's why it was euphoria, coming out of everything that I was talking about in regard to Chef, and we talked to him face to face. So
he said it takes a little longer.
Yeah.
Takes him a little longer to get ready.
But if he's dealing really with something with his back, that's why, Steiny, again, I know it's not about the show today, but he wouldn't see the floor tonight. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah, we'll find out whether Steph plays or doesn't play tonight. And they got to win tonight. Tonight they got to win. Otherwise, I think they can forget about jumping up in the standings if they lose tonight. Because they still have another road trip. Here's the other thing that when I think about a series, let's say they play Denver in a series, and that was game 1. I mean, what do you do game 2 if you're the Warriors? Denver doesn't get smaller in between games.
No, wow.
And they sometimes, in the early rounds, there's an extra day off or 2 early in the series, but once you get to games 3 and 4, it goes game off, game off, game off. I'm with Gene. I mean, that's the one thing that we've got to continue to look at in terms of where the Warriors are, and that's their core.
You're going to
and
laugh.
whether they can put they've already put together a hell of a month, so they need to put together another hell of a month, and then 2 more hell of a months.
I know.
Can they do it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and we're going to find out. And I'll tell you this, Donnie, you're going to laugh, but I would try to implement some zone if I got Denver and I had to face them tomorrow night. Something.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Did you sober up last night a little bit, Warrior fans? Or do you think that's just a one-off and we'll bounce back tonight and once again start heading up the standings? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members.
Having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you can look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you can beat the Warriors with your Scrabinis, you beat the Warriors with your Scrabinis. Let Michael Malone coach the way he wants to coach.
And I'll say this to Bond Tim, Steiny. You know, I don't know him, but I'm like, you don't get a calendar, Tim, of who's injured and when they're going to have flare-ups or whatnot. It's you know, it flows. You don't know. Things pop up, the night of or the night before. But I just got to tell you, he does have a point, but how can you really police it? And that's what's ailing the NBA. I thought that was an S show when that report came out, not just Jokic, Murray, and then Brown on top of it. And then I'm sitting there like, Warriors by 90. I'm going to watch my soaps.
Yeah.
And they lost.
See, I'm gonna go the other way.
From my man Silk Basie.
I thought it was a great day for the NBA. A great day. Because two teams that were severely undermanned went into a visiting arena and knocked off so-called playoff teams. Indiana did the same thing to Minnesota with their backups. Obi Toppin had like 40.
I told Evan, he probably won't remember about a year ago. I go, something about Obi I like, Stoney. He just fighting for his life. He bouncy.
Yeah. Okay. 888-957-9570. Go ahead. You wanted to bring up Kuminga.
No, he was 4 of 11. I just wanted to ask you what you made of.
He's complaining too much. He's throwing up his hands too much.
That's interesting.
He was barking too much at the refs last night. But he wasn't the reason they got beat. I thought I described him as so-so last night. He was so-so.
He had a better second half than first. Jimmy Butler, 16 field goal attempts.
That's a lot for him.
No doubt.
That's a lot. 925. Here's a different version. I'm proud of the Warriors. They never quit. They played hard. Earlier this year, they would have given up by the second half. I mean, here's the other thing that some people might not like, especially if they're not a big fan of Brandon Podziemski. They need him.
Oh, no doubt.
They need another ball handler.
He should be back allegedly tonight, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Draymond and Steph are your primary ball handlers and they're turning it over what'd you call them, the turnover twins?
Yep.
Evan calls Curry
they had
and
11
Green the turnover twins.
Not the Thompson twins.
To me, that's where Podziemski comes in. He can take some of the load off those guys. Yeah. And, I mean, I just think Draymond's trying to make these risky passes that I don't feel like he's tried to make in the past.
Or learn from. Like Steiny, he did the whole James Logan high, I'm going to throw it 80, the full 90 for like Dre. And it was a big possession. So they got to definitely fix that. Somebody in the text line goes, Goo, what do you mean Steph's on a bender? Bender in regard to scoring points. He was splurging. He was averaging 30 since Butler. That's when I use bender.
He didn't even average that. That's less than what he averaged per game that one year, right?
Well, no, 32 was the year.
Mr. Caleb is in Livermore. Hey, Mr. Caleb, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Not much.
Hey, Goo, first of all, I got a comment, man. That Blazer, man, I see you trying to get that Valkyrie GM job, huh?
I hadn't thought about it,
It's
but
been filled.
I'm free from whatever.
And then also, Steiny, I got a comment on that button up, man. He looks like my fourth grade elementary teacher. Look, I gotta say it, Steiny. You're back at it again, man.
Oh, really?
Like you were a few days ago. You're saying the sky is falling, like you're Chicken Little. I mean, look, at the end of the day, as a guy who used to play the game,
Where'd you play? Where'd you play?
What?
Where'd you play?
Man, I play AAU ball, man, for the Oakland Soldiers, man.
Please.
Come on, man.
Come on.
The Soldiers.
The Oakland Soldiers have never had a player on the roster named Caleb.
Hey, hold on. Google me. Hey, go on YouTube and type in Caleb Belts, man. You'll see my highlights.
All right.
Look. The fact of the matter situation is when you're going into a game, when you're wanting to play the best players and they're not playing, you have a letdown. That happens, and that's what they did last night. I'm not worried about the Warriors. It's one game. They'll be all right.
Mr. Caleb, I am not. You got the wrong guy. I did not say the sky was falling. That's the only thing I've taken.
I got your back on that.
You know who else played for the Oakland Soldiers?
LeBron.
No, he's from the Midwest.
Dame.
He played for the Oakland Rebels.
Good Lord.
Aaron Gordon played for the Oakland Soldiers.
Wow. Yeah.
I just have a hard time believing the Oakland Soldiers had a guy named Caleb. That's all.
Well, but of course, Aaron Gordon then went to Arizona.
Woo, he was good.
Now, I'll give everybody, I'll give credence to the fact of the psychological component to where there was a letdown. But if you will allow me to enter this to the jury, Steiny, I'm still going back to Saturday night when I felt like OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony, they cooked. Their girth was apparent, even during misses. I saw them get rebounds. So I would just tell people like Caleb, I can't tell you how to think, but there's something going on here to where we got to get it rectified as best we can moving forward, Steiny. And sometimes you are who you are, but man, I hope you and Evan are off with the Post can't play against Denver after 8 minutes that, didn't go his way. We got to figure something out.
Well, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. They've been running through teams that they're better than, and they've been running through teams that have been missing a guy or two. And we say that one of the things they still are a little short on is size and front court athleticism. And we say, well, you can only play who's in front of you. And we're beating the teams that are in front of us. And they had been. But the last couple nights, they played bigger teams, especially last night with two really athletic guys in Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon. And lo and behold, it's an issue. But didn't we know it was going to be an issue? Didn't we know that they are going to have to figure out a way to win playing small, kind of like they did in the past? They don't have big athletes.
I got you.
They just don't, and that's a short.
Post is a shooter, and we've all said it. But I didn't get carried away, Steiny, because I'm still excited about his future. But you are right. His forte is not banging or stopping a guy like an Aaron Gordon or making it difficult. I mean, he's out there trying, but his thing is shooting a rock.
I mean, I think he's tough. I've watched him since he's come up. I think he's a tough player, Quentin Post, but he has physical limitations on defense. Yeah. And he's going to run into those when they play a team with size and athletes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night by Denver, and here comes Milwaukee. Here comes Milwaukee, probably with Giannis and Damian Lillard, and now we'll find out about Steph Curry. The one thing that I'm surprised about is on the text lines.
Give it to me.
Everybody's saying, yeah, Steph looked tired. Steph looked tired. And I don't think he's been looking tired before last night's game.
I'm with you.
And, I mean, Steve Kerr's obviously with him every day. But, this is not – I didn't feel like this was something that was building, and you say to yourself, man, Curry's laboring. Like that's what you would say if he'd done over the last week, but I didn't. I think Curry's looked like Curry. He just didn't make any shots last night, and he got a little careless with the ball.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys today?
Doing well.
Yeah, I agree with your caller. I forget his name now. The older guy. I'm 70. He sounds like he's a little older than me. But anyway, he talked about the guy playing the piano. That guy. I agreed with him that
Dave Brubeck.
Yeah. So I it's just like that. My whole I've got caught up in the excitement too since Butler's been here. I called in. I said I didn't like the trade because of the age and because of the size. That we're older. We have no big men. And my whole and the point I made even before they, for the last few years, or last couple of years, and I call into you guys, I always would say I wanted them to trade Steph and Draymond, get rid of the older guys and start their rebuild because they're going to have to bite the bullet sometime. And I just, like Kerr at the end of his press conference last night, he was talking about how tired Steph is, and that was my whole thing is how are they going to sustain this when they got three guys that are 35 and older, and you've got a league full of young talent and young, big, athletic talent. That's and that's what you saw last night. That got beat by a younger guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Towns was taking it to him early in the game with the Knicks game, but I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He thinks he's a shooting guard. If he would have stayed at a low post, he could have taken Draymond all night. But he wants to be outside shooting a three. The Knicks, I would have never traded for that guy. I don't know what anybody sees. I mean, he's good, but I just think he could be better. But anyway, getting back to the Warriors, it's just like how are they going to sustain this? Butler looked like before last night. Butler had a great game last night, but before last night, he looked like he started getting up against it a little bit too, because you got to remember, and Kuminga looks like he's trying to get his legs under him. He's trying to work his way back. Hopefully, maybe they can get it back together. Hopefully, Kuminga can come around because I think what it's going to come down to with these older guys that they're going to have to give rest is that they can depend on Moody and Kuminga, who are still very young, but hopefully they can play well enough to help those as they like to put it, the non-Steph minutes or whatever.
Right.
I don't know what the answer is, but they're too small and they're too old. Anyway.
Appreciate it, Dennis. Thanks for the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's right.
Yeah.
The Laughing Monk Studios right here in downtown San Francisco. And we are loving our new sponsor.
No doubt
Absolutely
about it.
loving the new sponsor. Yeah, I mean, the age thing. I mean, you know how I feel about the age thing. And what is today? March 13th. So they got about a month left in the season.
Gotcha.
And then they have the playoffs. But they've been playing hard the last month.
Stoney, did you just say the 13th?
Yeah.
It's March 18th.
Also, point goo. LeBron did play for the Rebels.
I knew he. Yeah. Go ahead, Stoney.
Well, we're talking about the Soldiers.
Yeah.
Or the Soldiers, sorry.
He did play for the Soldiers.
Yeah, they actually created a rule because of LeBron.
There you go.
That you can't play for an AAU team outside of a 100-mile radius.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he was getting in my ear asking me to come on and clarify.
Oh, I got you.
Well, the March 13th was what started, though. It's March 8th. Yeah. Huh? My man.
What do dates matter? Seriously.
Look at the, hey. Anyway, he had been losing. I'll say this. Oh, finish your thought, man.
I didn't really have one other than, Steph's 6 for 21, and now he's got a back issue.
But the
obviously.
age thing was real, but it hadn't been apparent because they were just crushing it. So I get people now coming out, and I'm not saying the callers coming out of the bushes to say they lost because of age or Steph's tired. I'm laughing and scoffing at that. This dude has been phenomenal. I'm just talking about the chef, but the age thing, we'll find that out down the road. And Steph didn't look tired to me before the game, Stoney, but Steve Kerr had some extra, I believe, spicy mustard on the comments that his staff, his team needs to find a way to rest him. But I wanted to say this and point out, and I know I'm going to raise your blood pressure here. Jonathan Kuminga, Stoney, 8 free throw attempts, and I like that. And I feel like he could have got fouled 2 or 3 times that they didn't call it. So I'll leave that there. But I like the fact that, he went to the line, made 5 of them. That can improve. But, man, I thought he got fouled 2 or 3 times and there was no whistle, neither here nor there. But, yeah, I just felt like the ball wasn't popping the Warrior way.
Oh, is that because of Kuminga?
No.
Oh,
no.
Whoa. What do you mean?
You got to tip your cap to
Sticky
Denver.
Fingers?
No.
Rolling Stones. That was one of their albums.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, what's going on with Steph? Is he going to play tonight against Milwaukee? Just answer some questions, Steve.
Potentially. I don't know what, I got to talk to Rick, but he's exhausted right now. So we got to absolutely consider giving him a night, getting him rejuvenated for the sake of him and our, the remainder of our games. But we'll see. But I think he's been tired the last few games, and so we've got to find a way to get him his juice back.
All right, that's Steve Kerr talking about maybe sitting Steph tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks.
And I felt like Steph didn't like that. Not that he's mad.
Well, then make shots. Curry.
Well, hey, Mouth, I've been on a bender since we got Butler.
Really?
Help me out.
You're still not over 40% from 3.
Stop it, man.
You're still headed for your second worst shooting performance for a season from 3. It's okay. There's always
somebody else can make some. Yeah.
Who?
The guy shooting them. Hey, we got to put some respect on this guy's name. We talked about him.
That's,
you don't like that?
Well, that's going to lead me not to want to. When you put it like that.
Well, Gary Payton II.
Nah.
Stoney, he's balling. He's playing his ass off front. Keep the mask on. Where are they without him last night, man? I'm being real.
Still in the loss
We're taking
column.
it for granted, man. Gary Payton II kept their ass in that game last night. 8 of 10 from the field. Made another 2 more 3-pointers. I'm like, I actually thought to myself, why isn't he shooting more? But
I'd like to see him rebound more.
Look, he always got something on the to-do list.
How do you guys think Kuminga played last night, Warrior fans? Played almost 28 minutes. He's getting up to that 30 mark. Evan, how do you think Kuminga played last night?
Poor early, good late.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was okay. Not great, not terrible. How about you, Goo?
He was okay. Denver has size, and they were swatting his stuff a few times. And it wasn't just him, but he was going to the rack, and that ball was coming the other way. I was like, damn. So athleticism meets athleticism. But 4 of 11, 0 of 2 from 3. To your point, Stoney, 3 rebounds, 4 assists.
Yeah, keep going.
3 turnovers.
3 turnovers in 27 minutes. Him and Santos each had 3 turnovers.
14
He's
minutes.
their best player by plus minus.
Kuminga?
Yeah, he's plus 6.
Yeah. Plus minus, he was their best player. I think Butler was pretty good, but he was -9.
And he got fouled a couple times.
Who?
Butler, hard. And I love that part because for the callers that said the Warriors weren't taking it serious, I thought the intensity went through the roof after, Jimmy's real mild-mannered, Stoney, but you could tell he was irritated from the way he got fouled and went to the floor. And I was like, okay, here we go. It's down 6, let's go. And whatever lead every time that you thought they were about to take the game, Denver made a shot or made a play or got on the floor.
See, that's where, they weren't in the game. They had 1 possession when they got it to 3. Denver was completely in control. And here's the other thing.
Draymond took it from Gordon, got the ball, and then Steph went on the break, had Butler to the left.
They were down 6 at that point.
Yeah, but you make a 3, you're down 3, or if you score, you're down 4. You know what I mean? Yeah. So to throw that ball for nothing is like, man. And they still had chances.
I think that Jimmy Butler, that's
all we asked you to do.
You want me to give you guys a hand out there?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're watching a game on TV and you think there's a foul, look at the player who you think the foul's against. And I did not see Jimmy Butler complaining on these calls. Now, Kuminga was throwing up his hands when he'd go into the lane with nowhere to go, and
the ball
didn't
going
get
the other
anything
way.
didn't get anything going. But Butler doesn't say much to the refs.
No, these were fouls. It was the way he got fouled and thrown to the ground. He got up, made his shot, free throw attempts, but I could tell he was a bit irritated for damn. So I was like, okay, so he's invested. They are. And, they just couldn't get over the hump.
Let's go to Kate in San Ramon. Hey, Kate, how you doing?
Hey, guys. It's good to talk to you. I listen all the time, never call.
Thank you.
I really more of a comment. Steiny, you always get kind of dinged on here for being, negative, but I think you're just more of a realist, which I completely see here. It's like we're looking for some consistency from the Warriors, and we take consistency with a couple of wins to make it seem like we might have a deep playoff run. And I'm a huge Warriors fan, but I just don't see it. I feel like it's like a bad relationship where you think they're getting better and they're going to be nice, and then they just have a relapse into bad behavior, which is what we saw last night. So it's just hard to get excited about a deep playoff run if we can't beat the Nuggets without their biggest players. And that's it.
Thanks, Kate. Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
you guys did.
Loss.
You all did. That's fine. Y'all jumped the gun. Kate's right. You certainly did.
And no, the record is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
That was one loss last night. And if you guys are really tapping into the Dr. Phil of they weren't invested once they found out the big guys weren't playing for Denver, okay. But the bottom line is since Jimmy Butler's been here, this team has taken off. I'm not backtracking on where I think they can go, but I am scratching my head moving forward, just more of a concern now. It's like a pimple when it grows and it gets to that zit stage. It's big and it's ready to pop. Man, we got a problem with, guys down low in the paint.
Well, and that's why Kate was talking about
jumping the gun?
Yes. Yes. I mean, who did they play during that? Yeah. And listen, Jimmy Butler's turned the Warriors season around. The playoffs, if they're going to make it, who knows what can happen? I'm not making any predictions. Do I think they can win it? No, I don't, because I think winning 4 series is going to be, I think we're making that seem easier than it is. But also, and I get it, when you're winning, you can just say we're going to beat the teams in front of us. But the reality is you haven't. You haven't played OKC with Jimmy Butler. You hadn't played Denver. You hadn't played L.A.
But you didn't dodge
haven't
him
played
either,
Memphis.
You didn't dodge them. They weren't on the schedule.
But that's my point. So why did everybody jump ahead and say this team can go all the way when they had not beaten a top 8 team, let's say?
See, I think the enthusiasm, and I said Western Conference Finals, and I'll stand on that, Stoney, is we were judging the Warriors compared to themselves prior to the Butler trade. And they are, and you can admit it, and you have. They are a better team now. And now the possibilities, are I don't want to say endless, but I mean, on a good night, the Warriors are going to be a problem.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We don't. That's my point. We don't know that yet. And all I've been saying is during the streak with Jimmy Butler, and I don't take this lightly either, they beat all the teams they should beat. That's the improvement they made with Jimmy Butler that's tangible. They're beating teams they should beat. Yeah. Okay, well, there's a whole nother echelon of teams that are better or have a better record than the Golden State Warriors. And I think what Kate was saying is we should have waited a little bit more to see more tough games integrated into the schedule before we started maybe talking title.
But you're still intrigued, though, right?
Yeah, I'm intrigued, okay. But I mean, I don't think any more or less about him after the Denver. I think they're going to have trouble in the first round. I do, because they're probably going to play a team better than them record-wise, and they're not going to have home court. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation. We'd love to have you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
My eyes are on Draymond Green. Who the person that went on national television during All-Star Weekend to guarantee the championship? Who's that? That wasn't Steph. That wasn't Jimmy. That's Draymond.
It's always a fun game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Not against Denver. It's not. How many is that in a row now for Denver? Over the Warriors? 8, 9?
9.
Not 5, not 6.
That's 9.
All right.
Not 5, not 6.
Hey, Sam. Loveman, you know I love you, right?
Is Sam back there?
Yeah, he's back there.
Our man.
And I'm pretty sure I got this right. I was listening to the morning show, and Sam said there's 4 teams that can win it all.
Uh-oh, Sam, I'm excited.
Boston.
Okay, check.
OKC, Denver, and the Warriors. Put some respect on the Cavaliers, please.
No, because I think the Celtics will beat the Cavaliers in the playoffs.
Wow, Sam, I ain't mad at you.
Cavs could win it.
I mean, sure, they could, but they won't.
Are they really going to beat
You think
Boston?
the Warriors have a better shot of winning the title than the Cavs?
Not if they play Conchar.
You guys are the best.
Beat me to it by 1 second.
Warriors
No,
sound right-
I don't
okay.
think there's a team in the East that could beat the Celtics in a playoff series right now.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
And, yeah, Cleveland looks great. Ty Jerome. Hey, I'll tell you what. The Warriors set a record last night. Did you hear about it?
No.
Let me read it to you.
Okay.
This is a record, NBA history and WNBA. A team that shot under 25% from 3 on 30 attempts. Warriors did that last night.
Okay.
Under 60% from the free throw line on 25-plus attempts and 20 turnovers. Yikes. And they still almost won the game.
No, they didn't.
They got within 6.
They
Evan.
did not
That counts
almost
for me.
win the game.
Dude, come on. 2 minutes, you get it to within 6.
You're down 6 with 2 minutes.
But I got you, but come on.
You're playing the Nuggets. You're not playing the Wizards.
But that version of the Nuggets were throwing the ball. Like they had 20 turnovers, and you could say, well, that's expected. I mean, Westbrook started throwing it away. Gordon threw it to Dre, and Steph went razzle-dazzle on the oop.
Put some respect on the Wizards. They just went into Denver and won.
They do a complete healthy Wizard.
They did not deserve to win that
hear
game.
ya.
Not even close.
Well, my point, I said they had a chance.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors, came back to earth a little bit last night. But no, my overall impression of the Warriors since they got Jimmy Butler hasn't changed. The issues that we think they might have are
grown.
still there.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to figure out a way to play against bigger teams that are more athletic. And one way you can compensate for that is by making threes. They didn't last night.
8 of 33.
And so they didn't look great. There's no doubt about it.
And I'll tell you this, Donnie, I thought the days of the box, I don't know why I thought that were over, because the Warriors, this locomotive was
What's the
moving
box?
upwards. The play-in.
Oh, the box.
Dude,
Okay.
had
7, 8, 9,
Minnesota
10.
won that, we would be 7th right now. Yesterday, they didn't. But the bottom line is this what I don't like. And we're talking about, maybe the chef, needs some rest or to rest it back. Stoney, they're 3.5 back of Memphis now. And you mentioned that early in that's a haul just to get to 5th. So
Yeah.
Destiny could be hold on to 6, don't slip to 7th.
And Minnesota's got a favorable schedule coming in, too. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm kind of jumping on what Kate said earlier about her thinking that maybe some people jumped the gun about this team. And
hey, it's convenient that we do this after a loss.
no, well, it's also, but and this is the thing.
Yeah.
When they're on a 7-game winning streak and you say, they still, you got to find out how they play against good teams. We got to find out how they play against big athletic teams. I think she's right. Nobody wants to hear it at that point because, then you're a hater.
No.
Oh, then you're being too critical. You're nitpicking wins. And yes, the amount of fans that have put the Warriors deep into the Western Conference playoffs, yes. I think that is completely jumping the gun.
Okay. And
now that doesn't mean I'm not intrigued with what they've done, and it doesn't mean that I don't think they can knock somebody off. But the idea that this team, again, I'll say it again, with 3 guys over 35 and with about 5 or 6 guys with almost no playoff experience, is just going to win 4 rounds. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, and I hope your partner is not sitting there telling you that's going to be a walk in the park. But not that it means anything, but Stein, I just want you to kind of just tap into it. It's not 95-7 the game. It's not just us. Will you admit to the masses, all the talking heads, the shows, the pundits put the Warriors in that category of, oh, watch out. And I don't think they were wrong. I mean, we've seen something still developing and happening. We can just look at the record since Jimmy Butler's been here, but every team has something on the to-do list of what you need to improve on. And just before we had Scott Hastings on yesterday, who covers the Nuggets and announces their game, Steiny, we were talking about what their issue is, and they come in with their JV squad and win. I bring all that up only to tell you it wasn't just us and the fans. It was the media observing what the Warriors have done and how they looked to become what I deem them to be, a threat.
Yeah, well, they jumped ahead. Yeah. They jumped the gun, too. They did. And it doesn't mean they still can't get there. But I'm of the belief if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And the Warriors made things look extremely easy the last 2 weeks. And now they got Denver and they got beat. All right, well, they weren't going to finish. Again, they're going to lose some more games probably. I don't think they're going to win all their games coming in. But let's start paying attention to who they lose to and why they lose to certain teams.
I like the why part because that concern has grown again. Downloading, there's not a Gordon on every team, right? But you said it's Donnie size and active bigs.
Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood. Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Let me put my chef's coat on. Y'all need to back up and let me cook. Check this out. Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, if you live here, if you're listening, you have to adjust when it's clear as day. My eyes don't lie. We were getting killed inside. The whole first half, Russell Westbrook was just having his way. Why is TJD on the bench? I understand that he's not a good three-point shooter, but I called about 3 weeks ago, and I talked about, I explained the differences of Quentin Post and him. I understand that Quentin Post can stretch the floor, but he can't do anything on the inside. Last night was a clear indication that we should have, or to me, Steve Kerr should have adjusted to what was going on and put TJD in. TJD isn't injured. He jumps higher than Quentin Post. He plays, the center position more traditional than Quentin Post. And last night, Denver was getting everything they wanted on the inside. And I feel like if I can see it and other callers and fans can see it, why can't Steve Kerr see it? And I understand that he's this 4-time this and 6-time that. But, you have to allow yourself to not be so bogged down on what you want to do, which is play small, because sometimes you got to do what you need to do. And last night we needed to have a more interior presence just to deter them from coming in and getting everything that they wanted. Neither team was shooting the three that well, so why wouldn't you just adjust to that and give us some defense on the inside? And I feel like, the NBA is going kind of back to a balance where it's not all about three-point shooting. Sure, you can stretch the floor, and that will make the game better for you. But you see the best teams have a solid 4 and a solid 5. And whenever we play against teams that have a solid 4 and a solid 5, we usually get exposed because Steve Kerr is just so locked in to this small ball nonsense. It works when it works. But when it doesn't, you have to call a timeout and say, you know what, this isn't working tonight. TJD, get in. You know what, this isn't working tonight. Let's go at it a different way. Because all last night you kept trying to do the same thing and it wasn't working. I don't think Steph is tired. It's just sometimes you go up against teams that's just bigger than you and you got to adjust to that because, at the end of the day, size matters and it really does.
Appreciate it, Anthony. Good stuff. Here's what I'll say, though, to that.
That's a great call.
And
size matters.
Thanks,
man.
And Anthony, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to put myself in Steve Kerr's shoes. So let's just say the last 5 minutes of a game. Butler's going to play, Green's going to play, and Curry. Let's just say Butler, Green, and Curry are in the game.
Gotcha.
Okay. And you want to play Trace Jackson Davis at 5. Who's your 5th guy on that floor? Because I guarantee you the way Kerr looks at it is, well, Curry can make a 3, but nobody else can make 3s. Butler, Green, or TJD. So now you got to put another shooter out on the floor. You
don't have to, because
well, then how are you going to score?
Well,
then they take Curry out of the game.
But his point about TJD, if you're telling me you and Evan, the post wasn't the answer and nobody could stop him, you kind of. I'm just saying. I know he's been out of the rotation. That's a fair point, right? Because the dude can block shots. TJD.
I don't think he's very good. That's just me. And the other thing is, you can see when Post makes 3s, it gives them a totally different dimension, and they're much better offensively. But there's still a fundamental issue with this roster in terms of 3-point shooting. They don't have as much 3-point shooting as other teams. They just don't.
But last night, well, you're right. It's twofold. Because last night you were 8 of 33, so point to Steiny. But to the others that say you couldn't stop Aaron Gordon because you had nobody that had the girth of the bricks in the pocket, TJD does have that.
Right. You really think? You really think?
No, I'll tell you what. He got 6 fouls. You know what I mean? So dude was eating, but I guess, Steiny, if that 8 for 33 is 11 for 20, 11 for what? Help me out. 11 for 30, maybe you win the game.
I just hate that the Warriors have won, 14 of 16, and they've done it without Trace Jackson Davis. And the minute they lose a game, now Trace Jackson Davis should have played.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But what about the
Seriously.
game? If we're gonna step back and be real, and you said it's how they win and how they lose. But I don't started with the Knicks, but you're not playing.
I don't think Trace Jackson Davis does anything on the interior, to stop anybody.
Some shots.
Well, I don't think Trace Jackson Davis is a difference last night between Aaron Gordon going off and Aaron Gordon not going off. And
a lot of people agree with you, man.
Well,
wow.
If they need, I would say, man, I don't know though. Is Trace Jackson Davis a better rim protector than Looney? I mean, he can jump higher. He probably has more block shots, but Looney's pretty solid defensively, and he can cut off the basket. I don't know what when you look at this team right now, everybody brings something to the table. I'm not sure what Trace Jackson Davis brings to the table,
and maybe that's why we're not seeing him.
So
Anthony feels like you don't know until you try, Steiny. If you're not stopping them or you're getting exploited, what do you got to lose?
But they've won 14 of 15.
Yeah, but
doing it with that. So,
but you're the same guy that say you're the same guy, and there are people out there looking at who they played and who didn't play when they won these games. So what are we really? Is that really a valid example?
So Steve Kerr last night, they've won 14 of 15, and they're down 9 points in the second half. I'm sure Steve Kerr figures they can come back and win that game.
Right.
I don't think he's saying, well, we've won 14 of 15 and now we stink, so I'm going to go switch everything up and put Trace Jackson Davis in.
Because we've seen him do it the other way when they start off big and then he'll come out of the half they go small and it works, right? GP2 will be in the lineup in the second half.
I mean, I'm not blaming Steve Kerr for not playing Trace Jackson Davis. That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are you looking at this loss, Warrior fans? Is it simply a one-off? It could be. I mean, this team's been rolling. They lost the game. The other team was undermanned. Maybe they just had their punch the clock mindset on, and they got surprised a little bit by Denver. Or did you look at last night's game and look, it's not going to undo everything that's been done since Butler got here.
Right.
But the bottom line is they still have a lot of improving to do. And this is kind of what I think Steph Curry was talking about last week when he said, I like where we're at, but we know we have a long way to go. And one of the ways they have to go is to figure out how to combat teams like the Nuggets.
And give me this, Donnie. I hear that they also, since the inception of Jimmy Butler, had made it look easy, right? This thing is, and Steph told us, we went up, 4 or 5 slots in a matter of weeks, a matter of days. It was like, it's too good to be true. And I'm not saying it's not. That's why I still feel like in a series, Donnie, this team can, with their pedigree, get it done. But I have growing concerns about what we talked about, the Aaron Gordons of the world, and every team doesn't have that. But, yeah, that loss last night was the most, from a fan, disappointing, because I don't care what your mindset was. If you thought Mother Teresa and Gandhi were going to play in that game and they weren't there, you still got to win that. Sleepwalking. And they didn't. That's all.
I mean, Mother Teresa's not 6'9", 250 like Aaron Gordon, so.
And AG. I also, I don't think every loss is due to, they weren't ready, sleepwalk. Like, Denver took it to him last night. They took it to him. Russell Westbrook was the liveliest guy out on the court. And he's 36. He played 42 minutes. Made a lot of mistakes, but made a lot of good plays, enough to help him win that game.
2 of 9 from 3, Russ was.
Let's go to...
Still was a +5.
Mona in Pacifica.
Hey.
Hey, Mona, how are you?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Oh, dynamite.
Good. I promised your screener that I would refrain from the potty mouth. So let me just say this. I call BS on this entire conversation.
Oh.
All of these quasi-analysts calling in, talking about, put in TJT, they should be doing this. No. Last night, the Warriors, especially Curry, they played like little pee-wee people who have never been on a basketball court before. All of the turnovers. That's what killed us last night. It didn't have anything to do with whether or not, Trace was in the game or anybody else was in the game. It had to do with all the turnovers. We lost the game in the first quarter. I stopped watching maybe mid-second quarter because I kind of saw how the game was going. So for all of these people calling in, talking about, they did no, they played a sloppy game last night. All of the points off of turnovers, all of the missed free throws. If Kuminga's butt does not sit there and get into that gym and practice his free throws, I'm going to die. All the free throws they missed. So I know you guys have to, you got to fill up some hours. I get that. So I'm not even, that's not the point. The point is, let's call a spade a spade. They played like fecal matter last night. That's why they lost that game. It didn't have anything to do with the 14 that they won. It has to do with, and Steph needs to stop trying to dribble his monkey tail into a bunch of redwood trees. He's 5'7" in comparison to Porter and Gordon. Get out of here with this. No, seriously, because it pissed me off because I'm like, hey, we're on this trajectory. Maybe we can do something. And then they come out last night. The main 2 players in Denver were not even playing. And y'all lost to the third stringers just about. And Russell didn't do that much. They were not collapsing on defense. They played a sloppy game.
No doubt.
Can we please just call that what it is? Steiny, this is the first time probably. I agree with you. Let's knock it off. They played sloppy. This doesn't have anything to do with who was in and out of the game.
Thanks, Mona. Appreciate the call.
Man.
They had 20 turnovers.
So did Denver.
Yeah, both teams. Warriors scored 27 off turnovers. Warriors scored 24. Or it was 27-24 points off turnovers. So the turnover battle didn't get them beat in and of itself, but obviously 20 turnovers isn't good. And Curry had 7 of them. I mean, look, that's the other thing. We could boil it down to that. You're not going to win many games when Steph goes 6 for 21 and has 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
You're just not.
When you miss 12 free throws, and that's what the Warriors did. 55% from the line to Denver 78.
Yeah. Butler missed some last night. Obviously, Looney went 0 for 3. Kuminga 5 for 8, not good enough. Yeah, they didn't deserve to win that game. Here's Steve Kerr.
Yeah, just overall execution. Body language was bad. These are always tough nights. Like I said, you go into a game and the other team's best players are out, and it's like there's like this natural letdown. Even though you raise it, you bring it up, you talk about it. We got what we deserved for sure.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. Didn't think they deserved to win, and
Mona, he kept it real.
They didn't. To me, the biggest sequence of the game, and it was indicative of why they got beat. So the Warriors cut it to 97-94. And this is what happened on offense. Aaron Gordon made a nice little shot in the lane where he bumped Guy Santos off him, and he just got a nice wide open elbow jumper. Boom, it's 5. They get a stop, and then that was the play where Chanchar got the offensive rebound off a missed 3 and laid it in. So there you're down 7. And then the Aaron Gordon putback after about 2 or 3 misses where he just gathered and went up and nobody was in his vicinity. And the next thing you know, the 3-point lead is back up to 9. That to me was the biggest stretch of the game, and Aaron Gordon was in the middle of it.
Man.
I mean, he was tremendous.
Yeah.
I mean, he was absolutely tremendous. And
they were physical.
I don't know how he looks in person, but he looked like the biggest player on the floor by far last night.
He's a big dude, Stoney. I got to give him credit for what were transforming his body, and now he's able to shoot threes. Michael Porter Jr., Stoney, we hadn't mentioned his name, threw a shoulder into Kuminga, who went back flying and dropped, wanted an offensive foul, and then while he's on the ground, just raises up and makes it. And I'm like, man. So they both showed up.
Michael Porter Jr., 21, 10, and 5. Pretty good game for Michael Porter Jr. 888, and he was a plus 20, which was a game high in terms of plus
I'm
minus.
eager to see how they come out tonight. It's with Steph or no Steph. I love that there's a game tonight.
Absolutely. But let's see. Let me look at the minutes. Butler had 33, Curry 35, Draymond 33. Let's see who plays of those 3 tonight and how well they play tonight against Milwaukee, another big team. But, their big man, at least one of their big men, I'm not talking about Giannis, is Brook Lopez, and he doesn't spend a lot of time in the key. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Ray, Olga, Daryl. We'll get to all your calls on the other side. Also get into some of this sound about last night's game. A lot of people really, really disappointed. But maybe it's no more complicated than, look, they were just due to lose a game at some point. No harm, no foul. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yes, sir. Warriors get beat last night by the Denver Nuggets, and I'm reading a couple texts. Mike from the 415, guys, if you don't hit shots, you're not going to win. And they had open shots. And however, I don't think it's that easy. Warriors shot 49% from the floor. They were 65% from two-point range. They were 33 for 51. So we're talking specifically about the three-point shooting that let them down last night. But it's not like they shot 39% and turned the ball over. I mean, they almost shot 50% from the field overall, and it was the threes last night they couldn't get to go down.
But, Steiny, I'm not mad at you, but what about on the defensive end? It felt like even when Denver's offense was hemorrhaging or they were trying to give the Warriors the ball, which they did, and we went down on offense and did nothing with it, I got to tip my cap to that version of the Nuggets, Steiny. It felt like every time they needed to bucket, they got it. Yeah. And you just ran down the whole sequence. What, they got it to 2?
They got it to 3.
To 3, and it went right back up. Like, that's not how this was supposed to go.
Yep. Gordon, a nice lane jumper. Chanchar with a follow, and then Gordon with a follow-up to put it back up 9, and then the Warriors were essentially fighting uphill again. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Olga. Olga's in Berkeley. Hey, Olga, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm a first-time caller, and
welcome.
This is great. So all I want to say is what Mona said. You know, this was about turnovers. It was about Kuminga not being able to make those shots from the free throw shots. It was about just sloppy playing. And you could have thrown TJD in there. You could have thrown Pazensky in there. You could have thrown anybody in there. You can't save the Warriors from themselves. You know, they got to play a better game. They have to really check those turnovers, and that's all I have to say. What Mona said.
Thanks, Olga. Appreciate the call. You know what's funny is when we were out at Chase last week, I asked a bunch of guys, you know, what's going to be the reason you're successful and what's going to be the reason you get beat.
I remember.
And everybody, they all answered turnovers. Turnovers is what's going to get us beat, and that's pretty much what got them beat last night.
Yeah, 20.
But here's the other thing. I don't think the Warriors alone control their turnovers. I do think the defense has a lot to do with it. And there is something about Steph and Draymond are getting up there. They're committing more turnovers now. I don't know if it's fatigue or a little laziness or a mental focus they lose and they try to make a little bit of a home run pass. But
Ray did it a few times.
I do feel like Steph and Draymond are turning it over a little more on plays that they never used to try to make. That's all.
Okay.
And I'm kind of wondering why they're doing that now.
So you're the basketball aficionado as far as going further in their career of the show, right? You play D3. But, Stoney, I'm going to just share with you my experience of playing with the round ball. When I am gassed or tired, that thing is a hot potato. I want to get rid of it so I can get my breath and I can get my wits back about myself on the basketball court. And when Draymond got that rebound, Stoney, to go Vinny Testaverde again, like you know better. You're too smart. You're a savant on the court. So I am wondering how much of that has to do with fatigue. And Curry normally on that fast break that I keep talking about, like Stoney, I will not forget it, where I thought he was going to pull up and he went for the lob. I'm like, was that did he not pull up because he was tired maybe? I don't know. But to do the lob and have that a turnover was like, oh boy, tonight really might not be their night.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Marin. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Doing well. How are you?
Hey. Doing well, thank you. Yep.
So, I mean, real on the sloppiness, like that. Yeah, that game was gross, and they've always been a little sloppy. They're definitely more under a microscope now because like every game's so important. So they've always been a little turnover happy, but last night was crazy. There's just a couple things I want to rattle. GP2 has been playing so well, and his defense is like incredible. I feel like Buddy is going to be unplayable in the playoffs and even down the stretch. And like Moses only getting 25 minutes, Gary getting 26 minutes, and Buddy putting up the emptiest 20 minutes of all time. Not saying that won or lost the game, but I don't think he's going to be much help in the playoffs.
Buddy,
Westbrook,
go ahead. Go ahead. All you.
Yeah. The Westbrook experience last night was like the most Westbrook game of all time. I mean, like he has the assist and then he's airballing and then he's making a shot and like parading down the court. And it took us like our off-ball defense was so bad. And after Minnesota lost last night, I just had a bad feeling. It just doesn't feel like we're going to be able to separate from anyone. Like, so anyway, thanks guys.
Appreciate the call. I feel like Westbrook.
Talk to me,
when
man.
He hustles. When he plays the Warriors, he does what he always does. He does a lot of good things, does some bad things, but if it always feels like Westbrook late in the game doesn't make the plays. And last night, he was good, then he was bad, but at the end of the game, he made the plays.
I mean, they were turning the ball over at a timeout, Steiny. Malone would call a timeout. Westbrook would turn it over. Like, what are we doing here? Inbounding the ball. Dre got a steal, but I think he has PTSD from what the Warriors have done and the pain or the hurt they've inflicted on him in the playoffs, Steiny. But he got some redemption last night. He did.
I'm just looking at this box score. Yeah, Buddy played 21 minutes. He had 2 points.
But you said they got to run him out there. Like if this was game one of the offs or game, Buddy Hield's going to be out there in some shape, form, or fashion, Steiny.
209, Steiny, the fatigue excuse is getting old. Well, the Warriors are getting old. That's why fatigue's an issue.
Now,
they're an older team.
I got something
That's
for
all.
you. And I feel like you won't like it, but it's fine. What if I told you that 15 rounds Saturday night with New York took a lot out of? Or are you like, Goo, are you kidding?
No.
Is that the same team you're talking about going to the Western Conference Finals? Like, that's not valid, even if it were fact. They won't admit it, but that was a grueling game against New York Saturday. And, no excuses.
Okay.
But I just thought you got to win that. You have to win that game last night. You just do. With everything going your way.
And that's why I think people jump the gun. Because if I give you that, you know what? They played Saturday and it was a bruising game, and now they play Monday and you know, they were feeling the effects from Saturday. Well, what's going to happen to the playoffs?
Oh.
I mean, the playoffs are going to be even worse. And that's why I think tonight's an interesting game, because it's actually their third in 4 nights. And so obviously they won't have 3 and 4 nights in the postseason, but they're going to have to bounce back with 1 day off a lot more in the postseason if they want to go on a big run. Let's go to John in Fairfield. Hey, John, how you doing?
Doing great, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Hey, Guru, man, don't listen to Steiny, man. You looking sharp out there.
Hey, right on, man.
Nice.
That meant a lot.
Yeah. But anyway, last night, it was just a one-off. I actually think it'll be beneficial in the long run for the team because you learn more from your losses than you do your wins. I think now, Kirk can go to the team and say, look, guys, if we play this way, we're not going to win. I think we just had a relapse to pre-Jimmy. We lost all types of games due to missed free throws and turnovers early in the season. And, the team just relapsed. But, Steiny, I know you appreciate this. Your greatest strength are oftentimes your greatest weakness.
Oh, yeah.
And turnovers have always been this team's Achilles heel. But it's the freedom of play that also made us great. But I think with the presence of Jimmy, it'll add balance to it. And ultimately, I think we'll start playing more balanced, and we'll do better later on. So that is my take, guys. Appreciate the call.
Thank you, John in Fairfield. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, Steiny, before we blink, man, this season's the regular season's going to be over. Like, then you're right. It's every other night, man.
One of the things about last night's game, and we always talk about margin for error, and I'm looking at this box score, and let's say over the course of the last 10 years, this is a game they win all the time. Because even though they had 20 turnovers, they're 8 for 33 from three. I mean, this is the kind of night last night where they shoot 12 for 33.
I said it
which
earlier.
isn't even you're right, which isn't even a crazy thing to think about in terms of percentage. And they would have wound up winning that game. But they're also not the three-point shooting team they have been in the past. And that also includes Steph right now, who's down a tick from his normal numbers. So teams are going to really pack it in against the Warriors. They're going to try to run Steph off the line, and I actually think they did a pretty good job at that at times last night. But they're going to try to run Steph off the line and dare other guys to beat you. And sometimes I think it's really simple. Like if Draymond Green and Peyton and Moody are making threes, they're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to make threes because teams are not going to that's the most logical way to play the Golden State Warriors. You don't want Steph shooting them, and Jimmy Butler is somebody you'd like to have the ball out of his hands, and if it's going to be the others that need to make threes, they're going to need to make threes.
That's all it can be at this point, Stoney. You are who you are, right?
Right, and
Klay
that's
Thompson's not walking through that door, and we talked about Jimmy Butler and his total shots, 16, but Stoney, he took 4 threes. So for him, that's a lot. And I thought to myself, sometimes I know the shot clock's going down, you just kind of let one go. But I'm wondering if that's what he meant when he was talking to the reporter after Saturday's game. You know, that will come, because I never looked at Jimmy Butler as a splash brother, even on his best day in Miami, but I never looked at him as a guy that would shy away from a three. So I'm looking at that 4 3-point attempts last night, Stoney, like, you know, is that something we'll see pick up as we get to go time? But it really is go time now.
I mean, my answer would be no. He's like, Jimmy Butler is the king of staying within yourself, doing what you do well as much as possible. I mean, he's the guy who says basketball's easy. You pass it to an open guy, you shoot it when you're open. And Butler knows he's not efficient from three-point range. So he's got to shoot a couple to keep you honest, but I don't think he's going to make, 5 or 6 in a game. And if he does, it's probably going to be an anomaly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I was just going to ask you, let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Stoney, defensively, how does that Denver team muster up 114 points without Jokic, Murray, and Brown? Like, that's what I think that was the most disappointing part. We could sit here and say at the offensive end, and you could say, and I did, hey, they forced 20 turnovers, but some of those turnovers were self-inflicted by Denver, and Russ was getting ready to go. Russ was like, man, are you really about to stain a pretty damn good performance when you guys were left for dead? But defensively, what did you see, Stoney?
Well,
because
who do they have?
Peyton Watson, like, where did that come from? And I know they look bigger than the Warriors, and you're probably guru they are, but that was the most disheartening part. Every time it felt like Denver needed something, they got it on the offensive end.
Well, I'm looking at Denver's box score, and the two big boys are Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. Gordon had 38, Porter had 21. Who can defend those guys on the Golden State Warriors?
Wow.
I mean, those two guys are really tough matchups. They're bigger and more athletic than Draymond Green.
So now, real quick, Sonny, it's not about stopping them. It's about who can make it difficult. And nobody made it difficult. And I know Quentin Post got fed to the wood early, but Looney did know better. So Anthony and Benicia, his point about TJD, I'm not saying that's why they lost. But, Stoney, if this were to keep happening before the playoffs started, where you're just getting taken behind the barn in regard to, the low post, Do we see TJD reemerge? We've seen Looney out of the rotation in years past, and then he reemerges. Like, I'm not so sure we've seen the last of TJD. That's all I guess I'm getting at. If this type of cycle continues.
I mean, the bottom line is TJD can play against certain teams, but Kerr doesn't feel like he can play against others. And the reality is at the center spot, they have three different guys. None of their three big men are well-rounded big men in terms of they're both good offensively and defensively. Looney's more defensive. Post can shoot threes. And Trace Jackson-Davis, I guess is the best finisher of the three around the rim, though he's not automatic from in there too. So they're going to have to piecemeal it together at center. And what's going to invariably end up happening, probably more than a lot of people want, is Draymond Green's going to be playing center. Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Hey, Steiny Guru, thanks for having me.
Sure.
You know, based on the Warriors' talent level, you got the fundamentals where they can't play and win when they have 20-plus turnovers and they leave so many points off the free throw line. The one thing that we haven't discussed, though, which I saw in last night's game if we roll the tape, is trying to fit Kuminga in their scheme. I think a couple things is the rhythm on offense is off because they try to force him into the rotation. And the other thing, too, is he's not a strong defensive player or a rebounder. And that's what we need that position to do with his size and his weight to kind of go and make things happen. What did you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Goo.
Listen,
thanks, Scott.
No, I mean, that's a valid point, and I'm not calling Kuminga out because I felt like the Warriors were standing around and saying, hey, Evan, you do it. Steiny, you do it. Guru, you do it. And that's not Warrior basketball, but I'm the same guy. If you just watch that game, the visuals of it all, Steiny, you need Jonathan Kuminga. You need him to be at his best for you to go on this run that a lot of Dub Nation think this team can do. So is Kuminga working himself back in? Yes. And 4 of 11, obviously that's not the best. It's not how you draw it up on the chalkboard. But at the end of the day, I can't come in and lie to you all and say I felt like that kind of was playing into Denver's hand, knowing, okay, he's in the kitchen. He's about to cook. And I felt the same way with Jimmy. I didn't feel like, for the first time in a long time, the Warriors were multifaceted on offense. I felt like the defense knew it was ISO ball, and we'll just try to stop Steiny and do that. We don't got to worry about anybody else. So we'll see how that plays out tonight. But I'm not saying Kuminga nor Butler lost in the game, but it did bring up, man, I hadn't seen this in a while, kind of the redundancy of ISO ball.
Well,
maybe I'm missing something, Steiny. I need to credit Denver for making it look that way.
Well, I mean, when I close my eyes and think of Kuminga last night, I think of a guy who's driving into the lane and it's crowded. Yeah. And I ask myself, well, how come it's crowded? Well, it's because the Warriors can't make threes. Like, that's the way they're going to be defended until they can consistently make you pay the price. And look, it's no secret how to defend Kuminga. You got to give him the three because if you come up on him, he'll blow right by you. And he can also beat you one-on-one. But when he gets into the lane, usually that's where the help comes, and he's got to kind of figure that part out. I thought Kuminga he was okay last night. I don't think he was the reason they lost, certainly, but it's a work in progress. It just is. I'm looking at the closing lineup the Warriors used last night.
Give it to me.
Was Curry, Payton, Green, Kuminga, and gosh, did I see Santos in there with 2 minutes to go? Let me check here. Santos
and Butler.
When did Moody come back in the game? Yeah, Moody came back in the game with 1:11 left. So Moody really didn't play in crunch time until they were down 7. So it's Payton, Kuminga, Curry, Green, and why can I not see who the fifth guy was?
Butler.
Oh, Butler, of course. And you know what's funny? There's the other thing. I'm looking down the last 5 minutes of the game, and I don't see Butler's name. I just don't see Butler's name there. So, Curry a couple free throws, Kuminga a miss, Curry makes a 3, Curry misses a 3, Green turnover, Curry misses a 3, Peyton put back, Curry bad pass, Kuminga foul shot. Butler's name isn't even in here the last 5 minutes of the game. So, it happens. And the question is it a one-off, or is it a sign that this is going to be a team that struggles against bigger, more athletic teams?
And we find that out tonight, right? So I know you mentioned Brook Lopez along with Giannis, Bobby Portis. So they are who they are. But, moving forward, this thing, I'm drunk off of what I've been seeing, but this thing is growing in regard to just concern if this could be the death of the Warriors moving forward when, let's just say, they hook up with Denver right out to shoot. That's their first 7-game series. Like, man, how do you combat that in the span of 2-3 weeks?
Well, and that's kind of where I'm at when you think about the team making a deep run. Let's say they do get Denver, and let's say they upset Denver. It's still going to be a grueling series, and then you got to win in the second round. Then you got to win again, and then to win it all, you got to win again. It's a long, tough road for the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Michael in Brentwood. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. So, yeah, man, I just want to talk about the game yesterday. Pretty surprised with the results. I think this is the game the Warriors should have had without Jokic and Murray. And like Guru was saying, going into the playoffs, if the Warriors play them in the first round, I'm not very confident in upsetting Denver. Like, I don't know, how do you guys feel about a possible playoff matchup against them?
I wasn't scared, Steiny, until
they're
yesterday.
not a good matchup.
No doubt.
They're just not a good matchup for the Warriors. And that's what I was thinking about. You hear it all the time. It's a league of matchups. Well, what does that mean? Well, this is what it means. It means that Denver gives the Warriors a lot of problems because
and that's why they owned them.
They're big and athletic. And the Warriors are a little smaller and less athletic. And what Aaron Gordon did last night, boy, then you close your eyes and you imagine they have a 7-footer playing on that team also.
Man.
They are going to be a tough matchup for the Golden State Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they're still 14-3 since the Jimmy Butler trade. They're 14-2 with Jimmy Butler, and so let's not forget they've had a lot of success since he got here. They had a hiccup last night, and the question becomes how do they bounce back tonight against the Bucks, and is Steph Curry going to play or not play tonight against the Bucks? Steve Kerr said that that's a decision they're going to have to make, and that's a decision for Rick Celebrini.
I want him to rest, Donnie. I believe Kerr he knows him.
Even if it costs you a win.
We're 3.5 back. I'm trying to win the war, Donnie, not to battle. I'm like,
well, let me ask you this. Yeah. You know what? I'll wait till the other side to ask it. And I see people on hold. I'll get to you on the other side at 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
you. You've been there for all of them.
I don't think there's anybody in the world that can make adjustments like this dude in the playoff series. To be in the playoffs and always know the adjustment and never rattle, people don't understand how big that is when you're in a playoff series. We've beat teams because I just watched their coach crumble. The bigger the moment for Steve, the better he is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all you Kerr haters,
was high praise.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Steve Kerr, the greatest playoff adjuster
he said
of all time.
He's watched coaches crumble.
I got to do this.
Yeah.
I got to do
Go
this.
ahead.
Hey, E. Hey, E.
Don't talk to me.
Oh, I
Do
tried
not
to
talk
get
to
in the
me.
middle of it.
Hey, Lubman.
I
ain't Shasky.
That's Lucas.
No. I mean, when Lubman said I'm talking.
No, that was Sam saying, don't talk. I'm just saying don't talk to me.
All right.
I love you guys, man.
All right.
You actually need to speak.
I do need to speak. By the way, Buddy Hield was not in at crunch time. Buddy Hield came out of the game with 4:31 left. Green went in for Looney. Kuminga went in for Hield. Peyton II went in for Santos. And along with Curry and Butler, that's the team that brought it home until Kerr put Moses Moody in with, I think, 1:11 left, and they were down.
Moses hit a late three.
They were down 7 with a minute 11 left, and then the guy made 2 foul shots to make it.
What if I told you, partner, we got 15 left, including tonight? I should know this.
Okay.
Yeah. There will never be another loss that bad as yesterday. With everything that was on the line, I don't care what it was about, Stoney, but that was, and you'll put your arms around me. I don't need
I actually won't, but go ahead.
Yeah. That's as bad as it gets in regard to what was at stake.
Well, I don't know if that's as bad as it gets because,
I think
like you said, they have 14 more games left.
I got you.
And
I feel like you kissed off 5. I feel like they kissed off 5.
Kissed off
the 5th spin.
Oh, I got you.
And that's where I'm more. And getting ahead of Minnesota. Now, Minnie's still on your ass, Donnie. They are there, man.
Well, and that's the other thing. And one of the themes of today has been the great Kate, who called and said she thinks that people got ahead of themselves. And you know what? I kind of agree. And you know who else got a little ahead of himself? Steve Kerr.
Oh.
Steve Kerr started talking about the 4 seed.
Wow.
The 4 seed.
But they were moving. They were in the diamond lane of the standings.
3.5 games
I got
is
you.
not.
I hear you.
You know, it's not like baseball where you sweep and then all of a sudden on Monday you're down a half game.
Right.
The reality of the situation is this: the Warriors are more like the Warriors need to worry about staving off the teams in back of them more than catching the teams in front of them.
Right. And that gap is not on their side. They're farther away from moving up than the teams are on their behind.
Exactly. And you cannot control what Memphis, the Lakers, or the Nuggets, or the Rockets do. You just can't. And the Warriors right now with 29 losses, I mean, I'm looking at Denver right now. If they go, 10-4, they're going to finish above the Warriors. So to me, it's about the Timberwolves and the Clippers. And can the Warriors avoid the play-in and finish 6th ahead of both those teams?
Right.
That to me is more realistic than jumping to 5 or to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mark in Castro Valley. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon.
Mark, we got bad connection.
Oh, and you were supposed to answer my question. It's
Bad
all back
connection.
until Mark. Would you rest Curry? Because, Steiny, I'm not waving any white flags, but I'm just telling you, if it looks like we're going to be 6 or we got to fight our ass off to hold on to the 6th seed, I mean, come on, give me this. Just like our boss knows us. Steve Kerr knows Steph. Steph's not going to say I'm tired or make excuses, but that energy that was behind the words when Kerr was saying, damn it, we need to get this guy some rest, that makes me feel like, Steph, even if you don't want to sit this one out, sit it out. It's coming from a good place. And I'm just throwing that to you like they've been on a hell of a run. He's been averaging 30 for umpteen games. Would you think about resting him tonight?
I mean, Steve Kerr is thinking about it. And, like, that's one of those things where mean, clearly they just leave it up to Rick Celebrini.
Well,
and even last night, Steve Kerr is just like, yeah, we got to think about resting Steph Curry. It really is, well, we got to see what Celebrini says. And if Celebrini says he's fine, Curry will play. If Celebrini says he could use a day off, he'll probably take the day off. But I'll tell you this, you play that game tonight without Steph Curry, it gets a lot more difficult. They haven't played a game yet without Steph, but with Jimmy Butler. I don't think. Anyway. Dave in Fresno.
The no.
What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Doing great, dude. Real quick, I think a couple factors with this win streak and what happened last night. I think a lot of people want to see them play a better, one of those upper teams. And I know they even have Jokic and Murray, so this would have been a good scale game, but still lost. But I think, to me, the big factor to me, and it's kind of been their problem for a while, is that who's that consistent scoring number two. Now, I know since we had Jimmy, he's been a good player, good facilitator, but that kind of railed its ugly head yesterday when Steph doesn't have it going. Who can get their own shot? I mean, most people think, yeah, Jimmy, but it's kind of a struggle. Most of his points, damage is coming from the free throw line, where I see the only guy that can kind of create for himself is Kuminga. Yeah. So, nights that Steph ain't going Hercules, who can give you 20 points consistently? It's been a week-to-week kind of basis. It could be Kuminga, it could be Butler, it can be Pods, it can be Draymond on one crazy night. So I think until they figure that out, and when they start playing these better teams, like in the playoffs, Jimmy has to get going. I'm talking about consistent buckets, not relying on so much on the free throws, but being a threat, scoring. Because right now, I only see one person that can create other than Steph, and that's Kuminga. But obviously he's been out for a while, so they got to see what they have in him. But until they can figure that pecking order, they might struggle against some of these better teams.
That's good. That's a good point, Dave. And just looking at Jimmy Butler's numbers, I mean, the last 3 years he's averaged 21.5, 21.5, and 23 and 21.
All right.
You know what he's averaging with the Warriors?
I want to say 8-17.
16-8.
Well, 17, yeah.
Yeah, I think Dave, you're onto something. If the Warriors are at their best, Curry's going to get you 25, Butler's going to get you 20, and Kuminga ideally gets you between
18 to 20.
15 to 20, yeah. And those are your three scorers. But Butler has not, I absolutely think Butler is not playing the way that he'll have to play when they need to win games.
Sonny, he said it to us. He told the reporter, my shots will go, field goal attempts will go up in the playoffs, and that's what has me excited. And I thought we had a conversation, I believe Thursday or Friday, about the others. To the caller's point, everything is predicated on Steph, the attention that Butler is now getting, and Kuminga, and the others, Draymond, GP2, Moody, all those guys are going to get wide open looks, Pods. It's just a Buddy Hield. It's just about, can you make them? Raymond Ritter, it's a make or miss league. And last night they were 8 of 33. So I don't have that same concern as the caller. I get what he's saying, what it looks like, but Kuminga hoisted up, third game back, 11 field goal attempts. Like, Steiny, the GP2, if this is a thing, and we could put him down for 10 to maybe 12 points a night, and the others hit their shots and take advantage of their opportunity, I think we're good.
Yeah. To me, the 3-point shooting is going to be
I'm gonna give you
something that they gotta get better at. But again, I do not think they're a good 3-point shooting team. And again, like they made when Peyton is making threes and when Moody's making threes and Hield's making threes, they're going to be tough to beat. But the league is going to make them have to make threes. And obviously Buddy's going to get guarded a little more different than Moody or Gary Payton. But look, if Gary Payton is making 2 out of every 3 threes, they can go on a long playoff run. But I think eventually all those guys kind of revert back to the mean, and it is going to be something this team's going to have to overcome.
Yeah.
We're used to them making threes in bunches, and they're not going to make threes in bunches to the degree they have in the past because they only really have one guy, 1.5 if you count Buddy, who can just light it up and make 6 for 8 on a given night. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose to the Nuggets last night, 114-105. And tonight they play the Milwaukee Bucks.
Giannis.
Who are in town.
And Dame.
Yep.
I got a random question for you, Sonny. So I've been talking for the last, 30 days about the pedigree and of this team, the Golden State Warriors, 4-time champs. And I mean every bit of what I said, but I'm just going back to last night's loss and the way that it happened and who didn't play. If you're Denver and you're part of that organization, let's just say you're Malone, do you think the confidence, if it was on 8, is now 11 because you were able to come into the Warriors building and can continue that dominance?
Yeah. That's a big win for the Nuggets.
Man.
There's no doubt that's a big win for the Nuggets.
I don't like it at all, man.
If
Steph played, everybody played.
Yeah, had they lost that game, I think, Malone would have probably been upset, but he also would know that when he's got his whole team, they own the Warriors.
Wow, man.
And now we find out that it may go deeper than just the starting 5 and that they've got a few guys on that team that give the Warriors some trouble.
So if I'm Jamal, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If I'm Jamal Murray, because there's 2 people the Warriors have problems with if it's Denver. It's Jokic and it's Aaron Gordon, right? San Jose's own. But, Steiny, if I'm Jamal Murray on a good day and you're telling me game 1, Pods is guard me or Steph is guard me, I got to feel like I can be more likely who I really am than getting shut down. And you put that on top of what the Warriors defense has to worry about with the guys I just mentioned, that's not ideal at all.
Well, what about Moody? I thought Moody was guarding the point guards now.
This will be his biggest test, though, right? I mean, this will be the first time during the run that Moody is starting for one and given that assignment. I'm not saying he can't handle it, but I didn't even mention him on that. So,
yeah, I'm not convinced Moody's the answer for guarding opposing ones. Let's put it that way. I think there are probably some ones that he can hang in there against, but I think that's asking Moses Moody to do a lot. But that's just me. Draymond Green, he was asked about Steph Curry and whether he thinks Steph Curry is tired.
It's game 68. I think we're all tired. It's the reality of the NBA. So we just got to all figure out a way. But I think, all things considered, everybody's tired. You usually, the season works, you kind of start off the season fresh and kind of get to a point to where you, maybe after, it used to be like late January, early February, really late January, you start getting into them dog days. And then you get to the All-Star break and you kind of get rejuvenated coming out of the break. And then you kind of get to this point and it's like, can't quite see the All-Star break anymore. But you can't quite see the end yet, and you kind of hit those dog days again. And that's where everybody is right now in the NBA. Unfortunately, we got a lot to play for in these games. So, you don't get the luxury of tricking off games or, a bunch of rest. We need to win games. So
that's Draymond Green talking about where the Warriors are.
What did you make of that? Because I felt like he was like, we're all damn tired. Don't single anybody out. And we're at the point now, I'm paraphrasing Stanley or how I took it, like you can't just rest one somebody. We all are feeling it.
Yeah.
He would not give in to say Steph's tired.
This from the 415. Moody's been off the charts. I think J.K. is getting too many of his minutes. They should shave some of DeSantos' minutes. Plus, Jimmy needs to be putting up 20 shots a night. Well, he's never been that guy. But I'll give you 15.
Well, yeah, 16 yesterday.
With Jimmy Butler. Yeah. But he's not a high-volume shooter, at least not in the regular season.
What about the Moody? Moody had 25 minutes, started. Kuminga had 28.
Kuminga finish the game. And Moody didn't last night. Now, Moody got put in with 1:11 remaining, but by that point, a guy was at the line, and it was a 9-point game. So to me, that was a little desperation why you put Moody in there, maybe to make a 3. But he went with Kuminga instead of Moody down the stretch. And that's a decision he's probably going to have to make a lot of games during the season. And again, I'm looking at who they played: Curry, Payton, Green, Kuminga, and Butler. You know, does Pods have a role on this team in crunch time?
I'm sure he's going to.
And if so, for who? You know, if it's for Payton, then you're going to give up some defense. If it's Kuminga, you're going to miss his ability to get easy baskets. So that's something that also has to kind of shake out, is what the Warriors are going to do in big games when there's 5 minutes left and it's a tie game.
Is 3 in 28 minutes for J.K. Steiny, because if you forget the points, just the rebounding, because that's what Pods does. 3 minutes and 28 minutes, is that okay with you?
3 what?
3 rebounds for Kuminga in 28 minutes. It's got to be better than that.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. And, you know, 3 turnovers. He had not been turning the ball over in the first 2 games. But, you know, I'm not going to single Kuminga out last night because, you know, that's a game where you got to go to your best player, and your best player had a bad game, a really bad game, and you weren't able to overcome it. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View.
Our girl.
What's up, Jan? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. What I just want to bring up is that the Warriors need to get off to a better start. I mean, look last night. They were, like sleepwalking, or they weren't on their game. And, I see Draymond, trying to come back by telegraphing a ball across court and missing his cutoff or missing the player. And, they start turning it over. And once you get like 10 points behind, it seems like it's just an eternity trying to come back. And they just don't have the manpower or the, to come back like that. And, I agree with you, Steiny, about they're getting, Kerr is like thinking too far of the games, the teams that are in front of them instead of the ones in back of them. Because if Clippers win tonight and the Warriors lose, we're going to be down in the 8th seed. We may even be down in the 9. Who knows? But that was an inexcusable loss last night, and I don't accept it, and they should sit Curry tonight. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call.
I love Jan. I'm with her with Curry, Steiny.
Who do you want the finishing lineup to be? Obviously, Curry's got to be in there. We'll put Curry at 1.
And I always hated this assignment because you almost got to take it, but the way that the Warriors are built, it's all dependent on who's giving you what that night. You know what I mean? But I'll go ahead. Obviously, Curry, Dre,
Butler,
Kuminga.
Okay. And then that's the big question there.
And that, I think that's how it's going to go. Moody / Pods / Buddy Hield
/ Payton.
Yeah, well, you're right,
and that's where I'm a little like, I don't think necessarily Kuminga is an automatic for that lineup. I think the Warriors have 3 must-play guys in the last 5 minutes of a game. Obviously, it's Curry, Draymond Green, and Butler. The other 2 guys, I think he's got to figure it out.
What would be the biggest drawback why you can't ink Kuminga in there? Because I think that's when we're that's how we're got to get to where we want to go. What's holding you off from saying, he's not a fixture like the other 3?
Because if you have those 3 guys on the floor, Curry, Butler, and Draymond Green, to me, Moody fits because he does a lot of different things. I don't think I'm going to shock anybody. To me, Steve Kerr trusts Moses Moody more than Jonathan Kuminga. Like, Kuminga, to me, like Moody won't get you beat. He won't get you beat. He's not gonna. He may miss some shots, but he's not gonna get you beat. I think Steve Kerr sometimes thinks Kuminga's gonna get him beat in terms of making a defensive mistake or
last
or
night
a turnover.
he was in. That was an opportunity for Kuminga, Stoney,
and he didn't do anything.
But I don't think Steve's going to, like tonight. I don't think he would be like, you know what? I've seen enough per se.
Kuminga, like what? I guess my question is, why would somebody think that Kuminga just should automatically be a part of a closing lineup? Like, I don't think so. I think they got three guys who are part of the closing lineup, and then the other two, it might be moot. Like, it sounds easy. I'll just get Gary Payton II off the floor. Okay.
Oh, there's a lot to.
Well, then that's going to be bringing it. Then you miss a lot of what Gary Payton does late in the game. So, and Steve Kerr's already said that when he envisions the closing lineup, it probably will have pods in there.
See, the Minnesotas of the world, even though I know we're ahead of them, Denver, the Bostons, the OKCs, and the Lakers for that matter, Stoney, they don't have those question marks at this juncture. Like, I don't think that's a good thing that it's a Rubik's Cube or it's by committee. That's a lot on Steve.
I mean,
and I know all you can do is coach who you have, but you want that solidified.
415, watch the game again, Steiny.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Thank you. Moody couldn't control Westbrook. The game got close at the end when Kerr put Jonathan Kuminga on him. Okay. Well, your head coach says that Moody's been doing a great job against point guards. So I guess he didn't do a great job, although Westbrook was 5 for 18 from the floor. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to get to a little bit more of this sound on the other side. But the Golden State Warriors, they get knocked off yesterday, 114-105 to the Denver Nuggets. And tonight, the Milwaukee Bucks come in. It feels like Giannis Antetokounmpo has not played in Oakland or San Francisco
That's a great call.
for about 5 years.
That's a great
It just doesn't feel like he plays here. So
Clarice.
Hopefully tonight he'll play. I know Goo's going out there, and I know damn sure that Evan will be on the pregame show from Chase Center.
You, Evan.
So let's hope for their sakes they get to see Giannis play. Evan has not seen Giannis play in person yet.
I haven't.
I'm jealous. When'd you get that factoid?
That's probably the one thing that he did listen to me about this morning.
This morning. Before, during that long period before you get in.
I knew that was, I ran myself into that one.
The funny part is we actually didn't discuss much today, and yet a lot still slipped through the cracks.
Oh boy. He going Nancy Kerrigan on you, Stoney. He hit
Nancy Kerrigan was the one who got hit.
That's what I mean. You got
No, he's
hit.
going Tanya Harding.
All right, okay. It's the same. You know what I mean?
All right. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and you know it's the second half in the Sports, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Goo, you said it.
I said what?
Sports, man. You said.
That was last night.
Man, night or two ago, we're talking about winning a title, and now we're talking about avoiding the play-in.
Well,
you were right. I'm saying you were right.
I don't want to be right. That's where they're at. And that's why I hated yesterday's loss. I hate any loss, but damn.
The Nuggets right now are 13, 14, 15. They are 4.5 games above the Warriors and own the tiebreaker. They're gone.
Wow.
Like, that team can't be caught.
Night.
The Houston Rockets are also 4.5 up on the Warriors. They have a game against each other one more time, and the Warriors do own the tiebreaker there. So they're still within sniffing distance of Houston. But that's going to take a run in and of itself.
Yeah.
The Lakers are 3.5 ahead of the Warriors, but LeBron James is coming back pretty soon.
Right.
And the Memphis Grizzlies are 3.5 ahead of the Warriors, and they have one more remaining game against Golden State. So
that's you can't trick off games like last night trying to catch Memphis, Tiny.
Yeah, and tonight is just as big, if not bigger, because you got beat last night with the Milwaukee Bucks.
What do you make of them real quick,
town.
the Bucks? I'm not a big fan anymore. Kuzma's a shell. He's a marketing. Remember, I wanted Kuzma. He doesn't know how to play with them, man.
I think they're 38-29, but then they start 3-12, so 17. I mean, they're 35-17 since they started 3-12, but I think they're a notch below Boston and Cleveland. That's the way I look at that. But we can talk a little bit about Moody and Kuminga too. Kuminga was in that closing lineup last night, and he took Moody out of the game. And like I said, I think that is a decision that he's going to have to, and I'm talking about Steve Kerr, he's going to need to kind of make that decision game to game. I see times where he might lean on Moody, Goo, and I see times where he may go with Jonathan Kuminga late in the game, depending on what he wants.
Man, and so I'm thinking about, here I go, Stoney. Steph at the 1, you move Butler to 2, and the point of this exercise is to get Moody on the floor with Jonathan Kuminga. Dre at 5, Kuminga at 4, Moody at 4, and Kuminga at 3. Do you think we'll see that closing lineup before the season is over? Steph at 1, Butler at the 2, JK at the 3, Moody at the 4, and Dre at 5.
I mean, just looking at it and thinking, there's not a lot of shooting on that in that fivesome. The other thing is we're probably talking about the last 5 minutes of a game.
Yeah.
And, I get it. Draymond hit a big shot the other night, and he, makes some shots early in games. But again, if you're in the last 5 minutes of a game with the Warriors, somebody's going to have to make a 3 other than Steph.
Now, why? And I know Moody missed one against Dallas, but Steiny, you look at his numbers. It's not, 6 of 10. He's 6. I mean, this dude has put in work all season long. So, just from that standpoint, I feel like that's help right there. Like, tell me what you would like or how you would run it in regard to getting a little bit of everything out there in the last 5 minutes.
Well, that's to me the problem is
that's ideally coming out of my mouth.
Ideally, Moody would be more of a knockdown shooter, and was the defensive player that he is or that they like. Kuminga, do you trust him to take a 3 in the last 5 minutes of a game? I mean, it's no secret that's going to be something they're going to have to figure out, how to make 3s in big games.
And I'm not so sure, and I'm not ready to say Jimmy won't take one.
I mean,
obviously, like Stoney, I've seen it. I feel like I've seen him take and make big 3s, and it was years ago, but it's not like he's allergic to it.
Right, but the way
he gets his legs underneath him, if they're,
I'm not, but you're going to have to make more than one 3, and you're going to have to.
He took 4 last night.
You're going to have to make more than 1 3. And that's the one thing that I think the Warriors are going to have to deal with is I actually don't think they don't have enough players who have to be guarded on the 3-point line. And then another team is going to be willing to live with Draymond taking 4 a game and Moody taking 5 and Kuminga taking 3. And the next thing you know, the non-Steph 3-point shooters are 4 for 17. And that's going to be a problem. That's why, that's to me why Buddy Hield always has to get a crack at playing.
And he will.
Because he's the only other guy really that can knock down, 6 of 8, 6 of 9 on a given night. But he hasn't been doing that a lot lately.
How would you answer real quick, Steiny? Adrian Gutierrez in the chat. Steiny, the Warriors have been winning with Moody and Post. WTF are we talking about? How would you respond to that?
Well, yes, because you've been playing a certain type of team. Denver's different. Yeah. Denver's different. And the other thing about Denver is
you got to be whole.
You don't just, Denver's big, so we go big. No, Denver's big and athletic. I feel like Steve Kerr must have felt like Quentin Post was going to be spun in circles last night. I mean, he was a -9 in 8 minutes. So Kerr decided early that he wasn't going to have Quentin Post playing a lot in this game. Let's go to City Boy,
our man.
Hey, what's up, City Boy? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm real good. It's a beautiful afternoon. Looks like the rain has passed us over. So,
nice.
Yeah, doing good.
Nice.
And you know what? Did we think the Warriors were going to go, 24-3 down the stretch here? I mean, they're going to drop a few. Last night was a careless game, though. I mean, they were just throwing the ball all over the place. I thought they were going to come back and win it, and then Steph threw that errant alley-oop to Kuminga at the end there. When he had the little floater open, I was like, oh, that was brutal. I kind of wish they had sat Steph, Jimmy, and Dre last night. When they saw Jokic and Murray out, I think they thought, look, we got to try and get one and make sure we put this one in our back pocket against a team we're behind in the standings. And as much as I just love Kerr, I think that was a little bit of a mistake because what happened is Denver came out hungry. And the funny thing is, you sub guys out, and then you think that you're going to have an advantage. But, I mean, let's be honest, Westbrook is a much better floor leader, and he runs the game a lot better than Jamal Murray does. Because when Jokic is playing, Jokic runs the game. So Jamal Murray is more of an ISO, almost shooting guard, So I think, it's funny, Russell was 16 assists last night, was phenomenal, and he was killing our point of attack defense. That was tough to watch, and Aaron Gordon's a problem, period, right? I mean, that dude is just a problem. He's hungry, he's tough, he does it all. But, anyway, so last night is what it is. The problem is now you don't want to sit anybody tonight because you don't want to drop 2 in a row. And I sort of wish we had just rested guys last night. And you never know, we might have had a more game effort from the rest of the team. And real quick, I just wanted to say on the closing lineup, the biggest problem is, Kerr is situational with his rotations, right? So when you're losing by 10 points or 8 points, you have to play Kuminga, right? And the thing is, you can't play out of Draymond, GP2, and Looney. You can't have 2 of those guys on the floor at the same time, especially when you're losing, because those are 2 guys the defense doesn't have to honor. I mean, they might hit a shot here or there, but they're not going to be guarded for the most part, right? So when you have 2 guys that the defense doesn't guard, that means that you have 5 guys locking in on 3 players, right? And that just puts you at a disadvantage. So, when they're winning, you'll see those guys out there to play defense and keep a lead, I think, But at the end of the day, and by the way, Kuminga was shooting the 3 really well before he got injured. And he's such a young player. I don't think we can look at his history and say, well, he's not a great 3-point shooter. I mean, he was 19, 20, 21. I think, he can become a good 3-point shooter. I don't know, I think he was shooting 40% the last three or so weeks before he got hurt. I don't necessarily expect him to be at 40%, but I think he can be a serviceable shooter. He can shoot 38, 39%, maybe even 40, farther down in his career. Look at Kawhi Leonard. That guy was a terrible shooter early in his career. I mean, he did a lot of other things great, but he's like an amazing shooter now, So, I mean, it can happen. Anyway, that's all I got for you guys.
Appreciate it, City
Good
Boy.
stuff.
Thanks for the call. Kuminga right now is shooting 33.6% from three-point range.
Yeah, he took 2 last night.
2 for 5 for Kuminga. That's fine. That doesn't hurt you at all. But they were 8 for 33 as a team. 415 says, why though, Steiny? Can you speak to Kerr's mindset on not playing post given his stats versus Buddy? I just think that Steve did not like what he saw defensively from Quentin Post. And as crazy as it sounds, I actually think Post, you can play him a little against Jokic, if for no other reason than to take some fouls. But against Michael Porter Jr. and against Aaron Gordon,
man,
I mean, that's really asking Quentin Post to do a lot. And he's just not that type of player right now. As for Buddy, I mean, if you look at his games, when he makes threes, they are really tough to beat. That's why I think that Steve Kerr is going to continue to give him a long leash. He played 21 minutes last night, and he's got to make more shots.
And
Buddy Hield.
We've watched Buddy go through, hopefully, knock on wood, right, Donnie? Arguably the worst stretch of the season. So you kind of think it's got to get nothing but better. But I feel like just from a spacing standpoint and why I finally have resigned to the fact that, okay, I get it. I understand it. He's one of your knockdown shooters. And when he gets hot, it's an inferno, right? So he's not going anywhere. But, Stoney, I'm going to leave today's show because I didn't think we were going to even talk about him coming in until Anthony and Benicia came in. But we're talking about Post and his defense, and we haven't seen the last of him. But TJD, Stoney,
when do you want to use him?
No, the question is, you're going to have to come playoff time, I believe. So I feel like we're going to start seeing a little more of them. I could totally be wrong, but you called the Warriors center position, and I agreed with you, a 3-headed monster. But let's be honest, the Rat on the Table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is, the last 8 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, it's been a 2-headed monster. He hadn't even got off the bench, but my gosh, Donnie, he's a big dude, and that's his best attribute. He can, on a good day, block some shots or make you alter him. I'm not saying he's Shaq, but he almost is to this team. So
yeah,
when you don't have the answer, you kind of just.
I don't see it, Bob.
All right,
I just don't with Trace Jackson Davis.
Right.
I mean, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What does Trace Jackson Davis do? Like, what does he do? Like, Post makes threes, Looney's smart and rebounds.
I'm going to say defend the rim. We've seen him block some shots, Snotty, and when things were, they were 12-3 and he was starting, we were like, oh boy.
Who was oh boy?
But there were articles written, he was getting his shine, he was getting interviewed. Again, he wasn't Shaq, but Steiny, he was having an impact on the game. He was blocking some shots. You could throw him a lob. And forget the lob, just on defense. I think that's, when you asked me a question, that's how I best answered it. He protects the rim. Give him that.
No, I'm not giving him that. I mean, he's a better rim protector than Post, and I guess he's a better rim protector than Looney, but I mean, he didn't play, and they were 14-1. Steiny, when are you and Goo going to do a show in Benicia? Huh. I love Benicia.
Yeah.
I love Benicia. You ever been there?
Yeah, I drive through it every day. But
really?
Yeah. Benicia, on my way. But remember that we met the guy that said he had the karaoke spot on Tuesday nights in Benicia. We need to come through.
Which guy?
Well,
where was it?
At the meet.
This past week?
Yeah, past week.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
650 wants you to say TJD dunked on Wembanyama.
That seems like how long ago. But anyway, Stoney, We haven't seen the last of them. That's all I think I'm saying. And if Draymond just told you Steve Kerr is the best at going to the lab per se, right now with what I'm looking at, it wasn't just yesterday. It was OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson. I mean, at some point, he's got to just get an opportunity. That's all I'm saying to you fans. I'm not telling you, he's going to come in and be a mainstay. But, Steiny, at this point, what I'm watching, he's got to get a chance.
All right.
Well,
I mean,
and I could totally be wrong, but I don't think I am, man.
Let's see.
mean, guys are eating, and it started Saturday.
Oh,
man,
boy.
What you got?
Well, hasn't been much of a shot blocker this year. Shot blocks are down big time from last year. Last year, he averaged 2.5 blocks per 36 minutes. This year, he's 1.5 blocks per 36
Well, how many minutes is that best? But last year, he was getting way more minutes.
This is per 36.
Oh, man.
So he blocked shots at a higher rate last year than he has so far this year. Draymond Green on whether or not they had a little bit of a letdown last night after they heard no Jokic, no Murray, no Brown.
Definitely, but, they still have an MVP, still have high caliber players. We just got to be better in that situation. I think they did a lot of things to screw us up, and then once the team get in the rhythm there, got some really good NBA players over there. So once the team get in the rhythm, it's hard to break it, and they got into a rhythm fast.
They got into a rhythm right off the bat.
And Evan came in here, about an hour ago, and he asked, why couldn't the Warriors get over the hump? Like, why couldn't they run Denver down? And Stoney, I'm just replaying the game in my head, and I was like, nice little cute start for Denver. Well, like, my answer is, much as we're fixated on the offense, they just couldn't get a timely stop or a timely offensive rebound. They lost that battle by 9.
And the other team had a guy that you couldn't stop. Like, one of the reasons it's hard to get stopped, or they didn't get stops last night, is because they could not control Aaron Gordon. And he just made big play after big play.
But Hunter Tyson had 4 offensive rebounds, Scotty. Like, it wasn't just, Peyton Watson. They all were making contributions rebounding the basketball.
And this is where I always like to say, other teams have young players too.
But up until yesterday, we had Scott Hastings on, Stoney from Denver. Kind of the young guys hadn't been, pulling their weight.
Well, maybe because they have maybe the best starting 5 in the league. Because when, Jokic, Porter, Aaron Gordon, Brown, Westbrook, their young players are probably stuck in the same kind of situation that some of the Warriors players might have been stuck in earlier in their run.
I'll say something that's not festering, but starting to grow as a concern with me with this Warrior team, and it started with your activity on the finishing lineup, even in the the Curry era, Steiny, with strength and numbers. There was a hierarchy. You kind of knew who was going in, when they were going in. I don't like that we don't know it can go A, B, C, or D. And that's a concern, and I'm wondering if a good team can turn that into a weakness. You know what I mean? Like, we just sat here and did this exercise, and it can go 4 or 5 different ways. And now the Moody, I remember it was the Wiggins-Kuminga. I hated that. I like playing both. But now it looks like it's slowly turning into, and I could be wrong, you help me out or we'll watch. The Moody-Kuminga, but the impact of GP2, like Steiny, he's playing him and Moody are playing damn good basketball.
Well, then Kuminga can't play down the stretch.
But
they can't put 6 guys out there.
Yeah, but it's different. And you know why Kuminga would supersede one of those dudes?
I don't, actually. With 4 minutes left in a game, and it's a tie game.
His ability to get to the charity
What
stripe.
about defense? Like, that's a big part of it. And again, I am not saying Kuminga should not play down the stretch. I am just trying to put myself in Steve Kerr's spot. And I think he thinks, if I have Butler, if I have Draymond, if I have Steph, and let's just say GP2, you know what? I'd rather have a solid player who doesn't make mistakes as the 5th guy, as opposed to maybe somebody who's a little little more volatile.
Now, what if I did this? Because I know, Evan did it earlier, and I'll just piggyback off of him. Moses Moody just last night, plus minus, if that's your thing, minus 12 to Kuminga's plus 6. So we know Kuminga's not a turnstile on D.
Well, Kuminga played down the stretch.
Yeah.
And he didn't get it done.
But I never looked at it like, oh, dude blew by him. That's why they lost the game. And then he took the ball away from Russ, whoever called in and made that point, that astute point about when they turned up the heat on Russell, he turned it over a couple times.
They turned it over a lot.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is Kuminga's playing because the upside is greater and I believe a bigger impact.
The offensive upside is better.
I thought yesterday he wasn't bad defensively.
Let's go to Duck Sauce in San Jose.
Yeah.
What's up, Duck? How you doing, buddy?
Ducky.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
I was disappointed. I missed the meet and greet you guys had last week, but I'll be at the next one for sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, just a few takes, man, on last night's game. I thought it was a combination of our effort was just poor, and they had a night. I mean, Aaron Gordon was incredible, no doubt, but it wasn't just him killing inside. Like, let's be honest, he was hitting pull-up threes, nothing but net, like it was nothing for him, which is not really his MO. So I mean, granted, his shots improved, but it was a bit of an anomaly. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. I did think our ball pressure was better in the second half, but they still were beating us to loose balls. I just think those type of turnovers, man, trying to hit the home runs over the top, and it's always Steph and Draymond every time who's throwing those outlet passes that kill us. A couple other things. The whole Trace Jackson Davis thing, I mean, I got to say, I think we were all kind of enamored with the fact that when he came out of the draft, we finally had a big man for the first time in 5 years that we could throw an actual lob to. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, he can't shoot free throws, and he's 6'8". I mean, he's 6'8", man. He's a 6'8" center. What are we going to do with that? I mean, I'm out on him. And then to me, the biggest elephant in the room is I was out on the Butler trade, but I admit, man, he's been such an incredible playmaker, and just his IQ and just the selfless, how Steiny was talking about him not caring about stats. I couldn't agree more. It's been incredible, but I'll be honest, in the back of my mind, I'm starting to wonder, can he actually take over a game anymore? Because he just doesn't look quick at the rim to me. I mean, I know that's always kind of been his game, pump fakes and everything, triple pump fakes at the rim, but I don't know. Part of me, there's been a couple games other than just last night where I'm like, okay, man, now it's your time to turn it on here. And he just didn't really seem to do it. So I'm a little concerned about that. Thanks for the time, guys. As always, I'll catch you later.
Man, appreciate it, Duck Sauce.
You respond, because I've kind of been not there, but I'm like, that'll happen in the playoffs. And he's still been great. But the takeover, shout out Jay-Z, Steiny, I have been like, but I know he's been off too.
Plus, he's on a new team, and whether he's playing his game or not, he's got to defer, at least at the start, to Steph.
Nice word.
To players who have been here for a while. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We got one more segment, and then we'll bring in the boys, Dan Dibley and Mark Willard, for the crossover. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The In at the Tide special midweek rates start at just $1.99 per night through May 1st. That includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay right now at inatthetides.com.
Have you lost weight in the past but gained it all back and more? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing weight fast and easy.
the game.
The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Not you, Steph.
You are the man.
Not you.
I got to come at some Yahoo real quick, Steiny. They came from me. 925. Guru, you act like Kuminga's your brother. He doesn't even know you. He has no defense. Get off. Get off of him. He has defense.
He told you.
He has talent, and I like what I'm saying.
He has talent.
Steiny, anyway, Jonathan Kuminga, I'm telling you, man, he upped that defense, and that's when Denver start going Kevin Durant against the Warriors in the 16 Western Conference Finals. Like, it was there. We just couldn't do anything with the turnovers. I'm not telling you he's Michael Cooper.
Man, you think he's an above-average defender. I don't.
I won't. Okay, hold on now. Don't speak for me. He ain't below average.
Yes, he is.
I said what I said.
Jonathan Kuminga is a below-average defender. There, I said it.
On-ball defender, he's not. I'm sorry. Now, help D, if that can improve, and he's working with two stewards with Draymond and come on. Did you see him last night? Get it from Russ. He took it twice.
I don't think he's a great defender.
But saying he's good doesn't, I'm not saying he's great.
Well, he's not good.
Wow.
I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is an above average defender. That's all.
All right. Because he damn sure is not a liability.
I think he does one thing pretty well, and that's defend the ball when it's being brought up court. But I also don't think he's an above average defender if he's guarding a guy on the wing just one-on-one. I think he's got room for growth there.
This will be, and I'll throw it to you, not only the last part of this season, but Steiny, the rotation, not the jump shot, the rotation in regard to who's going to be finishing could really be so up in the air that there is no set formula. It could change by who's playing in regard to the others well that night. Like, really.
Well, that's what happens when you don't have players that are separating themselves from other players. I mean, who you playing down Evan? Random game. Don't even worry about the opponent. 4 minutes left. Moody or Kuminga? Who you playing?
Moody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could you ask him to elaborate just a little bit, E?
Could you elaborate just a little bit? E?
Well, you said it's against a random team.
Yeah.
Like, Kuminga might be better against
Portland.
No. I was actually going to say against a team like Denver that's long and that's fast and that's athletic, but there aren't a ton of those teams. I think against most teams, Moses Moody's probably going to be able to help you close out those games. He also is, quietly, like, Moses Moody shot like 90% from the free throw line the last 15 games.
I love where he's at right now.
So you're not afraid to put him at the line.
And I also believe, and I don't think he's a great shooter, but to me, Moody's more likely to knock down an open shot when the ball comes to him in a big situation.
Evan, real quick, what about my 5 where Moody, they didn't have to cancel each other out? Steph at the 1, Butler at the 2. Who do we have at the 3? Kuminga at the 3, Moody at 4, and Dre at 5. Like, we could see some form of that.
Yeah, but that means that Moody's probably shooting it really well in that game, because if he's not shooting it, then you don't. I just don't know if you have enough shooters on the floor.
Yeah. Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man? I didn't even really call for this, but Guru, man, you running solo today. Hey, it's not a shocker that Steiny and then Steiny Jr. Evan and Mark Willard is going to find a way to throw some shrapnel at Kuminga 3 days back. Hey, but the best thing, Guru, and I wasn't even calling for this, but can you imagine? Can you imagine if Kuminga took those practice chase down 3-point garbage shots at the end of the game like Moody did, how he would be getting destroyed today and roasted over the coals? But it ain't even coming up, man. That's hilarious. But at the end of the day, look, I think the guy's a good on-ball defender. He actually was changing the game somewhat.
Yes.
With putting the pressure on the ball. But it's just hilarious. I just want to know what would be happening, Kuminga, for Mr. Steinmetz and Mark Willard if he was taking those garbage practice shots to add 3 points to his stats last night? He would have been the topic of the whole damn show.
No.
So it's no surprise. It's no surprise that you and Junior just chimed in to say Kuminga would play against Portland. Oh, okay. I guess when he beat up Kevin Durant 2 months ago, he shouldn't have been closing. Like, it's so funny, guys. But y'all have a good one, man. It's amazing.
Tim, what I said about Jonathan Kuminga is that, to my way of thinking, he has not earned the right to just be assumed that he's playing in crunch time. He has not made it. He's not made the decision so easy for Steve Kerr that there is no decision.
Now, I like that. But I think there's an opportunity, Steiny. They almost would covet that. And that's no shade at anybody else. I feel like we're watching that. Like just go take the bull by the horns. And he's talking about, I don't know if you saw the end. Moody shot a 3, Steiny, at the end. No biggie.
So what?
A couple pieces. Number one, I literally said he would be better to close against Denver than
he missed that part.
I jumped into a Portland.
Evan, he missed that part.
That's fine. But people hear what they want to hear. From Anthony Slater of The Athletic, Steph Curry will miss the Warriors game tonight against the Bucks. Steve Kerr made it pretty clear last night. He felt Curry needed a rest night, and the back's been bothering him lately.
All right. No Steph Curry tonight.
And I'm not saying they can't win. I'll be out there. I'm excited to see Jimmy Butler for the first time in the Warriors, Steiny. But what if I told you that also signals they know most likely, and the math is kind of there, unless I can't. No, I got to catch myself. I was about to say 6 is theirs. It's not. You can get back in the box with a loss and a mini win.
If Steph Curry is tired and you're worried about him, then I wouldn't play him either.
That was worry after the game by Steve Kerr to me. So I think they're making the right decision.
Yeah. And we'll see who's Pods. Is Pods back tonight?
He's supposed to be. It's a target date.
Yeah. All right. Pods is supposed to be back. Let's go to Josh in New Haven, Connecticut. And don't sleep on the Yale Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen. They may have action in the tourney. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. How are you doing? I'm a long-time listener. I love the show.
Thanks.
I was listening to the discussion on the potential lineup with Moody and Kuminga, and I think Goo's right. I think that, regardless of whatever defensive limitations that JK might have had, we had the same concerns with, Pods and Moody, but they were really able to elevate it up with the help defense that you have in the back line with both Jimmy and Gray to really blow up a lot of plays. And I think, the concern of there might not be enough shooting, I think it really goes away because Moody, he's shooting 39.7% from 3. And, with the driving from both JK and Jimmy, you really leave Moody or Dre for an open corner or wing 3, which I really trust them more to make those threes than, Buddy Hield. So those are my thoughts on that.
So you're saying, hey, hold on, Josh. So you're saying Curry, Moody, Butler, Kuminga, Green.
Yeah.
Yeah. You start Curry at the 1, Moody at the 2, because he's traditionally a shooting guard anyways. Jimmy and JK, really 3 and 4 doesn't really matter, and then Dre at the 5. And I think, even if you top lock Steph at the 1, I trust Moody and Dre to make those open corner threes. And you can really slot GB2 and Gee and Pods and QP and Looney in any of those positions. So that doesn't really mean that, Buddy's no longer going to be a part of the rotation, but I think it really makes up more securely defensively, and it's just really leaving for those open threes on the wings and the corners.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Josh. This was Steph Curry last night, a little back and forth with Anthony Slater. If you're just tuning in, no Steph Curry tonight against Milwaukee.
What happened with your back?
It just started hurting.
A couple games ago, right?
Before what game was that? Yeah, last Thursday.
Middle of the game, just started bothering me.
It was actually pregame, but it's something I've dealt with a couple years ago, but it was just a weird thing that popped up, and it's more just managing it.
Uh-oh. Are you worried? That's a back, Goo.
Yeah, no, I mean, what did you say, Snotty? He just had his birthday, he's 37. Sound like he got a bit of a cold, like I did last week.
Well, Evan brought that up.
Yeah.
Evan said he sounded a little nasally, like maybe the allergies are getting to him. It is allergy season here in the Bay.
Rest that back, though. Rest that back. Film on Mike would say wash that back, but Steph needs to rest that back.
Yeah, I guess so. More Steph Curry on which is the one? Oh, this is more about his back.
No, if I'm out there playing, it's because I feel good enough to play, feel good enough to be myself. So I don't ever kind of marinate on an injury or something that you're feeling. Because if I'm out there, I'm supposed to play. I'm supposed to play better than I did tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a simple truism about sports. But, Steph's not going to blame injury. You might.
No. It's not an injury, 7 turnovers. 12 between him and Dre, 11 between him and Dre. Man, Dre tried 2 long bombs, Stotty. You don't do that in the league. And whoever the defender was in the white jersey, I said, they're going to catch that, pick it off. Sure enough. Like, those are killers.
I'm kind of mad at Tim and Raleigh.
Yeah.
I am, Evan.
He got it out for you
and
Willard.
You got to be hot that he called you Steiny Jr.
Yeah, that kind of pisses me off.
That would bother me, too.
I never heard him.
Well, the issue is, I love Raleigh.
Oh, no,
that is one of my favorite places. I used to live in North Carolina, as you both know. Yeah. I'll be there in a couple weeks.
Oh.
And now I'm not so hot on Raleigh because Tim's pissed me off.
Tim is a big Kuminga fan. Him and Coach from Vallejo.
Yeah.
No, they're stands.
Yeah, they're stands.
They are.
I wish I had stands.
You don't.
You don't know that.
I'm pretty sure. You know what?
The guy that wanted me to cook more in Emeryville last week.
What was his name?
Tony. I don't know. I'm making it up. Damn.
Oh, man.
Boy, no chef tonight. But you think they got a winning record without him. That's what you always say. They got a winning record without Steph. I know Butler wasn't around, but it is what it is. You want to play your best ball tonight.
Hey, Kuminga, go get your 30 tonight.
I feel like I almost want to take that bet.
What bet?
About him getting 30. But then that would mean you didn't want him to get 30. But I feel like it's there. He can cook tonight.
You're a spokesman for
Prize Picks.
What's Prize Picks have his number at?
I would have to look.
I'll tell you what, it probably just went up. I got to believe, right?
Yeah. I'm going to say 22. He's just back.
Is that something that the number would change once Curry goes out?
I don't know that for a fact, but I think that would have something to do with it. So if you did it early, I'm about to tell you. Keep talking.
Well, there's going to be a lot more shots available tonight.
No doubt about it.
Exactly.
But Pods is back, so hopefully.
925. Help defense is more important during the entire game and leads to fast breaks. Get off JK, Goo. He ain't Kobe.
I'm the one that what?
I put in Goo.
Oh, okay. I'm like that makes no sense. Anyway, I just like Steiny. I came in today. I still stand again on what the heights this team can reach, but I'm thinking more about TJD every second. Not that he's a solution, but I don't think the Warriors can afford to say that big of a body. We can't put you in the game for 4 or 5 minutes. Like, I think we're going to see him. Sonny, you got to. That's got to be one of your takeaways.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, not again.
I don't do this.
But do you understand what he represents?
No,
okay,
I don't.
We talked about it all show. Size.
He's 6'9".
Well,
he's and you know what else?
Like 7'2" on this team.
Okay.
All right. No, go. Go.
If you rank the Warriors centers by toughness, he's number 3 behind Looney and behind Post. They're both tougher than him on the interior. There, I said it.
I would love to know, and I'm not going to argue that, but what's on that metric? What's in that
toughness?
Formula? Like,
that's the toughness. I said toughness. Like Post has a little bit of a nasty side to him.
That he does.
And here's a typical tool line that I'll use. If you're really worried about Trace Jackson Davis, you stink. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. If Trace Jackson Davis, you got to have it. Well, then you're in trouble.
Well, it's going to take a village for this team to get it done, and I know the heavy lifting's from the superstars, down here the stars. But the bottom line is, you're going to need guys to get down and dirty and get on the floor.
And they have two centers that do it more than him, down and dirty.
Westbrook on his drives last night, he had no fear factor of even if he missed going to the rim. And I just feel like that's going to continue against better teams.
Okay. All right. Hey, Steiny, do you think someone coming? Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Boy, I hope everybody who's going to tonight's game has already been to a Warrior game. I mean, imagine if you went to that game and now you don't see Curry.
Oh, well, let's not act like this is new. I mean, this is the state of the league. Before you on Ticketmaster, wherever you get your tickets, you know this could pop off.
Yeah, he usually plays the home
And to
games.
his credit, just the chef, the bilateral knee tendonitis where they were watching him.
Yeah,
that had a lot to do with him missing the second half of the back-to-back, but he has been available.
Yeah, well, he's been available. He's been clearly playing through injury, even though he said he's fine. Like, it's funny. Curry said, I'm fine. I feel great. But everybody else thinks he's hurt. I guess they know Steph's body better than Steph knows his body. I trust the chef. I don't know if you guys do or not.
That's our guy.
That's right. And what did he say to us Wednesday? I know my body better now than I've ever known it in the past. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Daryl in Oakland. He wants TJD in there, Evan.
Uh-oh.
TJD.
It's not like that. Go, what up, D?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Steiny, I heard you earlier and my blood was boiling.
Nice.
You were saying, TJD would not have helped out. But then you went on to say how Aaron Gordon simply dominated the glass and nobody could stop him. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, here's a 25-year-old man, TJD, who's probably a bit more athletic than Aaron Gordon, and you are trying to tell me he's going to help. And TJD is the best defensive big man on our team.
Oh, my
and
God.
I don't know if we're seeing the same guy or what, but and the reason the Warriors lost, I want to say this, it's pretty obvious. Denver rested their top three guys. So the Denver people were like, hey, we're fired up. All their other players were fired up. The Warriors see that their best players aren't playing. They're like, oh, we're not so fired up. We don't really care. But you know who would have been fired up? TJD would have been fired up. So I'm listening to you, and I'm like, God, come on, man. Do you know basketball? Come on.
Daryl.
Get him, D.
Daryl.
Get him.
No, that's gone too far.
That's
Daryl.
He said a little bit.
You really think Trace Jackson Davis is a better athlete than Aaron Gordon?
Oh, he didn't say
Yes, he did. And Gordon's bigger than Trace Jackson Davis.
Maybe you missed quote. He didn't say that.
Yes, he
didn't. I'm hoping for the sake of all Daryls out there. But, D, we appreciate the phone call. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I'm not telling you, Evan, and the listeners, TJD
is Shaquem Olajuwon, but
he at one time was a part of this rotation, and he's a big body. He's one of the biggest you have. So I saw 8 quarters of basketball that have me concerned. And, Steiny, I'm not saying 40 minutes. I'm not saying 38, but damn it, man. Go out there and put somebody on their ass.
He doesn't do that. That's not, he's a finesse guy. He's more finesse than physical, I think. But, all right, you know what? Play him.
No,
what the hell? Just put him in there.
It's
just
like
forget that he hasn't played in 15 games and we've gone 14-1.
But let's be honest, Looney and who else? Moody have been on this plane, this bus ride, where they're just forgotten about, and then they always stay ready. Let's not act like it's just TJD. Looney's been a part of this. And every time we get to sit with him, we're like, how do you stay ready? And Moody for up until people, Kuminga. So this is part of what Kerr does. Now the question is, will he get out of it? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, all right. TJD.
No,
see.
That's the writer in you coming down. Now you're saying, like I'm saying something more. I'm just like, Steiny, we got to run him out there and see where he's at. Because you're going to need him in a 7-game series. That I know.
Here's a 25-year-old man, TJD, who's probably a bit more athletic than Aaron Gordon.
He said it. Oh, man, D. You heard us with that one. Good God. Dude, Aaron Gordon could be a defensive lineman. That dude is incredible. Steiny, man, I don't know who he worked with, but he has built, Steiny, your boy, and he got post moves. He got the fadeaway. He got the three. He's hitting his free throws.
You know what he doesn't have?
And he's nasty.
You know what he doesn't have?
Dre hit him in the face. He was reaching for the ball and kind of hit him. He didn't like it.
He doesn't have the ha-ha. Aaron Gordon.
What's your definition of ha-ha for?
We've been through this. It's change of direction. It's ha-ha.
Well, his
and Kuminga doesn't have it either.
His is more low kneel. I got
that's not ha-ha.
But what did he do on
Mike
that layup through three people? He went underneath and finished the reverse layup.
Who?
Gordon. There was 3 Warrior players down there when he got there. Remember that one?
You're changing the definition of ha-ha.
Well, no.
Ha-ha is when you break somebody's ankle.
I got you.
That's all.
Yeah. But I'm saying he got slippery hips for his sides is what I'm telling you. Dude, that reverse layup, I was like, are you kidding me?
He made a reverse layup.
It's how he made it, through traffic. Your boy's a bad boy, man. He's a great compliment to Joker. That also. How about that, Steiny? They hit that. They knocked that out the park.
I'll tell you who'd be good on the Warriors.
Wiseman?
Aaron Gordon.
Oh, my gosh.
Aaron Gordon.
Man.
So, all right. We got a little more time. 7:07.
Do we?
A+ producing by Evan. Cutting up that sound.
Evan got stands too, though, Steiny. I know him.
510. Are we really talking about TJD?
Well, no, we're talking about size.
Dude is soft, according to the 510.
Now, see, and that's what
I didn't say it.
No, but when guys aren't playing, they're nothing. Then when they come back, let me tell you, I saw it coming from.
Right, and you're the guy who says, let's see, they lost last night. Steiny. I'm not saying he's Kobe Bryant, but damn it, Pat Spencer's got to get some run. You know what? Pat Spencer could have done the job on Westbrook. We've got to get Pat Spencer some playing time.
Any day,
of course he can.
I like him, Steiny. You give that guy a chance. Don't tell him, man.
Yeah. Hey, Spencer will play tonight.
Who knew Ty Jerome was going to be what he was? Let's just leave that there.
Ty Jerome was good with the Warriors.
A lot of people say he got in the way of Moody and Kuminga's development.
It's called beating them out.
Oh my God.
It's called earning the job.
Then why did he have to find another job if he did it so well?
Because the Warriors had to sell out for their young guys.
I believe if they knew he would be what he is in Cleveland, he would be right here, right now, Steiny.
Because the fan base pressured Steve Kerr and the organization to go with these young guys, even though Ty Jerome is so polished.
He's a baller.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today, and that will be hosted by Evan Giddings, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. We don't have the ha-ha.
Now it's time for the closer of...
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Sports, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time, which means it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to lose up to 1 fat per pound every single day.
Let's try that again. You said...
You do it.
This is how our show used to go, Willard. The secret to losing 1 fat?
Per pound.
What did I say?
You said 1 fat per pound.
Let's lose
3, 2, and 1. Hey, it's the crossover.
Hey!
Brought to you by AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Get off of him.
Well,
that's my quarterback.
I ain't getting no money for it, so go ahead.
That's a good point.
You guys are down a combined 56 pounds.
At least.
You do the read.
You do it.
You too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 fat a pound.
There you go.
3, 2, and 1 pound of fat per day at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. What's going on, guys?
Hey,
how you
really
doing?
good. Hey,
fellas.
It's like what grocery stores said to us over the last couple of years.
Wow.
You do it. You check yourself out.
Man.
For free.
You know what's becoming a staple is seeing the aisles.
Oh, yeah. Dude, what's funny is that he goes to Safeway 11 times a week.
The over-under is set at 1.5 every day.
Dude,
every day. Amazing. Over-under is at 1.5.
I am there every single day.
Usually every morning and every night. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Self-checkout?
Depends on whether or not I got,
Now with beer.
Yeah.
Or cigarettes.
Yeah. And it's funny now because I know the people now at Self, and so if they see me, come on over. And then they'll take you to the side and they can they can give you the special because I am there literally every day.
That's amazing.
We need mac and cheese. We need milk. We need salted butter. We're out of broccoli. And I'm doing my own voice. I'm not. Well, what time is it?
Yeah.
We're getting there.
1:50.
Oh, yeah. She's at work.
You're okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Before we get go ahead.
Can you believe Trace Jackson Davis didn't play last night?
Stop it. I'm not getting sucked into one of
No,
these
he's going to play tonight.
Tonight.
No, he is going to play tonight.
He's going to play tonight, for sure.
Goo's saying he's not Akeem Olajuwon.
I'm not. No, Willard, he's taking it.
I heard the call who called in who said, I don't understand why every listener can see this, but Steve Kerr can't. I'm like, which part?
Are we back to rotations?
Yeah, which part of the 14-2 did y'all hate the most?
No, we're just back to size. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
size matters.
Yeah, that's a 4.
And styles make fights. And Denver is a bad matchup.
Okay.
And Trace Jackson Davis is the linchpin to nothing in the NBA at this moment. Sorry. I don't mean for that to sound.
If you want to get, I'll tell you what they could do, though.
I mean, my God.
They could go big tonight and start Pat Spencer for Steph.
Yep.
Before we get into the hoop stuff, can I it's not Friday. Can I really tell you something that he doesn't even know I'm holding this and I was waiting on you two?
Let's go.
Yep.
3:10 this morning, Pacific, West Coast time, the Dodgers and Cubs had opening day.
Yep.
And the rest of the league played spring training games. Where does that happen? And you wonder why ratings are down and you're last.
Wait,
There were spring training games today, but the Dodgers and Cubs played in Tokyo, a game that counted. What sense does that make? It's embarrassing.
What's the part that bothers you?
Why are you all not playing regular season games? You don't do half and half in any other sport. It's regular season and it's opening day. How can you not see that? How are you acting like you're shocking me right now? What's wrong with that?
First of all,
That's ghetto. You do opening day and they count. You don't do half and half. And for you to stick up for them, I'm shocked.
I haven't said a word.
You said what's wrong with that, Will? You said what's wrong with that? It's ghetto.
They're halfway across the world.
It don't matter. Then everybody should be done here.
And your reaction is intense for a couple of baseball games.
It hurts.
I like the way they do it.
When NFL teams go to Germany or London,
go ahead.
They get a week off.
Yeah.
No,
they get a week off.
But everybody else plays.
But
Will.
they get a week off.
But that doesn't fly. That's not a right comp. You know it. There is not preseason games and regular season games going simultaneously.
So what you're saying then is that you don't want games in Japan. Because there's no way someone's going to go play there and then be back on Monday for their series in Arizona.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then how would you like to do it?
Fix yourself.
and have everybody do what we used to do.
So do you want
everybody play opening day the same damn
then
time?
when are you going to do Japan?
I don't. That's above my pay grade,
Well,
but I
no,
know
so
this is new and I don't like
then
it.
Just
And I
say
just
that.
express myself.
Say that you don't.
That's
want
what
games.
I did.
Then say you don't want games
But it's
in Japan.
not normal.
You
It's not
can't-
normal.
Well, it is now. They did this last year, and I didn't hear you freak
all
out.
I'm saying is I don't like it.
Okay,
You know what I didn't like you?
That's
I didn't
fine.
like that every year had to start with a Cincinnati Reds game.
Why did they get
to play first all the time?
All right, I got off my
So the
chest.
Giants will play next week. Cincinnati Reds.
See, I got it.
You all right?
I don't know. Yamamoto versus Imanaga in Japan with Shohei leading off. You can't see something fun with that?
No, that was great. Now watch the game. But there shouldn't be spring training games in the States.
First pitch was high, Dibs, and the umpire called it a strike. Freaking ridiculous.
Tomo Morigato, Mr. Roboto. We aren't there yet with robot umps.
Nope. And Otani said
Shout out
nothing.
Sticks.
He kept his head straight, and he got himself a nice hit. Couple of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Cool. You're allowed to not like anything you want. I just logistically, I don't know how you go to Japan if you don't do it this way.
It was bigger than that. It was don't have that game and have regular season games here in the States for the sake of the game and the tradition of the game.
But
That's
you can't go to Japan then.
I got you.
That's
I
all.
got you.
And that's fine. If you don't want him to go to Japan, then.
But it's bills in Japan. It's just fix yourself.
Okay.
Do it and facilitate it to where we respect. That's the only game that was played.
What's your fix? You have to have a solution.
Of course, I don't have that.
Well, then, you just can't have games in Japan then, which is fine.
So you don't want to, you're selfish. You don't want to share the game.
Yeah, I'm Steiny. I'm selfish.
Hey! You're taking it up with Willard, not me right now.
No, I just shared. He felt it, but
back to Trace Jackson Davis.
I'll admit, I was only happy because this is the first time in my life that I woke up to my underdog winnings. I had no idea what the hell was happening. I woke up and they're like, you just won. You won whatever on underdog. I'm like, great, what happened?
Dodgers run line,
I'm
baby.
like, Otani didn't homer.
It's just like, man, can't we all
that's
get on
fine.
the same
I mean,
page?
can we? I mean, this is all great and the back and forth, and yes, Japan. It's the only way they could do it. But can we put the rat on the table, please? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Uh-oh.
The chef burned the meal last night. The chef burned the meal. You could be mad about Japan, and you can be mad about Iwanaga and Yamamoto, whatever. It's not even the
Trace
point.
Jackson Davis.
You could be mad about everything you want to be mad about, but the chef, he burned the meal. He overcooked the meat and the potatoes au gratin. They were also burned, and the salad was wilted. The chef burned the meal. They lost because he stunk. I'm Dan Dibley, and I endorse this message.
But I had no issue with that point. I was one.
Your text actually kind of set me off.
Yeah,
you said this is the worst game I think I've ever seen him play.
I can't remember him ever looking that bad.
Right.
And for me, it's not even about you got to make your shots every night or whatever. No. He threw the ball around like Mason Rudolph on a Week 11 Sunday. I mean,
Dre was right behind him, but you're right. He had seven.
But I mean, the pass. It was just I've never ever seen them look sloppier from a team that has always been prone to the turnover. I've never seen it look that bad.
Yeah.
These passes were absurd.
They
weren't even close to being completed. You're just throwing them off of people's shins who are 2 feet from you. I'm like, I don't.
Shout out Mac Jones.
Look at you.
But I don't know. The whole thing for me, here's what I'll say.
Disappointing, too.
Well, of course. Yeah. Of course. But, it's one basketball game. These things, Minnesota did the exact same thing. No one wants to. The Pacers sat their 3 best players, and Minnesota went out at home and lost a game. So, I'm not triggered by the loss as much as the way it came together. And then, look, I know he's already been ruled out tonight, and only he and Rick Celebrini and others within the organization know if this is actual load management or if the back is a problem. I don't really know, and I'm not going to pretend to know what Steph is feeling. So if he needs the night off, he needs the night off. He said he wanted to play. He lobbied to play, and he's not going to play. Okay, so they're protecting him. But I'm super interested by what Steve Kerr said after the game. If you're going to claim exhaustion,
and that's what he was doing.
If you're going to do that on March 17th, and games are so vital right now, then this is kind of a joke, the idea that the Warriors are a title contender. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell the audience, hey, we're winning every night and we're going for the 4 seed and we're an actual title contender, and then in the very next breath, when you lose a basketball game, say, exhausted, sorry, gotta sit.
But didn't Denver kind of do that, even though I know that the 3 seed losing to Washington at home and then our guys aren't ready, 3 of them?
That's their thing. And they're younger and they won a title more recently and whatever. Their record is better. I don't want to pretend to know what they're doing. What I know is that the Warriors, you can't in one breath say we are desperately trying to stay out of the play-in tournament and then the next breath say super tired.
So it's a bad look.
Guys, well, it's not a bad look. I don't think it's a PR thing. I just think it's an X's and O's thing. You have got to play. You have got to go win your games. And if the player says he's fine, then he's fine. Like, you got to push it. That's the situation you're in.
I agree, and I think that I'm wondering, okay, if he's exhausted, what got him exhausted? It's probably from the All-Star break to now. So, like, this is why I always thought it was going to be hard to climb in the standings, because I think one of the reasons he's exhausted, if he is exhausted or tired, is because they have been pushing. His minutes have been up around 35-ish, and they've had pressure on him to win all their games to stay where they are, and maybe now they feel like 6 is okay. I still think they're still finagling to come, because right now, if the playoffs started today, they'd play the Nuggets, and I guarantee you they don't want the Nuggets. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Would you rather be 6 and face the Nuggets, or have to play a play-in game at 7 for the right to play the Rockets?
Oh, the play-in game.
I think
to play
so,
the
too.
Rockets,
I disagree.
Well, and you look at last night, and we can talk about TJD, but you look at what Denver did last night, and you mentioned Aaron Gordon, and you had him at 6'8", 275, or
7 feet, 275.
Every time I listened to you, the height got bigger and the weight got bigger, but that's not the Aaron Gordon I remember in high school when I covered him in the state championship game. He is thick.
Man.
He is thick.
Strong.
He is athletic. He can now shoot the 3, and he goes downhill. So who's going to guard him? And then who guards Jokic? Who guards Murray? And who guards Porter Jr., who is like 7 feet 11, like long and athletic? So matchup-wise,
21-10 last night.
The Warriors don't have anybody who can guard any of them. There's not one matchup where you go, well, yeah, Draymond will take care of Jokic. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe, kind of, but
right.
You want Jokic to score and not pass. And what he does so well is pass, and then no one guards Aaron Gordon, no one can guard Murray, no one can guard Porter Jr. What are we even doing here then?
Aaron Gordon shooting 45% from 3.
It's 45%.
Yeah. 45 from 3.
He's always been a thorn in the Warriors side, no matter who's playing.
That's why they've had
always been. Yep. But I don't know. I still, to answer your guys' question, the whole March Madness thing sort of kind of starts tonight. And like you walk out on the floor and the first 5 minutes don't go well, and all of a sudden you're looking at the end of your season. And that's what I do not want in play-in tournament. I don't care who the hell your opponent is.
Give me the for sure.
I am not messing with that, because do you know how quickly Kawhi Leonard and James Harden could walk onto your floor and make the play-in tournament an absolutely terrifying existence.
I'm with you. That's a good point.
Plus, even you lose that game, now even if you still get in and try number 2, you're on your way to Oklahoma City. And remember, exhausted. They need that week off.
Yeah, then if they would have 2 playoff games, I think they play on a Tuesday, Thursday, and then boom, Saturday.
Exactly. They need that week off. So I would take the 6 in Denver.
Yeah, Steph Curry last night, 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
And it had me thinking, and Grandy, if you get the game show music ready for Steiny, he loves a game. Steiny loves a game.
Such a bonus.
Has Steph Curry had more games in his career in the regular year with 7 or more turnovers, or 0 turnovers. Which one, Steiny and Goo?
7 or more. Because a 0 turnover game from Steph is pretty rare, and it should be rare because he handles it so much.
Goo?
So I'm going 7 or more.
Yeah. Thank you for playing.
Damn, when Will knew.
He's had 46 games.
Same wrong guess out in the hallway.
46 games of 7 or more, including a career high of 11. He goes to 11, Steiny, and he's had 50 games with 0 turns. And if you think about early in his career where maybe he played 18 minutes and, he had Monta Ellis. Shout out Monte. I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors. So, but I was struck by the fact that he had 46 games with 7 or more, because last night I'm watching it. We're all watching it. And it's like the one thing that tells me that they are tired is he and Draymond both. You get either an offensive rebound or a steal, and we're trying the 71-foot hook pass.
Get it out my hands as fast as possible.
Right.
Hot potato.
Like it's like the cheat code. You're trying to do shortcuts. And if you're like fresh and rested and you're buttoned up, you're not trying that. Like the one arm, and you even said it earlier, like he had one pass which was an underhand bounce pass along the sideline, and the alley-oop to Kuminga was just a
down 6.
It was a miscommunication sensation. Ugh. And that's one where, I mean, if they were like in sync, Kuminga sees what's going on and he jumps because that was the right play.
Or Curry pulls up for 3.
Right, but he was kind of in the mid-range already. He was kind of in that midi, and he saw Kuminga, and he threw it up, and Kuminga kind of froze, and then it was another turnover, but Denver turned it over 22 times.
But they dominated on the glass, 53 to 38.
They dominated on the glass.
And they shot 8 for 33.
Yeah.
So that wasn't all Curry, though.
No. They shot the ball. The Warriors played as bad as they can humanly possibly play yesterday. What's the stat that Lucas sent us that thing? This is the first time in the history of ever that someone has played this bad.
I read it. I got it right here. I got it for you.
Okay.
You got it? Hold on.
Well, let me just chime in here. They did shoot 65% from 2-point range.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors.
They were knocking down those interior shots.
The Warriors last night,
Chris Brown,
are the first team in the history of the league.
You got it. You beat me.
And throw the WNBA in also.
I got it.
It's the first time that a professional basketball team has gone under 25% from 3 with 30 or more attempts.
Yikes.
Under 60% from the line with 25 or more attempts and 20-plus turnovers in one game.
That's
the
lot.
First time that's happened in the history of the National Basketball Association.
That's infinity.
And they were down by 3 with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
They were, and that's why some people can look at that and go, ooh, it's a problem. I look at it and I flick it and I bet them +3 tonight because they will never play that bad again.
Yeah. I like them too. Steiny's like, I wouldn't touch them.
I mean, Steph's not playing tonight.
Right. Jokic didn't play last night. Murray didn't play last night.
No, I know.
Halliburton didn't play last night. Siakam didn't play last night. Miles Turner didn't play last night. Their team won those games on the road.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's all.
I mean,
and Philly should have beat Houston. They just, oh my gosh.
Philly.
For their standards.
Quit begging.
Man.
Quit begging for the teams above you to lose.
Clippers and Cavs tonight.
Yeah.
Big basketball game for the Warriors.
Yeah, it is. It is. Back to Trace Jackson Davis.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that was interesting, I was just looking at the closing lineup for the Warriors last night. It was Curry, Payton, Green, Butler, and Kuminga. And then Moody came back in with 1:11, but it was 9 at that point. So he played Kuminga in crunch time last night instead of Moody. Thoughts? Prayers?
Yeah. Shot creation, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, could you play Moody instead of Payton in that same lineup? Or is that too
I think you could.
duplicitous?
I think you could, but I think he loves himself some Gary Payton II defensively.
And he should right now,
and he should, but
too.
Against like that team, you're kind of stuck between a hard place and a rock because you don't have anybody who can guard anybody.
Yeah.
So you could try Gary. Gary can't guard Aaron Gordon or Porter Jr., and who are you going to put in there? Like Kuminga did his level best, but and I thought he played pretty well, especially in the second half. But I thought that you were in a spot where there was nothing you could really do defensively that was going to matter against Aaron Gordon. And like you mentioned, Goof, 53-38 in the rebounds. Man. They were all over the glass.
9
they
extra offensive rebounds. Those are shots. Those are opportunities, man. And they earned every one without the guys we mentioned.
Right. And you look at like Quentin Post, he played 6 minutes, and it was, okay, Quentin, this is not your night.
I told Stoney, that a little too soon? 8 minutes.
He got 8 minutes?
Yeah.
I would have given him 4 because it was pretty clear that he was in over his head. He couldn't guard those guys. And if you can't stop anybody and they're going to go ahead and pick you, they're going to pick on you, then you better have 3 threes early to make it worth our while. But he didn't, and so he had to go. And that's why I do think
nobody else checked him. That's all I was telling Stoney. Like, how does QP3 get better against that moving forward if, all right, we're getting you out of here, we're pulling the plug early.
Jump rope.
Willard, nobody else can check
Jump rope.
So I was like, let him go through his puberty against,
I thought we were going for a title.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I feel like this conversation comes up with the Warriors a lot, which is, do we have time? Do we have time for moments of growth? And I'm like, no. Wow. No, you wasted those.
Because we don't even know what the finishing lineup is with the Warriors, and I don't think that bodes well. We know the fixtures, the big 3,
right?
But it fluctuates, and I'm like, it ain't doing that in Boston, OKC, but I'm not saying they can't get it done, but I am curious to see how this plays out. Will it be Pods? Will it be Moody? Will it be Kuminga?
There's got to be some room.
It'll be night to night.
Yeah, there's got to be some room for it to be different each night, right? Based on who you're playing.
Yeah,
and who's hot.
It's kind of what I've been thinking. I mean, you're going to go with Curry, you're going to go with Butler, you're going to go with Draymond Green, and then it's going to be up to Steve
in there,
Kerr.
Stoney, but I get you.
I mean, and he might. He was there last night. He played down the stretch last night.
I was interested. What'd y'all think of Kuminga last night? I was sort of intrigued by how many people were down on what he was doing in the game. And I was just my eyes through the game. I'm like, boy, Kuminga's the least of their problems right now.
Right. Yeah. And he got fouled a couple times. They didn't call it, but no shade at you, Diaz.
No. And I tweeted it. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter anymore. Yeah. Steiny, I know you're on there, but they did not get a good whistle last night. And that's some nights you get a good whistle, some nights you don't. Last night was a night where you didn't get a good whistle, and they had to challenge the one on Steph where Russell Westbrook, Mark's favorite player.
They won that one, though, right?
They did, but you had to challenge it. And that,
get it.
And it shout out me muting Bobby Fitz because
that took him 5
that's a classic mute Fitz moment.
Why?
Because he's right, but Fitz will go on ad nauseum, Bob, and I know you're listening, but he will continue to go on and on and on and on and on.
That's on the refs. Finish the review.
Taking so long?
It took me one look. He moving. Let's play.
Me too.
That's a freaking block.
It took me one look and one mute to be able to then go to my Wordle and enjoy my Wordle.
What do you want Bob to say while the officials are over there? But take the headset off. Let's talk to each other. Let's put the headset back on.
I don't know what he said, so I don't know what I'm telling you he should say.
Wow.
I'm sure that there was some invocation of Mark Davis and the crew who had a rough night.
Oh, they sure did.
They did have a rough night. Sure did. And so that's all part of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
that one was easy.
Yeah.
That one was
I actually thought it was a close one.
It was a close one in real time, but not when you not when you slow it down.
He was out of control.
He came in underneath him.
But to answer your question about what you made at Kuminga, forget the 4 of 11. I'm one of his biggest fans, but I felt like the first time in a long time the Warriors were like, okay, Willard, it's your turn. Jimmy, it's your go ahead, Dibs. Steiny, that ball wasn't popping like normally. And then I'm wanted Kuminga back because he can get to the free throw line. He did last night, but I said moving forward, do they become some easier to guard when you know, okay, Willard's got it and he's trying to cook, and that's what Kuminga did. And they swatted him a couple times.
Steve Kerr called it bad body language. They kind of had it the whole night. By the way, did you guys call Coach and Vallejo back, who came down my road last week for saying Jonathan's not a great finisher yet? Because Jonathan's not a great finisher yet. I say it slower so everybody can hear me. Anyway,
I described Kuminga's game as he was so-so.
Yeah,
he was so-so.
He wasn't their worst.
He didn't get a beat.
All right.
We'll be listening.
All right, gents.
Jacket's on.
The classic, all right, gents.
Bag is on the shoulder.
Smile.
Bucks in town tonight.
I'm going to see him.
I'm going to start calling you Darren Ruff.
Darren Ruff.
Ruff is on the move. Ruff is on the move.
Don't that guy that played for the Giants for like 6 weeks?
Yeah, he was clutch.
6 weeks.
He was clutch.
Oh, a year.
He's a regular Hunter Pence. All right, we got to go.
Okay,
all right, gents.
All right, you can leave.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Hey, what'd you see last night? And is there anything to see here?
Do you want to know what happened to me watching the game?
What happened to you?
2 words.
What?
Tracy Morgan.
Oh.
I Tracy Morgan watching that game.
For real?
No.
Oh,
but
okay. Figuratively.
yes. I mean, that thing was gross.
Yeah. It was gross. It was a frustrating game to watch.
It was really frustrating, and I'll have to go through and look at the math on how many times the Warriors have faced a team that turned it over 20 times, and I thought it was 22, but it might just be 20. But you had an opponent give it to you 20 times, and you still, I mean, you were in the game, I guess, but that game never felt like the Warriors were like about to, threatening to, we're going to flip this and we're going to.
When they cut it to 3, they cut it to 3, you're like, okay, they might grind this thing out and win it just because they should.
But
and then Aaron Gordon had the answer yet again.
Yeah.
I will say this, for whatever it's worth. Whenever, since Jimmy Butler came to the Warriors, whenever they lose, it is because someone on the other side has a generational night. And I take that as a good thing. I know some people will be like, why do you keep letting the other player to go off? Well, it doesn't happen most nights. Sometimes NBA players have got their A game. And I look at that as a good thing. If it takes an individual having an absolute night to remember in order to beat you, that's going to happen sometimes. And yes, Quentin Grimes, Kyrie Irving, and Aaron Gordon. Those are the 3 players who have beaten the Warriors since the trade deadline. They all had unbelievable nights. Aaron Gordon had all the answers last night. And he had the answer again when they Warriors cut it to 3. He had the answer. He was the best player on the floor. You know what I mean? Salute. There you go.
Yeah. Salute, but at the same time.
But also, you played awful.
But, I mean, beyond how badly you played, I look at Aaron Gordon, who is their 3rd or 4th best player. They didn't have their 2 best players, and so he stepped forward, and you had no answer. You had everybody except Pods, and you had no ability to stop him. And so when they get Jokic and they get Murray, and they still have Gordon, who you don't have an answer for, and Michael Porter Jr., who you couldn't stop, it just makes me really, really concerned about a Denver matchup because of those 4 players. I don't know who guards whom and how you stop any of those guys.
Well, okay, fair points, but I'm going to put that in the whole category of 80% of what you worry about in life never happens.
It's fair.
Yeah, like I'm not getting into
They beat you 9 straight times.
Sure, but I'm not going to break down a Denver Warriors playoff series that I have no idea if that's going to happen because these teams are going to move, shake, and shimmy and shake all over the place.
The Warriors even get in the playoffs, right?
Exactly. Which is why that's sort of where my head is today. You know what I mean? Like that's why this was so frustrating. I would actually just make this a burn the tape game and not pay it any mind. It's a turn the page game if we didn't have all of the other scenarios that were going on. If Minnesota had not lost their own game at home with the other team sitting all of their good players, they did it too, and they did it an hour and a half earlier, which to me Man, you'd love for that to make its way into the souls of the Warrior players like, dogs, go get that game. That was huge. That was huge. And you couldn't take care of the ball. And that's incredibly disappointing. But I don't find last night to be a projection game. I don't find that to be a game where I go, well, now I'm not, the Warriors showed their true colors, or I'm worried about them in this, that, or the other playoff series. I just look at it as a wild missed opportunity and incredibly disappointing that you, the professionals that you are, played a very unprofessional game at the wrong time. Steve Kerr calls it bad body language. You have Hall of Fame players throwing the ball off each other's knees when they're 2 feet away from one another, hucking the ball down court to people who aren't even open, not for a little bit. I mean, if that were Brock Purdy last night, we'd be crushing him today with how many interceptions this team threw. So that's all. That's all. I thought last night was incredibly disappointing because of the opportunity that was staring them in the face, and that for some reason it didn't get their attention. It didn't get their focus where it needed to be.
I'm not sure if it was completely the focus, but Denver definitely had more effort. They had more energy, and now Steph Curry is going to sit out tonight against Milwaukee, whether it's the back or the knee tendonitis or fatigue or exhaustion, whatever it is. I don't know if they've listed an official reason.
The NBA injury report just lists it as rest.
Okay.
So,
right. So
and Slater tweeted about the back. Nobody has brought up the knee, but we don't know the body. Yeah. I can't feel whatever he feels.
We don't. And I'm looking at a piece from ESPN back in December where it was, bilateral knee tendonitis, and that was now 3.5 months ago. And those things don't go away. It doesn't get cured, and you can treat it, and maybe he needs more treatment. I'm not sure what they have going on with his knees, but you look at last night and the energy of the team, it looked like they were tired and, taking a lot of shortcuts. And I'm thinking about Draymond and Steph in particular, where you get the ball on a steal or a rebound and you're trying these home run passes because you don't really want to run down the court. And you could see Steph late in the game where there was a couple of turnovers and he basically was jogging back. He was laboring back on defense. And it's something you don't normally see from Steph, and it looked like he was tired, hurting, depressed, frustrated, all the above.
All of the above.
It was really kind of tough to see, especially when we've all been riding so high with what they've been doing.
Well, so let's open it up to you. Tim McMahon of ESPN is going to join us in a couple hours, but this is a great day for Warrior fans to weigh in, and there's a couple things to get to. We'll get to the Steph stuff in a little bit, no doubt. And if you are just joining us, he is out tonight. That is now official. Steph Curry will not play. Brandon Pajemski is expected back. Other than that, it's a full roster, and Milwaukee is relatively healthy, but incredibly disappointing on this anticipated back-to-back where so many stars are out. Steph Curry tonight, Jokic last night, Jamal Murray last night. But let's start with what you see last night that you found concerning. 888-957-9570. Again, I'm not going to project off of one loss. I always find it amusing when a team will win 14 of 16 games, and in that last game, the 16th one, they lose and play really poorly, and people go, see, that 14 of 15 was fake. This is the real them. Why on earth would this be the real them? We've watched them 16 times. So that's why I say it's not a projection game. What I find disappointing about it, though, is that you have a team that, whether it is through physical or mental fatigue, you were unable to seize a moment. And that is the calling card of a great team, is to seize the moments. We always hear about that, right? Playoff series is going that way. Oh, the Warriors are down 2-1. It's game 4. Steph's like, I got this. It's game 7 in Sacramento. Steph's like, I got this. Well, this was your opportunity for breathing room with the Minnesota Timberwolves, because you're telling us that you are obsessed with staying out of the play-in tournament. And if that's the case, last night was imperative. And you gagged it. You gagged it with one of I would argue, the worst performance I've seen all year.
Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty bad.
So that's what concerns me about last night.
Well, two things concern me. One, you looked tired, and I know that you should be tired. And Draymond had a great quote after the game. It's game 68, and you're in the dog days, and we're all tired. Okay, you're all tired, and I get that. And it's not to excuse it; it's a reality. But unfortunately, you don't have a cushion to where you can be tired, and then you can go out and rest guys, and you're going to rest Steph tonight, and it doesn't make it so that you are more likely to win. It makes it a little bit tougher, obviously, when you don't have your best player, but everyone's tired, and I get that. But I just look at Steph over the last 5 games, 32% from 3, 23 points a night, which is kind of back to where he was before Jimmy Butler. And I know there's been a lot of games in succession, and Steph hasn't had to do it all. They're 4-1 in those games, and so he hasn't had to carry it. But last night, watching him and watching Draymond kind of revert to that frustrated mode, Guru's right. It was a lot more iso ball. And the big thing that makes me really a little bit troubled is that defensively, you had no answer for really anybody. And
that's true. I mean, we're going to talk about we're going to talk about Gordon, but you got cooked by Russell Westbrook.
Oh,
in the first half especially.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
a triple-double that actually mattered.
Yep. For once.
Because you and I have talked about.
Well, he's
the all-time leader, I think, in triple-doubles.
I think you're right, and
most of them are empty.
He's still a hysterical offensive player. It's getting worse.
How many air balls last night?
His shots are so funny.
Dude, awful.
He'll pull up and he'll swish a 3, and then on the next possession, he's like, watch this, got the ha-ha. I'm going to shoot again, and the ball will come up 6 feet short. It's not just an air ball. It's like, dude, did you actually think that was toward the rim? It went halfway there.
5 of 18, 7 turnovers.
He's the weirdest player to watch.
He had 12, 16, and 12 on 5 of 18 and 7 turnovers.
Well, his
and
passing,
4 fouls.
and his passing and decision making in the first half though was beautiful.
Right,
guys were on a layup line. They were on an absolute layup line. Very, very frustrating watch from the Warriors' standpoint. And so you're right. I think Steve Kerr and Rick Celebrini saw the same thing you did. You go to the locker room, it's like y'all must be exhausted. And my concern is if you're exhausted, well, where the hell's that going? What is it between now and this June run that we've all decided is happening where you're all going to get a vacation and go to Cabo? I didn't see that on the schedule. There's no room for I'm tired. How are you supposed to do what you say you're trying to do if you're too tired to do it?
Well, if you're the 6th seed, you can do that.
How are you going to get the 6th seed if you can't play?
Well, that to me becomes the big question here over the final 15 games?
Yeah.
Because if you're the 7, you got to play now. You got to play on Tuesday or Wednesday.
There's your Cabo week, but you don't get it if you can't beat Denver without their best players.
Yep.
So anyway, let's talk it out. What did you see last night that you found concerning? We can start there. 888-957-9570. We're all over your phone calls and thrilled that you're with us. This is Willard and Dibs.
Game Day Traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're headed to Chase.
Westbrook dribbles with 7 on the clock. Guarded by Payton. Just settles for a 3. It's up and good. Westbrook nailed it.
I mean, that's the exact shot you would want them to take.
Absolutely. Westbrook now 2 of 8 from 3. He's got a triple-double. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you tell him at Warriors Vox. You tell him. And Tommy was right, too. That's the shot you want. You want Russell Westbrook putting up a contested 3. Just happened to splash that one. Sometimes he throws it up there, and it literally comes nowhere near the rim.
He had one that was a beat the shot clock, turn and chuck, and it was at the foul line, I think. When he got it, it was like, oh God. Huh? It's good.
Dude, he threw up a couple, though, where I was like, am I off center with my TV right now? Because, like, he would release it, and I'd be like, it looks like it's going to come up 5 feet short. And then it did.
Yeah.
So I was directly on with my TV. Everything was fine.
Right. No need for a recalibration.
Sensation.
Which is a buck, but, I mean, nothing says Russell Westbrook triple-double like 5 of 18 from the floor and 7 turnovers. A triple-double.
Yeah, he was somewhere between great and awful, and I can't figure out where to put the line.
Yeah, he was both.
Yeah, but I know this. He was less awful than the Warriors.
Boy.
He was less awful than the Warriors. That's all. And so I'm going to go in to tonight very much feeling like that was a one-off. That was a one-off. The Warriors cannot be that bad again. They can't be. And I'll point to something with the Dubs tonight. Again, if you're just joining us, Curry's out. I'll point to something with the Dubs tonight that you and I said with about 10 minutes left to go on our show last night. You know, Jokic is out. Jamal Murray's out. Steve Kerr has always said he hates it when the other team does that because your team relaxes. And you know who's waiting in the wings behind whoever those people are? NBA players. Now, yeah, they're not great, but they're NBA players. And same thing for the Warriors tonight. Who's backing up Steph? An NBA player. Pods is back. He'll probably play a big role. And I don't see any reason on their home floor with Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga and all of the people who are available tonight, I don't see any reason why the Warriors should not be able to compete in this game.
Especially after last night, where you look at what the Nuggets did without their 2 best players. They had energy and they had bounce. And so, yeah, if you're the Warriors, you look at that last night and you think, that should be us on our home floor. We are a little bit desperate, not super desperate. It's not a must win, but if your Pod's coming back and if you're TJD, who I do think will get some minutes to try to slow down, Giannis Antetokounmpo and all the rest of it, go out there and you play like Denver did last night. They played hungry and energetic. The Warriors were sloppy and tired.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, I only take issue with one thing you just said. You said it's not a must-win. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Okay, I don't want to get into this.
This is a big flipping game.
It's a BFG, Mark.
They are all big flipping games, and Grandy brought this up before the show. The Clippers are hosting.
I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
Well, exactly, and that's all I really care about in this moment because this is a fair observation, sensation, which is that if the Warriors lose this basketball game tonight, you'll wake up in the 8 seed.
Wait, the 8 seed?
Good. You're a minimum waking up in the 7 seed.
Wait, that can't be right.
If you lose, you're in
Somebody fact check this guy.
Clippers host the Cavs. I know it's the Cavs.
They don't lose.
They lost last time. They lost their last game.
Oh, boy.
The Clippers are only a 3-point dog. Same thing the Warriors are.
So Clippers beat the Cavs.
Clippers have won 6 of 7.
Okay.
If the Clippers win that game and you lose tonight, you the 8.
Oh, God. I almost swore.
You're the 8 seed.
Yeah.
So, let's give Steph some rest. It's a long road. It's not a long road. The urgency is off the charts.
We got 14 left.
Yeah, and you need to win almost all of them.
Well,
if you want to avoid the play-in, which is what you're saying.
You probably need to win 9 of the 14.
Ooh,
48 gets you the 6. You don't think 48 gets you the 6?
No. Have you seen the Wolves' schedule?
Yes,
they're playing
I'm sick and tired of you talking about the Wolves.
They're going to win all their games.
They lost last night.
Right.
They stink.
Right. So how many times is that? They stink.
They're reeling.
It's their first loss in 3 weeks.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, they're going to win most of their games. They're playing New Orleans twice later this week. So go ahead.
I get it.
Go 9-5 and enjoy hosting the play-in tournament.
I wonder if 48 gets it done, and that would be 9-5. And
I'll say no.
The Timberwolves have 12 left, so they would have to go 10-2 to beat you. What's the tiebreaker like with you in Minnesota?
You have it.
Okay, so they need to go 10-2. If you go 9-5. They have to go 10-2 to beat you.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, because they're 40-30.
Yeah, but they're percentage points behind you. They shouldn't, like, if you have 5 losses and they only have 2.
They would need to go 9-3.
Yeah, and they
9-3.
And they will.
All right.
So
we'll see.
Yeah.
But for me, and let's go to the phones. I know it's full rack of lines.
Yeah, everybody wants to weigh in on last night.
Tonight is not about urgency or Steph or the standings.
Disagree.
It's about Rick Celebrini, and that's how they do it.
Yeah, and that's their way, and I can't argue with that, but you better win the game. You better win the game. Jason in Oakland. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
What's going on, Dibs? What's going on, Willard?
What's up?
Hey, if we go back 3 weeks and we said to ourselves when the trade happened, in the next 16 games, the Warriors will be 14-2, you guys be like, nah, no, they won't. Come on, man. We can't make this a story today because Steph was tired. Guys were throwing away the ball. Man, we are not the Wizards. We are going to get into the playoffs, whether it be a play-in or not. We are 14-2 from where we was at. Because I remember, Dibs, you was talking about Steph was done. We probably need to trade him. You had a whole different conversation a month ago, Dibs.
I never said that they were going to trade him.
You didn't say trade him, Jason.
I never said that, Jason.
Dibs, you had a whole last month, Dibs. The Warriors was done. You was like, you know what?
You did say that.
Let's see what we can do with some draft picks. So where we at today, Dibs?
Yeah.
You need to be like, you know what? I ain't even want to talk about it today because last month we thought we was done. We thought we was going to be the 92 Warriors, the 93 with Baron Davis. Come on, man. We okay. We okay, y'all.
Yeah, Jason, thank you. I agree, and I think
14-4 since the trade, and that includes the Laker game that Jimmy didn't suit up for.
Right,
So,
I mean,
14-3 if you want to skip ahead.
14-2 when he plays.
Fine.
Whatever it is, Jason's not wrong. Like, it's been amazing, and nobody would argue against that. I don't find last night to be concerning in a grander sense. I find it to be frustrating because they missed an opportunity. But that's sort of my point tonight. Like, you can't let last night build on itself. I don't care that Steph's not playing. That's the urgency I'm talking about. You can't do last night and then do it again. I said last week in this 4-game stretch, 3-1 or it's a bogey. Steph not playing tonight does not change that for me. You want to make par? You go 3-1. And you win tonight. And you beat Toronto on Thursday. And then you get on a plane.
It's not that easy.
No,
and, tonight becomes a lot tougher after last night. And I do think that last night for me is a little bit more of a gut punch because of the way it went. And put aside the fatigue and the fact that Steph Curry had one of the worst games you've ever seen him play in more than 1,000 regular season games. And he said it in the post game that he wasn't good. And now he's going to take the night off because he needs rest or his back hurts or all the above or whatever. But it's the way that game went. You got dominated on the glass by a bigger, more athletic team. They had 2 or 3 guys who you could not stop, and they aren't including their 2 best players. And you had kind of a team that looked a little bit sloppy and desperate, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that, again, always 2 ways at least to look at things. The Warriors played as bad as they could possibly play, I think, and down by 3 with 3 minutes to go. Clutch game.
Clutch game, yeah.
You know, so we can, in other words, you can say, well, Aaron Gordon cooked them. Not wrong. At the same time, if you just don't play like kindergartners on the offensive end, you win the game. if you just don't throw the ball off each other's shins every other possession, you win the game. So,
well, they did the same thing.
Yeah,
they had 20 turnovers, and so did you.
I didn't find their turnovers to be equitable with the Warriors' turnovers.
I'd have to look at all the turnovers.
Warriors had some ridiculous turnovers.
Of course, but Denver also had some pretty bad and sloppy turnovers where, passes that were just intercepted at the top of the key and they went the other way. And, if you look at the totality of how it went, the Warriors didn't shoot the ball well from three. And when they don't shoot it well from three, they're going to lose most of the time.
Kind of true in all NBA games, by the way.
Well, especially
we do
this team.
Yeah,
they only have one punch.
It's a lot of them, though. It's Orlando,
right.
It's Houston. There's a lot of teams out there that are going to be in the playoffs where we go, boy. I mean, Houston did this last night. They were disgusting for three quarters on their own floor against Philadelphia, and they're not a good three-pointing shooter team, but they were in the fourth quarter. They came back and they won the game in overtime.
Yep.
Like, the whole make-or-miss league thing kind of frustrates people.
But when you shoot 56% from the line as well, and you shoot 24 from three,
brutal.
With 20 turnovers, you lose.
They were historically brutal last night.
Yeah, and the stat that Lucas, director of sports, shared is, and he even threw in the NBA and the WNBA where that had never happened before. And yeah, you're right. I guess the glass half full take is they were down by 3 with 3 minutes left, and
while
you still had a chance.
Historically brutal basketball.
Yeah.
So,
but the other side of it is Denver didn't have their two best players, and they weren't good either.
No doubt. But you don't get that again. For me, there's no excuses tonight. I don't want to hear but the chef. No.
Chef.
I thought since the trade deadline, it's like, it's a deep team again, and you have star factor outside of Steph. And you have insurance outside of Steph and outside of Steph. And okay, so let's see it. Outside of Steph, let's see it. D in Walnut Creek. Hi, D. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thank you, guys. Hey, first I want to say you guys are the most fun to listen to. And when one of you's missing, it's not the same. I mean, no disrespect to the Willard and Dibs bench, but, I miss it when one of you's gone.
Well, then, D, then you better enjoy today and tomorrow. Because my man Dibs is going to go get drunk after that.
Okay, well, let's break down last night's game. I don't want to rehash all the bad stats, but defense, there were a lot of blocks, steals, all that good stuff. But when it comes to Gordon and Porter, they couldn't stop a parked car. Now, as far as Kuminga, I agree with you. Most nights he can't finish a 5-page novel. And what do you think about this? I think the Steph Curry birthday celebration sensation didn't completely wear off. The recovery wasn't 100%.
I'm not going to put it like, D, I got you.
D, I like that. I like it a lot. We're going back now to March 6th. That's not 12 days ago. And, I like the occasional libation, but I'm not sure if I've had a 12-day hangover.
No, he's talking about Steph's birthday. You're thinking of Draymond's birthday.
Right.
Steph's birthday was just on Friday.
Okay, and did they get after it?
No. I'm not buying his point. My point is it wasn't March 6th. It was just Friday.
Well, my point is, the big celebration was in New York where you got absolutely hammered, I would imagine.
I don't know.
And then you came out and you were down 27-5 to Brooklyn.
Right, but they celebrated deep into the night after on Steph's birthday last Friday as well. Whatever. They came out and beat the Knicks. And yes, that was now 5 days ago.
Right.
So no, I don't think that has anything to do with
it.
They played an awful basketball game. And I'm willing to call it that unless it builds on itself. Unless you see it again tonight. I don't care if Steph plays or not. You shouldn't take care of the ball that way tonight. Not if you're a professional basketball team.
Exactly. I mean, especially in the spot where you are, and you mentioned it, and it was shock value, but you're accurate in saying that with a loss, you could find yourself in the 8 seed. So, and Steiny said this earlier on Steiny and Goo from 10 to 2, the idea of, well, let's all now put to bed being the 2, or maybe being the 3, or even getting to the 4, because last night kind of dealt you a little bit of a blow. Houston getting off the deck and winning the way that they won. I think you're more worried about 7 and 8 than you are about 4 and 5.
I don't disagree, but here's part of my point about last night, and we will build on this a little bit later. If any of your thoughts were based on the Warriors going undefeated the rest of the way, then they were ridiculous thoughts.
No, but win a game when you're 8-point favorite at home.
But that's not even the point. Like this whole idea, if we could be the 2 seed, if one loss knocks you off of your perch, then you were on a house of cards. Like, that's not a real thing. There was no way the Warriors were going undefeated the rest of the way. I understand that last night feels like a gut punch because they were sitting stars, and it's one of the teams that you're chasing. But I'll extend this point even further. If you thought the Warriors were title contenders and then you wake up today and you don't, that's crazy. Your point was you didn't believe it in the beginning then.
Yeah,
they can't lose one game and you lose all of your steam.
Agreed. That, for me, has not been shaken, but what has been shaken is the idea of them getting up to 2 or 3 or 4, and you know what?
Yeah,
maybe even 5.
That was
now,
pretty unlikely anyway.
Well, if you win last night, it's less unlikely because Denver would only be 3.5 in front of you, and Denver would be tied for the 4 with LA and Memphis, and you'd be 2.5 back. But instead, they sat their stars, and you went out and you did that. So now for me, it's like 6 or bust.
You're not. And I said this to you yesterday when you brought it up. Mathematically, you're not wrong, but you're not passing 4 teams in 15 games. You're just not doing that unless you win all of them and they lose a bunch. Like, I never saw that as possible.
Yeah.
Could they move up to 5 or 4 if things go right and LeBron doesn't come back? Maybe.
But it's just the nature of last night that has me a little bit more jarred is no Jokic, no Murray. The spread balloons to 8, and you do that?
Yeah.
Like,
super frustrating.
It's one thing if, like, okay, Aaron Gordon does what he did, and you lose by 1 at the buzzer, and you played well, and you know what? Tip of the cap. You don't tip the cap last night. You stunk.
They stunk. Like, objectively, they stunk.
And can I just spend 10 seconds on Moses Moody at the end of the game?
Sure.
What was Moses doing? Like,
what do you mean? Which part?
So they're down like 11, and everyone's like standing around the court, like getting ready to shake hands, and Moses gets the ball, and he bursts down, and he shoots a 3, and he misses, and nobody does anything, and he runs in, and he gets the rebound, and he dribbles to the corner, and he shoots another 3, and he makes it. It was kind of a weird, like,
whatever.
Like Moses wanted to get 3 more points.
Sure. Yeah.
It just was kind of funny to me.
Get those stats.
Maybe I'm the only one who was like, that was weird.
I think I had already gone to punch a pillow or something like that at that point. WC in San Leandro. What's up, WC? Thanks for the call.
Yo, hey, I'm all with you guys on your analysis and all, but we just need to relax. You don't want to play us first round, whoever you are. It's like you ever go to the gym and the worst player wants to check you. Well, Jokic and them not showing up, it's like, really? So, I mean, it wasn't that serious. The Warriors, just like you said, Woody takes a 3. It wasn't that serious. It's like, let's get in the playoffs. Everybody get their legs back. We saw where we're at, where we're deficient at. Kerr, the coach, he didn't look excited, like, oh, this is the end of the world. So,
WC, can I challenge you on that last point? I mean, you're still the first half, and Steve Kerr's out on the court screaming at all of his assistants.
Yes.
I think I think your point is valid, but I don't think we can sit here right now and say, like, it's cool, make the playoffs. You have to make the playoffs. And that is very much still hanging in the balance.
Okay, let's say we win the play-in, all right?
Okay.
And you better be scared, whoever you are.
I agree.
We're going to get back at you in Denver.
I agree, but what if you don't win the play-in? You know what I mean? Like, I think that, and WC, thanks. Like, I think that's sort of the message from last night. You're like, oh, you end up in the 7th seed, you win the play-in. Did you notice last night that sometimes you come out on one night, you have a crappy pitch, and you throw it and someone whacks it out of the park? Another NBA team. I don't want to be in the play-in tournament, period, end of TED Talk. That's it, under any circumstances. Oh, but the opponent, no. I do not want to be in the play-in, and Draymond said the same thing last night. Under no circumstances. Those of you who think, well, they're just, the Clippers, and then you'll beat them. Oh, so Harden and Kawhi have no opportunity to come into Chase and be hot on one night and knock you the freak down? Zubats not going to get in you and put up 22. I don't want to be in that tournament, that stinking tournament.
They don't want to be in the tournament as an older team. And that is the biggest issue because we talked about it. You want to have that rest. You want to play, end the weekend. You have the Clippers. You win that. You're the 6th seed. Chill. You've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe even Saturday. Get your rest, Steph, and get your knees right and your back right and everybody else. Get all the rest you need and now gear up for a 7-game series where you're going to be the underdog no matter who they play. Your odds maker buddy, John Avello, told us that very thing. So no matter what you do, even if you get the 6th seed, you're going to be an underdog against a younger, most likely more athletic team.
I mean, that's kind of what the NBA has.
Well, the Lakers maybe aren't younger, and maybe I still think that they're playing more athletic.
I mean, I don't look at Luka and think athletic.
Or
but he's a great
LeBron's
player.
athletic,
LeBron's
but he's
athletic.
40.
Yeah, exactly.
But beyond those two, they do have as many athletes as you, maybe more.
Maybe. We're taking your phone calls first and foremost on what concerns you most about last night. 888-957-9570. Both Tim McMahon and Larry Beal on the show today. Let's go to Pete in San Ramon. Hi, Pete. What's up? What you doing?
Yeah. Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call. It was really weird last night, but the strangest thing I saw, and I'd love to get your comments, was the team stats, points in the paint. Denver had 46. We had 62 or 64. It's like 18 points more. What happened there, you think? Thanks a lot. I'll listen.
Yeah, Pete, thanks. I think that's simply an indicator of three-pointers either falling or not. The Warriors had a lot of made points in the paint because they couldn't shoot threes, and so you got to start doing something else, and that's when you play one-on-one ball with either Butler or Kuminga, and they're going to try to drive and do things in the paint. Denver had things falling from the outside. Porter had it fallen. Gordon had it fallen. So, why take two when you can get three? That's, kind of a elementary way of saying it, but I think that's what was going on.
And the Warriors outscored them 66-58 in the paint, so not a huge advantage. And then, the foul line was almost dead even, but you mentioned it, the three-point line, they got outscored by 18 points. When you go 8 of 33 and you turn the ball over 20 times, you're probably not going to win the game, especially when you go 15 of 27 from the foul line.
What bothered you most about last night? We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. You're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way.
Gordon gets it, checked by Santos. Shot clock at 5. Dribbles in, spins, goes up, left hand flip, short. Tip, rebound loose. It's Gordon again for the rebound. He goes up, swings it up and in. Between Looney and Santos, somehow found a way through.
He's just been an animal.
One of his best games of his career, considering the situation.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Coach, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Hopefully under better circumstances.
Yeah, boy.
Keep going with your calls. Later on the show, local legend Larry Beal. And then also Tim McMahon of ESPN, NBA reporter and part of the Hoop Collective podcast alongside Brian Windhorst, Tim Bontemps, that whole crew. McMahon tapped in, was at the game last night. We'll have him join us at 4:15. We're live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and obviously multiple locations around the Bay, including the one in Santa Clara, where the Morning Roast did their doobies earlier a few weeks back, and obviously a great spot to go on your way to Levi Stadium or wherever you are in the South Bay. And we're thrilled to have Sam and the whole crew from Laughing Monk along for the consistent ride here at 95.7 The Game. So right here in the Laughing Monk Studios, make sure that you head over there, say hi, watch some games, and partake in the incredible food and drink that is on hand.
And what an amazing time to be a sports fan with all of the madness starting here in about 40 minutes with
Dude.
And you know I'm all about it.
Well, can I paint a picture for our listeners for 2 seconds?
Do it.
You are so high. That's all.
Are you waiting?
I wish this wasn't just radio. Go to YouTube.
I'm high, bro.
I've never seen you look like this except for every other March.
Yeah.
Like you are literally, you're almost touching the ceiling. You're so excited right now. And I actually am very high.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
We've got Alabama State going up against St. Francis in 40 minutes, and 99.99% of the world could give a crap.
That's right.
I've seen both these teams play like 5 times, and I cannot wait.
Who's going to win?
Alabama State.
Okay.
It's going to be a rare SWAC win, and my buddies and I, who I go to Vegas with, I was giving them the SWAC pick of the day, and the SWAC, which is the Southern Athletic Conference. I can't remember what the W's for, but
it's Southwest or
it's Grambling and it's Alcorn State. It's all of the historically black colleges and universities, the HBCUs. They're in a conference, and the winner of the other conference, which is also not very good, is St. Francis. So you're talking about the 2 winners of the 2 worst conferences of the 31, and they always meet in this game. So it's bad versus probably a little bit worse.
Perfect.
And we like Alabama State. We're going to lay the 3.5.
All right, perfect. Southwestern Athletic Conference. That's what's
thank you.
Yeah, Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Which makes little to no sense when
Correct,
you're talking about
none of the teams are in the
Alabama
Southwest.
and
Right.
Georgia and other southeastern
right, but
states.
they're in the western portion of the southeast. So
I'll have to Google that.
Yeah. That's over there in the Southwest.
And this is where I was giving you like Bethune-Cookman, and I would give you like Mississippi Valley State.
Perfect.
And Prairie View A&M.
Shout out Jerry Rice.
Yeah. They had one of the single worst seasons in the history of college basketball this year.
Good for them.
By the metrics. But we bet them a couple times now.
Okay. Aztecs play against North Carolina a little later tonight.
Big one.
I'm always in on that one. Obviously, my partner on the weekends, Ephraim Salam, he's America's largest San Diego State basketball fan. And I mean that in multiple ways.
He's an alum.
He's an alum.
Oh, okay.
He's a huge basketball fan and a large man.
Okay.
So he is the largest San Diego State basketball fan out there. So we talk about them more than we probably should. And he is tapped in on tonight's game, San Diego State. An underdog, but a live one against the Tar Heels.
Live dog. And these are 2 of the last 4 in.
Correct.
Which is always a curiosity, where San Diego State lost to Boise State in their tournament, and Boise didn't get in, but San Diego State did.
Oh, that's fun.
That seems fair. And apparently the governor of West Virginia went out and was railing against the committee for the omission of West Virginia? I don't know if you saw that story.
I mean,
what are we doing with our government?
I mean, every March, one of the funniest things is the argument over who's the 68th best team in America. Look at me when I say, I don't care. You're not relevant. Be better if you want to be in the tournament.
Right,
okay?
right.
Let's get back to the Dubs, though. What bothered you most about last night? I'll just say it this way. I'm not doing the view from 10,000 feet. I don't they lost a basketball game. They lost a basketball game. It happens. I understand that Denver was sitting out its top players, but 14-2 with Jimmy Butler on the floor is just fine by me. So there's no large concern at all. But what there is certainly this comment, that was flat out unprofessional basketball. That was ridiculous. I've never seen Steph Curry look worse. I've never seen the Warriors play a worse basketball game. So to have that kind of an opportunity missed when Minnesota had already kind of done the same thing and gagged on their home floor, to miss out on that opportunity is something that it feels like it could come back to bite you. Down the stretch. These to me are all playoff games, and I do not love the post-game narrative of, well, Steph's tired. Well, if Steph's tired, then I don't really know what we're doing here right now. I don't know why we're talking championship if Steph Curry can't get through March. You have to be able to get through March if you want to get through April and May.
Right, and you can't be the king of night-night when you're trying to night-night other people, and then are you going to night-night
put yourself to sleep?
Right, because now you need a little nappy nap. So.
I mean, I don't want to make him out to be that guy, though, because he wanted to play.
Of course.
He's lobbied to the team to play, and they said no. He's out tonight, for those of you just joining us.
Well, and for you and I watching the game last night in our show thread, I think you even said it early on, they shouldn't have even played him in this game, because he looked tired. He looked sluggish.
He looked awful. I mean, he just looked awful. Let's go to John in Hayward. Hi, John. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
really enjoyed listening to you guys each and every day.
Thank you.
Draymond Green, my brother, Dub Nation is not feeling you. If you don't be careful, you're going to be out of the league, and here's why. They can get somebody from 24-Hour Fitness or LA Fatness to give us, 6 boards and 5 dimes a night. I mean, it's just his antics. Even Richard Jefferson has said he's bitching and whining about every stinking call, man. Even the calls that are not on him, they call a foul on Moody or Kuminga, and I know he's sticking up for his teammates, but man, his energy needs to be. He's not playable. I don't know what's going on with TJD.
John's
hot right now.
Well, I know, but what's new about that? You're mad at Draymond Green for being
Draymond Green.
At what point over the last 12 years is what you're saying right now not been the case?
They need to get a mediator and check this guy, man, because he thinks he's indispensable, and he's not. He can be replaced, like I said, for another guy who's. Look at Conchar. He was stealing our homework, and the other guy, Gordon Hayward, he just stole our lunch money. It was just mind-boggling.
Aaron Gordon, you mean? Gordon Hayward is no longer.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
Draymond last night, 10, 5, 3, 5, and 6. He had 5 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
He had 3 steals. He did have 4 turnovers. Who didn't? He had 5 assists and 6 rebounds. For me, last night, put aside Draymond's antics, because I even actually put on Twitter, has he gotten teed up yet? Because he's about to.
Omnipresent.
Right.
When has that not been the case?
It's not, but if you look at what he did last night, he was not the problem.
Not even close.
4 turnovers, and a couple of them were those sloppy, one-arm, 70-foot Hail Mary throws.
For sure, but on...
The dude had 5 blocks.
Yeah, on my list of what was an issue last night, he did not make the top 5. If you're triggered by watching him, I get it. A lot of people are.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I was
fine.
called a hater on Twitter.
However, this idea that he's replaceable, wrong.
24-Hour Fitness. You can grab anybody to get,
So wrong. That is a future Hall of Famer who, by the way, since Jimmy Butler arrived, has been largely playing great. He's a flat-out defensive genius. I mean, I think it's funny that he talked about Richard Jefferson's commentary. I'm pretty sure that was it Jefferson who said last night, this is the most influential defensive player of this generation in the NBA.
Yeah.
The most influential defensive player of this entire generation. And I think that's a fair comment. So, no, that's not a replaceable player.
No, and I don't think that the problem last night was Draymond Green's effort or his defense. The problem was Denver is a lot bigger and more athletic than you, and you got out-rebounded by 15. You turned it over 20 times, and you could not make a three. And that includes everybody. And, you could set your gaze on Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield took 4 shots in 21 minutes, 3 threes, all misses. Buddy, you have one job. Your one job is to come in and make baskets. And if you're not going to do that, then you might as well be Andrew Wiggins.
Make baskets, and please stop making Jimmy Butler mad. Like I do think
you don't want to see Jimmy Butler mad.
I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know when I'm watching a game who's supposed to go where. I don't know what your plays are. I just know that Buddy Hield seems to go the wrong way sometimes because he runs and then people get mad at him. I see that a lot. And Jimmy Butler is like, I mean, that got a little animated.
Oh, yeah.
Last night.
During that
times.
Yeah.
And
Jimmy's the new guy, too. It's like, how am I 4 weeks in and I know where I'm supposed to be and I know where you're supposed to be and you don't?
Right. All right. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We'd really appreciate it if you do that for all the shows. Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, all of our guest segments are there as well. We've referenced a couple times what Draymond, I was really, to me, taken by what Draymond Green said in response last night to the idea that Steph is exhausted. I think you have to hear this. If you haven't, stay right where you are. We'll play it for you next, and we'll continue with your phone calls. So Celtic Will and JD and Paul, everybody stay right where you are. We're going to continue to come to you, and Tig McMahon of ESPN and the Hoop Collective podcast is going to join us in exactly an hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to Chase Center on the East Shore Freeway in Berkeley is slow and go from University Avenue all the way to the 85-80 split. Metering lights are off, so that's good. It's a smooth ride over the bridge.
to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm concerned about my relationship with the director of sports, Lucas Alexander.
Oh, no. What happened?
I'm concerned.
What happened?
I'm just concerned.
Okay.
I'm concerned, that's all.
I did edit the tweet a little bit.
Oh,
Did you? It's too late. It's too late. Everybody's all ticked off. So I love that you knew what the problem was before I even said anything, and I did not say anything to you off air either, which means your guilty conscience was already screaming at you.
I changed the picture. I didn't change the words.
It's too late. It's too late. Everybody thinks I'm ripping Steph Curry for taking the night off.
Well,
because he's a little wimp.
Well, I mean,
which is not even close to what I said.
I mean, if Lucas really wanted to put something out there, he would have put out what I said during the crossover about let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Which is?
He stunk. He's the reason they lost.
But
that's not that hot.
I think that's evident.
So you're him ripping Steph Curry for sitting out?
I didn't rip Steph Curry for sitting out.
Apparently you did.
No, I didn't because
I saw it on Twitter.
No,
and Twitter is always true.
There's no room for I'm tired.
There's no room for I'm tired, which, by the way, Steph never said. Your indication sensation is that Steph just needs a nap, and I'm mad at him for it.
And that's fair.
No, he begged the Warriors. I don't know if begged, that might be strong. He asked the Warriors to play tonight.
Now back to...
Yeah, exactly. Now you know why he's mispronouncing our names. Or just mine.
Draymond's in the picture now, so it's not just about Steph.
No, this is a larger point that's coming from the idea that Steve Kerr said he's exhausted and we have to consider sitting him out. I don't know why he's sitting out, whether it's rest, whether it's a knee, whether it's a back, I have no idea. But he's sitting out, and that's their decision, and I get it. The larger issue is if you're going to claim that when we have a handful of games in a short period of time, we're too tired to do this, then I just sort of think the idea that the Warriors are championship contenders is kind of funny. Because how is it that I'm supposed to believe that the Warriors are a real contender if they can't even stay fresh enough to try to get out of the play-in tournament? And somehow 3 months from now, they're going to be fresher than they are now without any real time off? I don't see it. That's my point. But, of course, Lucas went for the Mark's ripping Steph Curry, let's put it on social media angle. So I'm a big boy. I can take it.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, maybe you should think twice before you call him soft and saying that he needs a nappy nap.
You were the one who did the nappy nap thing.
Which I thought was genius, but, that's not hot enough. It's basically your marquee, and so when you say things that are like wildly inaccurate and personally hurtful,
who said anything that was wildly inaccurate?
It gets retweeted.
Who said anything wildly inaccurate?
He's not sitting out because he or the head coach
I didn't
want him to.
I didn't say that he was.
You said he needs a nap.
No, that was you,
which was funny. This comes down to one thing, and it's the
what is going on here?
Director of Sports Medicine, Dr. Rick Celebrini, who looks at all the metrics and the amount of mileage that he charts and the amount of games and all the rest of it, and he says, you're going to take the night off.
And that's fine. I accept that. What I don't accept is that the Warriors are actually a serious contender if they can't be there and play when they need to play.
If they would have won last night, you would have thought different about tonight, him sitting out. And that... I can't put myself into your mind, but I think that for myself, if they would have won that game, if they would have handled their business, then you would have looked at tonight. I would have looked at tonight and said, you know what? Yeah, take the night off. The last time you had a game off was January 28th against Utah, a game that they won.
I don't know that I would have said it that way. Would it have felt different? Sure, because they would have actually had a little bit of breathing room between them and the Timberwolves, and they don't. And they don't. Yes, they could go to bed tonight in the 8th seed. That's just the reality. And so if you're hurt, you're hurt. But if you're tired, I mean, again, all I'm doing is I'm relating to what Draymond said. Because Steve Kerr came out, said Steph's exhausted, you can see it. Okay. That's fine. That's a fair observation. It seems like the players kind of clapped back on it, though, a little bit. I mean, Draymond was told, hey, Steve says Steph's exhausted. What's your response to that?
It's game 68. I think we're all tired. It's the reality of the NBA. So we just got to all figure out a way. But I think, all things considered, everybody's tired. You usually, the way the season works, you kind of start off the season fresh and kind of get to a point to where you maybe after, it used to be like late January, early February, really late January, you start getting into them dog days. And then you get to the All-Star break and you kind of get rejuvenated coming out of the break. And then you kind of get to this point and it's like can't quite see the All-Star break anymore. But you can't quite see the end yet, and you kind of hit those dog days again. And that's where everybody is right now in the NBA. Unfortunately, we got a lot to play for in these games. So, you don't get the luxury of tricking off games or, a bunch of rest. We need to win games. So,
is that not what he just said?
Well, they've won games.
We're all tired. We don't have the luxury of sitting games out and tricking games off because this is where we are.
Right, but if you are not able to play at the level that you need to play at, if it's your back or your bilateral knee tendonitis or if it's your ankles or whatever it is, if your medical staff doesn't think that you are good to go, then it might benefit you to have a night off. And I look at the last 5 games, all at home, 37% from the floor, 32% from 3, 23 a night. Those are all down. 4 turnovers a game. Turnovers are up. Shooting percentages are all way down, and he's playing 34 minutes a night. He's playing a lot. He's not playing great over these last 5, and you've won games. And so you look at last night and the eye test. You could see it, and you even said in our show thread, you probably should have just sat this one out the way you're playing.
Well, that was sarcastic, but yes.
It was, but it was sarcastic, but it was also you watching the game and thinking, he doesn't look good.
Yeah, if you've known someone's going to play that poorly, I don't care who you are. I'd rather you sit out. He was a net negative with how much he turned the ball over last night.
Yep.
So
back-to-back net negative games.
But that doesn't really have necessarily to me anything to do with tonight. You know what I mean? Even if you're not at your best, what can you give the team? Can you give the team 20 minutes? Could you give the team 15 minutes? And again, I'm tucking this into I don't actually know what he's feeling or why he's sitting out. When I go to the NBA injury report, it says rest. It doesn't say back. It doesn't say knee. It says rest. Okay? Now,
does that really matter?
Well, maybe. To me, it does.
Well, Jokic last night was out with an elbow bruise and with an ankle impingement.
He's got stuff that he's been dealing with. Jamal Murray's the one who just sat because, felt like being in sweats tonight.
Steph's got stuff that he's dealing with.
Of course. But Draymond's point was they all do. This is the situation you're in. Y'all put yourselves here by losing games in Utah where you're up by 10 with 6 seconds to go and you find a way to lose. Now you're here. And if you're telling me, as Draymond did, we badly don't want to be in the play-in tournament, well, then I'm sorry. There might be some discomfort. So, again, I'm saying all this not to say that somebody's making a wrong or wimpy decision tonight, because I don't know what he's feeling. I'm saying this to say that maybe these championship dreams that we've allowed into our minds over the last 3 or 4 weeks might be a little misguided. Because if this is physically where you're at, I don't see you getting into the playoffs and moving forward. If this is where you're at physically. And by the way, here's Steph's response to what Steve Kerr said.
I feel fine. Obviously, I didn't play great at all, so everybody's going to, including coach, is going to try to figure out why. And mostly the turnovers, dumb plays all night, but had a really good run. You expect to have a level of consistency and whatnot, so when it doesn't happen, it becomes a question. I feel like more so my back that I was dealing with the last couple of days, see how that responds tomorrow. Otherwise, feel pretty solid.
Okay, so maybe he woke up and his back felt like crap.
That sounds like he has a cold, too. Well, just hearing his voice.
That's kind of the way.
Sounds a little congested.
He waits a long time to come out, so maybe it was just late. That was a late game.
Yeah.
Grandy probably knows. Was that like 4 in the morning when that press conference was taking place?
Oh, I don't know exactly. It was soon after or soon before I wrapped up, and I didn't get off the air till like 11:40.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, probably around like 11:20 or something.
Well, it's because we have to review a call, and we have to spend 5 minutes to review a block charge. That's pretty...
That was ridiculous.
It was also a national game, so it was a little later, a little slower. But yeah, Steph takes his time, which, that's fine. He's earned that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And I would not leap to him resting now means they can't be a real threat in the playoffs because of what we saw in 2022 where he rested. And I know he was injured, but he got rest and he came back. He was good, and they won the championship.
Of course. I'm not saying they can't be a threat in the playoffs. I'm saying that this is a little misguided that we've been sitting here for the last 3 weeks going, oh, they could be the 5, they could be the 4, they could be the 3. No, they can't. Well,
last night hurt.
Yes. And now, potentially tonight will too. If what you're saying is, look, we're out of gas. I mean, that was Steve's message. We're out of gas. Well,
he's out of gas.
When he's supposed to refuel? And Draymond, there were little bits and pieces of he was saying where he's like, wait a minute, why are we focused on Steph? Steph's tired, we're all tired. That's March. Welcome to March.
Yeah.
Chasing the playoffs.
Well, Steph has played 340 more minutes than Draymond, which is roughly 10 full games. If you're talking about 30 minutes a night, that's how much more he's played than Draymond. So, hey, Draymond, you don't get to talk to Steph about how much more tired he is than you.
Well, he got hurt.
Just talking about minutes played.
Yeah, I understand.
So, I mean, when you get hurt, it allows you to rest. When you don't play basketball, it allows you to rest. Steph's played the most minutes on the team by far. He's played in 59 games. Only Buddy's played in more games, and Moses, Kavan, who doesn't play a lot of minutes. So
he's their dog.
He's played the most minutes.
That's the responsibility of being the one.
Yes, and if you want Steph to be at his best, probably resting him on a back-to-back is the smart thing to do.
I mean, maybe. But again, these games all feel like 3. That's the reality of where we are. That's just the truth of the matter. And if there's an obsession with not being in the play-in tournament, then I don't know that exhaustion can really be part of the conversation right now. That's all. Again, if the back is tight, then the back is tight. I don't know that exhaustion can be a part of the conversation with the situation that you're in. That's all that I'm saying. That's a general statement. It is not directed at Steph. Lucas.
Not too late.
It's a general statement that exhaustion cannot really enter the room if you're trying to desperately avoid the play-in tournament. Let's go to Celtic Will in San Jose. Hey, Will, what's up? Thanks for calling.
How you doing, Willard Dibbs? Never called you guys. The last time I was on a phone call with the radio station was KMBR with Tom Tolbert like 18 years ago.
Woo!
I'm a diehard. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm a diehard Boston Celtic fan. I'm a diehard season ticket holder for the 49ers. So half of you like me, half of you don't. I just wanted to ask you, sometimes I call you or I listen to you guys driving to work. I understand every city has a sports radio station. Every city has to, try to pump up the team, wherever it is. In this case, it's the Warriors. My question to you guys is, would you guys be surprised if they lose in the first or second round? And this is my opinion on it. I mean, this isn't the Warriors with Durant. This isn't the Warriors of back when you guys had, the NBA Finals. You beat us a couple of years ago. In my opinion, you got OKC, you got Denver, you got even the T-Wolves will give you problems. And by the way, without Curry, you're nowhere at the moment. So maybe he does have to take the day off today. I understand you guys are, I think, the last to get in right now. But my question to you guys is, would you guys be surprised to make the NBA Finals this year? Thank you for my call.
Okay, Celtic.
Yeah,
Will.
shocked.
Completely. I've already said that if they win the championship this year, Steph Curry is the greatest player of all time. That's how shocked I would be.
And I'll offer you again the over-under on playoff wins at 4.5, which means they would win a series. And I would imagine you're not changing your answer.
Don't give you the same answer I've given you every week.
Which is
I will take the under.
Take the under, which means you don't think that they're going to win a playoff series. And you've thought that for 5 minutes, 5 weeks.
I'm not convinced yet that they're going to be in the playoffs.
Exactly. So
I hope so. I think so. I'm not convinced beyond all shadow of a doubt. If they go to bed in the 8-hole tonight, how y'all feeling?
Yeah, it's temporary.
Well, maybe.
I mean, it could be on their way to being the 9 seed. Probably not likely, but
I doubt that.
I just think that if you're looking at it right now from a Warriors standpoint, you can't react to just last night. Last night was more than unfortunate, and you've got 14 left to go. And if you go 10-4 and you win 49 games, that's probably enough for the 6th seed. It may not be. I think that it probably will be. And so you look at it from a 14-game lens. You can't just look at tonight and say, oh, God, Milwaukee's good, and we blew it last night against Denver, who was depleted. Steph, we got to have you in there. You look at every day and every game individually, and based on what we saw from Steph, and you mentioned that it was one of the worst games you've ever seen him play, based on the Basketball Reference game score, there were 7 games worse than that this year alone. And of those 7 games, they lost 6 of them. So, in other words, when Steph plays poorly, like he did last night, you lose.
Right.
So if you play him tonight and he plays poorly...
Right, but they need Steph. Right. You could look at it that way.
Right.
Where it's like, I know the record's better without him entirely as opposed to him playing poorly. But I do think their record is absolutely at its best when he does play and plays well. Right? Again, I don't know how the man feels today. Last night before he left the arena, he said, I feel fine. I also know that he lobbied the team to play tonight. But, here we are. Rick Celebriti's decision. They're smarter than I am. They know more than I do. So that's why I'm saying this isn't directed at Steph. It's directed at the larger issue of if you're going to claim exhaustion, then I don't know how it is we're supposed to believe that this is going to go 3 more months. And I also think it's kind of interesting how the NBA world of fandom has raged so hard against load management, yet we get to moments like this and fans will rally it up. Oh, well, the man needs a night. He does? Why? Nobody needed a night a decade ago. Kobe never needed a night. MJ never needed a night. Why do you need a night? Why? Why is it now impossible to play an NBA season?
It's not impossible, but it's been proven that players perform better when they get additional rest. And that's been the science of it. And
sure, so do that when you're not literally living and dying on every possession.
Well, you're not.
I think you are.
See, I don't think they think that they are. Well, you're not there yet.
Like, if I give you Minnesota's schedule the rest of the way, what do you realistically think is a scenario that the Warriors are targeting?
Well, I don't have it in front of me.
I do.
But
would you like to hear it?
I would love to, Mark.
All right. So they're off tonight.
That's a win.
And then they've got home games Wednesday and Friday against New Orleans.
Probably wins.
Okay. Then they're on the road after 2 nights off. They hit the road for 1 game to Indiana, the Pacers.
It's a tough one. I'm going to give them a loss.
Okay, that's optimistic. Then they are back home after, wait for it, 3 nights off.
That's nice. That's cushy.
To face the Suns.
That's probably a win.
Okay. Then
it feels like Phoenix is going to put up 125 and lose in that one.
Then they get a night off and host the Detroit Pistons.
Tough one, but I'm going to give them a win. They're 4-1.
So got them at 4-1. Yep. Now they get another night off and go to Denver.
Okay. I'm going to give them a loss.
Are you? Because I watched them go to Denver last week and dismantle the Nuggets. But fine, you can give them a loss.
It's a tough place to win, and Denver's one of those teams that's kind of a head scratcher.
All right. So, and again, this is just a mock trial, but you got them at 4-2. Yep. Now we got a night off. Now they're going to Brooklyn.
That's probably a win.
Okay. Then they got another night off, and they're going to Philly.
Oh, boy.
All right. So now we're 6-2.
Yep.
Now we got 2 nights off, and we go to Milwaukee.
Tough, but
tough.
Milwaukee again. Man, Milwaukee in in theory, it's better than they actually are. So my gut tells me Milwaukee wins that, but Milwaukee's not as good as I think they are. So I'm going to give Minnesota the win.
Okay.
For the sake of the bit, Mark.
So you got them at 7-2.
For the bit.
Now they got a night off and they go to Memphis.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm going to give them a loss there.
Okay, fine. 7-3. Now on a back-to-back, but you come home for Brooklyn.
Yeah, okay, 8-3.
Okay, and then you finish after a night off at home against Utah.
Probably 9-3.
Okay.
So that's 49 wins. So can the Warriors win 10 of their remaining 14 to tie Minnesota? Well, that makes tonight pretty important.
With games against Milwaukee and the Lakers and Denver and et cetera, all still on the schedule for Golden State.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think.
That's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying they can't do it, but this is crazy urgent every night.
Yeah.
Crazy urgency every night.
Yeah, there's urgency, but there's also recklessness. And you're not going to be reckless with the chef.
Of course.
Just because you're feeling some kind of urgency.
I'm not here to tell you what Steph Curry's body feels like this morning. I have no idea. My point today is I just don't know where the word exhaustion fits into the larger conversation for any player, which I think is what Draymond was saying last night. Sorry, we're exhausted. Got to figure it out. That's what, I mean, those are his words, not mine.
Yeah. He's played 7 fewer games than Steph, and he's played 350 fewer minutes.
I think he's talking from this is an annual experience of late March.
Right.
You know?
So he's the one that we should be tweeting about. He's the one calling Steph soft. Not you, Lucas.
SAWFT. Sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also brought to you by the crazy tweeter, Lucas Alexander. 888-957-9570 is our number. Tim McMahon of the Hoop Collective podcast and ESPN is a half hour away. He was at the game last night. Your calls continue next on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank.
Brandon Kajemski.
Whatever, Lucas.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, so I really want to go back to the phones, but can I read a couple things to you that are fun?
I would love to hear something fun.
All right. So Director of Sports puts it, Lucas Alexander puts it on Twitter. The quote is, if you're exhausted, where the hell's that going? There's no room for I'm tired. How are you supposed to do what you're trying to do if you're too tired to do it? That is a general response to the word exhaustion based on what the Warriors are trying to do.
It's a great take.
It is. It's a great take. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it.
Well written. Well worded.
Yeah. So apparently, I now hate Steph Curry. Let's dip our toe in the water and hear some of the response tweets that we've got on Twitter here at 95.7 The Game. Here's one from The Last Dance. Imagine you're one of the best ever at what you do and you have a bad day and some random person tells you to change your sleep schedule on your off days to perform better. Okay?
Random. Mark Willard.
I'd also say tonight is not one of your off days. It's actually a work day. But anyway, let's see. It's one game. Don't get your panties in a knot.
Panties. We got a panties call out.
They've lost 2 games since Jimmy. I know you guys got to say outlandish things for clickbait, but whatever credibility you think you have is rapidly diminishing.
Go on. Panties and credibility. That's a two-piece.
I want to say hello to Emad. Willard sucks at his job. Almost feel like everyone on air won a contest to get on. Why's Guru got to get strays?
Yeah.
He's not even here.
Catching strays.
What the hell?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's not okay. I'm not okay. Darkma. Shut up! There's a reason why no one is listening to that station. Say hello to someone who has not been getting the ratings lately.
Hello.
Okay.
Look at you with a scoreboard, little flex.
It's bothering me. Let's see. What else we got? Soul from the O says, one game, hold your horses. They weren't going to go undefeated the rest of the season. Sigh.
Yeah, hold your horses over there.
Yeah.
I've been sighing the whole show.
Oh, and then Carlos said Willard is the GOAT. This was one person.
That's nice.
Thank you, Carlos.
On the payroll.
Appreciate it. So that's what we're getting.
He's the GOAT.
That's what we're getting from me essentially saying, I don't think you get... Unfortunately, the situation that you're in does not allow for we're going to have to sit down the stretch because we're tired. It just it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You are in a situation where you have got to go win almost all of the games. Not all, but almost all.
Well, you don't know that it's not going to work. And what you also don't know is that resting a player, it might actually portend to him playing better when he gets back on the court. And that's something that I will defer to the great Dr. Rick Celebrini and in his wisdom, because, yes, they understand that Steph Curry is their best player, and they understand that having him play and play decent leads to them winning basketball games. But if you look at what he did last night and how he played, and if you think that he is exhausted and that he would benefit from Tuesday off, Wednesday off, then you play Thursday, then you get, Friday off again, and then
I don't know,
one game in 5 nights. If you think that that's going to help him play better on Thursday, then I'm all for him saying.
Yeah, but again, his words, I'm fine, I want to play.
Of course.
Those are his words.
Those are his words,
and
but he doesn't get to make that choice.
I think he should have a say.
You think TJD is well rested right now?
I mean, I don't even know why that's relevant.
It's relevant because I'm sure, is saying he's fine.
Right. He's not that great of a basketball player when compared to Steph Curry. So, I mean, I guess, what if I said this? Look, they're coming off of an off night. Why would taking tonight and tomorrow off suddenly mean that Steph is just bouncy and refreshed on Thursday?
Why did he have an off night last night?
I don't know. You've been making the point that he's had a bunch of bad off nights.
Well, he's had 5 straight games where he hasn't been as effective as he had been in the previous 10.
So 48 hours from now, he's suddenly going to be totally healed?
He might be. Maybe he sits out Thursday too.
Yeah.
I don't know what his ailments are. I just know this. When you have a coaching staff and a medical team that has been pretty damn awesome with managing Steph Curry's minutes and also managing the roster, I give them more than the benefit of the doubt. And you're a guy who's always about giving benefit of the doubt.
And I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
And I understand what you're talking about as urgency.
The word exhaustion doesn't fit what they're trying to do, in my opinion.
Well, you can be exhausted on a Monday and you can be fresher on a Thursday if you get 3 days off.
You could.
And I'm not saying he's going to come back bouncy and hang 56, but I just look at the way he's played over the last 4 or 5, and he hasn't looked as bouncy. He hasn't been as explosive. And last night, for me, was a pretty stark example. And of course, Steph's going to say he wants to play. He's not going to ever go to the podium and say, you know what, I'm exhausted and I can't wait to fake an injury so I can sit out tomorrow.
He also dismissed the idea that last night was because of exhaustion. Again, listen to what he said.
I feel fine. Obviously, I didn't play great at all, so everybody's going to, including coach, is going to try to figure out why. And mostly the turnovers, dumb plays all night, but had a really good run. You expect to have a level of consistency and whatnot, so when it doesn't happen, it becomes a question. I feel like more so my back that I was dealing with the last couple of days, see how that responds tomorrow. Otherwise, feel pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, Steph, to me, is insinuating there that, like, I know that I had a bad game, so you're looking for a reason why, but that ain't it. I just played bad. And I accept that. He's Steph Curry. He's allowed an off night, but whether or not it's because something's physically wrong or because he's out of gas, I can't know that. He's saying that's not it. Right? Those are his words.
Right. And he's an athlete, and he is a soldier, and he's a guy who's going to go out there and he wants to compete. So I don't think that he's ever going to come out and say, short of having an actual injury, and I'm reading it here on ESPN, he's been ruled out to manage a back issue, according to Anthony Slater of The Athletic. So it's rest, but it's also to manage the back issue. Maybe he woke up today and the back didn't feel 100%, and so they're going to be precautionary, and they're just going to sit him out.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, how you guys? You guys already said that they weren't going to win. Nobody's going to win every game they play. The last what team is going to do that? Maybe Oklahoma? No. And the thing is this. It's game by game and who stays home. Curry's injured. His back's been bothering. He was out there trying to play the way it was probably bothering him. He probably should have rested last night. Right? But he did. So, you got injuries, all these little minor injuries. And then as far as Draymond Green come up, man, half the stuff that Draymond Green's, I don't hardly even listen to anymore. He's exhausted. So what? He's just saying stuff that nobody else is going to say on them other teams that trying to make it to the playoffs. So this is two things that really count. How many games they win and how healthy each team stays. Each team is the last 14 games. There's nothing really else to discuss. Watch every game. Because as soon as they lose a game, we don't know. Well, we don't know. We never knew. Nobody knew they were going to win all these games 2 months ago, right? You can't predict. You really can't predict how many games any team is going to win in the last 14 games. I don't know what the odds on predicting that is, but they're pretty low. So I think we just watch, like Steph said, every game is a game, and you're going to have the same thing going on the last 14 games you have during the regular season. People are going to be hurt. There's going to be resting. All that still goes on. So Draymond Green talking about they exhausted. So what? I don't even listen to what Draymond Green says too much anymore. He's just saying stuff that nobody else will say. There's other players that will probably say they're exhausted, and they probably are. Because they're older. The older players probably are exhausted. They're not the young guys running around that they got to guard. They play with a bunch of young guys. So you can expect them to be tired. Okay, so the conversation is how long can they win and stay healthy and not be so-called exhausted, all right? That's all I got to say.
Yeah, Mike, I don't disagree with anything that he just said. But to me, that's that's what we're coming down to. If the conversation since Jimmy Butler joined the Warriors, and I think largely it has been, it's been about belief, right? It's been about their belief. It's been about our belief. It's like, are you in or are you out on the idea of the Warriors making a run? You've openly stated, you've reached the point of you would be disappointed if they didn't at least advance out of the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
Well, that's an expectation.
Yeah.
And
it's been raised.
And my response to that is, if you've reached a point in the season where now exhaustion is going to be a part of the conversation, I don't know how you can expect anything. I don't know how we can expect this team to advance in the playoffs if they're going to get to late March and say, this is just too much. It's too much because unfortunately there's no wiggle room. They've not been able in the first 65 to 70 some odd games of the year, they've not been able to create any breathing room. So how does that all blend together? No breathing room and exhaustion.
Well, they've got breathing room as far as being out of the play-in, and they're almost assured to be in the play-in right now.
Well, yes. When you say out of the play-in, you mean they're not going to be the 11 seed.
Right. They have a 7.5 game lead on Phoenix right now. And they've got 14 to go, and they're up by 7.5 on Phoenix. So that is some wiggle room. It's not ideal. It's not anything that anybody really wants. Draymond said it. We don't want to be in the play-in.
Yep.
Steve has said it. The goal is the 6th seed. So when you're trying to get to the 6th seed and you've got 14 games left to go, you may not be able to play everybody balls to the wall all 14 games. And we've talked about Steph Curry at 37. And, Steph can say, I feel fine. I just played badly. I don't feel tired or whatever. And they could look at it in a different way and say, yeah, what we see is 5 straight games where you haven't been hitting your shot. You've been turning it over more often. You haven't looked great. Maybe one game would do you some good, and you come back on Thursday a little bit more refreshed. And I do think that exhaustion is not a permanent affliction. It's temporary. And if he is exhausted, and he doesn't think so, but maybe Rick Celebrini and the front office and the medical people, they do think that, I think that you can mitigate that with a few days off.
I mean, what's different? Why like, if you're going to put it that way, and hold for a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station that's doing very well, by the way. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Thank you, Laughing Monk.
And I am laughing.
Okay. What's new? Like, these guys have been through this journey many, many, many times before. And sure, there is calculated rest, but that's often come at times when there's wiggle room. Why suddenly exhausted now? And if your answer is, well, he's 37, then that's my response. Then my response would be, well, then what we've been saying for the last few weeks might not be realistic. That's all. And again, like, maybe this is over. Like, I fully expect the Warriors to go out and play well tonight without him. I think they can win the game. So they can win the game, and he could come back Thursday, and we could end up never talking about this again. That's one scenario in terms of how this plays out. But I think everybody has held the same concern coming down the stretch, which is, are these old bodies going to hold up? And I'd argue the conversation that took place last night is not a good one, if that's the number one concern.
I think you can look at it both ways, and you have a 37-year-old, and if you look at the minutes he's played, 5 games on the road, 5 games at home, they've had 10 games since the end of February, 10 games in roughly 20 days in 6 different cities, and he's had to play 34, 35 minutes a night, and he's had to kind of carry the load. He had 56 at Orlando. You needed every one of those points. He had to dig deep against Brooklyn in a game where you fell down 27-5, and he wound up with 32 in that one. He had 40 in Brooklyn, I'm sorry. He had 28 in New York. He's had to carry a pretty heavy burden, and he's come home, and the last 5 games, I watch him play, and he hasn't been as good as he was in the road trip.
No, but I mean, this is what he does. He's like, I don't know. Sometimes it sounds like all of a sudden we're like, this is totally new that Steph has to carry the Warriors.
No, but it's
This is what NBA ones do, and it's what he's done brilliantly for over a decade.
But he's 37, and find me another 37-year-old NBA one who doesn't sit out games.
Well,
LeBron is down in L.A. chilling. He's going to his kid's high school game instead of playing basketball.
Or did he actually get hurt?
Did he?
I don't know.
Nor do I. But I know this.
And I don't know if Steph is either.
I know this. LeBron's not playing basketball or didn't. He hadn't been.
Well, then
that can be restful.
Okay, but then if that's, and this is my point, if that's your answer, hold on, Mark, they're 37 and 40 respectively. Well, then pump the brakes on this. They're going to all meet in the Western Conference Finals and somebody's going to go to try to win a championship. No, then you're not going to beat Oklahoma City if that's your answer.
Well, you might if you're more rested. If you're not exhausted, if you're exhausted, you probably won't beat them.
I don't even know how are they going to get there if they've all, like, look what the Lakers have done in the standings since LeBron took this rest. They've gone from like 2 to 5.
Yeah.
Well,
they're 4 right now, but
4.
Yeah, but they have a little bit more of a cushion, so they can play around with it. The Warriors don't. To your point,
maybe
the Lakers are 3.5 up on the 7-seeded Minnesota, so they have a cushion, and Lakers have 15 games left to go. So you're playing with fire a little bit.
You sure are,
but you got a cushion. The Warriors don't have that cushion.
Exactly.
Well, at the same time, you do want to have the best version of Steph that you can.
No question.
And this, as you mentioned, tonight will be game 4 in 6 nights, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And, he's 37. So it's okay to maybe give the 37-year-old guy a game off.
Yeah, but you know what Thursday night is?
That will be 4 games in 6 nights.
Game 4 in 6 nights.
Right.
Like,
but not for him.
No, great.
And that's the point.
Great. And so if I'm to believe that one extra night off, which is not even all that abnormal on the NBA schedule, is going to change his physicality, wonderful. Then yes, do it. And again, I've said this over and over. That's their decision. They're educated on it. They're with him. They know. He knows. So this is not a criticism of the decision. This is a curiosity based on the words chosen by Steve Kerr last night, which is the idea of exhaustion. And where that fits in to what the Warriors are trying to do when other Warriors, Steph included, are saying this is urgent, this is every night, these all feel like playoff games, we desperately want to avoid the play-in tournament. I just don't know where that fits. Again, if the back hurts, what do? Then you sit. And maybe that's actually what's going on. I leave open for that. I just don't know. And to me, it's actually what Draymond said. Hey, Steph's tired. We're all tired. Figure it out. You got to figure it out. It's, if it sounds like tough love, okay. It's not what I'm trying to have it sound like, but that's sort of the assignment. You got to go do it somehow. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
The Warriors were in that game. They had a shot at winning that game. I mean, they came down. I just think that the Warriors beat themselves with the turnovers, killed them. Even though Curry had a bad night, if he don't get those turnovers, who knows if the Warriors could have won that game. But that was a really good game. They fought hard. And about exhausted, he get paid. There's no excuse. He get his paycheck. His paycheck doesn't say, well, we're not going to pay you because you're exhausted. So he get paid. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, Joe, thanks very much.
Yeah, he gets paid anyway.
Right.
Player don't play exhausted or fresh or the rest of it.
I just say it this way because, we've all had a lot of conversations about load management the last few years, and it doesn't sit well with fans. I think most of us have sort of made peace with it because we have no choice, but it's interesting to me that we get to a conversation like this and so many fans who criticize load management throughout the year, then when it sort of lands with their favorite player, then they'll defend it. And I want to be careful here because I'm not going to call this load management. I don't know what it is. Last night he said his back has been bothering him. All right, that's not load management. That's my back hurts. And so we're going to sit out a game and take caution. That's fine. But it is funny to me how many people, it's like, you all hate load management. We've gotten a lot of texts from people who are on their way to the game tonight and they're super bummed.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's not playing Giannis tonight. That was the thought.
No doubt.
And same last night. You were the first to say, dude, huge bummer.
Big time.
That Jokic and Murray aren't playing.
And tonight's a bummer as well.
And what Jamal Murray did last night's a joke. It's a joke.
there should be dynamic pricing on your way out of the arena.
Not even just pricing. Like, how about the dynamic pricing for ESPN? How much do they pay for a contract to broadcast games that guys won't play in?
Yeah.
Like, it's a total joke. But when it comes to your neighborhood, we defend it now. Oh, we need a night off. Well,
it just depends on the situation.
Of course.
And I look at Steph Curry and what he's done this year, and he's played in, I want to get the number right, 59 games. So for me, if you have a player who's played in 59 of 65 games, 68.
He's done a great job.
He's played in all but 9. Sure. So if he wants to take a night off, I get it. My problem with load management is when it's done en masse, where you sit like 3 and 4 guys all together. And the league has tried to eradicate that. You mentioned before Kobe and Michael, and I just wanted to refresh my own memory. Kobe's last year was when he was 37. And that was I'm going to shoot every time down the floor year. You covered that team. Michael Jordan actually didn't play when he was 35, 36, or 37. His 38 and 39-year-old years were with Washington.
Sure.
So those were years that were largely ceremonial anyway.
Well, so was Kobe's head.
Completely
like not
ceremonial.
Playing for a good team that was trying to do something.
Right. And so I do think that in this case, players are playing longer, and so Steph's in not completely uncharted territory, but as a runaround athlete who is expected to do as much as he is, I'm willing to give him. I'm giving him the benefit, even though it's Milwaukee and it's a big game.
These are totally fair points. They're totally fair points. I think it's subtle, but that's sort of different than what I'm getting at. And I know apparently I'm failing wildly at this.
You buried the guy on Twitter.
To make this not about Steph. It's about the idea of exhaustion. And if you're going to say that that's in our space, if a head coach is going to be like, exhaustion. There's exhaustion in the room with our best player right now on March 17th. If you're going to say that, that's fine. I can't argue with you, but I can certainly change my expectation in terms of where this is going next. I don't know how you say, hey, we're hoping, we're definitely thinking we can play till May. We're hoping that we can play till June. If you sit here today and on some level, express that your top player's out of gas. That's all.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair to think that, but much like all of us in our life, some days you're exhausted and you get 9 hours of sleep and you wake up and you're like, yeah, I feel better, or maybe you have an off day or you have a stretch 3 or a stretch 4 where, I kind of created that where you have the Monday off on a company holiday and you take the Friday before. It's a stretch 4, and sometimes you get back on that Tuesday. It's like, yeah, I'm not exhausted anymore. I can't wait to hear Mark Willard bury Steph Curry again. What'd I do? Go to Twitter.
Yeah.
Willard's down on the chef.
Okay.
I know. Yeah. Sensitiva.
Yeah. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Man, that Petty King, he's going to come at me at that parade.
No doubt.
Oh.
At that parade. Look at you.
Wait a minute.
I've been told he'll be too exhausted to show up to the parade.
That would be a perfect way to end it.
Come on, Alabama State.
Tim McMahon, ESPN, Hoop Collective podcast with Brian Windhorst, with Tim Bontemps, all tapped in, dialed in, and was at the game last night. He jumps in here next with Willard and Dibs. Willard sucks at his job.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and what a great journey it's been for me. Down 25 pounds, lost a couple of inches off my waistline with Abundant Life weight loss. And you too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with Abundant Life weight loss. And the good thing about the program is there's no exercise required, no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals, no injections, no surgery, no invasive techniques. You follow the program and you lose the wait. And isn't it something that you've been waiting to do for a long time? The resolution season is behind us. We're getting close to swimsuit season, my friends, and you're going to want to look tip-top and fit as you get ready to head on out to the beach and crack that shirt off and show off that new Abundant Life weight loss body. I know I'm going to be doing that here in the next week or so. Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds the first month or two. You can too. All you have to do is call and get a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140, or go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
YouTube, can you hear me? Drew Down. Say what's up, Nahigian, if you can hear me.
We're live on YouTube only.
What's going on today, man?
This was just a test to see if we can do a YouTube only show during the commercials. And in fact, we can. This is Lucas. Hello.
If you can hear this, type in the chat, Nahigian is the man. I'll tell you what, man.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We should warn everybody right now, Tim McMahon was at the Warrior game last night and works for ESPN and the Hoop Collective podcast, and he's a fantastic voice on the league. You may, if you're really tapped into the league, recognize his name through years of covering the Mavericks. But now it's expanded a little bit. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a book out that's literally about Luka. And what a time to come out with a book about Luka.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, called The Wonder Boy.
Yeah, not The Wonder Bread, which I think was a working title for a while as he was getting a little doughy around the midsection.
That's what Nico was pointing to when he traded him. But let's find out on the River Islands guest line. Tim McMahon joining us here on Willard and Dibs. And yeah, the book is The Wonder Boy about Luka, and what a ride it's been for Luka. What was the timing of all of this, Tim?
I mean, purely coincidental, absolutely shocking. And 8,000 copies have been printed at the time of the trade. And yes, I did have to rush to write a final unplanned chapter. But the whole premise of the book is about the pressure on a franchise when they draft a prodigy through the prism of Luka and the Mavericks. And look, there's been all kinds of drama and twists and turns and dysfunction as they've tried to build this contender around him, to make sure there was never a reason for him to look to leave. And then obviously the plot twist, spoiler alert here, somehow after going to the finals before the next trade deadline, they decided to dump this guy. So can't say I saw that ending coming. I always thought if there was a trade, it would be because they failed to give him a chance to win and he would ask out. Obviously that's not the way things went down. And, it's one way for the story to end, that's for sure.
I mean, Tim, we want to talk Dubs, but you're here, and I'm dying to know, somebody who's actually tapped in and has reported on this for years. What was this actually about, as far as the Mavericks were concerned?
I mean, just to cut down to it, this was about Nico Harrison not believing in Luka Doncic as a franchise centerpiece. And, the conditioning stuff, obviously you guys are joking about, but that was a primary factor in this. And I'll just point out, yes, the conditioning issues are a concern, and he averaged 34, 10, and 9 and led a team to the finals last year. Both of those things are true. I would think one would outweigh the other, so to speak, but Nico Harrison disagreed. That was also all part of really the relationship between Luka and especially Nico, but some others in the Mavericks organization frame. There were people who were let go by the organization that Luka was very fond of, and this all these things kind of played a part. But again, after they scrambled to build a contender around him, after they went to the finals, after they gave up their control of their first round picks from 27 to 30, they made a move to get rid of him. And by Nico's own admission, create a 3 to 4 year time frame that obviously has been seriously damaged by the injury issues since the trade. Once that time frame ends, the credit card bill is due. And there's a lot of things that if you look at it from a logical perspective, it is hard to make sense of.
Yeah, and here we sit with Anthony Davis, now a Maverick kind of, and Klay Thompson ostensibly left holding the bag as Kyrie gets hurt, and so the whole Dallas thing kind of has disintegrated after the move. I'm interested in your thoughts on the Warriors, and I know it's a small sample coming off of last night where they were really flat against a depleted Denver team, but what do you make of this Warriors team and their viability with Jimmy now joining Steph and Draymond for the stretch run?
Well, I've seen them in person twice since the Jimmy trade. They lost in Dallas. They lost last night, so I'm certainly not very impressed. Obviously, maybe I'm the curse, but
no more games. Tim, you're not going tonight, are you?
Well, I'm not. No, I'm actually heading to Cavs Clippers as we speak.
Okay,
if
good.
If they're going to make a deep run in the Western Conference, I'm going to see them again at some point. But look, the Jimmy trade is obviously really kind of breathe hope back in to that franchise, despite the fact that we haven't seen him really dominate like he's capable of. It's reinvigorated Steph. Obviously, Steph's on fumes right now. I mean, Steve Kerr made that clear last night. I think you could see the mental fatigue as much as anything with some of the insane turnovers that he had last night. They're going to have to kind of manage trying to keep Steph fresh and give him rest versus not slipping into the play-in. Ideally, he's going to be able to rest while other teams are in the play-in games and not the Warriors. So that'll be interesting to see how that balances. But if Steph is playing, the kind of basketball that he has recently and that we've seen over the course of his career, if they get playoff Jimmy, they're going to be a real threat. I think you can look at the record, not the strongest stretch of schedule since Jimmy's been there, but I think you look at the record with him in uniform, and it's eye-opening.
Tim McMahon of ESPN and the Hoop Collective Pod is with us here on Willard and Dibs and was at the Warriors game last night and is never allowed to go to another one again. But let's talk about that a little bit, Tim. If Steph is on fumes in March, then why and how is it realistic that this is somehow going to get better over the next 2 months?
He needs to be recharged. He needs to be plugged in. That's obviously why he's not playing tonight. I don't think that him being on fumes is any kind of like final conclusion. I don't think that we've seen the last spectacular basketball from Steph Curry this season. Obviously, the guy takes great care of himself. He's going to take tonight off. We'll see if there's another rest game or two for him down the stretch of the regular season. But again, my assumption is that Steph has great basketball left to be played down the stretch this season and going into the playoffs. And if he does, the Warriors are going to have a real chance at making a run. And if he doesn't, they'll be on vacation by May.
And you look at last night, and it's a small sample, and I understand that you're 0-2 since Jimmy's come, and we're kind of holding it against you. But when you look at just Denver and the size and the length and the force with which they played without Jokic and Murray, is that the one team that you think is the worst matchup for the Warriors in the first round?
Well, obviously, 9 straight wins for the Nuggets over the Warriors. Last night was really a weird kind of fluky type of thing. But, I was on NBA Today with Udonis Haslem this afternoon, and obviously he knows Jimmy well. He might have a little bit of a bone to pick with Jimmy. I'm not sure, perhaps from the way things left in Miami. But he made a good point, and that's the big athletic defenders are the ones who give Jimmy trouble, and Aaron Gordon's a really tough matchup for him. You saw that in the finals when the Nuggets and the Heat matched up. So, he is the type of guy who can fare well in that matchup against Jimmy and kind of neutralize some of the advantage Jimmy has, whether he's usually either quicker or stronger than whoever is guarding him. And then, look, Joker's a matchup problem for every single team in the league right now. It's not like the Warriors are some kind of, they are unique in that regard. So I think the Nuggets are going to be a tough matchup for anybody. But again, the track record against Golden State would say, especially the Warriors.
Tim, I wonder what your thoughts are on Oklahoma City in general from this perspective. They're 12.5 clear of the rest of the conference. Is all this conversation about matchups and who would fit where, is it all rearranging deck chairs, or is Oklahoma City actually vulnerable because of lack of experience?
Well, look, Oklahoma City has the best point differential in NBA history. So the idea that they're not a formidable number one seed is obviously ridiculous. The only real reason to doubt OKC is because you haven't seen them do it before. It gets back to they have a relative lack of playoff experience. Last year they lost in the second round to the Mavericks. They also, that series was actually dead even on the cumulative scoreboard over 6 games. It's not like they, just got mowed over. But, they're the clear-cut favorites. That doesn't mean they're invincible. And honestly, like when you talk to other teams at the Western Conference playoff picture, for whatever reason, whether it's logical or not, the Thunder aren't feared by their foes in the West. So we'll see how it plays out. I know I would put my money on OKC coming out of the West, but again, until they do it, they've got to prove it.
You just said that they have the highest point differential in the history of the association. Have the other teams that have been up there on that list? Have they all gone on to be champions? What's that list like, Tim?
I would have to double check it, but I believe so. The record is 12.3, give or take a fraction of a point. I believe OKC's at 12.5 now. And it was the 71-72 Lakers who were 12.3, the team that ran off 33 straight wins and won a title. So, look, point differential is not the end-all, be-all, but that's a pretty convincing stat.
Yeah, and it just shows that, when they win big, and when they lose small. And so it just struck me when you said that because, Mark and I kind of have appropriate fear. We don't want the Warriors to be the 8th seed, but I wonder from a national viewpoint, do you think that OKC is getting the respect that it deserves considering how good they've been in the regular year?
I mean, not really, but you know what? Neither did the Celtics last season. I mean, seriously, until a team wins a championship, there's always going to be people poking holes in them. There's always going to be people doubting them, and especially when it's a team as young as Oklahoma City, where almost every guy on that roster, with the exception of the two role players, really good role players that they brought in over the summer, almost every other guy on that roster is like 26 or younger. And they have a little bit of playoff experience, but not a lot. But again, just if you just put the numbers on a piece of paper and don't attach it to a team's name, you say, yes, this team is overwhelmingly by far the best team in the Western Conference, and there's really not even a conversation.
Hoop Collective Pod, Tim McMahon, ESPN, top NBA voice out there for sure, was at the game last night. We had a conversation about Steve Kerr a lot yesterday, Tim, because he just became the all-time winningest head coach of the Warriors, and certainly he gets plenty of love around here. However, for somebody who's accomplished as much as he has, there's a good section of the fan base that still questions him a lot on a night-in and night-out basis. What is the overall national view around the league of Steve Kerr as a coach?
Those 4 championship rings sound pretty bright, man.
Right?
Look, I mean, when you're the Warriors, obviously, because of the success that they've had during I'm not going to call it the Steve Kerr era, during the Steph Curry era, during the era of this dynasty, that becomes such a high-profile team. The part of that is every single move is going to be questioned. There's going to be second-guessing. That's part of being a coach for any franchise, but especially a franchise as high-profile as the Warriors. And obviously the guy doesn't have 4 championship rings because solely of his coaching prowess. I mean, inheriting the Splash Brothers and Draymond and the roster that he did. You don't win without talent. But Steve Kerr has proven himself to be a heck of a coach. I think that if you talk about his strengths, you would go more EQ than IQ. Is he a top 5 X's and O's guys? I don't know, but he's not a dummy, that's for sure. I mean, I think he's pretty good at every aspect of coaching. He's just especially good at kind of the motivation and the ego management and, the psychological aspects of things.
And does that EQ now matter more than the IQ in this day and age where you've got, 15 highly paid stars usually on every team and social media and all the other distractions? Does that become a greater skill in this day and age as opposed to being able to, draw up a good out-of-bounds play?
Well, I was talking to a rookie head coach recently over the last few years. And it was a guy who at the time was a rookie head coach. And I said, what has surprised you about the job? And he said only about 10% of this is actual X's and O's. All the other stuff you have to spend more time on, focus more on. And if you don't get the ego management and the psychological stuff right, or I should say, if you get that stuff wrong, you can be as smart as you want to be. It's not going to work. I mean, listen, in this book that I've got coming out next week, there's a lot of stuff in there about the Luka Doncic-Rick Carlisle relationship. Rick Carlisle is a top 3 X's and O's coach, but he completely botched the ego management, the psychological stuff with Luka from his rookie year on, and basically that put a real quick expiration date on that relationship. And, obviously Steve Kerr is on, out of year whatever, coaching Steph Curry. And look, Steph Curry, as far as superstars to coach, like he's kind of a dream. He's kind of a dream guy, but he's also had Draymond that whole time, who's a phenomenal player, not always a picnic to coach. This kind of longevity, it's not possible in the NBA unless you are really excelling at those other aspects of coaches that aren't about what kind of plays you're running, your defensive schemes, and those sort of things.
Tim, the Warriors are in the process of still assessing Jonathan Kuminga and his value coming this offseason, and also trying to re-inject him into the lineup at an important time. What was your take on his play last night and how he's going to fit in going forward?
Yeah, honestly, last night he had a bucket in the third quarter, and I'm like, geez, I hadn't really noticed Kuminga at all tonight until now. And he was a guy who, about a month before the trade deadline, I would have put down a wager on him being traded. I felt like it had kind of reached the point with him where either you're going to trade him or you're going to pay him. Now, we'll see. There's always sign and trade scenarios in the summer. But, clearly he turned the corner during that, in January, going into really before he got hurt, where he was showing something to the Warriors. He had made them believe that he was going to be or could be part of their future. So it'll be fascinating to see how the summer plays out with him. Obviously, it's not just about evaluation, but it's about negotiations in these circumstances. But again, for a guy who I thought was going to get traded before the deadline, I don't think I would make that same bet now. And then in terms of this summer, I do think he's going to be part of the future in Golden State.
Yeah, that definitely feels that way. And Joe Lacob's recent comments would be commensurate with that. Tim, thank you so much for coming on. Great to have you. And as mentioned, don't attend any more Warrior games, please.
Hey, like I told you, boys, if they handle their business in the playoffs, they're going to have to see me at some point.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. Well,
that felt more like a threat than a promise, Tim, to be honest.
Tim,
appreciate it, fellas.
Yep, thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care.
All right, there it is. Tim McMahon, Warrior hater. Tim McMahon of ESPN.
Just bad luck.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if he necessarily hates it.
Can you imagine? He's seen 2 games since Jimmy Butler started playing, and it was the game in Dallas and the game last night.
Right.
Easily their 2 worst performances.
Yeah.
And there are only 2 losses with him on the floor.
Exactly. The only other one was Philadelphia, where he didn't play.
He didn't play.
He just kind of floored me with the point differential thing.
Yep.
And so I did a quick Googlage of it, and the Thunder are number 1. Number 2, the Lakers, they won the title. The Bucks are number 3, they won the title. The Bulls are number 4, they won the title. The Warriors are number 5, they won the title.
Yep.
The Celtics are number 6, they won the title. Number 7 is the Bucks in 71-72, where the Lakers won the title. And after that is the Cavaliers this year. So of the top 8, 2 of them are playing now. The other 5 all won the championship. Mm-hmm. And this is what Tim said about point differential, and they're at 12.44 positive point differential per game. And so, it's not really a fluky indicator. History will tell you if you're that dominant, you win the title.
Are you looking at the standings point differentials right now?
No.
Okay, great.
No, I do know that.
I'd like game show music, please, if you would. Okay. Mark Randy, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, Oklahoma City is the point differential leader at 12.5. I'm going to take Boston and Cleveland off the board because they are obviously numbers 2 and 3.
Yep.
Cleveland is 2, Boston is 3. Can you name, in the National Basketball Association,
the association,
with 3 guesses allowed, can you name the team that is number 4 in point differential?
I mean, you figured it'd be a good team, right?
Well,
how am I doing so far?
They do have more wins than losses, yes. Number 4, again, OKC's number 1, Cleveland's number 2, Boston's number 3. Anybody could have named those, but who is number 4 in point differential?
How about New York, the New York Knicks?
The New York Knickerbockers come in at plus 4.5, and that is not the correct answer. No. Sorry.
Yeah. And thoughts and prayers to Tracy Morgan and his stomach flu, food poisoning. That was alarming.
He did the same thing the Warriors did last night. Threw up all over himself.
Yeah. His was a little bit worse, I would say.
It was closer than you think.
Yeah.
Anyway, back
He
to
also
Wiggins.
was exhausted.
Yes.
How about the Houston Rockets,
The
Mark?
Houston Rockets at 4.6. Not the correct answer. One more guess.
How about, recency bias?
Okay.
The Denver Nuggets.
The Denver Nuggets at 4.4. Not the right answer.
Boy.
All very good guesses.
Oh, thanks.
All of them are in the top 7.
You don't need to pander.
That you just named. But the reason I brought it up, this is a very surprising answer. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to the Memphis Grizzlies.
What?
The Memphis Grizzlies are at plus 5.9 in terms of point differential.
Okay.
Number 4 in the NBA.
And those other teams that I mentioned are all kind of right in that
In the
same,
fours.
in that same group.
Yeah, New York Knicks 4.5, Rockets 4.6, Nuggets 4.4. Hello, Minnesota Timberwolves at 4.1. Warriors 2.4.
Right.
2.4.
Yeah, and just it's only apropos because of what Tim said.
Lakers 1.6.
Right. And it is an indicator, I think. It's an indication, Sensation.
I thought
of just in general how good you are. And just looking at this list of the historically best, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 1 is the Thunder, but 2 through 6 are all teams that went on to win the championship. And then the 73-win Warriors are number 10. We know they didn't win the chip, but it's a remarkable list, and the Bulls are in there again. So 2 of Michael's teams are in there. Usually if you're that dominant in the regular year, you're also a very good playoff team, which tells me, based on this graphic alone, Thunder Cavs, NBA Finals matchup. Go ahead and bet it now.
That would, I guess, would that surprise some people just because of youth? That would not surprise me at all.
Well, based on point differential, they've been 2 of the most dominant teams ever.
They're incredible.
Thunder is 1 all-time, and the Cavs are number 8 all-time at plus 11.
And I hope the Cavs bring their A game tonight because they're in L.A. to take on the Clippers, and it's a huge game for the Warriors.
Yeah, let's go Cavs.
Yeah. If the Warriors, a lot of what happened last night would dissipate to a degree if they could come out as dogs without Steph and beat Giannis tonight, and if the Cavaliers beat the Clippers, if that 1-2 punch could happen, sure. Start to make you feel a little bit better about what took place because, again, 4-1 homestand is to a degree what I expected and is still there for you. If you can pull this out tonight, get Steph back in the game on Thursday against the Raptors, close out the homestand 4-1, then to me, all's fine.
Yep.
And by the way, there's nothing even about last night that, going back to where we stood last night, this is not a panic type of a thing. I was just caught by the word exhaustion from Steve Kerr when it's only March, and Draymond Green's like, yeah, that's how it always feels late March. We're exhausted and you have to figure it out.
You do. And part of figuring it out might be taking a powder on a Tuesday night. And, who gets up for Milwaukee on a Tuesday anyway? Draymond, right? I mean, these are all just 1 of 82. So.
Me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And these games they're heightened, and part of it is because of the tourney, which is getting underway, and so we're all getting the juices flowing about, win or go home. But even if they go 8-6 over their final 14 games, they're still going to have a play-in
they'll
game.
be in the play. God,
Yeah.
I do not want to.
I'm just saying,
that stupid thing.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I'm with you.
Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your phone calls. What are your concerns from last night? What were your concerns in watching a very frustrating game and a sloppy one for sure? 888-957-9570. We got time for your calls for sure. And our buddy Larry Beal is going to join us just after 5 o'clock as we again head toward Warriors Live in another big game on 95.7 The Game tonight. This is Willard and Dibbs.
He's not a dummy.
So test 1, 2, 3, YouTube. Check this out. Only you can hear us. We are not on the air, but you, YouTube, you can hear us.
Us?
At least that's what I'm told.
Okay.
So fire away. You got any questions, YouTube? Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Pierce, I like it. Live bet is Alabama State plus 2.5.
Hi, Dublin Marge. How are you? What's up, Ian?
Yeah.
Yo, Chris A. Gave you a shout out on the air yesterday. What's up, y'all?
Yeah. Man. All right.
CP Brennan, steak, mac and cheese, and grilled asparagus.
We're rocking pho. Chicken pho tonight.
You're going to do pho?
We're doing some pho.
What the pho?
There is a lady who lives in our town who does a Tuesday night meal, and we've elected to go with the pho tonight. She cooks out of her own kitchen.
Wait a minute. So you're going to somebody else's house?
No. She makes meals and sells them locally, and tonight is pho. And she's 1 for 2.
What?
Last week was a little salty, what she offered up, so we're giving her one more chance.
Well, you're a little salty every night.
Okay.
How much do you have to pay?
Can I swear on this?
I wouldn't, but you can.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah. How much do you have to pay for these meals?
Probably $15 or something. Nothing crazy.
Per head?
Yeah.
Does Mila count?
No.
Okay.
You guys talking to me?
$30, you go to someone's garage and walk out of there with
deliver
pho.
it.
They deliver it?
Yeah.
Is there a delivery fee? Do you tip them?
I'm not sure, but I get home and there's food there, and I eat
that's
it. I'm
fair.
going to eat it.
Yeah,
that's how that
fair.
works. Yeah. Veggie Delight, I can't risk it. The light is on. I don't want to get fired over
let's
some
see.
bullshit. Shout out Casey.
Dude. Arthur, what do you normally do during breaks? Ooh, you don't want to know? Oh, it is, it's salacious.
I do my brackets.
Yeah, I usually eat. I eat. Dibs does brackets. Tanner, Mark, the most embarrassing story about Dibs at the office. Go. Most embarrassing story about you at the office.
There's probably one of the 3 or 4 times I had to burst out of the middle of a segment because I had
that's a
bowel
good one.
issues.
Yes. Does
Your boy
anybody
gets
remember listening? 5 o'clock hour feels like 2 months ago.
Maybe more. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. Dibs just left in the middle of the segment.
Nature called.
And it had nothing to do with needing to take a crazy phone call or anything like that. That man was.
I brought my phone with me.
Yeah, he's standing up like Steiny in the late stages of the crossover,
dude,
and just kind of gave me the I got to go. Like I am not gonna make it, and I had to kick back into my KNBR days and just solo bolo for about 7 minutes while Dibs let it loose.
I barely made it,
and then you came back.
Yeah. After a thorough hand washing. When nature calls, sometimes you can't send them, non-binary, to voicemail. You got to take that call now.
You got to take that call. Willard, do you have a pick to win in the tourney? Like a champ? I'll go Tennessee. Tennessee Volunteers plus 2,200.
Oh, wow.
Lay the card, play the card. If they win the whole thing.
Bruce Pearl, right?
I do take tips.
Yep.
Sure. Bruce Pearl, whatever.
I do like that because the Midwest, to me, has the most vulnerable number 1 seed. That would be Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Tennessee's path.
When are we doing a summit again? Are we ever going to do a summit again? When's the next summit? Yeah, I mean, the behind the curtain thing on the summits, we will do them as much as possible, provided that sales can get us an outlet to do them. It never has anything to do with our willingness as a radio staff. We love those. We will do them immediately, provided that the sales staff can find a restaurant or a bar or a bank
I have,
that will host
and
us.
I do think I know a place that is clamoring to have us there, but we're going to have 7 seats now. Because you know the King's going to show up.
Oh, well, that's fine.
You know Bonta Hill's going to have to be in the building.
Can you imagine?
He would not be able to pass that up.
Stay away as it is.
Right?
Yeah. How much more time do we have?
Oh, we're going to wrap it.
Oh, we got to go.
All right, you two, back to the show.
We're going to do this again at 5:40, y'all.
Because we have no choice.
Peace.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Good to hear Buster Olney's voice. Baseball's underway.
Yeah, Giants already slipping away in the NL West.
Giants in second place. Half game out.
Yep.
Jung-Hoo Lee, no structural damage on the MRI. Bob Melvin thinks he can be back in the spring lineup by Friday.
All right. I didn't even know he was hurt.
Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee.
What did he have?
Jung-Hoo Lee. He slept on it wrong and his back hurts.
Hold on a minute.
What's wrong with that? Why does everyone...
I am scared.
He slept on his back wrong and got hurt?
Well, he woke up and his back hurt. You never had that happen?
I'm 56, Mark. Yes, I wake up every night at about 1:17 in agony.
But like you've never had that happen even when you were younger?
No. I mean, you're a professional athlete.
Well, right.
You get hurt in your sleep? That does not bode well. You're making fun of Steph Curry for being exhausted.
No, but you stop it.
All I'm doing is reading
Stop
Twitter.
it.
You're talking about a back issue. Are you sure you're not talking about Steph?
I am not making fun.
Teasing?
How dare you?
Would you prefer teasing or mocking?
None of those. Not even criticizing. How the hell are you going to do that about another man's body?
Well, I just did with Jung-Hoo Lee.
Right, and you shouldn't.
You got hurt sleeping.
It happens. It happens. Think of the baseball injuries.
DNP, sleep. I mean,
well, sounds like an NBA problem.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's load management.
DNP didn't want to.
DNP didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
DNP not going to make me. Still get paid.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had no idea he got.
Yeah. He woke up the other day. The back wasn't feeling right. They figured, okay, whatever. This will work itself out in the next 24, 48. It didn't. So they finally took an MRI. No damage. They're expecting it to get better here in a couple of days. So
he hurt his back sleeping, and he needed an MRI.
I don't know, dude.
Sounds like he might have been doing something other than sleeping.
This is one of those things. Take it easy.
Yeah.
And if he is, he is. But
you better be careful.
This is one of those things that
still on YouTube?
Apparently. By the way,
on the air,
you should all get to YouTube because talk about making lemonade out of lemons. Something got wonky with the YouTube feed, so instead of messing with it, which would cause us to kick everybody out and reboot, we're just going to leave it right like it is, and therefore we're kind of hosting the show after the show during the breaks on YouTube. So we did a whole thing just for the YouTube audience during the break, and now because we're super, super strong radio hosts and not soft, we won't be breaking again for another 48 minutes.
Right.
But when we do, we'll do that again. So get over to YouTube right now if you want to ask us whatever question you want. It could be about anything. The first question we answered was, what's for dinner tonight?
Yep.
And then next thing you know, you're talking about stealing dinner from some woman's garage down the street in Moraga.
Oh, we pay for it. It's fun.
I don't know what the hell happened.
It's fun.
But anyway.
And if she's listening, the chicken was a little salty last week. That's all I'm going to say. Dial it back. Dial it back.
Criticizing a woman for bringing you food while you work.
You paid for it.
Unbelievable.
As a customer, you have the right to criticize and also take your business elsewhere.
Take it to Yelp, not Direct Tour, all right?
Yeah.
Seriously, be nice. Woman cooks for you.
Well,
slaved over a stove for you.
I paid for it,
so what?
It was a very fair transaction.
Do you walk into the back of a restaurant after you eat and open the door? Hey, chef, a little dry.
No, but you obviously aren't familiar. You're not familiar with my Yelp because I'll open up a can on you.
I'm very familiar with your Yelp. I've seen the radio version.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I keep it real. If your customer service is lacking, if your meal is lacking, I'm going to be there now. And you're going to get hit with 2 stars. I'm not just one of these pom-pom Yelpers where everyone gets a 5. No. If you deserve a 2 or a 3, you're going to get a 2 or a 3. And that's just going to be the way that goes.
I am so envious of anybody who Yelps. All that says to me is you've got time in your life. You're going to...
It takes literally 5 minutes.
Nope, it doesn't, because you set up an account once upon a time.
Done?
Yeah, no.
And when you reach elite Yelp status, as I have, you have a responsibility to your community.
Unbelievable. You got time, brother. Don't ever tell me you out of time. If you got time to come home from a restaurant, I'm going to Yelp. I'm going to tell everybody else that the risotto was dry. Good Lord.
Dry.
Move on with your life.
And you know what? The customer service?
Go to bed.
Lacking.
Go be with your daughter. Go read her a book. Get a Yelp and tell people the risotto was dry.
Go the F to Sleep is the book I read.
It's a good book.
It's a great book.
It's actually not a book. It's
a real page turner. Yeah, I transcribed it.
Sam Jackson, incredible.
Yep.
Anyway, Larry Beal, KGO.
Yeah.
Handful of minutes away. We'll keep going with the phone calls.
And
you
I
look
wonder
like
if
you had something to say.
I wonder if he'll side with me or if he's going to also come out and bury Steph Curry.
I thought you were talking about the dry risotto or the Yelp.
Oh, no.
I'm going to side with you.
Now, I'm going to Yelp you. And, if you're good,
I'm going to eat it.
You get 5 stars, and I'm going to give you a glowing review.
Let's go. Just move on with your night. Just move on.
There's a place in Oakland that I went to, and the way I was treated, I'll tell you.
That's a little different if you were mistreated.
And the cod tacos were a little dry.
That's your fault if you're ordering cod tacos.
Delicious.
Good Lord.
The crema was a little runny and a little bit rude.
What is going on here?
2 stars is what's going on.
So what?
Yelp you into tomorrow.
You do crossword puzzles too? You have that kind of time?
I do Wordle.
I call my parents. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I'm sitting here. Just doing my 8th crossword puzzle of the day. Life's kind of boring. I'm like, I'm so jealous.
You've got 5 jobs and 5 kids.
Exactly. So there's no yelping.
Yes.
No yelping.
I have a 2.5-year-old. She goes to sleep at 8, and I've got 2 or so hours to watch the Warriors. I watch the Warriors on the laptop, Below Deck on the main screen, Quirtle on the phone. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Wordle. Wordle and Quirtle.
Wordle and Wordle.
And if I need to Yelp during that time, I'm going to Yelp you now.
I don't know.
Better be careful.
Let's go to Tomas in San Jose.
I'm going to Yelp his call,
Tomas,
too.
Have you ever Yelped anybody before?
I have not Yelped, but, when it comes down to it, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
That's my man, Tomas.
That's my motto.
Unless you host a sports radio show. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me on, Willard Dibbs. You guys are great. Love you guys. Regarding the Warriors' performance last night, those games are going to happen here, the trap games. You don't have a lot of data on who you're playing. You got a bunch of tryhards. The size was definitely a factor. And, the Warriors just have been on one, so they're definitely, not allotted, but, that kind of game kind of happens. What would be concerning is if we laid an egg tonight, because that would mean that the team has kind of a hard time bouncing back, and that's not going to play well in the playoffs. So I'm looking for this game tonight. Big game, Steph's out, that's fine. Pod's looking for him to, keep finding his rhythm like he has been mid-season. And so, tonight, if we lay an egg, that's concerning.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tomas. I'm very, very optimistic about tonight simply because, as Tomas says, last night they were kind of due. They were due for a clunker. It happens. It happens to every NBA team. How the hell did Houston end up down by 25 to Philly? I know they come back?
The Warriors were down by 22 to Brooklyn.
Exactly. And how did Minnesota lose to the Pacers without their 3 best players last night? So, in a vacuum, there's zero concern based on what you saw last night. It's just incredibly frustrating to miss out on an opportunity like that when you're really trying to shake Minnesota. They give you a loss to work with, and you can't go out there and take advantage. But similar to what the Pacers did last night and what the Nuggets did last night, I don't think that Steph being out tonight means the Warriors are in some way not able to function as an NBA team. They got plenty going on.
And they
got plenty.
They should be like Denver last night. They should be one of those tryhards. And because Tomas used that, I'm going to give his call 4 stars on Yelp. 4 out of 5.
Good.
I didn't like him agreeing with you off the top, which takes him from a 5, but
Thanks,
overall pretty good call. Yep. And if you don't have Steph, then you should be one of the tryhards. And I do think, and I can't confirm this because I don't know the rotations tonight, but I would guess that TJD is going to get a chance to play tonight. I look at the Quentin Post matchup. I don't know if Quentin Post is a guy who is going to fit against Milwaukee. TJD might be somebody who at least gets a chance to go out there and guard Giannis.
Maybe. I mean, I wonder what the approach is to Giannis. I don't know, if they sort of handle him the same way you would try to handle Aaron Gordon. I don't know, because I also know that, for instance, for a lot of those minutes, Brook Lopez is going to be on the court, and that's someone built for Quentin Post to guard.
Good point. Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So, like, what if Quentin Post is starting and Draymond gets the Giannis assignment? Not for the entire game. That's obviously not somebody who's very easy to physically guard.
Sure.
I don't know if there's another human being on the planet who can, quote, guard Giannis. But, yeah, maybe this actually fits Quentin Post a lot better. I'd still rather have him out there, especially because you need three-point shooting on a night when Steph Curry's not going to be there.
Yeah, that's fair. And you also have, Dame to deal with, and that might be something that Moses can guard and GP2 when he's in there. Yep. But it becomes difficult when you're dealing with Giannis, because he really is largely unguardable. When you think about, of all the players in the association, he's one of the most unguardable because he's so tall, he's so skilled, he's long, he can be physical, and the Warriors don't really have any of that in their front court. They have Draymond at 6'5", are we going to say?
6 if you want. Yeah.
Okay.
6 foot.
Wherever he's in there.
5 or 6.
And an elite defender.
Totally.
But that's a tough cover, because Giannis can take him out, on the perimeter, and, you get him down in the deep water, no one can stop him, but it's a tough cover.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, Giannis going to the hoop is a very, very difficult thing. But, you sort of guard Giannis in the same way that you guard Jonathan Kuminga. It's a completely different player, but you're going to sag off and hopefully convince Giannis to shoot the ball from 12 feet or further. Anytime you can do that, to me, that's a win. It's if he gets all the way to the backboard that you've got a problem. So I would trust Draymond as much as anybody else to at least kind of outthink that whole thing. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, Warriors and Bucks, as we've been talking about tonight at 7, that means Warriors Live, is less than an hour away. It'll be Evan Giddings on the call tonight, hosting, and it's all presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Larry Beal of KGO is going to join us, talk out Warrior basketball and more coming up here in just a few minutes. Let's go to Telmo in the city. Hi, Telmo. Thanks for calling.
Fellas, what's up? I just called Warriors basketball aside, and just a quick one. If you're gonna take an L, I guess doing it on a day when Minnesota didn't catch up to you is a good day to do it on. So, like that previous caller, it's about the bounce back, and be interesting to see how Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, how that works with Steph out. But specifically to Dibber's claim of who yelps anymore? It's not 2008, Dibs. Nobody's reading your reviews. It's just going into the nether sphere or ether sphere, whatever. I'm sure you know the word. You're very good with words, but go on Google reviews, Dibs. Just get with the times. It's 2025. Your Yelp efforts are being wasted. They're falling on deaf eyes.
Hey, Telmo, let me just say this to you succinctly and clearly. 1 star. 1 star, Telmo.
Hey,
catch me on Yelp. Your call will be reviewed. Your call will be reviewed, and it will be viewed widely by my, looking at it right now, 897 Yelp followers. They're going to know about this call, Telmo.
Catch me on Yelp is my favorite thing that you've ever said. It's my favorite thing you've ever said on this show. Sorry, Telmo, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you were in my restaurant, Dibs, you know what I'd say to you?
Get out of here! Hey! All right, Telmo, you just got up to 2 stars. 2 estrellas.
Dibs, do you really have 897 followers on your Yelp account?
I do.
Are you kidding me?
What does one get for following?
I didn't even know you could have followers on Yelp.
You get quality reviews from around the Bay Area. Restaurants, home services, bars, nightlife, and food.
It's not on my list. It never will be.
If you want to know what's going on in the Bay Area, follow me on Yelp. It's Dan Dibley. It's 2007.
What's his? How could I not know my favorite guy's name, Anthony?
Oh my God! I'm gonna go to bed with "Catch Me on Yelp." That is absolutely incredible.
Nightlife?
You made it sound like you're going on IG Live or something,
dude.
Hey guys, just wanted to jump on here and tell you about the restaurant down the street. There's a lady cooking in her garage. It's a little dry and salty. Oh my God!
Are you active on Nextdoor too?
Catch me on Yelp. Nah, I don't. Nextdoor is Nextdoor is the home of the Karen.
Exactly.
I'm out on Nextdoor.
Nextdoor is next level in terms of annoying. It's unbelievable. Like, Nextdoor is just a big load of people telling you stuff that nobody asked about.
It's just people snitching on each other. There's a dog at 123 Main Street that won't stop barking, and then somebody comments, I know, is it a terrier or is it a shepherd? And someone else, I think it's a sherrier or it's a tepard. It's like, all of you.
That's a great question.
Just mind your business. Nextdoor. There's a mysterious van at 28 Pawtucket Lane. Oh my God. Get a job, Karen.
I love it.
Now Yelp, useful.
Oh.
It's a useful resource.
Catch me on Yelp.
You won't.
I'll be there live at 8:00 tonight.
I don't think
We'll do a halftime chat on Yelp.
I'm trying to see my last review. It's been a long time, but
my God.
I'm going to start reviewing callers. 2 stars for Telmo.
I love people who rip Nextdoor, but then go on Yelp to tell people about the local restaurant and salty food.
At least that's a resource where I've been there and it's just my review. What am I? I can't be Aiden Vaziri? You don't even know who that is.
I have no clue.
Chronicle Food Writer Hall of Famer.
Okay. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Forget about it.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. 888-957-9570. Larry Beal will be along shortly. We've got one. Speaking of reviews on chefs, 925. Mark, can we use that word? Like the sort of the.
What does it start with?
Well, it starts with a P, but it's a word for like urinating. Can you use that word?
You can, but it's frowned upon.
I don't like to use that word. Mark, you blanked in our chef's kitchen.
Oh.
And his beehive is after you. But then says, you are right, though.
Yeah.
See, that's what that.
Well, and I actually did a Yelp review of his
Okay,
performance last night. Yeah, 1 star. That was a 1-star performance from the chef.
I agree with you, and I don't even think why is that almost sort of considered offensive? Like the way you even came in to talk about that today, it was like, whoa, this will rile people up. Steph was awful last night. And I'm like, of course he was. Why should that rile anybody up? You're not allowed to say that. You're completely allowed to say that. He said that. Did anybody who watched the game last night think Steph Curry played a good basketball game? I can't remember him playing worse. I'm sure he has, but I can't remember it.
Yeah. I was looking at his game log this year, and according to the Basketball Reference game score, which takes all things into account, when he had 56 points, he had a game score of 46.2, which is unbelievably high. And the game last night, there were 8 games listed as worse this year for Steph Curry.
Game score.
Right.
Is this sort of like quarterback rating? Like,
a little
is this
bit like
just some
that,
sort of an equation?
Steph was 0 for 7 against Memphis in a game they lost by 51. That's his lowest game score of the year.
Yeah, but that one they all left. Like they didn't play in the second half.
He played 24 minutes.
Yeah.
He didn't make a basket.
I thought last night was just different. Again, I'm sure from an analytics standpoint you could see it differently, but there were just the oddest things. Like there was one play where and it was a big one. This is a fourth quarter. The game was getting close. He brought the ball across half court, and I think it was Jimmy Butler who was on his right. And he sort of picks up his dribble, and Jimmy is no more than 4 feet away from him. And he just turns and just hucks it off of his shin. I'm like, it was supposed to be a bounce pass that you thought Jimmy was going the other way or whatever. And it just got picked up and run the other way and dunked. And it's like, what on earth is happening? And so, look, you can all take this however you want, but I was a little bit, not triggered, that's the wrong way to say it, but when Steve Kerr comes after the game and says, look, he's exhausted, you can see it. I can't, argue with that, but by the same token, I'm going to look at that and say, if that's kind of how we're all feeling about Warrior basketball right now, Steph needs to stop. He needs a break. This is too much. It's going to dampen my optimism for where this is going. This is really the only point that I'm making here. It's not a Steph needs to play tonight. He's a wimp. I don't know what's going on with his body, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around the Warriors. Are we going to be championship when we're claiming exhaustion on St. Patrick's Day? That's all. It just kind of takes the wind out of your sails a little bit, and the sails were going pretty good.
I do think if they win tonight without him, then the wind goes right back in your sails.
To a degree.
And I also think if they would have won last night, this would have been a much smaller deal. We probably wouldn't have even have mentioned it very much, other than, Steph he's going to rest. The back has been acting up, but, maybe they can still beat Milwaukee in a back-to-back. But I get it. He's 37. They beat Denver last night, and so it makes sense that he's going to rest.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Right, but you can't make your plans based on results.
Sure you can.
You make the plans based on how the player is doing.
Hold on. Does a manager sometimes in Game 7 go, dude, we're pulling you after one inning. We're going to our...
Yeah, but this is not Game 7. This is, in a baseball analogy, this is Game 122.
Well,
and you've
it's not Game 7. In other words, you're not going home if you lose tonight. But again, I'm using their words right now. This is very, very urgent. If the Warriors are saying we badly want to be outside of the play-in tournament, then I don't know how you can sort of take the tone that you are, which is, hey, there's a lot of time left. Got to see the big picture. I don't know, man.
Fifth of the season left.
But
20%.
But it doesn't matter. The circumstances are what they are. The circumstances need to a degree, dictate your maneuvers. Don't you think?
No, because...
Oh, I do.
I mean, if this was, okay, if you win this game, you're the 6th seed. If you lose, you're the 7th seed. It's game 82 against the Clippers, and it comes down to this. Well, now it's a little bit of a different conversation because you want to avoid the play-in. And then, all right, Steph, I know you're exhausted, but we need you for this one because we really want to beat LA, and we want to be the 6th seed. That's different than you still have 15 games left to go, and that's a lot of games. That's 20% of the season, basically.
I know, but Steve Kerr has admitted to us, scoreboard watching, we went through Minnesota's schedule. There's just not that many hard games on it. You want to be out of the play-in tournament. These games are all huge. Joining us to chat it out, River Island's guest line is our good friend Larry Beal, KGO, and we haven't talked to him in a while. Hey, Larry, how you been?
Aloha. It's been a while. I was listening to you guys while I was driving into the city to go to work. A spirited debate about last night's game. I just want to pose, one hypothetical for you, because everybody's freaking out because the Nuggets were so depleted with the Joker not playing and Jamal Murray not playing and Christian Brown not playing. If the Nuggets were at full strength and the Warriors lost the game, would you feel differently? Because obviously their effort wasn't there and their execution was even worse. So would you look at the whole situation differently? Because obviously they struggled with the Nuggets in the past.
Maybe to a degree, but the whole thing, this is for me, like last night was just a sloppy game, and I think you could burn the tape on that. I was sort of more focused on what was said after the game, which is you had that kind of bad effort, you lose a huge opportunity, and now you're bringing into conversation the idea that Steph Curry is exhausted and might need some time off. Right. To me, it's that combo that's the concern, not just the game itself. Tibbs, I don't know how you'd answer that.
It's a little bit of the combo, but for me, it's more just the way they looked and the way Steph looked, because this is where the debates come from, Larry, because I could see where he looked exhausted. And his last 5 games, all at home, have been less than what we've seen when Jimmy had joined the team.
Yeah, no, I agree totally with you. And obviously, if you go back to the start of the season, and I don't remember if it was the preseason game where he was reaching in on a drive and messed up his thumb. Like, that's been an ongoing issue for months. And obviously he had the problems with both of his knees. And now you could see toward the end of the game that we had on the air Saturday night, he was obviously favoring his side or oblique or his back. It's hard to tell what it is. So he's not right. He's not 100%. To me, the question is, you got to win as many games as you can down the stretch. You got Milwaukee tonight. If you rest Steph, you have a chance to have him healthier for the rest of the schedule. If you just keep running him into the ground game after game because we got to win, then you're going to get an exhausted Steph Curry going into the playoffs, and that's not ideal either. So, I mean, you got to pick your poison in this case.
Larry Beal with us, and I'm looking at your last tweet of the night when watching that game, and here it is. Atrocious effort and decision-making, losing to a severely shorthanded Nuggets team. And yeah.
Well, here's the thing. This drives me insane, and I talked to Steve about it, Kerr. That hook pass that Steph loves to throw, remove that from the arsenal, please. I mean, they were so careless with the ball. Not only that, I mean, while they were flinging the ball down the court and there's two Nuggets waiting to intercept it, the Warriors weren't getting back at all. I mean, it was like a layup line at the other end. And you can't have both of those things. You shouldn't have either of those things happening, but you certainly can't have both. And one of the things that we've noticed here, even during the winning streak, is, for a while it was 12 turnovers a game, and that's really their target. And then it started to tick up to 14, 15, and then we get into 17, 18, and last night was 20. We're clearly trending in the wrong direction. And I think, human nature leads to complacency because you think we got it rolling, everybody's feeling good, and Jimmy's here and all that. And you take your eye off the ball for a game, and hopefully it's only a game, and they can get back on track. But I don't know if you've noticed this, Mark. Jimmy Butler, the past couple of games, to me, looks like he's trying to distribute the ball more than score.
Yes.
Like he's in the lane, and he can do whatever he wants, and he'll pass to the corner, and maybe if it's QP that hits a three or whatever, I want him to score.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, and that has to happen tonight. That has to be, in my opinion, because I'm undefeated at coaching in the NBA, as you guys know. 0-0. But Jimmy has to be offensive-minded tonight. That's my personal feeling.
Yeah, I felt like last night was closer to what you're talking about with the 16 shot attempts, and he had 23, and part of that was born out of the fact that they weren't making their threes. But I look at tonight, Larry, and I see Giannis and in a different stature Dame Lillard, and I wonder about a Warrior team that couldn't guard anybody last night and really struggled on the glass. And it seemed like last night, beyond Steph looking tired, and you mentioned it, the careless turnovers with 20 in totality, felt like last night the Warriors got exposed with a couple of their weaknesses that are mostly permanent.
Yeah, I mean, size is always going to be an issue, and Steve believes that their best lineup is small. And so unless you can figure out how to manage that, I mean, Aaron Gordon was an absolute beast last night. I mean, 38 points, and it wasn't like it was all inside. He's shooting threes from all over the place. And, Michael Porter Jr. is capable of getting hot. One of the things that people forget, and I know, like, everybody's, like, Warrior bashing and what's going on, and, it's like panic time, all that stuff. One of the things that you got to remember is that the guys that are sitting at the end of the bench, let's say, you got 15 slots, 13, 14, 15. We look at them and like, well, they're not necessarily relevant to what's going to decide the outcome of a game. Any one of those dudes, they probably were the best player on their college team. Any one of them could walk out onto any court in the G League and probably get 40 if they wanted to. So it's not like just like a bunch of scrubs that are sitting there. These guys are hungry because they don't get a chance to play because they're behind Jokic and Murray and all that. So these guys are, they're out for blood, and they got it. And I think, the Warriors were like, this is going to be, no joker. We're gonna win this game. We're rolling, and then you get caught up, and suddenly you're in a fight that you're desperate to try to win. And the one, since we're talking about these turnovers and all this stuff that drives me nuts, I have a phrase, by the way, when they turn the ball over that our whole sports department, they copy me all the time. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I was screaming at the TV last night. The end of the game, it's like 2 minutes left, something like that. Steph has a fast break. He's going right down the lane. And instead of just floating it up with a teardrop, he tries to lob to Kuminga, who's not really expecting it, and the ball goes sailing out of bounds. And Steve spent half the night saying, we don't need home run plays. We don't need home run plays. Just make the simple pass or shoot a layup. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it just gets, it's perplexing. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, weird basketball game for sure, all the way around. Larry Beal, KGO, with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Glad to have him along here on the River Islands guest line. As we continue the conversation, we also have this breaking news. Brandon Pajemski is in officially tonight and in the starting lineup. So he goes right back into that spot, especially with Steph Curry out tonight. Larry, what's your take on the Warriors' ability to sort of maneuver in the playoffs if it's out of the play-in tournament? How urgent is it for them to stay away from that tournament?
Very, 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 very urgent.
Yeah. A lot of varies right there.
Yeah. But I think it also depends on who you match up against. Like, if they could lock down the 6th seed, and here's the crazy thing, and you guys were talking about it this afternoon, is, if you lose tonight, you can drop to 8th. The swings are crazy. If the Rockets were to finish 3rd and the Warriors were to finish 6th, I think Golden State would be very happy with that matchup, because the Rockets haven't been in this situation since the Harden era. None of those players that are on the team currently have dealt with any kind of playoff pressure. So if you say 3-6, I'll take the 6th seed right now. It gets a little bit more complicated and problematic if the Nuggets are the 3, and nobody knows where anybody's going to end up. Who knows? I mean, the Clippers could go on a late run and climb up the standings. The West is just it's a minefield to try to navigate.
And I do think that avoiding the play-in would give you the one thing that you need the most, and that's rest. And that's where, Steph tonight, how bad the back is, hopefully not that bad, but he needs a little bit of rest. And you're getting into the dog days of the season and all that. But if they get a top 6 and they avoid the play-in, Larry, no matter who they go up against, and Mark and I both were saying Lakers and Denver, nobody wants OKC and the rest of it. Do you think that this team has a live chance at maybe doing something, winning a round or maybe 2 or more?
Yes, absolutely. And I obviously didn't feel that way pre-Jimmy Butler arriving with the team. I think they could make it to the Western Conference Finals if they are healthy, if Kuminga comes along and they get favorable matchups. Certainly. I mean, that's kind of what happened in 22. But, as you guys know, the Warriors were extremely well rested going into that playoff run, because they had a bunch of guys hurt, like Steph missed the last month of the season, so they were fresh. Now it feels like these guys are all on fumes, and I'm not sure whether they can kind of get gassed back up again in time for a deep postseason run. I think they have the potential. The one thing I do like about JK, even though he's missed so many games, and I know Mark is fanatical about him finishing through contact, and I'm also screaming at the TV about that, but he has learned, I believe, along with Moody, they've watched Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is a foul drawing master. Even when he has no reasonable shot at making a basket, he is able to somehow get his arms tangled up or throw his shoulder into a guy, and the next thing he's shooting 2 free throws. Moody is doing more of that now. JK is doing a little more of that now. And if Kuminga can really come on and get comfortable, I think they have a chance. I don't see this as a championship team. I still think they need at least another piece. But, I don't think anybody wants to face this team in a best-of-7 series. I mean, they're just too scary. If Steph goes on a heater, you're in Cancun next week.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair take, but an interesting comment that they're still a piece away. How do they get that piece with the clock ticking as quickly as it is?
It ain't going to happen this year. I mean, I think you have to look at this as it's a 3-year project or 2.5-year project, because Steph is under contract for the next 2 years. Obviously, they brought Butler in, assuming that he's going to be there. You've got Steph, obviously, Draymond, and the others, the younger players, they need to add. To me, I would like to see, it's like fantasy land here, another guard who can score, and that's why the DeAnthony Melton injury earlier in the season just crushed them because he was perfect for what they do. And I would like, I know, and I've been saying this for 10 years already, a big guy, a big, like a physical big. I love Quentin Post. I mean, he's been a revelation. The fact that they drafted him at 52 and he's been this productive, nobody could have predicted that. But I would just like the grit, the muscle, like a taller version of Draymond, if you will, without the extracurriculars. Even somebody you're not going to get OG Anunoby, but somebody like that, a physical presence that can get rebounds when you need it and can score inside and, on and on and on. But I don't see that as being feasible in the next few weeks. You're just going to have to ride with what you got. And what they're riding with right now is pretty good. I mean, we have to keep it in perspective. We tend to just go bananas when they lose, but, realistically, they're not going to run the table. We'll see what they do tonight. I don't know who's guarding Giannis. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I do think that last night kind of shined a light for me anyway on that, where you got out rebounded by 15 and you had trouble guarding Gordon and Porter Jr. and the rest of them. But you're right, Larry. I mean, tonight's just one game. It feels like there's increased urgency with each and every game as we get further down the road. But I do think that one piece might be Jonathan Kuminga. What have you made of his, not a meteoric ascent since returning from the injury, but just how you've seen him bouncing back from the ankle after missing more than 2 months?
I would not have imagined, just by watching him in the past couple of games, that he was out 2 months because of the ankle. To me, he looks very smooth and comfortable. And, the one move that he has, he really needs to develop more in terms of his offensive arsenal, because we know he can jump out of the gym and he's a freakish athlete. He's got that one move in the lane where he turns and fades and fires, and he's pretty effective at that, but he needs to be able to do more and just be more crafty finishing around the basket a little bit more. And if he was able to do that, and also his three-point shot has not been there since he's come back. That's going to take some time. He's got to you can go out and play 20 minutes. That doesn't mean you're really in NBA shape. So he's got to get a little bit more run. But I agree with you. Kuminga is the giant X factor. If he plays well down these last 15 and they go into the playoffs with some steam, again, nobody wants to see this team in a first-round matchup.
Larry, you expect them to still go out there and win tonight?
It would not surprise me because just, 2 nights ago, Jordan Poole hit this 35 to beat the Nuggets. And you're looking at the Wizards beat the Nuggets? What? And, it's the same thing. It's human nature. Complacency sets in. Oh, no Steph Curry. Well, we're going to win tonight. Maybe that's what the Bucks are thinking. I guarantee you that Doc Rivers is right now saying, just because Steph is not playing, don't think this is an automatic win, because that's just human nature. So it would not shock me. I mean, they're going to have to build a wall to try to, prevent Giannis from just, going for 40 or something like that. And Dame is Dame. But, this is not the Bucks championship team from a few seasons ago. And, they're gettable, but part of it depends on, how do the Warriors come out? Do they come out and is Jimmy Butler looking to attack? And same with Moody and these other guys, knowing that you're without your star player. To me, last night, I would hope would be a wake-up call for them to go, we got to bring it and stop with the ridiculous, Purdy-like touchdown passes that keep getting intercepted.
Too soon, Larry, too soon.
Wow, caught a stray out there, Brock Purdy. By the way, before you go, you want to weigh in on Niners free agency?
Oh, geez.
Perfect. Yeah.
And that was not a bash at Brock Purdy. I'm just saying you don't have to chuck the ball all the way down to the other end of the court all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can some other time we'll talk about free agents or lack thereof. To be honest, Most of the guys they let go, I wouldn't be that concerned about.
Yeah.
Green kills me. Mason, I don't understand at all. So I'm going to be very curious to see what Kyle and John have to say coming up towards the draft.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Larry, great to have you on, man. Thank you.
Yeah. See you soon. I'll see you at Chase.
Absolutely. Yep. Larry Beal, KGO, obviously on there after certain Warrior games when in a situation like on ABC. Great to have Larry Beal's perspective on this whole thing. You were shaking your head a minute ago. What are you shaking your head at?
Oh, just mainly this play-in game.
Oh, you're looking at the St. Francis Alabama State game.
It's barn burner, but just kind of shaking my head too about the Warriors, and I do think that last night, small sample, 1 of 82, but what I saw was something that I think is a problem that can't be fixed, and you were asking him about, what do they need, and yeah, what they need they can't have, which is a 6'10" guy who can jump, rebound, defend, rim run, and block a shot. And I saw last night where I love Kevon, we all do, but at 6'8" or 6'9", and a guy who doesn't really jump that well, when you get into an athletic team like Denver, the Warriors got dominated on the glass last night.
No doubt. I mean, games like that are going to happen. I get a little curious sometimes why Warrior fans consistently seem to say size, we don't have size, athleticism, we don't have that guy, we've always needed that guy, and it's like, but you're in the middle of a dynasty. Like you've won a bunch of titles with no one bigger, taller, or more athletic, and you've gone against a lot of these guys. I understand now Steph's 37 and Draymond's 35, and now you're injecting Jimmy Butler into this whole thing. I just think, I don't know, man. Like, I go more to the whole make or miss thing. I honestly think that's it. You win that game last night if you could just hit a damn shot from the outside, but nobody
or a free
could
throw, yeah,
nobody could hit a shot. And more often than not, the last month or so, those guys have been hitting. They've all been, quote, unlocked since Jimmy Butler joined, right? So, I don't know. That's why I guess when we got to the end of this whole thing, I got a little bit more, not put off, but I was a little bit more intrigued by what they were saying and planning after the game as opposed to what happened during the game. I found the game very frustrating, but not indicative of some larger point that's coming. To me, the larger point is still they're 14-2 with Jimmy Butler, which means they're really good.
Really good. And I don't want to play the schedule game and look at who they've beaten because the schedule hasn't been that rugged as far as teams that you've beaten, but you only can play the teams that are on your schedule, and I get that. And so I'm not going to diminish winning 14 of 16 against other professional basketball players. That counts, and that's a real deal. I did look at yesterday both ways that you just described. Yes, it was very frustrating, but I also think it exposes areas where they are going to have a hard time against bigger, longer, athletic front courts. They didn't even have Jokic, who we know can get 20 rebounds in a game. He had the most profound triple-double in history. Westbrook athletically is a problem, and then Porter Jr. at 6'10 or 6'11, and Aaron Gordon. These guys were just having their way on the glass offensively, and I do think that that's a problem that is unfixable.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, Mark. We're partners. We're friends.
Is at Houston a tough game? At Houston?
Yeah, especially in that spot where they played that game, 20 hours after they lost at Dallas?
Is at Milwaukee a tough game?
At Milwaukee.
Is that a tough game?
Was it tough? Was that one that they didn't have Giannis?
Yeah, but just work with me on this.
I'm with you, but I mean, it's less tough when you don't have Giannis.
Is at Sacramento a tough game?
No.
No,
I mean, it's not a tough game.
I mean, historically.
That's a game you should win.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're better than Sacramento.
Right, but this is the NBA, and going on the road is difficult. You should look at some of the really good teams in the league and see what their road record is, barely over 500.
And what's the Warriors?
Is at New York. Is that a tough game?
Normally, but they were missing Jalen Brunson.
So interesting that we do that.
Well, we do it because it's context, right?
Right, but it's to me, it is not nearly as definitive as we make it. And the examples are freaking all over the place.
Well, last night's an
24
example.
hours ago.
Yep, good call.
Like, teams that are missing a player does not suddenly mean they're a crappy team. At New York is hard. Is Detroit good?
At
is
New
Detroit
York is
good?
hard.
Is Detroit a good team?
Detroit's good, yeah.
Okay. And then is New York again a good team?
You got them coming up, right?
Well, no, they were just here last weekend. Is at Orlando, at least on some level, a little challenging?
I mean, it's a road game,
Orlando.
so Orlando's, they're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Banchero's a good player. And again, it's an example of another player that you have a really difficult time with.
I'm not here to make the point that since Jimmy Butler has arrived, that the Warriors have been through some murderer's row of a schedule, but I am here to make the point that I get very tired of hearing people, I didn't play anybody. Like, I can debunk it in two different ways. First of all, 14-2 is 14-2.
That's what I said.
I don't care who.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't care who the hell you played. But I would argue they did play some really good teams. No, they didn't beat Cleveland and Oklahoma City. No, they did not. But this was not just some run of a bunch of Charlottes and New Orleanses. Like, it wasn't that. There's been some challenging stuff. There was a 5-game road trip. There was returning from a 5-game road trip to get Detroit handed to you in your lap where you trailed most of the way. Do the Warriors have some accomplishment wins during this run?
They do, and they also have some cupcakes. You had...
Well, yeah.
I mean, you had Portland.
Every 16-game run's got some cupcakes, and I'd argue that Portland's not a cupcake anymore, by the way.
You had Charlotte twice.
That's a cupcake.
Okay. I mean, Portland is not a very... very difficult team, and you talked about it at home, which, teams are better at home than they are on the road. Sacramento, miss me with Sacramento is a tough game right now. I think that team they're mostly broken, and, all you have to do is look at their situation since the firing of their head coach. They have not been the same. They traded a star.
Correct.
They acquired Zach LaVine, of all people.
Still a winning team who will be in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a win, but for me, it's not like a signature win. And tonight against Milwaukee, and they have Lillard and Giannis both in the lineup, and you don't have Steph Curry, you win this game.
Sure.
That's impressive. If you go out and you beat Milwaukee.
I agree. Again, not making the case that since Jimmy has arrived, it's been some amazing schedule.
Yeah.
I think it gets overstated that it was Cupcake City the whole time.
Agreed.
I don't think it was.
But I do think as we look between now and the end of the year, there are litmus test games that are still to come. Milwaukee tonight is one of those games.
No doubt.
You don't have Steph. That's tough.
No doubt.
You go to Memphis, to the Lakers, Denver, and Houston, 4 games in a row.
Yep.
So if we want to talk about how real this is, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, that is 4 games and 6 nights again. Here we go.
Which apparently is terrifying.
Yeah, well, and this one is in 3 different cities.
Whoa.
So
I don't even think they should send Steph.
They're probably resting for one of those.
That sounds way too hard.
I mean, you've got
4 games in 6 nights. Who would do such a thing?
Thursday, April 3rd at LA against the Lakers. You sit LeBron, Luka, Steph, and Jimmy. You just run out the second string for TNT. There you go, NBA.
By the way, it's, let's see. Yeah, day off. Yeah, 4 games in 6 nights.
Yeah.
It's like a normal NBA week.
It is.
Yeah.
But I do think that this one comes, and this is actually 5 games in 8 nights by the time you get to Thursday. And I know it.
Yeah.
And again, we can go back to the good old days when, Michael Jordan played 40 minutes a night, and famously Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.5 minutes a game for a season. He played every minute of every game except one time.
It's a pretty normal cadence. 1 week you get 3 games, the next week you get 4. Then you get 3, then you get 4.
Right.
Not always. It's a pretty normal cadence. So I just don't think that when you get 4 in 6 nights, that happens every other week.
Yeah, to every team.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hi, Doug. We appreciate your call. What's up?
Hey guys, I'm really glad you got me on. Thank you very much. So a couple of things come to mind. A lot of them, were discussed with Larry, but you know how our subs, it's talked about all the time. Our subs are really good. They're outscoring the subs on the other team. The part of my comment is with the retrospectoscope. It would have been nice to rest Steph last night since they were resting two of their big guys. But do you notice that, in games when we're behind and, Steph's out and sometimes Draymond's out, and our subs do a good job very often of bringing us back? Why don't we sometimes pay more attention to that, because we're always touting their stats, and let them continue a little bit longer rather than bringing Steph, who's, when he's tired, he's a turnover machine, and he always, as great as he's been, he always makes those few crazy unforced turnovers. And Draymond trying to nail the ball down in tight, which Rick Barry says, if there's nobody down there, just because you can get it in there and he can't do anything with it when he gets it, don't do it. Why don't we leave these really good subs who've shown a lot of stuff this year? Why don't we leave them in a little bit longer?
Doug, thank you for the call. It's a really good question. But I would say this, there's a reason for all NBA teams that the rotation goes the way that it does. And the subs, just because they come in and have a good burst, I think analytics would tell you that's not going to last. The longer, it's like going to Vegas, right? If I stay for 8 days and I come out hot for the first 2 days, what are my chances if I stay for 6 more days that the cards and the dice are going to keep going my way? Not real good.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel the same way about subs. And so, the other thing is about subs, when they go in, they're usually playing against other subs. And so you leave the subs in, and now Giannis and Lillard get entered back into the game. How are we going to be doing? So, sure, there's a little bit of a predictive element there that's difficult. But in general, there's a reason that the rotation goes the way it does, because that's your best chance for it to work.
And if the sub stayed in longer, and sometimes Steve will do that, like if a unit is coming in and playing great, they'll get them a little bit of an extra time. But if it starts to go south, everyone's going to be clamoring for, why didn't you bring the starters back in sooner?
Yeah, exactly. Of course. Look, more time for your calls. We're getting ready for Warriors Live, 888-957-9570. Your concerns about last night's game or the fact that Steph is resting tonight. And do we get to do the YouTube thing here again in the break? All right, get over to YouTube and we'll do the YouTube special show and talk directly to you and answer your questions if you get there right now during the break. But more coming up on Willard and Dibs.